A cripple who cannot even stand up, and he turned into the most useless E-class cloner. Joe Huey, from today on, you are disowned by the Joe family. In the Grand Villa's lobby, his stepmother Liu Yuru threw a few worn-out clothes onto Joe Huey's wheelchair, her face full of disgust. From the shadows of the second floor, his biological father Joe Feng watched coldly, as if looking at a piece of worthless trash. His stepbrother Lu Qi laughed hysterically. Big brother, what can that E-class cloner of yours even do? Summon a clone to push your wheelchair for you, get lost already and stop being an eyesore. Having transmigrated to this world of rampant exotic beasts and universal class changing just 3 days ago, Joe Hua had already experienced what a hellish start felt like. Paralyzed, the most useless class, and kicked out with nothing to his name. He picked up his clothes with an expressionless face and allowed the old butler to push him toward the gate. Remember what you said today. From the moment I step out of this door, I have no more ties to the Joe family. Behind him, his stepmother's shrill mockery echoed, do not worry. Even if the Joe family were raising a dog, we would not spare another glance at a loser like you. They had no idea that the moment Joe Huey turned away, a cold, mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Ding, the God-level cloner system has been activated. For every clone created, you can draw a brand new class for it, guaranteed S rank with a maximum of SSS rank. Newbie bonus has been issued, please draw the first class for your clone. Great Xia Kingdom, Donghai City. Old butler Uncle Fu packed the last of his belongings, pushed the wheelchair, and escorted Joe Huey out of the Joe family gate. Joe Huey looked back at the cold villa one last time, feeling no attachment at all. Finally free from this cage. Hearing the notification in his mind that the God-level doppelganger system had been activated, he sneered inwardly. He had transmigrated here 3 days ago, only to start as a disabled man, and now he was being kicked out. The original owner was the young master of the Joe family. After an attack claimed his mother's life, he was struck by a mysterious curse that would confine him to a wheelchair for the rest of his days. Before his mother's body was even cold, his father, Joe Feng, married Liu Yuru to curry favor with the imperial capital's Liu family, and even brought in her son, Lu Qi, as baggage. Since then, the original owner had suffered endless bullying, treated like dirt even by the servants, until he finally died of depression 3 days ago, which was when Joe Huey transmigrated into this body. This is a world of abyssal invasions where everyone changes jobs, with class ratings ranging from the mythical SSS level down to the useless E-level. Just today, Joe Huey changed his job to the E-level class universally considered the most useless, the Doppelganger Master. Initially, he could only summon one doppelganger with only half his original stats, possessing 0 combat effectiveness, truly worthless. That is why, as soon as he returned, he was met with the scene of being kicked out. A cripple who turned into the most useless E-level job, and you still want to stay and make the Joe family a laughingstock. Your father is a busy man, he has no time for a piece of trash like you. In this house now, I, Liu Yuru, have the final say. The harsh, mocking faces of Liu Yuru and Lu Qi still seem to be right before his eyes. An E-level doppelganger master is trash. They have no idea that he has already awakened the God-level doppelganger system. Every time he creates a doppelganger, he can draw a brand new job for it. Doppelgangers have independent stat panels, exist permanently once created, and do not consume any of the user's mental energy. Joe Huey withdrew his gaze, closed his eyes, and a massive gacha machine appeared in his mind. Ding, newcomer reward issued. Please draw the job for your first doppelganger. Doppelganger job draw, S-level guaranteed, up to SSS level possible. Joe Huey held his breath, his heart racing. S-level guaranteed. You have to know that the number of S-level awakenings in the entire Great Xia Kingdom every year can be counted on one hand. There are only 2 SS-level individuals, revered as the pillars of the nation and considered legends. As for the SSS-level myth, there is only one in the world today, the walking god of the Free Federation. And his doppelganger starts at S-level, with the chance to reach SSS. With burning eyes, Joe Huey mentally pressed the draw button. The gacha machine spun rapidly, and a brilliant golden orb shot out. The golden light exploded, transforming into an ancient and mysterious job change scroll that floated before his eyes. Congratulations to the host for drawing the unique hidden class. S-level Thunder Swordsman. Old butler Fu pushed Zhou Hui's wheelchair as they slowly exited the Zhou family estate. "Young master, please do not be sad," Fu said, his back hunched as he offered a soft word of comfort. "In a while your father will surely find a way to bring you back." Zhou Hui cast a glance back at the luxurious villa as it faded into the distance, his eyes showing no attachment at all. Bring him back? His power-obsessed father was probably busy fawning over Liu Yuru and her son right now, hoping to climb higher by leveraging the Liu family's influence, having long since cast aside his useless son. "Fu, I am fine," Zhou Hui said, pulling his gaze away. "Leaving this place will make life much freer." Fu sighed to himself and said nothing more, pushing the wheelchair toward the car and driving away. Inside the car, Zhou Hui closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking deep into his mind. A massive dial-like device hovered silently, and a brand new interface unfolded beside it. Clone interface, Yasuo. Class, unique hidden class, S-tier Thunder Swordsman. Level 55. HP 1. Mana 1. Strength 28. Agility 56. Stamina 25. Spirit 22. Skill list. Passive skill Riding the Wind level 55. Skill 1, Passive, Sharp Sword Intent increases personal agility by 100. Basic attacks deal additional lightning damage equal to 10% of total damage, which can conduct to up to 5 nearby enemy units, dealing splash damage equal to 30% of attack power. Skill 2, Active, Thunder Slash consumes 50 mana. Instantly unleashes a sword strike imbued with thunderous power, dealing 150% of attack power as lightning damage to enemies in a straight line, with a chance to apply a paralysis effect for 1 second. Cooldown, 10 seconds. He looked at his own original character panel. Name Zhou Hui. Class E-tier cloner. Level 10. HP 1. Mana 1. Strength 5. Agility 4. Stamina 6. Spirit 8. Active skill Create clone level 55. Effect consumes 10 mana to create a clone. Current clone limit 1. Clone attributes are 50% of the original. Note, the God tier clone system has overridden some effects. Looking at the two panels, the corner of Zhou Hui's mouth twitched. The difference in attributes between the E tier and the S tier is like heaven and earth. System prompt, please name your S tier clone. Since he was a Thunder Swordsman, Zhou Hui decided decisively Yasuo. System prompt, naming successful, clone Yasuo has been created. System prompt, please shape the appearance of your clone Yasuo. Naturally, the appearance had to be a perfect recreation. Before long, a classic wandering swordsman image became clear. Black hair tied back loosely, a few bangs obscuring sharp eyes and rugged stubble on his chin. Zhou Hui nodded with satisfaction, though it was a pity that he was still in novice hemp robes and lacked a suitable longsword. System prompt, clone Yasuo appearance shaping successful. System prompt, clone generation in progress, please wait. At that moment, the car pulled to a smooth stop in front of a quiet courtyard. This was private property left behind by Zhou Hui's mother, and it was his only place to stay now. Fu got out of the car and headed inside first to clean the bedroom. Zhou Hui had just finished eating when a flash of white light appeared before him. System prompt, S-tier clone Thunder Swordsman Yasuo has been successfully generated. A tall, sturdy figure appeared out of thin air. Dressed in coarse hemp robes with a slightly blank expression, it was Yasuo. The host can control the clone through consciousness. Equipped with AI Core System 1, possessing high subjective initiative and absolute loyalty. If the clone is destroyed, it can be regenerated after 24 hours, retaining its original level and equipment. Zhou Hui closed his eyes and sank his consciousness into Yasuo's body. In the next second, a sharp gleam flashed in Yasuo's eyes. He looked down at his rough, powerful hands, then tried walking, jogging, and jumping. His movements were fluid and seamless, even more effortless than operating his own paralyzed body. Aha, 3 days, I can finally move again. Zhou Lu laughed excitedly from within the clone. The door was pushed open and Fu entered with blankets, only to bump into a strange, burly man running and jumping around in the room. The blankets hit the floor with a thud. Fu's expression changed drastically as he lunged to shield the wheelchair, shouting, "Who are you? How dare you break into the young master's room?" Zhou Hui could not help but laugh and cry. He immediately took control of Yasuo to speak, his voice deep and weathered. Fu, do not be nervous, it is me, this is my clone. Fu was stunned into silence. Other people's clones were exactly like their owners, but how could this burly man resemble the frail young master in any way? Young master, please do not scare me like this. Zhou Huai focused his mind and withdrew his consciousness. He opened his eyes in the wheelchair and gave a helpless, wry smile. Believe me now. Seeing Yasuo instantly revert to a vacant stare, Fu finally breathed a long sigh of relief, collapsing into a chair while patting his chest. Oh my goodness, young master, you scared the life out of me. Zhou Huai's expression turned serious. Fu, the secret of my clone must never be told to anyone, including that so-called father of mine. Fu immediately straightened his posture. Do not worry, young master. Even if I die, I will take this secret to my grave. Zhou Huai nodded in gratitude. Fu, could you please help my clone buy a set of level 1 equipment? Fu was stunned again. Clones can wear equipment too. That was unheard of. Then he looked troubled. Young master, even the most basic level 1 black iron equipment costs at least 500 Daxia coins per piece. We have less than 2,000 left and we still need to cover our daily expenses. Zhou Huai frowned. Only that much. Fu's eyes darted away as he whispered, before we left, the mistress did not give us a single cent. These 2,000 were my own meager savings. Bang! Zhou Huai slammed his fist onto the wheelchair armrest, sneering through gritted teeth. What a fine Zhou family, what a fine Liu Yuru, so cold-blooded and heartless. He suppressed his anger and calculated quickly. Fu, please just go buy him a black iron tier longsword and a set of fitting clothes. Other equipment can wait. Fu agreed and headed out. 2 hours later, he returned with a black iron longsword and a set of dark, form-fitting gear. Yasuo was 1 meter 80 tall. Wearing the new gear, his taut muscles were perfectly accentuated, making him look exceptionally sharp. He took the sword, flicked his wrist to perform a sword flourish, and the keen edge of a swordsman was fully displayed. Now this is getting interesting. The doorbell rang abruptly outside the courtyard. Zhou Huai frowned slightly. Who would be visiting at this hour? Young master, let me go open the door. You should first move your avatar, old Fu whispered a reminder. With a flick of his mind, Zhou Huai controlled Yasuo to slip into a secluded storeroom. As his consciousness returned to his main body, he had just opened his eyes in his wheelchair when old Fu's voice came from outside the door. Young master, Miss Yi is here. Yi Zai, the childhood sweetheart of the original body and the apple of the eye of the Yi family in Tianhai City. Please bring her in. The words had barely left his lips when Yi Zai, dressed in a light green long dress, walked in quickly. Brother Zhou Huai, her eyes were full of heartache as she sat right down beside him. I heard you were kicked out of the Zhou family, so I came over immediately. I just knew you had to be here. She gritted her teeth in anger. That Liu Yuru is truly a snake-hearted woman, to actually kick you out, and her son Lu Qi, he is no good either. Uncle Zhou is even more blind. Hearing her defend him, Zhou Huai felt a warmth in his heart. Yi Zai was the original body's most important friend. If he had not been attacked and turned into a cripple years ago, the two would likely have already become engaged. All these years, even under pressure from her family, Yi Zai had never distanced herself from him. She had even confessed that she was willing to take care of his disabled self for life, only to be heartlessly rejected by the deeply insecure original body. Even so, she still disregarded the warnings of her elders and frequently brought him homemade pastries. Zhou Huai looked at the persistent girl in front of him and smiled gently. It does not matter. Leaving that cold cage actually makes me feel relieved. Seeing that his expression did not seem fake, Yi Zai's tone lightened. Good. Saves us from having to see the disgusting faces of that mother and son again. As she spoke, she suddenly leaned in mysteriously. By the way, brother Zhou Huai, I have some good news. Zhou Huai cooperated by raising an eyebrow. What good news? Yi Zai's eyes curved into crescents, revealing a bit of pride. I changed my profession today. It is an A-rank light type class, a saint light chanter. Once my level is high enough, maybe I can help dispel the curse on you and get you back on your feet. Zhou Huai knew his curse was something even famous healing masters were helpless against, but he still flashed a smile. That is wonderful, Zir. I will leave everything to you in the future. As he said this, he naturally reached out and took hold of the hand Yi Zai had resting on her lap. The original body was insecure and would shrink away, but he certainly would not. A fool would be the only one not to grasp hold of such a wonderful girl. Caught off guard by the sudden intimate gesture, a flush of red instantly bloomed on Yi Zai's pretty face. She did not pull her hand away, she just lowered her head slightly and let him hold it. The two chatted intimately for a long time, and it was only when the night deepened that Yi Zai reluctantly stood up. Brother Zhou Hui, the trial tower in Tianhai City opens tomorrow. I need to focus on leveling up, so I will not be able to come see you for a while. As she spoke, she took a crystal card from her bag and pushed it into Old Fu's hand. Old Fu, there is 100,000 Daxia coins here. The password is Brother Zhou Hui's birthday. I am sorry to trouble you with taking care of him during this time. Old Fu declined repeatedly. But Yi Zai would not take no for an answer, and with a reddened face she hurried away. Old Fu held the crystal card and looked at Zhou Hui with a troubled expression. Zhou Hui smiled. Old Fu, accept it. We really need the money right now, and I will just pay her back double in the future. The trial tower, huh? Zhou Hui's gaze flickered. This was an entry-level dungeon specifically built by the authorities for novices, consisting of 12 floors with increasing difficulty. As long as you break a clearance record, you can get generous official rewards or even drop rare equipment and skill books. In that case, let Yasuo go give it a try tomorrow. The Zhou family villa. Zhou Feng took off his coat, sat down at the head of the dining table and looked at Liu Yuru and Lu Qi. Where is that brat Zhou Hui? Liu Yuru picked up some food with her chopsticks and did not even look up, kicked him out. Zhou Feng paused in his movements, kicked him out. He changed his profession to an E-rank class. Is keeping him here not embarrassing enough? Liu Yuru's eyes were cold, her mouth curling in mockery. Having raised him for so many years, he even dared to say he wanted to break ties with the Zhou family. An unfilial son like that deserves to be thrown out to fend for himself. Zhou Feng's face looked ugly. He clenched his fists and then released them. How could you just kick him out? Why do you feel sorry for him? Liu Yuru's gaze was sharp. Zhou Feng immediately put on a smile. How could that be? Since he is such a loser, kicking him out is the right thing to do. Since he said he is breaking ties, that is perfect. I will just act as if I never had this son. Liu Yuru was satisfied then, and she turned to look at Lu Qi with a face full of smiles. Let me tell you some good news. Kier changed his profession today, an A-rank class flame mage. Zhou Feng was overjoyed. An A-rank flame mage? Good, Kier really has potential. Liu Yuru glanced at Zhou Feng. What is the point of just saying it? As a father, should not you show some appreciation? Zhou Feng laughed loudly. Naturally, whatever Kier wants, just say the word. Lu Qi gave a sly smile and tested the waters. Uncle Zhou, I heard that Big Brother was almost engaged to Miss Yi Zai of the Yi family back in the day, but it was delayed due to his physical condition. Since Big Brother is of no use now, why not let me have this opportunity? I have also admired Miss Yi for a long time. Zhou Feng's expression stiffened for a moment, then he laughed out loud. So that is what it is about, no problem. Even if you had not said it, I would have had the same intention. If our Zhou family can form an alliance with the Yi family, it would definitely be a huge benefit. He patted Lu Qi on the shoulder. The trial tower in Tianhai City opens tomorrow. Do your best and strive to shine in front of Yi Zai. When that happens, the Yi girl will naturally look at you with new eyes. Lu Qi smiled proudly and patted his chest. Do not worry, Uncle Zhou. In a mere trial tower, I am certain to take first place. The next day, as the morning light began to break, Zhou Hui was already controlling his Yasuo avatar, heading toward the Tower of Trials located in the eastern part of Tianhai City. While still miles away, a massive pitch-black tower that pierced the clouds came into view. The tower was engraved with ancient, complex runes that shimmered with a dark luster in the morning light, radiating an indescribable sense of oppression. This was the landmark of Tianhai City, the starting point where countless novice professionals took their first steps, the Tower of Trials. At this moment, the vast plaza outside the Tower of Trials was already swarming with people, a dense sea of heads. Students from various high schools who had just completed their class transfers were gathered in groups of 3 or 5, the noise rising to the heavens. At a rough estimate, there were at least 1,000 people. The Tower of Trials was scheduled to open officially at 8 o'clock sharp in the morning. There was still over half an hour until it opened. On the plaza, shouts rose one after another without pause, all of them cries for recruiting teammates. Powerful warrior leading a team looking for heavy hitters. The goal is at least 5 floors, let us aim for higher. A grade support priest looking for a group. Plenty of healing, great game sense, any stable high-climbing teams out there, please take me in. Jo Hyue controlled Yasuo, walking at a leisurely pace toward the entrance of the Tower of Trials. His unique attire and aura immediately attracted many people's attention. On one hand, there was the untamed black hair tied behind his head, swaying in the wind, which stood out sharply among the students who mostly had short hair or trendy styles. On the other hand, there was Yasuo's chiseled, heroic, and handsome face. His deep eyes seemed to contain the stars, and his chin had just the right amount of stubble, combined with an elusive sense of world weariness and sharpness about him. He stood out from this crowd of somewhat green students like a crane in a flock of chickens. Several girls could not help but huddle together, whispering in low voices. "Wow, look at that guy, he is so handsome, he is exactly my type." "Yeah, he is handsome, but he looks a bit old, does not he? Looking like that, he must be at least 30 or more." What do you know, this kind of mature, steady man with a bit of a story behind him is the most charming. SHH, keep it down, do not let him hear you. I think he is probably someone's parent here to drop off their child for the trials. Jo Hyue ignored the surrounding comments, simply observing the crowd calmly while waiting for the Tower of Trials to open. Just then, a sleek, black luxury car glided silently to the roadside and pulled over. The door opened and a graceful, beautiful figure stepped out. Yizai. Today she was dressed in the same pale green long dress, making her skin appear even whiter and more delicate. Her jet black hair was draped simply over her shoulders, and her delicate features looked even more beautiful and moving in the morning light. As soon as she stepped out of the car, she walked with an elegant gait toward the gates of the Tower of Trials. Look, is not that Yizai, the eldest daughter of the Yi family? My god, she is even prettier in person than the rumors suggest. She really is the school belle of our Tianhai No. 2 high school. More than just the school belle, they say she awakened the grade class Saint Light Chanter, great family background, high talent, and so beautiful. Her life is basically on easy mode. I am so envious and jealous. With the appearance of Yizai, the originally noisy crowd unconsciously quieted down. The invisible path slowly opened up before her. Even those girls who prided themselves on their appearance could not help but feel a sense of inferiority in the face of Yizai's radiance. However, just then, a figure suddenly pushed out from the crowd and blocked Yizai's path. Yizai looked up, her delicate brows knitting in displeasure, and a flash of undisguised disgust crossed her eyes. "Lucci, what do you want?" Lucci wore a smile he thought was handsome, but his eyes WANDERED Chinese letter over Yizai's exquisite curves. "Yizai, you look so beautiful today, even more heart-stirring than usual. Is there something you need?" Yizai coldly snorted, "Move aside if there is nothing, do not block the way." "There is something, of course there is." Lucci took a step forward and lowered his voice. "I heard you transferred into the A-grade Saint Light Chanter class and I am an A-grade Blazing Mage. How about we team up? With our strength, getting first place will be a breeze." Yizai rolled her eyes at him and said coldly, "Not interested, I will not be teaming up with you." After saying that, she tried to step around Lucci, but Lucci grabbed her arm. "Are you still thinking about that loser Jo Hyue?" His eyes were gloomy. "What is so good about him? Why is he worth you caring so much? Look at me, I am 1,000 times better than him." Yizai's expression darkened completely. "Let go of me." Lucci smiled provocatively. "I will not let go, what can you do about it?" Many of the boys watching in the crowd were already filled with righteous indignation, fists clenched, wanting nothing more than to rush up and punch Lucci's nauseating face into a bruised mess. But ultimately, no one dared to act rashly. After all, Lucci had the Zhou family behind him, and Yizai was from the Yi family. Such disputes between disciples of major families were far beyond what these ordinary students could intervene in. Just then, a figure walked silently behind Lucci. Before anyone could react, a muffled sound was heard. A sharp, decisive side kick slammed into Lucci's abdomen. "Ouch!" Lucci let out a shrill scream, and his hand let go of Yizai instantly. He doubled over like a boiled shrimp, rolling on the ground in agony. He looked up with difficulty, seeing a cold, world-weary yet stunningly handsome face. You, what the hell do you think you are doing? Lu Qi gritted his teeth, his voice hoarse from the pain. Zhou Hui controlled Yasuo, looking down at him from above. His tone was flat, without the slightest ripple. You are blocking the way. Simple, four-word phrase, yet it carried an indisputable dominance. Lu Qi endured the intense pain in his abdomen and struggled to climb up from the ground. His eyes were bloodshot, his face twisted as he glared viciously at Yasuo. You dare kick me, you actually dared to kick me. Do you know who I am? Yasuo remained unmoved, his gaze as calm as a deep pool. I do not care who you are. This statement was like adding fuel to the fire, completely igniting Lu Qi's rage. The next second, surging crimson flames erupted from his palms, and the scorching heat wave spread all around. I am going to kill you, you dog. However, the moment the threat left his mouth, Yasuo had already moved. As an S-grade professional, Yasuo's agility stats far surpassed those of ordinary people. His footwork was elegant and swift, not giving Lu Qi any chance to use his skills at all. He flickered like a gust of wind, instantly closing the distance. Another forceful whip kick landed precisely on Lu Qi's chest. Puff! Lu Qi screamed again, sent flying several meters back, landing on the ground in a pathetic heap. Before he could even catch his breath, a large foot was already pressed against his chest. A flash of cold light. Yasuo drew his black iron longsword, the tip pointed directly at Lu Qi's throat. The bone-chilling murderous intent made every hair on Lu Qi's body stand on end. Say one more word, and do you want to see if I kill you? Lu Qi looked at the blade inches from his throat, his pupils shrinking as foam mixed with blood spilled from his mouth. Fear seized him instantly. Who is this guy? To dare treat me like this? In the crowd, countless students had already been completely stunned by Yasuo's smooth, ND Chinese letter, incomparable series of movements. My god, this uncle is just too fierce. He is so incredibly cool. Mom, I think I am in love again. Yizai also covered her mouth, her eyes filled with shock. She never expected anyone to suddenly step in to teach Lu Qi a lesson. Just then a cry came from afar. Stop. A teacher in uniform walked over quickly with a grave expression. Private fighting is prohibited outside the trial tower. Violators will have their qualifications revoked. He looked at Yasuo, this parent, no matter what conflict you have, put the sword away immediately. Otherwise, do not blame us for being unfriendly. Seeing that an official from the Tower of Trials had intervened, Zhou Hui naturally would not escalate the situation further. He slowly withdrew his longsword and moved his foot from Lu Qi's chest. Then he said in that slightly hoarse, thick and deep voice, quite calmly, Teacher, let me correct you. I am not any parent. Yasuo paused, his deep gaze sweeping over the crowd as he said word by word. I just turned 18 this year. The teacher was completely stunned after hearing that. What on earth? Just turned 18. He looked Yasuo up and down, mumbling to himself in disbelief. Are you kidding me, buddy? You look older than I do, and you have the nerve to say you are 18. He was ranting internally but maintained his professional demeanor, clearing his throat and saying, This, parent, you really know how to joke. You do not believe me, Yasuo raised an eyebrow. Everything I said is the truth. As he spoke, Zhou Hui controlled Yasuo to take out a brand new ID card from his pocket. This thing had been urgently arranged overnight by Uncle Fu through his connections. The craftsmanship was nothing short of miraculous. It was more than just a thin card. It had surreptitiously entered Yasuo's information directly into the official population registry of Tianhai City. He was now officially a person on the records. The teacher took the ID card with skepticism and checked it carefully. Age 18. Name Yasuo. On the card, Yasuo's slightly weathered face was clearly visible. The teacher compared them repeatedly, looking back and forth at the age on the card. It really was 18. His mouth twitched as he handed the ID back to Yasuo. He sighed with emotion, never expecting someone so young to look like they had been through such hardship. Ahem, the teacher cleared his throat. Whether you are a student or a parent, fighting is strictly prohibited here. Consider this a verbal warning. If it happens again, you will both be disqualified from the Trial Tower Challenge. Lu Qi struggled to climb up from the ground, clutching his stomach, his face green. He pointed at Yasuo in a rage. He beat me up like this, and you are not going to do anything about it. The teacher gave him a look like he was watching a silly child. if I was not doing anything, would not you still be lying on the floor? Enough talk, the trial tower is about to begin. At the end of the corridor to your right, there are 2 healing class teachers. If you go now, there is still time. Lu Qi was shaking with anger, his lungs practically exploding. He shot Yasuo a venomous glare. You just wait, I will settle this score with you sooner or later. With that, clutching his stomach, he fled into the crowd in disgrace under the disdainful gazes of those around him. Seeing this, Yasuo allowed a faint, imperceptible smirk to touch his lips. This teacher is quite interesting. Clearly, he had noticed Lu Qi's arrogant behavior long ago. He might have even watched from the sidelines while he was fighting, only stepping in to stop it once he had seen enough. Thinking of this, Yasuo spoke politely to the teacher, "Thank you, teacher." The teacher gave him an expressionless glance, lowered his voice, and whispered so only the 2 of them could hear. "Well done." After saying that, he turned and left as if nothing had happened. The crowd, seeing no more show to watch, gradually dispersed to attend to their own business. Just then, Yizai walked over gracefully, a touch of gratitude on her beautiful face. "Thank you for helping me earlier." Zhou Huai controlled Yasuo to respond with cold indifference, "Don't mention it." With that, he turned and headed straight in the other direction, leaving behind an aloof silhouette. His avatar was destined to cause all sorts of commotions and attract countless eyes in the future. The more that was the case, the less he could get entangled with people he was close to. This was to prevent anyone from finding clues that would link the avatar to his real self. It was a form of protection, both for Zhou Huai himself and those around him. Teaching Lu Qi a lesson just now was perhaps a bit reckless. But it could not be helped. Who told Lu Qi to be so punchable? Let us just say, he is a man who follows his instincts. As I watched Yasuo's departing back, her brows furrowed slightly. This person is so strange. He helped her, yet he was so cold about it. Soon, it was exactly 8 o'clock in the morning. The broadcast in the plaza rang out right on time, notifying all students participating in the trial to prepare. The trial tower was about to open officially. Many students who had not filled their teams were still shouting their lungs out, making a final effort. Need one more for a full team, looking for a powerful tank guaranteed to clear the 5th floor. Cute support player looking for a team, can be adorable, can cheer you on, can heal, and can cast buffs. Zhou Huai controlled Yasuo, showing no intention of joining a team at all. What a joke. An S-rank unique hidden profession, and he needs a team to grind this newbie village level tower. That would be a disgrace to S-rank professionals. Solo clearing is the romance of the strong. As for Yizai, Zhou Huai glanced at her inadvertently in the crowd. She seemed to have already found her team. A group consisting entirely of beautiful girls, it looked like a 5-sister squad, quite eye-catching in the crowd. Another minute passed. Dong! The ancient giant bell atop the trial tower was struck by an unseen force, emitting a distant and solemn toll. It signaled the official start of this year's Trial Tower Challenge. The students, who had been waiting for a long time, began to surge like a tide toward the tower entrance in an orderly fashion. Zhou Huai controlled Yasuo to follow the crowd at a steady pace. Before long, it was his turn. Just as he reached the entrance, a female teacher in charge of maintaining order blocked his path with her hand. "Hello, sir," the teacher said with forced politeness. "Parents are not allowed to accompany students on trial tower runs. Please rest in the waiting area." Yasuo. Zhou Huai was left speechless and had no choice but to have Yasuo take out that 18-year-old tough guy ID card and hand it over. The female teacher took it, her face turning bright red as she apologized repeatedly, finally letting him through. Zhou Huai sighed helplessly to himself. The next avatar absolutely must be made to look younger. Looking too old keeps getting him mistaken for a parent, which is a major inconvenience. As he stepped into the massive light gate in front of the trial tower, which shimmered with spatial fluctuations, Yasuo's figure vanished in an instant. The next second he appeared in a dense, primitive forest. This was the 1st floor of the trial tower. Immediately, a majestic and ethereal voice echoed directly in his mind, broadcasting the rules of the trial tower. First, every team or individual upon entering the trial tower will be transported to a completely independent mirrored space. As soon as all abyssal beasts on the current floor are eliminated, the portal to the next floor will automatically open. Second, starting from the 10th floor, each floor will spawn an elite boss with strength far exceeding that of their peers in addition to the standard abyssal beasts. At that point, the challenge difficulty will increase exponentially. Third, after successfully passing each floor, challengers may choose to temporarily exit the tower to rest. However, please note that exiting and re-entering will result in additional challenge time calculations. The rules have been announced. The Trial Tower Challenge officially begins. At the same time, the long-absent notification sound of the system rang in Zhou Hui's mind. Ding! Task triggered, the glory of the Trial Tower. Task requirement, successfully clear the Trial Tower and secure first place on the leaderboard. Task reward, occupation orb draw chance X. Zhou Hui's heart skipped a beat. He had actually triggered a mission. Mission, clear the Tower of Trials and take first place in this challenge. Reward, 1 class orb draw opportunity. First place This reward is too good to pass up. Controlling Yasuo, Zhou Hui swept his gaze across the unfamiliar forest. Several jade-green abyss beasts that looked like mantises known as emerald scythe bugs were crawling out of the bushes. Emerald scythe bug level 1. HP 1. Just small fries. Yasuo flashed forward, his black iron sword leaving a cold glint in the air. Splat! The head of an emerald scythe bug went flying. -50. One hit kill. Killed emerald scythe bug level 1, received 5 EXP. Killed emerald scythe bug level 1, received 5 EXP. Crisp system notification sounds rang out continuously. Yasuo was like a tiger amongst sheep, weaving through the swarm of monsters. Every swing of his sword struck the vitals of an emerald scythe bug with pinpoint accuracy. These level 1 mobs could not pose any threat to him at all. It felt just like playing a high-freedom, first-person VR game. Exhilarating. In a short while, over a dozen emerald scythe bugs had been slaughtered. Congratulations, your avatar Yasuo has reached level 2. Yasuo's overall attributes have increased. Strength 28 to 40. Agility 56 to 80. Stamina 25 to 35. Spirit 22 to 30. HP 150 to 200. Mana 100 to 130. His agility shot up by over 20 points. Zhou Hui could clearly feel Yasuo's body becoming lighter and his movements growing faster. The beast's attacks could not even touch the hem of his clothes. Soon, all the beasts on the first floor were wiped out. A flash of light appeared ahead, and a staircase leading to the second floor slowly materialized. Zhou Hui controlled Yasuo to step onto the stairs. The scene changed instantly. The dense forest vanished, replaced by a vast, boundless grassland. Awu! Few wolf howls echoed. 4 or 5 robust grassland wind wolves level 3 crawled out of the grass, their emerald eyes locked onto Yasuo with intense wariness. Zhou Hui did not act immediately. He remembered the avatar was equipped with the Smart AI System 1. System activate Yasuo's Intelligent AI. Activating Intelligent AI. Activation successful. With a thought, Zhou Hui withdrew his consciousness from Yasuo's body. He switched to a third-person perspective to observe Yasuo under AI control. On the grassland, Yasuo stood silently. A moment later, he moved. At first, his movements were a bit stiff, like a marionette. He walked a few steps back and forth, then tried swinging his sword. As if he was getting used to this body. Just over 10 seconds later, Yasuo's movements became visibly fluid. From walking to jogging to jumping. Finally, he even performed a set of fluid sword techniques on the prairie. Elegant, agile. He looked like a true grandmaster of the sword. Amazing, Zhou Hui could not help but marvel inwardly. This AI's learning ability is simply heaven-defying. At this point, the grassland wind wolves seemed to sense danger and began emitting low growls, trying to warn him off. Yasuo's gaze sharpened, locking onto them. He moved. He was as swift as the wind, instantly leaving an afterimage across the grassland. Seeing this, the grassland wind wolves panicked. They opened their jaws, firing pale green wind blades howling toward Yasuo. However, Yasuo just swayed his body slightly, dodging all the wind blades with ease. He was too fast. Swish! A sword flash streaked by. A spurt of blood shot out from a grassland wind wolf's throat. -188. Another strike. Another wolf fell wailing. Under AI control, Yasuo's combat style was concise and efficient, with every strike aimed at vitals. There was not a single wasted movement. In just a few seconds, all 5 grassland windwolves were dead. Yasuo slowly sheathed his sword with elegant flair. "This AI is even better than me controlling him myself," Zhou Huai exclaimed. "Once I have more avatars, if I can just rely on AI, would not I be able to be a completely hands-off boss?" Just as Zhou Huai was preparing to observe Yasuo's next moves, a hurried and familiar voice suddenly rang in his ears, pulling him back from his immersive spectating into reality. Young master, wake up please, the master has come to see you." "The master? Zhou Feng." Zhou Hui arched an eyebrow, feeling quite surprised. This cheap father of his, who only cared about power and profit and was completely indifferent to him, actually took the initiative to come to this dilapidated little courtyard to see him. The sun must be rising from the west. Zhou Hui's consciousness quickly returned to his body. He opened his eyes slowly and sure enough, saw Zhou Feng walking into the somewhat modest bedroom with his hands behind his back. Zhou Feng scanned the room, his gaze involuntarily revealing a complex and inscrutable emotion. This was the place where he and Zhou Hui's mother had once lived together, and it held memories he had long since buried. Zhou Hui sat up straight, his voice icy. "What are you doing here? What are you doing here?" Zhou Feng's expression darkened at the words and he retorted testily, "What else could I be here for? It is you, you brat, you never give me a moment of peace." He walked to the bedside and slumped into the chair next to it. "Listen to me, go back this time and properly apologize to Aunt Liu. And move back into the Zhou residence. Yes, just move back into the Zhou residence." Zhou Hui chuckled as if he had heard a ridiculous joke. "Move back in. Zhou Feng, are you kidding me? I barely managed to escape from that cold, hellish house, and now you are telling me to go back voluntarily." Zhou Feng sighed heavily, his tone softening slightly. "I know Aunt Liu, she has not been very good to you. But given your current health, you need someone around to look after you. Old Fu is getting on in years, he cannot keep working so hard. Moving back is for your own good." "No need," Zhou Hui replied firmly, leaving no room for negotiation. He looked at Zhou Feng coldly and continued. "You should just head back now. If your precious wife finds out you snuck off to see me, this useless waste, you will probably get an earful again." Zhou Feng's voice rose sharply, anger flaring on his face. "What kind of attitude is that? Do not you even listen to your own father anymore? I told you to move back, so you will move back. Once you are back, apologize to her properly. Do not you dare say another word about severing ties with the Zhou family." Zhou Hui did not back down either, glaring at him, his voice also rising. "If you want to be a coward and grovel at the feet of that woman, that is your own business. But as for that so-called Zhou family, Zhou Hui will absolutely never go back. From now on, it is probably best we do not see each other again. Do not worry, I will never become a stumbling block on your path to becoming the head of the Zhou family. Let us just say the bond between father and son ends here. You bastard, you unfilial son." Zhou Feng was trembling with rage, his fury reaching a boiling point. He suddenly raised his hand, ready to strike Zhou Hui across the face. Zhou Hui did not even blink. He just looked at Zhou Feng quietly. In his eyes there was no fear, only endless coldness and disappointment. The raised hand stopped abruptly less than an inch from Zhou Lu's cheek. Zhou Feng's arm trembled slightly. He looked at his son's face, which resembled his late wife's but was now covered in frost. The anger in his heart seemed to have been doused by a bucket of ice water. He slowly lowered his arm. He looked at Zhou Hui with complex eyes for a long time. Finally, it turned into a long sigh. "Do as you wish." With those words, Zhou Feng seemed to age several years in an instant. He turned around and walked out of the bedroom with heavy steps. His footsteps gradually faded into the distance. Watching the back of Zhou Feng as he left, Zhou Hui did not waver in the slightest. Perhaps the old man had his own unspeakable hidden reasons. But the current Zhou Hui could not forgive the man's actions on behalf of the original owner. To put it bluntly, were it not for this man's coldness and heartlessness, the original owner would not have died of depression. The old butler Uncle Fu walked in. He had heard their conversation clearly from outside. "Young master, why do not you have a proper talk with the master?" Uncle Fu's voice carried a hint of hesitation and persuasion. After all, you are still a member of the Zhou family. Zhou Huai waved his hand, interrupting him. Uncle Fu, there is no need to talk about this anymore. I need you to do something for me now. Uncle Fu's expression grew serious as he replied respectfully, please command me, young master. Zhou Huai said, take the crystal card Miss Ye's I gave you and go rent a few houses. The locations should be scattered, the environment can be ordinary, but it must be quiet and easy to enter and exit. Most importantly, remember to be discreet. Do not reveal any of our information, and do not let anyone find out that it was I who asked you to rent them. Although Uncle Fu was confused, he never questioned the young master's orders, only executed them. I understand, young master. He nodded, asked no further questions, and turned to leave. Zhou Huai watched Uncle Fu's departing back, his plan already taking shape. This was being prepared for the future. His avatars were destined to appear in different guises in the future. Every powerful avatar needed its own independent persona and identity background. Naturally, they also needed their own residences. In this way, even if a certain avatar became famous, was followed, or was constantly watched, they would only trace it back to that avatar's forged identity and residence, rather than easily implicating him, the original body. After all, the current original body is simply too weak to withstand any turbulence. Once he has more avatars and sufficient strength in the future, he can arrange for one to protect him in the shadows at all times. As for now, it is better to keep a low profile and focus on increasing his strength. After making these arrangements, Zhou Huai turned his attention back to Yasuo and the Tower of Trials. At this moment, under the control of the intelligent AI, Yasuo's combat skills had become increasingly perfect. Every move he made was filled with the charm of a Swordmaster. Amidst the swarming ferocious beasts, he was like a swift bolt of lightning, slaughtering wildly. Wherever his sword light passed, beasts were decapitated. The key point was that other professionals would inevitably feel exhausted after long periods of high-intensity combat, with their mental and physical strength significantly drained, requiring rest and supplies. But Yasuo did not need that. The S-rank profession's robust physique, combined with AI's precise control, turned him into a tireless fighting machine. As long as there were enemies, he could keep on killing. Seeing that everything on Yasuo's end was normal and progressing rapidly, Zhou Huai returned his consciousness to his original body. Yasuo does not need rest, but his original body could not take it. Focusing his mind on an avatar for a long time was a drain on his energy. Afterward, he lay down on the bed comfortably and drifted into a deep sleep. Zhou Huai slept exceptionally soundly. When he woke up again, the sky outside was already dim. He looked at the digital clock by the bed and it showed 5:13 p.m. Yes. Zhou Huai gasped. I slept for that long. He remembered it was around 11:00 and when Zhou Feng left. He had slept for over 6 hours in one go. Zhou Huai muttered to himself, his brow furrowed. He did not know when it started, but he felt his sleep time getting longer and longer. Even though he had already had a full night's sleep, he still felt drowsy and weak during the day, lacking mental vigor. This was not a good sign. Zhou Huai frowned, lost in thought. Could it be the reason of that strange curse power on him? This curse power was very peculiar. It paralyzed his lower limbs, leaving him unable to stand or walk. But Zhou Huai could clearly feel the presence of his legs. Massaging his legs and muscles could still produce normal sensations of soreness and swelling. However, whenever he tried to muster strength to stand up, the curse would trigger, making all his efforts go to waste. Now, this power did not seem satisfied with just paralyzing his body. Was it preparing to start eroding his spirit? At the thought of this, Zhou Huai felt a chill in his heart. It seems I have to find a way to solve the curse problem as soon as possible. Otherwise, if I kick the bucket before my avatars grow strong, that would be a huge loss. He shook his head, pushing these distracting thoughts aside. Zhou Huai closed his eyes and reconnected his consciousness to Yasuo. Instantly, a massive stream of information flooded into Zhou Huai's brain. This was all the experiences and memories Yasuo had in the Tower of Trials since he fell asleep, now syncing with the original body. In these short 6+ hours, Yasuo had swept through everything at a terrifying speed, reaching the 7th floor of the Tower of Trials. At the same time, his level had surged to 55. Zhou Hui immediately pulled up Yasuo's attribute panel. Avatar panel Yasuo. Profession, unique hidden profession, S-rank Thunder Blade Master. Level 55 3/10. HP 1. MP 1. Strength 110. Agility 205. Stamina 100. Spirit 90. Skill list. Passive skill Riding the Wind level 55. Skill 1, passive, Sharp Sword Intent Agility increased by 100. Basic attacks carry lightning damage, causing an additional 10% lightning damage to the target, and can conduct to up to 5 surrounding enemy units, causing 30 splash damage of the original attack power. Skill 2, active, Thunder Slash consumes 20 MP, instantly unleashing a lightning-infused sword strike forward, causing 150% attack power lightning damage to enemies in a straight line, with a chance to inflict paralysis lasting 1 second. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Skill 3, active, Thunder Dash level 55, consumes 30 MP, turning into a flash of lightning to dash forward, causing 120% attack power lightning damage to all enemies in the path and significantly increasing movement speed for a short duration. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Yes. After seeing Yasuo's attributes, Zhou Hui could not help but gasp again. As expected of an S-rank profession. At just level 5, all attributes have already completely surpassed the triple-digit mark. Especially agility, which has surged to over 200 points. This level of attributes could probably rival those level 15 B-rank professionals. Not to mention the staggering agility and the new active movement and AoE skill Thunder Dash, learned at level 5. With this skill, those small monsters on the 7th floor probably will not even be able to touch the hem of Yasuo's clothes. Zhou Hui checked his own original body's attribute panel at level 5. Name Zhou Hui. Profession E-rank Avatar Master. Level 55 20/1250. HP 1. MP 1. Strength 15. Agility 14. Stamina 16. Spirit 20. Active skill Create Avatar level 55. Effect consumes 10 MP to create an avatar. Current avatar capacity limit 2. Avatar attributes are 50% of the original body. Note, God-tier avatar system has overridden partial effects. Zhou Hui's mouth twitched uncontrollably. The original body rose 4 levels, but the attribute gains were negligible, only a pathetic 10 or 20 points. The only bright spot was that the Create Avatar skill reached 55, increasing the limit of avatars to 2. Sigh. Zhou Hui felt speechless. No wonder E-rank professions are widely considered trash. The gap between this and an S-rank profession is truly not just a little, it is a gap between heaven and earth. Meanwhile, outside the Tower of Trials, it was still bustling, crowded with a surging sea of people. Many students had just exited the tower, collapsing onto the ground and gasping for air. Damn it, the beasts in this tower are way too strong. Our squad fought tooth and nail and we barely made it to the 3rd floor. A student from the warrior class took a few large gulps of water. Someone nearby scoffed upon hearing this. The 3rd floor, you really have no ambition, our squad already made it to the 4th. Stop bluffing, you are just a C-rank berserker, do not I know exactly what you are capable of, the first student replied with disdain. In the center of the square, not far from the Tower of Trials, stood a massive black crystal display screen. The screen was not lit yet, but it was already surrounded by crowds 3 layers deep. This was where the real-time rankings for the top 100 squads or individuals in the trial would be displayed. Among the crowd, a few middle-aged men with distinguished bearings stood out. They were the principals of the major pro-class high schools in Tianhai City. Principal Zhang, you have arrived quite early, a refined-looking principal wearing gold-rimmed glasses said with a smile. The man addressed as Principal Zhang was the head of Tianhai No. 1 High School, and a hint of pride appeared on his face as he replied. You are too polite, Principal Li. I heard that your No. 2 High School produced an A-rank Holy Light Chanter this year, and it is the eldest daughter of the Yi family. Tusk, she has a bright future ahead. Principal Li offered a modest smile, not at all. As for your No. 1 high school, that A-rank pyro mage Lu Qi is the son of Zhou Feng from the Zhou family. I suspect that the first place in this year's tower trial will surely be in your school's bag again. Principal Zhang laughed and hummed a modest response. Hard to say. When it comes to young people, nothing is ever certain. The other two principals from number 3 and number 4 high schools listened to their mutual flattery and felt a bit bitter inside. Their schools had not produced a single A-rank talent this year, so for them, this trial was basically just a participation run. Just then, a commotion erupted in the crowd. The massive black crystal screen slowly lit up. Golden runes flowed across the screen, and lines of names and data began to appear. The gazes of the principals were instantly drawn to it. However, when they clearly saw the data at the very top of the screen, the smiles on their faces froze in unison. Who is Yasuo? Principal Zhang frowned. Which school is he from? Principal Li also looked confused. The 4 principals looked at each other, their eyes filled with bewilderment. They did not recognize him. At that moment, the name at the top of the display was clearly first place Yasuo, individual 7th floor. In just over 6 hours. The 7th floor. This speed was simply outrageous. You have to realize, behind him in 2nd place was the Lu Qi squad from Tianhai number 1, and their current progress was only the 5th floor. 3rd place was the team led by Yi Zai, also on the 5th floor, just with a slightly slower clearing speed. The key point was that both Lu Qi and Yi Zai were leading full squads of 5. Yet this Yasuo had the word individual clearly marked next to his name. Solo clearing, leading by such a massive margin, and even beating 2 full squads led by A-rank geniuses by 2 whole floors. Does this even make sense? Is this even remotely scientific? Principal Zhang of Tianhai number 1 darkened instantly, his tone sour. This Yasuo, which school are you guys hiding him in? You have certainly kept him well concealed. Principal Li added in a deep voice, looking at this performance, could he be an S-rank professional? The other 2 principals shook their heads repeatedly. He is not from our school. If we had a powerhouse like this in our school, do you think I would not be showing him off? Who would not want the chance to suppress other principals and show off like that? But after checking, none of the 4 key high schools had a person like that. And it was not just the principals. The students and parents surrounding the display screen were now erupting in gasps of disbelief. My God, who is this Yasuo? How is he this strong? 7th floor solo, are you kidding me? Is he even human? He is leading by a landslide. This guy has completely left Lu Qi and Yi Zai in the dust. It is too insane. What kind of monster appeared this year? In the crowd, the uniformed teacher who had stopped the conflict between Zhou Hua and Lu Qi earlier was also looking up at the screen. When he saw the name Yasuo hanging at the top of the list, a flicker of unconcealed surprise flashed in his eyes. He remembered that name. He also remembered the weary face on that information card, which seemed so out of place for his age. Interesting. A meaningful smile curled the teacher's lips. He walked aside, pulled out a communicator, and dialed a number. Soon, a cold, pleasant female voice came from the other end. What is it? The male teacher grinned and lowered his voice, coming to Tianhai this time, I think I have struck gold. The woman on the other end was silent for a few seconds. What do you mean? I have encountered a very interesting student, the teacher said with a hint of excitement in his tone. The woman seemed to understand. You want to bring him back? Of course, there is no way I am letting someone I have set my sights on get away, the male teacher replied confidently. The woman gave a faint and reminded him, good luck then, remember, keep it clean and do not make too much noise. A lot of people are watching us lately, not just those old school guilds, even the military side is starting to make moves. Understood, the teacher said, a sharp glint in his eyes. Once I finish this, I will head back. Night had fallen quietly. Fu Bo, his back hunched, pushed open the gate of the small courtyard and walked briskly into the house. There was a hint of exhaustion on his face, but his eyes were bright. Young master, everything is taken care of. Zhou Hua sat up from the bed and turned his gaze toward Fu Bo. How did it go? Just as you instructed, I rented 5 properties. Fu Bo lowered his voice. They are all in remote corners and I placed the keys on the door frames as you asked. He handed Zhou Hua a few hand-drawn, simple maps on which the exact locations of the houses were marked. No one noticed anything, did they? Zhou Hua took the maps and examined them carefully. Fu Bo straightened his back. You can rest assured, young master. I have always been discreet in my work. I rented them in batches using the names of ordinary tenants, so there is no reason for suspicion. Zhou Hui nodded with satisfaction. Fu Bo, thank you for your hard work. His voice softened slightly, and then he gave a solemn instruction. Remember, this matter and everything unique about my avatar must never be mentioned to anyone, including my father. This is of the utmost importance. A look of determination appeared on Fu Bo's aged face, and he said firmly, "The young master's secrets are my life. I will guard them with my life and will not let a single word leak out." Zhou Hui felt a slight warmth in his heart. "Good, that is all. You have had a long day. Go get some rest." "Yes, young master." Fu Bo bowed and slowly retreated. After Fu Bo left, Zhou Hui did not rest immediately. He picked up the tablet nearby and expertly opened the official website for Tianhai City's professionals. After all, he currently only had Yasuo's perspective, and Yasuo was deep inside the Trial Tower dungeon. He had no way of knowing the progress of other teams outside. Fortunately, the homepage of the professional website had real-time data updates for the Trial Tower rankings. The screen lit up and the data refreshed. First place, Yasuo individual 9th floor. Zhou Hui's suspense finally eased by half. A landslide lead. Lu Qi's team in 2nd place was still struggling on the 7th floor. This first place finish was in the bag. He connected his consciousness to Yasuo once again. The monsters on the 9th floor were nearly level 10, with significantly increased attack power and health. But in front of the AA-controlled Yasuo, they were still no match. Sword flashes flickered and thunder surged. Those fierce monsters fell like wheat under a scythe. The AI core is truly impressive. Zhou Hui nodded to himself. However, starting from the 10th floor, there would be a boss. The difficulty would spike sharply. He was a bit worried about whether the AI would use the healing potions Fu Bo had prepared. If it just mindlessly rushed in and took too much damage, it would affect efficiency later, which would not be good. He observed for a moment. Under the AI's control, Yasuo's combat awareness was shockingly strong. Facing large groups of monsters, it would cleverly lure them out and defeat them one by one. When faced with dense attacks, it would temporarily avoid the edge or even grab a monster's corpse to use as a shield. That cunning streak was even better than what Zhou Hui could do himself. Zhou Hui felt completely reassured. A wave of exhaustion washed over him once more. He returned his consciousness to his own body and fell into a deep sleep. In the early hours of the morning. Outside the Trial Tower, it was brightly lit and buzzing with noise. This night was destined to belong to those young professionals who fought until dawn. You finally out. Lu Qi gasped for breath, bringing his 4 team members appearing somewhat disheveled as they teleported out of the Trial Tower's light gate to prepare for a brief rest. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and encouraged his equally exhausted teammates. "Brothers, good work. Our teamwork is getting smoother and smoother. Let us push harder and try to pull an all-nighter to rush to the 10th floor in one go." He patted his chest and made a bold promise. "Once I take first place in this Trial Tower challenge, I will give each of you a reward of 100,000 Daxia coins." While Lu Xiao is awesome. 100,000, you are the best, Lu Xiao. Long live Lu Xiao. Upon hearing this, the 4 team members were instantly revitalized, as if their exhaustion had faded away and they began to heap praises on him. Lu Qi proudly raised his chin and subconsciously looked up at the huge real-time ranking screen in the center of the square. The smile on his face froze the next second. He stood up abruptly, staring fixedly at the glaring line of data at the top of the screen. First place, Yasuo individual 10th floor boss battle in progress. The 10th floor. What the hell is going on? Lu Qi's eyes were practically popping out of his head. Their team had fought tooth and nail, used countless potions, and had only just finished the 7th floor exhausted like dogs. And yet, that guy named Yasuo had already killed his way to the 10th floor. And he was alone. Where did this Yasuo crawl out from? Lu Qi was shaking with rage, feeling as if his lungs were about to burst. What a terrible day. He was beaten up by some inexplicable middle-aged man this morning, and his face still hurt. Now another Yasuo has appeared to snatch his first place. Damn it! When has he, Lu Qi, ever suffered such an insult? Hello, Lu Qi pulled out his communicator, his tone icy like the wind in midwinter. Immediately, send a few people over to guard the exit of the Trial Tower. If you see a long-haired man who looks like a middle-aged uncle come out, detain him for me immediately. And there is another one called Yasuo. As long as he dares to come out, grab him too. Do not let him back into the trial tower. The person on the other end of the line was compliant, nodding repeatedly. Hanging up the communication, Lu Qi looked gloomily at the team members who were still resting. Stop resting, you idiots, get up. Keep going full firepower, do not hold anything back. I am covering all the blue potions. If anyone dares to slack off, do not blame me for being heartless. Terrified by his ferocious appearance, the team members did not dare to speak another word and quickly scrambled up, following Lu Qi back into the trial tower. However, can a massive gap be bridged by mere impulsive courage? 4 in the morning. Zhang Minjuan, the principal of Tianhai No. 1 High School, yawned and rubbed his bloodshot eyes. The other 3 principals were much the same, yawning continuously with dark circles under their eyes. To be the first to meet this mysterious Yasuo, they had stubbornly waited from the day into the late night. Just then, the giant bell at the top of the trial tower let out a distant and resonant chime. The data on the leaderboard suddenly froze. First place Yasuo individual cleared. Time taken 19 hours 58 minutes 32 seconds. He cleared it. That Yasuo cleared the tower. Zhang Minjuan sprang from his chair, his sleepiness gone. 19 hours, he cleared the novice trial tower in less than 20 hours. We have not seen a monster like this in Tianhai City for years. Quick, get to the entrance. The 4 principals scrambled toward the exit of the trial tower. A blinding flash of white light occurred. Yasuo's slightly weathered figure appeared outside the tower. He had just stood steady. Not far away, several men in black suits who had been waiting for a long time saw a gleam in their eyes. That is him. The long-haired one. Regardless of whether it is him or not, take him down first. The group exchanged glances, quickly spread out, and silently surrounded Yasuo. Outside the Tower of Trials, a flash of white light flickered, and Yasuo appeared out of thin air. He looked around, his expression showing just the right amount of confusion. Several dark figures darted out from the shadows, surrounding him tightly. Leading them was a hulking man in a black suit, his face full of brawn and menace. Yasuo furrowed his brows slightly. He spoke slowly, his voice carrying an ancient, archaic tone. Why do you seek me? The men in black suits looked at each other in confusion. Why does this guy talk so pretentiously? What is your name? The leader demanded gruffly. Yasuo placed a hand on his sword hilt, his gaze calm. I am a swordsman, Yasuo. A swordsman? Is this guy missing a few screws in the head? One of the underlings muttered. The leader waved his hand impatiently. Who cares if he is crazy? Young Master Lu ordered that anyone with long hair and a middle-aged face should be detained. Same goes for anyone named Yasuo. Take him down first. He glared at Yasuo and snarled, Kid, you are coming with us. A flash of wariness crossed Yasuo's eyes. Who are you people? Why do you block my path? Enough talk. The leader roared, his fist as large as a mortar, whistling through the air as it aimed straight for Yasuo's face. He was a level 22 fighter, confident that this single punch would lay this weak-looking guy out for half a year. However, Yasuo simply swayed his body. Like a phantom, he dodged it with ease. The leader missed, looking quite surprised. The other black-suited men pounced simultaneously, a flurry of weapons moving in perfect coordination. These people were all around level 20 and quite experienced. Yet Yasuo moved amidst their siege like a fallen leaf caught in the wind, unpredictable and elusive. Every attack brushed against his clothing by the narrowest of margins. But they could not touch a single hair on him. Damn it, is this kid made of mud? He is way too fast. The men in black became increasingly alarmed as the fight dragged on. Yasuo stepped back, instantly putting several meters of distance between them. He slowly drew the black iron sword from his waist, the tip slanting toward the ground. A melodious sound of a flute seemed to drift from the void, carrying a sense of bleakness and resolution. Vile villains, do not blame me for being heartless. A cold, murderous intent emanated from Yasuo. Just as the two sides were at daggers drawn and an all-out fight seemed imminent. Stop! An angry shout rang out. 4 figures hurried over. They were the principals of the 4 major vocational high schools in Tianhai City. Principal Zhang, leader of the group from the first high school, glared at the men in black, committing public violence right outside the Tower of Trials in broad daylight. Do you have any regard for the law? Seeing the four principals, the aura of the black-suited men dwindled. They recognized these figures as prominent and influential people in Tianhai City. The leader said, his bravado fading, "We were just wanting to invite this friend for a chat, nothing more." "A chat?" Principal Lee sneered. "You look like you want to chat him into the hospital. If you dare make another move, do not blame us for being impolite," the principal of the third high school warned in a deep voice. The leader's face turned shades of green and white. He glared fiercely at Yasuo. "Kid, consider yourself lucky." With that, he took his underlings and scurried away in disgrace. The four principals sighed in relief and turned toward Yasuo. When they saw Yasuo's somewhat weathered face, they were stunned. "This student, you..." Principal Zhang hesitated. "You are Yasuo. He looks at least over 30, right? The student participating in the Tower of Trials challenge this year." Yasuo sheathed his sword, looked up at the night sky at a 45-degree angle and gave the principals a profound back view. "I am indeed he. His name is Yasuo, then he must be the one who took the first place on the leaderboard. But this guy, he looks a bit odd." The old principals all felt a bit skeptical. Principal Zhang cleared his throat and asked, "Student Yasuo, which school are you from?" Yasuo turned around slowly, his gaze distant. "I have wandered the world my whole life, never finding a place to rest." "What the heck?" The four principals were completely bewildered. What is he even talking about? Yasuo cupped his hands slightly toward the four principals. "Thank you, four elders, for your help. I am truly grateful. It is late and I have urgent matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." Having said that, he turned to walk away. "Hey, student, do not leave yet," Principal Zhang hurriedly stopped him. He rubbed his hands together, looking eager. I wanted to ask, what is your class? Which school are you from?" Yasuo looked down, his index finger gently stroking the stubble on his chin as he pondered. "I'm a thunder swordsman. Orphaned since youth, drifting without a home, making the world my lodging and the sea my family. My only desire in life is to punish evil and uphold justice." The third high school principal's eyes lit up and he quickly approached. "Master Yasuo, I see you have a unique bone structure and incredible talent. Any interest in joining our Tianhai Third High School? As long as you join, I guarantee you a spot at the Empire's top institution." "Old Liu, that is not fair." The fourth high school principal was not to be outdone. "Student Yasuo, come to our school. We have many beautiful girls. We have rich cultivation resources, top-tier mentors providing personal guidance." Principal Li also panicked. "Student Yasuo, our second high school." Principal Zhang interrupted directly. "Stop arguing. Student Yasuo, our first high school is the best choice in Tianhai City. As long as you agree, you can name your conditions." The four principals almost started fighting on the spot to recruit him. However, Yasuo just listened quietly. After they finished, he shook his head slowly and cupped his hands again. "I appreciate your generous kindness, elders. But I am used to living like a free spirit and do not like being constrained. All good things must come to an end. Farewell." As the words fell, he turned with elegance. He hummed quietly, riding across the wind to slash through ghost rain. Bones pile like mountains as birds flee in fear. Worldly affairs flow like tides, just sighing at how few return from the rivers and lakes. Afterward, he strode away with long, steady steps, not looking back as he headed outside the square, leaving behind only an arrogant and determined silhouette. Sigh. The four principals looked at each other, not knowing what to say for a moment. After a long silence, Principal Lee from the second high school muttered, "Why do I feel like this kid's brain might be not quite right?" The other three principals nodded in deep agreement. The third high school principal suddenly slapped his thigh. "Oh no, this kid got first place, but it seems he has not gone to collect his rewards yet." At this moment, Yasuo had traveled quite far from the Tower of Trials Square. The night deepened and there were few pedestrians on the street. Suddenly, several dark figures dashed out from both sides of the alley, blocking his path. It was that group of men in black suits from earlier. The leader gave a sinister sneer. "Kid, we thought you would keep sticking with those old folks. I did not expect you to be bold enough to actually come out alone. There is a path to heaven you would not take, but you forced your way into the gate of hell. Obediently surrender and save yourself from some pain, otherwise humph." Yasuo lowered his head silently, his right hand slowly gripping the hilt of his sword. "Audacious wretches. His voice turned cold, carrying bone-chilling intent. You refuse to change your ways, your crimes are unforgivable. Clang! The black iron sword suddenly leaped from its scabbard with a clear, dragon-like roar. Die! The leader roared and was the first to attack. This time he held nothing back. His muscles bulged as he unleashed the full power of his vocational skill, mountain-crushing fist. The others attacked simultaneously, lights of various skills flashing as they sealed all of Yasuo's escape routes. However, swoosh! Blinding flash of lightning flared up. Yasuo's figure seemed to transform into a bolt of lightning, instantly dashing through the encirclement. Thunder dash. Splat. Blood sprayed. An assassin holding a short blade clutched his throat and collapsed in disbelief. A thin, long sword mark on his neck was deep enough to reach the bone. Fast. Too fast. You could not even see how he drew his blade. Number 3, the leader's eyes were bloodshot with rage. Yasuo did not pause, his sword light slashing out like a ribbon of silk again. Thunder slash. A sword strike infused with the power of thunder swept out with violent force. Screams rang out one after another. 2 more black-suited men were hit by the sword light, sparks of electricity coursing through them as they fell, twitching and scorched black. In the blink of an eye, only the leader remained standing. The sinister grin on his face had long since vanished, replaced by endless fear. What kind of monster are you? Yasuo did not answer. He approached step by step, cold light shimmering from his sword. On the tip of the blade, tiny dancing arcs of electricity flickered. The leader was terrified out of his wits and turned to flee. But Yasuo's speed was faster than his. Swish! The sword light flashed and vanished. The leader's body froze in place, then he slowly knelt down, life extinguished. Yasuo sheathed his sword with a neutral expression. He walked to the bodies, knelt down, and began to search them. A moment later, he pocketed some loose summer coins and a few pieces of decent black iron-grade equipment, then stood up silently. Just then, clap clap clap. A round of crisp applause echoed suddenly from the darkness nearby. Brilliant, simply brilliant. A male voice with a hint of mockery rang out, not even level 10, and yet you can dispose of several level 20 professionals so cleanly. Your class is truly powerful, I admire you more and more. Yasuo looked up abruptly, gripping his sword hilt, a sharp light exploding in his eyes. Who lurks in the shadows? The figure stepped out from the shadows. It was none other than the teacher in uniform who had stopped the conflict between Wan Qi and Yasuo outside the trial tower this morning. He walked out slowly, a playful smile on his face. No need to be nervous. Yasuo kept his hand on the hilt of his sword, his eyes wary as he said in a low voice, "What business do you have stopping me here in the middle of the night?" The man shrugged, his smile not wavering. Before that, let me introduce myself. My name is Chu-Hee. I'm here specifically for you. Yasuo's AI core was analyzing frantically, but he remained composed on the surface. Chu-Hee continued, "You are an S-rank professional, right?" There was a hint of undisguised excitement in his tone. It really is blood pumping. To think that in such a small place like Tianhai City, I actually encountered a real, genuine S-rank professional. What surprises me even more is, Chu-Hee rubbed his chin, others do not seem to have noticed it at all. Anzai remained as calm as a frozen pond, slowly shaking his head. I am merely a wandering swordsman, we are but strangers who crossed paths, I have no desire for further acquaintance with you. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Saying this, he turned to leave. Chu-Hee raised an eyebrow, a flash of surprise in his eyes. What is going on? This morning at the trial tower entrance, although he was a bit of a loner, he spoke normally. What kind of act is this pseudo-archaic style of speaking? Just then, whoosh! In the night sky in the distance, a figure riding a giant broomstick came tearing through the air at high speed. It was the principal of Tianhai No. 3 High School. He seemed to be searching for something, and upon spotting the 2 below, he stopped abruptly and shouted to those behind him. They are here, hurry over. Chu-Hee's brow twitched imperceptibly. This Yasuo has already caught the attention of several school principals. This is not a good thing. I cannot explain this in a few words. Chu-Hee's tone shifted, becoming firm. I am taking you somewhere else to talk in detail. Before the words even faded, his figure blurred and he reached out to grab Yasuo's shoulder. Clang! He was met with a sharp flash of a blade. Sword and hand collided, producing a dull thud. Chu-hee did not budge, while Yasuo was sent staggering back half a step. "I had no hostility toward you, but if you insist on resisting, do not blame me." Chu-hee's eyes turned cold. He attacked again instantly. His movements seemed casual, yet they sealed off all of Yasuo's escape routes. Yasuo swung his sword to defend, flashes of light filling the air, yet he could not break through Chu-hee's suppression. After only a few exchanges, Yasuo realized the opponent's power was unfathomable. The opponent was not even using any weapon. Just a pair of hands was enough to thoroughly suppress Yasuo's attacks. The AI core calculated at high speed and determined that the chance of victory was 0. Without hesitation, Yasuo pushed off the ground and turned to run. "Huh?" Chu-hee shook his head helplessly, though his voice grew colder. "If you are going to be this uncooperative, I really will kill you." High above, the principal of No. 3 High School also witnessed this scene. "Who is that man? Why would he attack Yasuo?" Seeing Yasuo running in his direction, the principal hesitated no more and dove down. Waving his staff, a cyan wind blade whistled toward Chu-hee. "Wind bind." Several cyan wind ropes appeared out of thin air, coiling toward Chu-hee like vipers. However, the moment they were about to touch Chu-hee, they weirdly passed straight through. As if Chu-hee's body were nothing but an empty illusion. Chu-hee did not even glance at the principal, moving like lightning to pursue Yasuo again. His speed was far beyond Yasuo's. Seeing the distance closing rapidly, Yasuo twisted his waist and slashed backhand with his sword. Thunder slash. A strike imbued with the power of lightning hit Chu-hee's chest with pinpoint accuracy. Puff. However, the expected spray of blood never came. Where the blade struck, Chu-hee's silhouette rippled like water, sending out a splash of crystalline droplets. Ahem, Chu-hee chuckled. He flicked his finger toward Yasuo. A crystal-clear water droplet shot out in silence. The droplet was unimaginably fast. Yasuo had no time to react. Boom! The droplet exploded in front of Yasuo, turning into a terrifying shockwave. Yasuo felt as if he were hit by a heavy hammer, sent flying back more than 10 meters in an instant. He crashed heavily to the ground. HP 275. Only a sliver of health remained. "I told you already." Chu-hee walked closer, looking down at him. "If you do not cooperate, I really will kill you. Do not you understand yet?" At that moment, the AI core inside Yasuo was running frantically, encountering an unknown, powerful enemy. Probability of victory, 0%. Probability of escape, 0%. Warning, warning, to prevent capture, initiating highest authority directive. Initiating self-destruction program. The next second, a scene unfolded that made Chu-hee's pupils constrict. Yasuo, lying on the ground, had a flash of determination in his eyes. He suddenly raised the black iron sword in his hand and without hesitation, drew it across his own throat. Puff. Blood gushed out. Yasuo's HP hit 0 instantly. The light in his eyes faded rapidly, his body stiffened, and he collapsed to the ground, motionless. The smile on Chu-hee's face froze completely, his mouth twitching slightly. "This guy, actually right in front of me, committed suicide." Chu-hee had been walking the path of the world for so long, what kind of people had not he seen? Stubborn ones, weak-willed ones, cowards, daredevils. But damn it, to not even say a word of plea and just slash his own throat at the slightest disagreement. That was the first time he had seen it. It made a strange, burning anger rise in Chu-hee's heart. This guy, is he a lunatic or something? Oh no. At that moment, the No. 3 principal, midway through his dive, also witnessed this horrifying scene. He was incensed, his face turning pale instantly. Student Yasuo is dead. Just then, the No. 3 principal finally landed. When he saw Yasuo lying in a pool of blood, his expression changed drastically. Oh no. Student Yasuo. He glared at Chu-hee and shouted sharply, "Who are you? How dare you commit such a ruthless act?" Swish, swish, swish. The other 3 principals arrived one after another. When they saw Yasuo's corpse, they were all filled with horror and profound heartbreak. It was so hard for an S-rank genius to emerge in Tianhai City. And just like that, he died in front of them. Capture him. The 4 principals attacked simultaneously, unleashing various powerful elemental magic and combat skills that rained down upon Chu-hee like a flood. For a moment, light sparkled, energy churned, and the whole area felt as if it were about to be torn apart. However, facing the combined, furious assault of 4 high-tier professionals, Chu-hee's figure remained like flotsam in the wind, like a reflection in water. He moved calmly through the airtight storm of attacks, managing to dodge every lethal strike by the narrowest of margins. "Gentlemen, it seems there is some misunderstanding between us." Chu-hee's voice remained calm, even carrying a hint of mockery. "I did not kill him. He still dares to quibble. Do not waste words with him, take him down." The 4 principals looked frantic, their attacks becoming even more intense. Chu-hee sighed softly and shook his head. "Fine, since we cannot see eye to eye, then let us stop talking." His figure suddenly became illusory, as if blending into the surrounding night. "I will remember what happened today. We shall meet again." As he spoke, Chu-hee's presence vanished into thin air without a trace. No matter how the 4 principals sensed or searched, they could no longer find even a hint of his trail. As if he had never appeared at all. The 4 principals were furious, their hearts simultaneously filled with regret and self-reproach. If they had known, they would not have easily let student Yasuo leave alone. "Quick, see if student Yasuo can still be saved," Principal Zhang shouted in a hurry. However, when they anxiously turned their heads to look at the spot where Yasuo had collapsed, they were all stunned. It was empty. Yasuo's body actually had disappeared. The next day, Chu-hee sat up abruptly from his bed. A sudden, intense sensation of heart palpitations woke him instantly. System notification: your clone Thunder Swordsman Yasuo has died. Resurrection countdown: 18 hours 59 minutes and 58 seconds. Dead. Chu-hee furrowed his brows tightly. The final moments before Yasuo's death flooded into his mind like a tidal wave. Clearing the Tower of Trials. Being surrounded by the men in suits. The attention of those old headmasters. And finally that man named Chu-hee. Yes. Chu-hee could not help but gasp. When he saw him in the morning, he thought the guy was just an interesting teacher. Now it seemed the man had a deep background. Tianhai City is full of hidden talents and crouching tigers. He had barely shown a glimpse of his potential, and already he had attracted a powerhouse of this caliber. He must be more cautious in his actions from now on. However, the performance of the AI integrated into Yasuo truly surprised him. Facing an invincible foe, it chose to commit suicide just to avoid being captured. Decisive and ruthless. A smirk curled up on the corner of Chu-hee's mouth. He could imagine that Chu-hee must have had a fascinating expression at that moment. Wanting to research my clone, not a chance. Although Yasuo could not be summoned for the time being, Chu-hee did not feel much frustration. Because at this moment the system sent a prompt. System notification: the quest Clear the Tower of Trials and obtain first place in this challenge has been completed. Quest reward: 1 career orb draw chance has been issued. It is done. A sharp light erupted in Chu-hee's eyes. Although Yasuo died, he successfully cleared the Tower of Trials and took first place. This means he could draw the career for his second clone. System, I want to draw the career for my second clone. Chu-hee shouted impatiently in his mind. He closed his eyes. His consciousness sank deep into his mind. That massive, familiar gacha machine appeared once again. Colorful career orbs were spinning slowly inside, radiating an alluring glow. In front of the machine, the single draw button was shimmering with a faint light. Chu-hee took a deep breath. For his first clone, he drew the S-rank Thunder Swordsman. This second time, the guaranteed level should be S-rank as well, right? With a hint of excitement and anticipation, he mentally slammed the draw button. The massive machine began to spin crazily. Countless career orbs turned into streaks of light, creating a dazzling display. The light grew more intense, filling his entire conscious space. 10 seconds later, the spinning stopped abruptly. Swish! A unique orb shot out from the machine. Chu-hee's pupils shrank. Purple. The orb glowed with a deep and mysterious shade of purple. It was completely different from the brilliant golden orb of Yasuo. If gold is S-rank, then purple, could it be an even higher tier career? Chu-hee's heart began to pound wildly. Could it be SS rank? Or the legendary SSS rank? His breathing became heavy. The purple orb drifted down and hovered in front of Zhou Hui. The light burst forth. It transformed into a purple scroll that looked even more ancient and mysterious than the Thunder Swordsman one. Intricate runes flowed across the scroll, radiating an indescribably powerful aura. Congratulations to the host for drawing the unique hidden lifestyle career. SS Rank Pantheon Master Artisan. Zhou Hui's heart raced and his breath quickened. A lifestyle career. A blacksmith. In this world, besides monster drops, gear for professionals has to be forged by blacksmiths using materials. Equipment produced by blacksmiths often has much better stats. Therefore, a blacksmith is always the most sought-after career, bar none. They never worry about lacking work, and their speed of making money is like a printing press. In the previous owner's memories, a blacksmith appeared in Tianhai City last year. A single epic-grade long blade was auctioned for over $1 million. Legendary gear, that starts in the millions and is often priceless and hard to find. There is not a single master in the Great Xia Kingdom currently who can forge legendary equipment. The neighboring Sakura country has one, who is hailed as the father of the nation. As the thought crossed his mind, the attribute panel of the Pantheon Master Artisan appeared. Clone panel unnamed. Career unique hidden career, SS rank Pantheon Master Artisan. Level 55. HP 1. MP 1. Strength 12. Agility 10. Stamina 15. Intelligence 18. Skills list. Passive skill Master Smith 55. When forging equipment, material consumption is reduced by 30% and forging time is reduced by 30%. Active skill Master Artisan's Enlightenment 55 can target a piece of equipment and upgrade its quality by 1 tier up to rare grade. Cooldown 24 hours. Zhou Hui stared at the active skill, his eyes nearly popping out. Directly upgrading quality. My god, this is insane. Take an excellent item, use this, and it becomes rare. The limit is rare now, but what about at higher levels, or with higher skill proficiency? Upgrade rare to epic, epic to legendary. When that happens, I can gear up all my clones in a full set of legendary divine equipment. The image is so beautiful, I dare not even imagine it. System notification, please name your SS rank clone. Zhou Hui regained his focus, his mouth curling up wildly. Since he is a master artisan, the name must be legendary. A spark of inspiration flashed in his mind. Let us call him Aoyazi. In his past life, he was the legendary craftsman who forged divine weapons like Longyuan, Tei, and Janlu. Hopefully, this clone can also become a forging legend in this world. System notification, naming successful, clone Aoyazi created. System notification, please customize the appearance for clone Aoyazi. This time Zhou Hui learned his lesson. That uncle face of Yasuo's kept getting him mistaken for a parent, it was too troublesome. He molded Aoyazi's face to be young and handsome in his early 20s. He had neat, short black hair with a focused and profound gaze that carried the steady demeanor of a craftsman. Unlike Yasuo's flamboyant and untamed look, this one exuded a restrained sharpness. Not bad, low-key, luxurious, and full of substance, Zhou Hui nodded in satisfaction. System notification, appearance customization for clone Aoyazi successful. System notification, clone is being generated, please wait. The wait was always a bit long. About 2 hours later. System notification, SS rank clone Pantheon Master Artisan Aoyazi has finished generating. As the prompt finished, a flash of white light appeared before Zhou Hui. A tall, upright figure appeared out of thin air. The young man was dressed in simple gray linen, with a handsome face and calm eyes. It was none other than the freshly minted SS rank clone, Aoyazi. Zhou Hui's mind stirred. His consciousness instantly submerged into the brand new clone body. Aoyazi. He moved his arms and stretched his legs. Fluid and natural. It was no different from controlling Yasuo. In fact, thanks to the foundation of the SS rank profession, the initial strength and stamina of this body far exceeded that of the S rank Yasuo. SS rank lifestyle profession. Zhou Hui, or rather Aoyazi now, curled his lips into an expectant smile. To level up a lifestyle profession, there is no need to fight monsters. One can gain experience simply by forging equipment. The higher the quality, the more experience you get. I should go check out the Blacksmith Guild. Having made up his mind, Aoyazi did not delay. A Approaching noon, he stepped out of the courtyard and headed straight for the center of Tianhai City. The Blacksmith Guild was located on the busiest commercial street in the city center. It was not only a workplace for blacksmiths but also the largest trading hub for equipment in Tianhai City. The moment he stepped through the gates, a wave of noise and heat hit him in the face. The spacious lobby on the first floor was filled with all sorts of stalls. Dazzling arrays of equipment shimmered with various colors of light. Come and see, do not miss out. Level 10 fine quality belt, top tier stats, first come first served. Level 20 rare quality gauntlets includes a bonus to healing effects. A godsend for healers, grab them before they are gone. Cries of peddlers rose and fell, one after another. Aoyezi scanned the room and nodded to himself. Most of this equipment was common or fine quality, with rare items being few and far between. A middle-aged man in a traditional jacket with a beaming smile had sharp eyes. He spotted the distinguished-looking Aoyezi and quickly walked over to greet him. "Young man, you look new here, looking to buy something. My stock here, old Zhang's shop, is guaranteed to be comprehensive." Aoyezi smiled faintly. "You misunderstand, boss. I am not here to buy anything." He paused and continued, "I am a blacksmith." "A blacksmith?" The smile on old Zhang's face faltered, and a flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes. He basically knew every single blacksmith in Tianhai City. He had never seen this young man before. "Are you newly awakened?" Old Zhang asked tentatively. "What rank is your blacksmith profession?" Thinking of the trouble he had caused as Yasuo, Aoyezi decided to keep a low profile. "Z rank, I managed to awaken it by luck." "Z rank." The enthusiasm on old Zhang's face instantly grew 3 times stronger, even more so than before. "Oh my, you are really young and promising." He rubbed his hands together with a face full of smiles. What is the most important thing for someone in the equipment business? Connections. Especially building good relationships with blacksmiths. They are the gods of wealth after all. Pardon my manners, my name is Zhang Hang, you can just call me Old Zhang. So are you looking to join our blacksmith guild? Aoyezi nodded. That is correct. That is easy. Old Zhang slapped his thigh. Leave the registration to me. Follow me, young man. Aoyezi thanked him and followed Old Zhang up to the second floor. The second floor was much quieter, with a reception desk for the blacksmith guild. A pretty receptionist saw Old Zhang and greeted him with a smile. "Boss Zhang, bringing another newcomer today." Old Zhang laughed. "You bet. This young brother here is the new blacksmithing genius of our Tianhai City." Aoyezi filled in his personal information simply. Name Aoyezi. Profession blacksmith. Registered rank C rank. The receptionist took the form and smiled. "Mr. Aoyezi, the membership fee is 1,000 Daxia coins. Additionally, you must pass a simple test to officially become a guild member." A test? Aoyezi was slightly surprised. Old Zhang quickly explained from the side. It is a small matter. You just need to forge a piece of equipment on the spot. Anything will do, even if it is common quality, you will still pass. He lowered his voice and leaned closer to Aoyezi. Of course, if you can forge high-quality equipment, the guild will grade your technique. The higher your score, the better the treatment you will enjoy in the guild. Not only will you get a monthly quota of free materials, but you will also have priority access to the guild's advanced forging rooms. Aoyezi understood. However, I do not currently possess any forging blueprints. Forging blueprints were mostly obtained by killing exotic beasts or opening treasure chests. Naturally, the higher the level and quality of the blueprint, the rarer it is, and the more difficult it is to forge. Old Zhang waved his hand generously. "Blueprints, we have plenty of those in the guild. Follow me." He led Aoyezi to the blueprint sales section on the other side of the second floor. It was indeed filled with all kinds of blueprints, from level 1 to level 50. "Young man, I suggest you buy a level 1 blueprint first to practice and get familiar with the process," Old Zhang kindly advised. Aoyezi scanned through the numerous blueprints. Soon he reached out and selected one. Forging blueprint, apprentice longsword. Level requirement, level 5. Quality common. Old Zhang was stunned when he saw it. Level 5, young man, you have just awakened. Starting directly with level 5 equipment is not that, a bit too rash. The difficulty of forging a level 5 item is not on the same level as a level 1. Aoyezi smiled slightly. "No worries, I want to give it a try." Seeing him insist, Old Zhang stopped trying to persuade him. "Alright, that is the spirit. Blueprint acquired, next were the materials. Old Zhang was even more enthusiastic. I happen to have the materials for this apprentice longsword in my shop. Consider them a gift from me, 2 sets. Aoyezi was a bit surprised. I cannot let you do that, I would better pay. Old Zhang smiled and pushed back the money he offered. Hey, you are being too formal, young brother. It is fate that we met today, these materials are nothing. Just keep me in mind if you forge anything good in the future. Of course, I promise I will never let you lose out on the price. Seeing he was firm, Aoyezi did not decline any further. Then thank you very much, Boss Zhang. You are welcome. Afterward, Old Zhang led Aoyezi to the 3rd floor. This was the forging room area of the Blacksmith Guild. Rows of heavy steel doors were tightly shut. Even with soundproofing arrays in place, one could still faintly hear the clanging sounds of hammering from behind the doors. This floor contains the primary forging rooms Old Zhang introduced. Further up are the intermediate and advanced forging rooms. He pointed to the ceiling, a look of longing in his eyes. On the top floor are the special grade forging rooms. I hear the flames there are not ordinary fires but exotic fires found in high-level secret realms. Only Grandmaster blacksmiths capable of forging epic-grade equipment are qualified to enter. Aoyezi's gaze flickered. Exotic fires, huh? A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Aoyezi's eyes. He took the materials, chose a random primary forging room, and pushed the door open to enter. Boom! The heavy soundproof iron door closed. A scorching wave of heat rushed toward him. The forging room was not large. In the center stood a huge furnace with various forging tools arranged nearby. Aoyezi took a deep breath. The first forging by the SS-rank Godsmith of Myriad Creations is about to begin. Zhou Huai took control of Aoyezi and took a deep breath. The air inside the forge carried a faint metallic tang and the lingering warmth of charcoal. He spread out the apprentice longsword forging blueprint he had bought from Old Zhang. On the blueprint, every step and the required materials were clearly marked. Copper ore, black iron ingots, and a portion of first-tier wind wolf claw powder. Zhou Huai muttered to himself as he took the corresponding materials out of his inventory, lining them up neatly beside the anvil. The copper ore shimmered with a dark red luster, the black iron ingots were heavy, and the claw powder was contained in a small leather pouch. He picked up the heavy forging hammer. The moment the handle touched his palm, ding! A crisp system notification rang out in Zhou Hui's mind. System notice: host's avatar Aoyezi has forged for the first time, triggering a unique hidden class-exclusive challenge quest. Quest name: The First Cry of a Divine Craftsman. Quest content: successfully forge an epic-grade weapon, regardless of level or type. Quest reward: 1 class orb draw attempt. Time limit: none. Epic grades. Zhou Hui's heart skipped a beat. A class orb draw attempt, this reward was too tempting. That was how Yasuo got his S-grade Thunder Swordsman class. If he could get another S-grade or even an SS grade, he would truly take off. But in epic grade weapon, the difficulty was beyond immense. He suppressed his excitement and refocused his gaze on the forge. Let us test the waters first. Aoyezi picked up the fire tongs, clamped a piece of copper ore and fed it into the roaring furnace. The flames instantly engulfed the ore, emitting a crackling sound. Aoyezi's expression was intensely focused. Through Aoyezi's senses, Zhou Huai could clearly feel the temperature of the furnace and the process of the ore softening in the heat. The sensation was incredibly marvelous. It was as if he himself had truly transformed into a seasoned master blacksmith. Every step felt like an instinct carved into the depths of his soul. When the timing was right, Aoyezi swiftly pulled out the glowing red ore and placed it onto the cold anvil. Whoosh! He swung the forging hammer down with heavy, unadorned force. Clang! A deafening ring echoed throughout the room. Sparks flew everywhere. Each strike landed precisely on the most critical point of the metal. Force angle rhythm. Flawless. Aoyezi's movements were fluid, carrying an indescribable sense of rhythm. Sweat beaded on his forehead and slid down his cheeks, but he did not care. His eyes were fixed solely on the transforming metal. Impurities were stripped away bit by bit with every blow. The density of the metal kept increasing. Zhou Huai could feel the passive skill master forger within Aoyezi taking effect. Material loss seemed smaller than expected, and the forging efficiency was surprisingly high. Soon, the copper ore was refined into pure copper chunks. Then came the black iron ingots. The same process, hammering, shaping. Both metals gradually fused under extreme heat and pressure. Finally, Oyezi carefully opened the leather pouch and evenly sprinkled the wind wolf claw powder over the blade embryo. Sizzle! A wisp of green smoke rose up. The claw powder seemed to have a life of its own as it rapidly merged into the blade, adding a faint sharp edge to the blade embryo. Quenching, polishing, sharpening. Every step was executed with meticulous precision. Time ticked away minute by minute. A full 2 hours. When the final blow landed, Oyezi let out a long breath. He set the forging hammer down gently. On the anvil, a brand new longsword lay quietly. The blade displayed a dull metallic luster, with delicate patterns faintly visible. The edge was sharp, shimmering with a cold light. Apprentice longsword. Quality fine 2-star. Level 55. Physical attack plus 35. Strength plus 2. Durability 1. Note: a fairly well-made apprentice longsword, at least it will not dull easily. Fine 2-star. Zhou Huai looked at the attribute panel, his brow slightly furrowed. This feeling was strange. Through it felt as if he had forged this sword with his own hands. Every detail was clear in his mind. As an SS-grade master craftsman, my first attempt only resulted in a fine 2-star. He was a bit unsatisfied. In his view, it should have been at least rare grade. But upon second thought, that is fine too. Now is not the time to be high profile. Yasuo's lesson was right before his eyes. Keeping a low profile to get rich is the way to go. He took out another set of materials and threw them into the forge again. More clanging ensued. 2 hours later, the second apprentice longsword was finished. The quality was still fine 2-star. The attributes were exactly the same. Zhou Huai shook his head. It seems improving forging quality is not something that happens overnight. Equipment ranks are divided into common, fine, rare, epic, legendary, and the mythical god tier. Within the same rank, there is a further distinction of 1 to 5 stars. Epic grade, there is still a long road ahead. He put away the 2 swords and opened the door to the forge. Kriek. Outside, old Zhang was pacing anxiously. As soon as he saw Oyezi come out, he hurried over. Brother Oyezi, how was it? Did the first attempt go smoothly? Old Zhang's face was full of concern. Did you succeed? Seeing that Oyezi did not look ecstatic, old Zhang patted him on the shoulder to comfort him. Hey brother, do not be discouraged if you did not succeed. In forging, who manages to succeed on the very first try? Many blacksmiths have to try 4 or 5 times, even a dozen, just to barely craft their first piece of equipment. Old Zhang said earnestly. Besides, you chose a level 5 weapon blueprint, which is inherently difficult. Why not listen to your brother's advice and start by practicing with level 1 daggers or short sticks? They are simple, have a high success rate, and can help you get a feel for it. Zhou Huai controlled Oyezi and did not say much. He simply pulled the 2 newly forged apprentice longswords out from behind him and handed them to old Zhang. Old Zhang, take a look at these. Hi. Old Zhang took the longswords with a puzzled expression. They felt slightly heavy, and the blades still carried the lingering heat of the forge. He subconsciously examined them. The guard was flat, the spine straight, and the blade shimmered with a cold light. He looked at the other one. They were almost identical. This is. Old Zhang was stunned. Wait a minute, I gave you 2 sets of materials. You succeeded on both. Oyezi nodded, his tone indifferent. Yeah, so, I guess you could call it a success. So. Old Zhang almost choked. He looked at the 2 level 5 longswords in his hands, then at this incredibly young brother Oyezi. He was completely floored. First time forging. Directly tackling a level 5 weapon. And he damn well succeeded on both in one go. And he calls this so. Where on earth did this monster come from? Old Zhang has been hanging around the blacksmith's guild for decades. What kind of genius has not he seen? But he has never seen someone touch a level 5 weapon blueprint on their first try and succeed with a 100% success rate. This kid is definitely not destined to stay in a small pond. Oyezi remained indifferent, just lucky. Old Zhang's mouth twitched violently. You call this just lucky? This is what people call the heavens shoving food right into your mouth. The 2 returned to the reception desk on the 2nd floor. Old Zhang slammed both swords onto the counter and shouted at the receptionist, "Quick, register this for brother Aoyazi, both these swords count as his achievements." The receptionist was startled by old Zhang's loud voice. She hurriedly took the two longswords and began to skillfully check their attributes. The next second, her hand holding the sword jerked violently, almost dropping it on the floor. "This, Mr. Aoyazi," the receptionist's voice stuttered a bit, looking at Aoyazi with utter disbelief. "Is this your first time forging equipment?" Aoyazi glanced at her and said calmly, "Yes, is there a problem?" "No, no problem." The receptionist shook her head quickly, her fair cheeks flushing with excitement. I am just a bit surprised. To be able to forge 2-star exquisite quality on your first try, your talent is simply too outstanding." "What the hell?" Before Aoyazi could speak, old Zhang exploded, his voice so loud it shook dust from the ceiling. 2-star exquisite? You said these two swords are 2-star exquisite." He had been too shocked by Aoyazi's insane success rate to even look at the attributes. Old Zhang snatched one of the longswords and brought his wide eyes close to it. "Prentice longsword. Quality exquisite 2-star. Physical attack plus 35. Strength plus 2. Durability 1. Hiss." Old Zhang gasped, his hands shaking slightly as he held the sword. "My god, it really is 2-star exquisite, and both of them are." At this moment, the way old Zhang looked at Aoyazi changed completely. He was not looking at a talented newcomer anymore, but at a monster, a freak of nature. You have to know, for an average blacksmith, how many years of tempering does it take to forge normal quality equipment into exquisite quality? A year or two at minimum, decades at most, or even a lifetime without ever reaching the threshold of exquisite quality. And the success rate is extremely unstable, depending entirely on state of mind, luck, and materials. Yet this absurdly young man not only succeeded on both, but they are both 2-star exquisite. Is this even something a human being can do? "Buddy," old Zhang grabbed Xiao's shoulder in excitement, his face bright red. "Tell me the truth, are you really C-rank? How can a C-rank be this monstrous?" The receptionist was quick and agile. She had already picked up the internal communicator to report the situation to her supervisor. The supervisor immediately replied, "Do not let him leave, I am on my way." Hanging up, she looked at Aoyazi with stars in her eyes and a much sweeter tone. "Mr. O, please do not leave, our supervisor will be here any second." Old Zhang patted Aoyazi's shoulder meaningfully and lowered his voice. "I get you, brother, you are young, you want to keep a low profile, I understand. But this is the Blacksmith's Guild, everything is about strength, the better you perform, the more the guild will treasure and cultivate you. Things like extra resources are no big deal, you will lose out if you keep hiding your talent." Even though Aoyazi did not say it, old Zhang was certain that Aoyazi was definitely not just a simple C-rank blacksmith. With this talent, even calling him A-rank would feel like an insult to him. Zhou Hua controlled Aoyazi, feeling a sense of sigh in his heart. He thought he was already being quite low-key. He did not expect that what he considered low-key was still high-profile in everyone else's eyes. Soon, a sound of hurried footsteps could be heard. A middle-aged man, about 40 or 50, dressed smartly with a slightly protruding belly, walked over quickly with a beaming face. "Ha, who is the amazingly talented Mr. Aoyazi?" His voice arrived before he did. Old Zhang saw him and hurriedly greeted him. "Supervisor Shen, you are here, this is brother Aoyazi." The middle-aged man, Shen Qiu, supervisor of the Tianhai City branch of the Blacksmith's Guild, looked at Aoyazi immediately. Seeing how absurdly young Aoyazi was, a trace of surprise clearly flashed in Shen Qiu's eyes. But he quickly adjusted, put on a warm smile and reached out. "Mr. Aoyazi, a pleasure, I am Shen Qiu and I have the honor of being the supervisor of this branch. I just heard from Xiao Zhang that you had an amazing feat on your first time forging. Seeing you today, you truly are a hero at a young age with limitless potential." After some familiar professional flattery, Shen Qiu's gaze shifted to the two longswords on the counter. He picked one up and examined it carefully. As time passed, the smile on Shen Qiu's face gradually froze, replaced by growing shock and excitement. "Are these two 2-star exquisite apprentice longswords really your first forged works, Mr. Aoyazi?" Shen Qiu's voice was a bit dry. He even doubted if he had misread the results. Aoyazi nodded calmly. "They are authentic." "Shen Qiu, He felt that his worldview had been hit like never before. Zhou Hui almost wanted to cover his face. You are a guild supervisor, for heaven's sake. It is just forging 2 exquisite weapons. Is it necessary to be this shocked and act like you have never seen the world? In fact, what they were shocked by was not the weapons themselves. It was the heaven-defying forging talent that Aoyazi displayed. First time forging a weapon. 2 successful pieces at once. And both are 2-star exquisite. This kind of achievement, let alone in a small place like Tianhai City, would be enough to cause a sensation across the entire Great Xia Kingdom. How could this not make Shen Qiu, the branch supervisor, shake with excitement? Shen Anzai took a deep breath, forced himself to calm his turbulent emotions, and then made a respectful gesture for Aoyazi to follow him. Mr. Aoyazi, there are too many eyes here. Could we step into my office to discuss in detail? Inside an elegant private room, Shen Qiu personally brewed a pot of high-quality tea for Aoyazi, his expression filled with seriousness and anticipation. Mr. Aoyazi, I know my next question might be a bit abrupt. Shen Qiu paused, organizing his words, but your talent is truly too amazing. It has exceeded my range of understanding. Can you tell me honestly what your true blacksmith rank is? Shen Qiu's tone was incredibly sincere. Rest assured, no matter the result, our guild will keep it strictly confidential for you, and we will secure the highest level of benefits and resource support within the guild for you. Zhou Hui controlled Aoyazi, thinking briefly. It seems there is no way to end this day on a low note. So be it, showing a portion of my strength will also gain more convenience and resources for future actions. Since Supervisor Shen is so sincere, I will not hide it anymore. Aoyazi raised his eyes and calmly spat out a few words. Actually, I am an S-rank blacksmith. He still held something back. The SS rank unique hidden profession, divine artisan of myriad phenomena. If that ace card were revealed directly, it would not just be amazing, it would be terrifying. It might immediately alert the highest levels of the country, and even military bigwigs would be attracted. They would guard this clone of mine 24 hours a day like a national treasure. How would I be able to stir up trouble then as originally planned? I will make it public, but not now. I will wait until I have enough strength to protect myself and flip the table when needed. S-rank. Even though Shen Qiu had already elevated Aoyazi's rank to an absurd level in his mind, hearing those 2 words made his brain buzz, almost making him lose his composure on the spot. An S-rank blacksmith. Our tiny Tianhai City Blacksmiths Guild has actually produced a prestigious S-rank blacksmith. This is earth-shattering news that is enough to shake the entire Great Xia forging world. Shen Qiu felt his heart jumping out of his throat. He took a few deep breaths, forcing down the overwhelming excitement and ecstasy, trying to keep his voice steady. Mr. Aoyazi, it is not that I do not trust you. But an S-rank blacksmith is a matter of great importance. According to the guild's highest regulations, I must conduct one final verification. Shen Qiu's stance was very low, his tone even carrying a trace of a cautious request. Could you forge another piece of equipment right now? No matter what level blueprint or what rare materials you need, our guild can provide them to you unconditionally and for free, all you can use. Aoyazi nodded to show understanding. Fine, in that case I will forge a pair of gauntlets. Level 5 is fine. Good. Shen Qiu was overjoyed, almost jumping out of his chair in excitement. He stood up quickly. I will go prepare it for you myself. Please wait a moment. Half an hour later, Aoyazi returned to the exclusive forging room from before. At this moment, the forging table was piled high with all kinds of metallic materials and auxiliary items with different lusters. Good heavens, Zhou Hui, seeing that table full of materials through Aoyazi's perspective, was truly startled. Is this enough for at least 10 attempts? How many does he want me to make? Shen Qiu rubbed his hands, smiling with anticipation and fawning. Mr. Aoyazi, are you satisfied with these materials? If not, I will have someone get more from the warehouse immediately. Aoyazi nodded, slightly calm. It is enough, I will start now. That is great, we will wait outside for your good news. Shen Qiu nodded respectfully and backed out of the room cautiously. If you need anything, just call me. The heavy door of the forging room slowly closed, cutting off the inside from the outside. Inside, Aoyazi was left alone with the mountain of precious materials. Zhou Hui controlled Aoyazi and could not help but sigh. I wanted to be low-key, but my talent and strength will not allow it. However, this time, Zhou Huai did not intend to do it himself. He muttered in his heart, "System activate Aoyazi's AI core. System activate Aoyazi's AI core." Zhou Huai issued the command in his mind. Ding! The AI core system 1 for the Avatar Myriad Phenomenon Master Craftsman Aoyazi has been activated. The cold system prompt echoed. The next second, Zhou Huai felt himself pull away from Aoyazi's body. For a brief moment, the gaze of the Aoyazi before him turned vacant. Then he began to move on his own. Aoyazi moved his hands and feet with a bit of stiffness, as if familiarizing himself with this brand new body. He walked to the forging table and picked up the heavy forging hammer. Clang! His grip slipped and the hammer dropped to the ground with a dull thud. Aoyazi bent down and clumsily picked up the hammer. He took a piece of red copper ore and tossed it into the furnace. He pulled the bellows. Flames rose up. The entire process was filled with awkwardness. When he pulled out the glowing red ore and landed the first strike. Boom! He used way too much force. The ore was smashed to pieces instantly, sparks flew, and the materials were wasted right then and there. Zhou Huai shook his head in the consciousness space. Looks like this AI still needs some training. Aoyazi froze for a moment, as if analyzing the reason for the failure. He silently cleared away the ruined materials and took out a new batch. This time, his movements were noticeably much steadier. Hammering, shaping, and fusing. Though still a bit amateurish, the previous clumsiness was gone. An hour later. Ding! A crisp striking sound rang out. The first pair of bracers was successfully completed. Aoyazi picked up the bracers, and the attribute panel appeared automatically. Apprentice bracers. Quality excellent 1 star. Level 55. Physical defense plus 20. Stamina plus 1. Durability 1. Excellent 1 star, Zhou Huai nodded with satisfaction. Not bad at all, adapting this quickly you have already got half my skill. He yawned. Operating the avatar to forge continuously was quite mentally draining. I will leave it to the AI to play around with for now. Zhou Huai withdrew completely from his consciousness and returned to his body. Old Fu had already prepared the meal. After a simple meal, Zhou Huai fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, in the exclusive forging room on the 3rd floor of the Blacksmith Guild, Aoyazi's forging did not stop for even a moment. Clang, clang, clang. A rhythmic sound of hammering continued to drift out from the room. He was like a tireless machine, repeating the tedious forging process over and over. But every strike was more precise than the last. Every step was more skillful than the one before. From stiff to proficient and then to fluid. Aoyazi began to emanate the calm and focus of a true master craftsman. At the same time, outside the forging room, Supervisor Shen Qiu paced back and forth with his hands behind his back, restless. He glanced at the closed iron door from time to time, his brows furrowing tighter. It has been 5 hours, why is not he out yet? Even for an S-rank blacksmith, forging a pair of level 5 bracers should not take this long, right? Doubt began to creep into his mind. Could I have misjudged him? That kid, he would not be bluffing just to get his hands on the guild's resources, would he? Hey old Shen, what is up? It is lunchtime, or not you going to clock out? Old Zhang walked up from the 2nd floor, swaying, carrying a food container. Here, just packed it downstairs, wanna eat together. Shen Qiu waved his hand annoyed, I am not hungry. Do you think that kid is just playing me for a fool? Old Zhang was stunned, Brother Aoyazi, no way, right? The 2 excellent 2-star longswords he made were real, I saw him take them out with my own eyes. And I was guarding outside the whole time, it was truly his first time entering the forging room. Shen Qiu sighed, who knows? But it has been over 5 hours and there is not a sound, I am feeling really unsettled. Old Zhang chuckled, Supervisor, do not worry about things that are not your concern. Maybe he is just brewing something big in there. By the way, give me the scoop, what grade of blacksmith is Brother Aoyazi anyway, worthy of you guarding here yourself? Shen Qiu glared at him, stop asking things you should not. Besides, it is not even certain yet. Zhou Huai slept soundly. When he opened his eyes again, the sky outside was full of stars. Yes, that was a good sleep. He stretched and immediately dived his consciousness into Aoyazi's body. As soon as he connected, Hi. Zhou Huai was stunned. The forging table that was piled with materials was now neatly arranged with a row of brand new bracers. A quick count, there were 9 pairs. Damn, is the AI this fierce? Zhou Huai stepped forward and picked up the first pair of bracers. Prentice bracers. Quality excellent 1 star. Not bad. Check the second pair. Prentice bracers. Quality excellent 2 stars. This is great. The third pair is excellent 3 star. The fourth pair excellent 4 star. The fifth pair excellent 5 star. Zhou Huai grew more alarmed the more he looked. This AI's learning and evolutionary ability is insane. When he picked up the 7th pair, his hands even trembled slightly. Prentice bracers. Quality rare 1 star. Level 55. Physical defense plus 45. Stamina plus 3. Agility plus 2. Special effect lightweight passive, attack speed increased by 10%. Durability 1. Rare quality and it has a special effect. Zhou Huai's breathing quickened. The 8th pair rare 1 star. The 9th pair rare 2 star. Oh my goodness. Zhou Huai stared at these 9 pairs of bracers, especially the last 3 of rare quality, his eyes glowing with excitement. 9 attempts 100% success rate. And the quality soared all the way up. From excellent 1 star all the way to rare 3 star. If this got out, the entire forging world would explode. Myriad Phenomenon Master Craftsman's passive saved 30% of the materials, there is still plenty left. But this is enough for now. Zhou Huai controlled Aoyezi and slowly pushed open the door of the forging room. Griek. Outside. Shen Qiu and old Zhang were chatting idly. Hearing the door open, both looked over at the same time. Shen Qiu instantly forced a stiff smile onto his face, though his heart sank. Taking this long, I'm afraid it is bad news. Mr. Aoyezi, you finally came out, Shen Qiu said with a dry laugh. Everything goes smoothly with the forging, no issues, right? Aoyezi's expression was calm as he gestured toward the room. The equipment has all been crafted. Would Supervisor Shen be so kind as to go in and inspect them? Yes, of course, absolutely. Shen Qiu was polite with his words, but held no hope in his heart. He stepped into the forging room. The next second, when he saw the 9 pairs of bracers neatly arranged on the table, shimmering with different lights, he stood frozen in his tracks. He rubbed his eyes, thinking he was seeing things. He counted carefully. A full 9 pairs of bracers. And that luster, that quality. In the end, he could no longer hold it back and blurted out a swear word. My God. Shen Qiu's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He looked absolutely incredulous. Just a moment ago, he had been silently accusing Aoyezi of cutting corners. 5 whole hours just to forge a single pair of bracers. But when he took a look, it was not just 1. There were 9 in total. And their luster, their quality, all looked quite extraordinary. He rushed forward impatiently, picking up each one to examine it carefully. The more he looked, the faster his heart raced. Almost every single one of them was of fine quality. There was not even a single common quality piece. When he finished inspecting the last 3, Shen Qiu gasped, his hair standing on end. Rare quality. 3 pieces of rare quality equipment in a row. Is this the strength of an S-rank blacksmith? Shen Qiu was so excited his hands trembled, and he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. With trembling fingers, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. An old hoarse voice came from the other end of the line. Hello, what is the matter? Chairman, a monster has arrived at our guild. Half an hour later, a black car screeched to a halt at the entrance of the blacksmith's guild. An old man in his 60s, looking remarkably vigorous, stepped out with long, purposeful strides. His hands were covered in thick calluses and his gaze was sharp. He was none other than Gu Yan, the chairman of the Tianhai City Blacksmiths Guild. Gu Yan did not waste a moment and headed straight for the 3rd floor forging room. He walked to the forge, picked up the bracers, and examined each one meticulously. After a long while, he put down the last bracer and turned to Shen Qiu, who was holding his breath nearby. Gu Yan nodded knowingly, a look of gratification on his face. Excellent, simply excellent. Our Tianhai City is finally going to have a truly impressive blacksmith. Then, guided by Shen Qiu, Gu Yan arrived at Aoyezi's office. The old chairman sized up Aoyezi with a sharp gaze before speaking slowly. I am Gu Yan, the current chairman of the Tianhai City Blacksmiths Guild. I have seen the bracers you forged. Very good, he paused, a glint in his eyes. It is said that you are an S-rank blacksmith. It seems our great Xia country will soon have another legendary master blacksmith. Zhou Huai, controlling Oyezi, remained calm. "You flatter me, Chairman." Gu Yan waved his hand and cut to the chase. "Let us skip the pleasantries. I want you to officially join our Tianhai City Blacksmiths Guild. I am appointing you as a special grade blacksmith of the guild. You will enjoy the privileges of a vice chairman. From now on, you may use the guild's top-level special forging room for free. All current forging blueprints in the guild, with the exception of a few restricted ones, will be open for your free review. Furthermore, the guild will provide basic forging materials for free. For rare materials, you will have priority access and the right to purchase them at cost. We will also provide you with a dedicated assistant team to handle chores, material collection, and intelligence gathering, along with top-tier security." With every point Gu Yan listed, Shen Qiu's eyelids twitched, and he clicked his tongue in amazement. These conditions are outrageously generous. Even those geniuses from the main headquarters might not get such treatment when they first started. Oyezi listened, his expression remaining calm, and took a gentle sip from his teacup. The conditions offered by Chairman Gu are indeed full of sincerity and very tempting. However, there is no such thing as a free lunch. I would like to know what I need to give in return. Gu Yan gave him an appreciative look. This young man was indeed extraordinary, able to remain calm in the face of such temptation. He, not quite giving, just a few small requirements, Gu Yan laughed. First, once you join our Tianhai City Blacksmiths Guild, you must acknowledge yourself as a member whenever you are outside. Second, the guild has the right of first refusal on the equipment you forge, but rest assured the purchase price will always be the highest market rate. If the equipment is auctioned, you will receive an additional profit share. Third, the guild will not restrict your personal freedom in daily life, but when the guild needs you, you must return. Zhou Huai frowned imperceptibly after hearing this. The conditions Gu Yan proposed seemed favorable, but in reality they were a fine, tight net. This way, Oyezi, his avatar, would be completely tied to the Tianhai City Blacksmiths Guild. This was not what Zhou Huai wanted. His SS rank omnipotent master craftsman ability is destined to be the core pillar of his own power in the future. How could he be shackled by a small branch guild in Tianhai City? Chairman Gu, I appreciate your kindness. Oyezi put down his teacup, his tone filled with a hint of apology, but I am afraid I cannot comply with your requests. I am a naturally free-spirited person who dislikes constraints, so I am afraid I am only suited to be an ordinary guild member. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the office suddenly froze. Shen Qiu stood by, terrified, fearing that the chairman might fly into a rage and storm out. The smile on Gu Yan's face also faded slightly. He gave Oyezi a long, deep look, his eyes filled with investigation. "Oh, are my conditions not generous enough, or do you have other aspirations?" He pondered for a moment and said slowly, "Little friend Oyezi, I genuinely admire your talent. How about this? If you have any thoughts or conditions, feel free to speak them. As long as they are not too excessive, I can consider them." Zhou Huai was waiting for those exact words. "Actually, getting me to agree to your terms is quite simple. We only need to add one more condition to the previous ones." A spark of curiosity flashed in Gu Yan's eyes. "Oh, what condition? Speak freely." Oyezi said clearly, word by word, "As long as I want to leave the guild, I can leave at any time, and the guild must not stop me for any reason." This, Gu Yan's brows knitted into a tight knot. He looked at Oyezi intensely, a hint of hesitation in his eyes. "The guild spends huge resources to nurture you, and then you can just walk away whenever you feel like it. Would not all the guild's resources go down the drain? I doubt any guild leader would easily agree to such a condition." Just as the atmosphere remained tense, Oyezi added, "I am but a humble person, and I hope the chairman will forgive me if my words have been improper. However, I must clarify one point. It is not that I, Oyezi, cannot survive without your Tianhai Blacksmiths Guild. With my talent, I can thrive in the Blacksmith Guild of any city, I have that confidence. But if your Tianhai Blacksmiths Guild gains my membership, it can definitely elevate itself by one or even several levels from its current state. In the future, becoming the top Blacksmiths Guild in all of Great Xia is not an impossibility." After hearing this, Gu Yan was stunned for a moment, then let out a low, cold laugh. "Hee, you young man, you may be small in age, but your ego is anything but small." He stared fixedly at Oyezi, as if trying to see right through him. A long while passed. His laughter ceased and he looked at Yezi with burning intensity, saying, word for word, I like this wild streak of yours. I agree to your condition. Shen Qiu stood by, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. President Gu actually agreed to such an outrageous demand from Yezi without hesitation. Was not he worried that this hard-earned genius might just turn around and fly away one day? Gu Yan knew better. The kid was right. With his talent for forging, he would shine no matter where he went. A tiny place like the Tianhai City Blacksmith Association could not possibly cage a dragon like him. Instead of watching him leave for someone else, it was better to show the utmost sincerity and build a good relationship. Who knows, there might be unexpected surprises in the future. Soon, both sides ironed out the details and signed a standard contract. Gu Yan beamed with joy, pulling a vintage-looking ring from the storage bag at his waist and handing it to Yezi. My young friend, this is a small token of my appreciation. It is a spatial ring, a welcoming gift for joining the association. Zhou Huai controlled Yezi to accept it, feeling a ripple of excitement. A spatial ring. Every single one of these was worth a fortune. Even the most basic model would set you back at least 500,000 Daxia coins. This President Gu was truly generous. He put the ring on his finger and focused his mind. Indeed, there was a hidden world inside the ring. An independent space measuring 10 cubic meters silently unfolded. Thank you for such a generous gift, President Gu, Yezi said sincerely. Gu Yan waved his hand dismissively. Just a small trinket, it is nothing. He looked at Yezi with concern. You must be tired after forging so many gauntlets, my friend. Go ahead and get some rest if there is nothing else. If you do not have a place to stay, I will have Shen arrange a quiet villa for you. Zhou Hu had Yezi shake his head. President, I'm not tired. I would like to go to the top-tier forging room to try out a few more pieces of equipment. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan's face showed unconcealable astonishment. Is the stamina of an S-class blacksmith really this insane? An average blacksmith would be wiped out and exhausted like a dog after successfully forging 1 or 2 pieces in a day. This kid must have forged over a dozen items today, right? And he is still full of energy, claiming he is not tired. How could he know that Zhou Hui's clone was powered by an AI core, lacking any concept of a stamina bar? As long as there were enough materials, he could theoretically forge forever. Gu Yan suppressed his shock, nodded, and looked at Shen Qiu. Shen, since our friend Yezi is so enthusiastic, go ahead and show him the way. Shen Qiu quickly bowed and replied, rest assured, President, I will make all the necessary arrangements. With that, the two left the president's office. Yezi did not head straight to the top-tier forging room. He first stopped at the blueprint sales counter on the 2nd floor. The dizzying array of blueprints was overwhelming. Zhou Huai scanned them with sharp eyes, filtering through the options. Soon he selected a few blueprints. Forging blueprint Shadow Wind boots, fine. Forging blueprint Shadow Wind breastplate, fine. Forging blueprint Shadow Wind gauntlets, fine. Forging blueprint Shadow Wind belt, fine. This was a level 8 blue-grade fine quality set. The 4-piece set bonus, all attributes increased by 15% and 1% HP recovered per second when out of combat. If he could craft it at a higher quality, the set bonuses would be even stronger. This set was practically tailor-made for Yasuo. Afterward, he chose a level 8 blueprint for the Windbreaker sword. Everything ready, Yezi followed Shen Qiu to the 5th floor of the association. The entire 5th floor was spacious and solemn. Only a massive bronze gate stood silently at the end of the hallway. The door was engraved with intricate flame patterns, radiating an ancient and powerful aura. Mr. Yezi, this is the only top-tier forging room in our association, Shen Qiu said with a hint of reverence. Yezi nodded and pushed open the heavy bronze doors. Boom! A blast of heat far more intense and pure than that of the beginner room washed over him. The top-tier forging room was exceptionally spacious inside. Most eye-catching was the massive dark gold furnace in the center of the room. Below the furnace, it was not ordinary fire that burned. It was a cluster of eerie blue flames, pulsing as if alive, emitting a terrifying heat that made one's heart skip a beat. So this is an exotic flame, Yezi whispered to himself. Truly extraordinary. Just by being near it, one could feel the massive fire-type energy contained within. Forging gear with this flame would undoubtedly lead to a huge boost in success rate and quality. A short time later, Shenkyu personally led people to deliver all the materials Aoyezi needed. Various rare ores and exotic beast materials piled up on the forging table. Mr. Aoyezi, all the materials are here. If you need anything else, just say the word, Shenkyu said respectfully. Aoyezi thanked him and slowly closed the heavy stone door of the top-tier forging room. System AI takeover, Zhou Huai commanded in his mind. The spark of consciousness in Aoyezi's eyes flickered, then stabilized, and he silently began the next round of forging. Only then did Zhou Huai return his consciousness to his main body. A wave of heavy drowsiness hit him, his eyelids grew heavy and he drifted into a deep sleep. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, casting light on Zhou Huai's face. He sat up abruptly from the bed to check on Aoyezi's progress. His consciousness dived back in. Inside the top-tier forging room. On the forging table, the 4 pieces of the Shadow Wind set along with the Windbreaker sword were neatly arranged. Each piece radiated a brilliance far beyond fine quality. Zhou Huai controlled Aoyezi to step forward and pick up the Shadow Wind boots. Shadow Wind boots rare 3 stars. Required level 55. Defense plus 80. Agility plus 15. Movement speed plus 10%. Rare 3 stars. He picked up the Shadow Wind breastplate. Shadow Wind breastplate rare 4 stars. Rare 4 stars. Shadow Wind gauntlets rare 3 stars. Windbreaker sword rare 4 stars. When he picked up the final piece, the Shadow Wind belt, his breath hitched. Shadow Wind belt rare 5 stars. Rare 5 stars full stars. Shadow Wind set 1 effect. 1. All attributes increased by 32%. 2. Recovers 3% HP per second when out of combat. His Zhou Huai gasped. These stats are simply heaven-defying. On the market, a piece of standard level 8 rare gear sells for at least 10,000 Daxia coins. Items with set bonuses can fetch 2 or 3 times that price. This Shadow Wind set alone is likely worth over 150,000 Daxia coins. And that is just the cost of materials. If taken to an auction, it would fetch an even higher price. Zhou Huai stored all the equipment into his spatial ring. He controlled Aoyezi to open the door of the top-tier forging room. Outside, a young woman with a delicate look, dressed in professional attire, had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Aoyezi come out, she quickly bowed. "Hello, Mr. Aoyezi, I am Lin Wei, the personal assistant arranged for you by the president. You can call on me for anything you need from now on." Aoyezi nodded, showing a look of exhaustion. "I'm a bit tired and need to go back and rest. After forging for a full day and night, it would be shocking if you were not tired." Lin Wei quickly said, "The president has already arranged a residence for you in a high-end apartment near the association. I will take you there now." Aoyezi gave a hum of acknowledgement. The two reached the entrance of the association. Just as Lin Wei went to the parking lot to get the car, a familiar figure appeared at the street corner. It was the resurrected lightning swordsman Yasuo. The two clones met eyes across the crowd. There was no expression, no words spoken. The next second, Aoyezi flipped his wrist and the spatial ring silently left his hand, tracing a subtle arc and landing precisely in Yasuo's hand. Yasuo caught the ring and without a moment's delay, turned and vanished into the bustling crowd. The whole process was smooth and clean. It looked just like experienced underground agents exchanging intel. Zhou Huai thought to himself, "It is best for these two clones not to have too much interaction for now. Otherwise, someone might follow the trail and uncover everything at once." Lin Wei led Aoyezi to a high-end apartment building near the guild. The room was spacious, bright, and luxuriously decorated. "Mr. Aoyezi, this is the residence we have arranged for you. If you need anything, feel free to contact me." Lin Wei respectfully handed over a business card. Aoyezi took it and nodded slightly, "Thank you for your trouble." After Lin Wei left, Zhou Huai immediately issued new instructions to Aoyezi's AI core. "From today on, your task is to forge equipment continuously. Rest when you are tired, eat when you are hungry, and make sure you act just like a normal person. Continue until the system's forging challenge mission is complete." Instruction received, AI has started lifestyle forging mode. A flash of data streamed through Aoyezi's eyes before they returned to a calm and profound gaze. He walked to the window and looked into the distance, as if lost in thought. After doing all this, Joe Hui's consciousness instantly shifted. Yasuo. At this moment, he was standing beneath the towering city gates of Tianhai City. The Trial Tower Challenge had long since ended. If you want to level up quickly, the area outside the city is the true heaven and hell. In the wild, fierce beasts run rampant, mysterious realms abound, and dungeons are everywhere. Countless professionals come here in pursuit of power and wealth. But high returns also mean high risks. This is a true lawless zone. Beyond the bloodthirsty beasts, one must also beware of knives wielded by their own kind. For a piece of equipment or a share of resources, drawing blades, killing, and looting have long become commonplace. A massive alloy gate separated the city from the outside, turning them into two entirely different worlds. Joe Hui controlled Yasuo and walked toward the city exit. Several fully armed guards stopped him. ID card, one guard said expressionlessly. Yasuo handed over a forged ID card. The guard took it, scanned it with an instrument, and confirmed it was correct. He looked up and sized Yasuo up. Alone, where is your team? Yasuo shook his head, his voice deliberately lowered and tinged with weariness. No teammates, I am just going out to grind some levels and will be back soon. The guard raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised. He gave a routine warning. The beasts outside are at least level 10, you would better be careful on your own. He pointed to a notice posted on the wall nearby. There is an emergency rescue number on there, write it down. If you run into trouble you cannot handle, you can call it. However, the rescue fee is not cheap, at least 10,000 Daxia coins per call. Joe Hui understood. That price is indeed quite steep. But since others are risking their lives to save you, it is considered reasonable. Thanks for the reminder, I will be careful, Yasuo replied calmly. The alloy gate ahead slowly rose. The guard took one last look at Yasuo's back and added, try to be back before dark. The wild is 10 times more dangerous at night than during the day. Yasuo did not look back and stepped out of the gate. A wild scent mixed with vegetation, and the metallic tang of blood hit him in the face. Outside the city was an endless primeval forest. A mottled asphalt road stretched into the distance, and occasionally vehicles bearing the emblems of various adventurer guilds whizzed past. Most professionals choose to join guilds or organizations to seek safety in numbers. But Yasuo did not need that. He walked a bit further along the main road to confirm he was completely out of Tianhai City's surveillance range. With a thought, a light flickered within his space ring. The 4 pieces of the Shadow Wind set, along with the Windbreaker longsword, were equipped instantly. A surge of overwhelming power welled up from within. Avatar panel Yasuo. Class Unique Hidden Class S-Rank Thunder Swordsman. Level 55. HP 1. Mana 1. Strength 161 plus 51. Agility 311 plus 105. Constitution 172 plus 55. Spirit 119 plus 38. Attack power 328. Physical defense 202. Magic resistance 95. A curve formed on the corner of Joe Hui's mouth. At only level 8, these stats are an explosive improvement. More than enough to crush the vast majority of B-rank professionals around level 20. The only problem was that the appearance of the Shadow Wind set was a bit too flashy and did not quite fit Yasuo's vagabond style. Hide appearance. Equipment appearance has been switched to default cloth clothing. With a flash of light, Yasuo returned to his simple hemp clothing attire, but the terrifying strength he possessed remained undiminished. He gripped the Windbreaker longsword in his hand, and the blade let out a soft ring. Let the hunt begin. Yasuo's figure flickered, darting into the dense forest like a ghost. He had not gone far. Ow! A wolf's howl rang out. 3 robust, grayish-brown giant wolves lunged from the bushes. Jungle Dire Wolf 55. HP 1. Their scarlet eyes stared fixedly at Yasuo, radiating a bloodthirsty malice. The leader of the pack was the fastest. It opened its bloody maw, drooling foul saliva, its claws flashing with cold light as it lunged directly at Yasuo's face. Death Wish. Yasuo's eyes turned cold, and he advanced instead of retreating. Thunder Slash. Crackle. A brilliant bolt of thunder sword energy exploded instantly. Fast, too fast. The wolf did not even have time to let out a wail before it was pierced by the violent thunder force. minus 372, minus 341, minus 362. Terrifying damage numbers floated up. In an instant, the dire wolf before him was killed. The other two wolves abruptly halted their lunge, fear flashing in their eyes. But Yasuo's assault did not stop there. He moved like the wind, his longsword transforming into blurred afterimages. The lightning power attached to his normal attacks continued to arc and splash. Minus 354. Minus 43 splash damage. Minus 377. Minus 51 splash damage. A moment later, the remaining two jungle dire wolves followed their companion, turning into experience points and a few shimmering materials. Killed Jungle Dire Wolf 55, gained 100 EXP. Killed Jungle Dire Wolf 55, gained 100 EXP. Killed Jungle Dire Wolf 55, gained 100 EXP. Obtain materials, Wolf Hide X, Wolf Fang X. Yasuo casually put the materials into his space ring. Not a bad efficiency. The wild beasts are indeed dense out here. You can encounter a group almost every few steps. After enjoying a thrilling swordsman's life for a while, Zhou consciousness withdrew from Yasuo's body. System, activate AI core for Yasuo and let him level up freely. Instruction received, AI core system 1 for Avatar Thunder Swordsman Yasuo has been activated. A sharp glint flashed in Yasuo's eyes before he returned to his roguish, carefree posture. He shouldered his sword and continued walking deeper into the forest. Other professionals need to be cautious, form teams, and use potions to recover when grinding for experience. But Yasuo does not. Relying on the powerful recovery ability of the Shadow Wind set, as long as he is not killed instantly, he can fight like a perpetual motion machine. Zhou yawned and lay comfortably back on his bed. Now all that is left is to sit back and watch the experience bar soar. Under AI control, Yasuo moved with increasingly ghostly agility. The mobility of an S-rank master swordsman was displayed to the fullest in the jungle. Every dodge against the beast's lunges was precise to the millimeter, like dancing on the edge of a blade. His experience bar was soaring rapidly. In less than 2 hours, Yasuo's level had skyrocketed to level 9. Zhou withdrew his consciousness back to his body, preparing to take a short break. Knock knock. Knock on the door echoed. Uncle Fu pushed the door open and entered, a joyful expression on his face. Young Master Missy is here to see you. A smile curled at the corners of Zhou mouth. This girl, she certainly moves fast. She must have rushed over here the moment she cleared the trial tower. Brother Zhou. He heard her voice before he saw her. A crisp, pleasant voice came from outside the door, filled with excitement. Yizai ran in with light steps, her lovely face radiating youthful energy. Zhou looked at her with a smile. So did you clear the trial tower? How was the result? Did you get first place again? Upon hearing this, Yizai's face flushed slightly as she stuck out her tongue. Not exactly. Even though our team cleared it quickly, we only ended up in 3rd place. Speaking of which, her tone shifted, carrying a hint of schadenfreude. But that guy Lu Qi did not get first place either. He only got 2nd, and he was left far, far behind by the person in 1st place. I saw how green his face was with anger at the time. It was hilarious, haha. Zhou chuckled inwardly, though he feigned curiosity on the surface. Oh, even Lu Qi could not take 1st place. Then who on earth is this sacred 1st place finisher? Yizai's eyes lit up and she said excitedly, it is someone named Yasuo. Brother Zhou, you have no idea, that person is amazing. Did not Lu Qi come to mess with me that morning? He ended up being beaten to the ground by Yasuo in just a few moves. It was so satisfying. Zhou felt a stir inside, but he pretended to be surprised on the outside. Wow, is this Yasuo that fierce? Which school is he from? Why have not I heard of this person before? Yizai shook her head, her face showing a touch of confusion as well. I do not know, it is like he just appeared out of thin air. His personality is a bit strange too, very cold. And the weird thing is, he looks like a middle-aged man in his 30s, but his registered identity says he is only 18. She tilted her head and made a funny face. I finally understand what it means to be old beyond one's years. Hearing this, Zhou could not help but cough dryly. Who is this girl trying to imply? Cough, maybe he just looks a bit more mature for his age. Yizai did not notice Zhou Hui's awkwardness and continued, her tone filled with a hint of regret. I heard that Yasuo's talent is extremely high, at least S rank. It is a pity though, he was murdered the night after he cleared the trial tower. This incident even alarmed quite a few high-ranking figures in Tianhai City, and Lu Qi was even summoned for questioning this morning. Zhou Hui raised an eyebrow and asked tentatively, murdered. Are there any leads on the culprit? Do you know who did it? Yizai lowered her voice and said mysteriously, I heard from my dad that the person was extremely powerful. The 4 principals of our Tianhai city could not stop him even when working together. It is very likely they belong to a guild called Dawn. The Dawn Guild. Zhou Hui's pupils shrank slightly. He had heard of this name online. It was said that this guild was extremely sinister, acting in a reckless and overbearing manner with few members, but all of them were elites. The threshold for joining was extremely high, requiring at least an A-rank profession. Once they set their sights on a genius, they would use any means necessary to recruit them. If the person refused, they would kill them without mercy. A classic case of if I cannot have them, I will destroy them. Who would have thought that Yasuo would be targeted by these lunatics? It is a good thing Yasuo committed suicide in front of that Chu-He at the time. Otherwise, getting entangled with this bunch would indeed be a massive headache. Zhou Hui's thoughts raced and he suddenly thought of something, asking, by the way, now that the trial is over, where are you planning to go for leveling? With Yizai's talent, being admitted to the top universities in the Great Xia Kingdom was essentially guaranteed. However, the National Professional Examination had a strict level requirement for candidates, they must reach level 15. So during this time, those students who had just finished the trial tower would head out of the city to level up in the wild. Upon hearing this question, Yizai's initially bright little face suddenly fell, her small mouth pouting, clearly unhappy. Zhou Hui keenly sensed the change in her mood. What is wrong? Did something happen? Yizai sighed and said with some frustration, it is my dad. I do not know what got into him last night. He insisted I team up with that Lu Qi to go outside the city and grind dungeons to level up. Zhou Hui's eyes turned cold instantly. What is the Yi family trying to do? Trying to set up Yizai and Lu Qi. That brat Lu Qi, even though he is currently under the Zhou family name, his stepmother Liu Yuru is from the imperial city Liu family. It is said that Lu Qi's biological father also has quite an extraordinary background. HMPH, so what if the background is big? If you dare to have designs on my woman, I will make sure you regret it dearly. Sensing the coldness emanating from Zhou Hui, Yizai hurriedly explained. Brother Zhou Hui, do not be angry. Even if I go to the wild to level up with him, I definitely will not let anything happen, trust me. Zhou Hui took a deep breath, suppressing the irritation in his heart. He reached out and gently held Yizai's soft hand, his tone softening with a touch of indulgence. Yizai, you are so obedient, of course I trust you. By the way, which dungeon are you planning to go to for training? Wrapped in Zhou Hui's warm, large hand, Yizai's face turned completely red and even her ears were tinged with a pink flush. Brother Zhou Hui seems to be much more proactive than before. Her heart was racing like a deer, she lowered her head shyly, her voice as thin as a mosquito's buzz. It is Clear Water Lake 30 miles outside the city. My dad said a new level 10 dungeon just opened up there, and we should go there to level up. Zhou Hui nodded, his hand gently stroking her palm restlessly. The wild is not like the city, you must pay attention to your safety. Got it, Yizai replied softly with a red face. The two of them lingered for a while longer before Yizai reluctantly stood up to leave. After seeing Yizai off, the gentle smile on Zhou Hui's face instantly vanished, his gaze becoming extremely cold. Lu Qi, still trying to cut in on my territory. I am going to finish you off. Just then. Ding, system prompt. Clone Thunderblade swordsman Yasuo has encountered the level 10 elite boss Jungle Blood Wolf King in the wild. Will you take over immediately to kill it? Boss encounter, how lucky. Zhou Hui felt a surge of excitement. Beast bosses in the wild are incredibly rare. Once you encounter one and manage to kill it, you can often get your hands on unexpected treasures. However, a wild boss also means exceptional danger and power. If an ordinary team of professionals runs into one without perfect preparation, they often do not make it back alive. Total party wipes are just business as usual. Not to mention going at it alone, that is basically suicide, like an old man hanging himself just to end his life faster. Jo Hyoi did not hesitate for a second and quickly immersed his consciousness completely into Yasuo. Deep in the jungle, the light was dim. Not far away, a giant wolf more than twice the size of a regular jungle vicious wolf was staring intensely at Yasuo with blood-red eyes. Its fur was a menacing dark red, as if it had been soaked in endless blood, radiating a thick, bloody stench. Its fangs were bared in a terrifying snarl, flashing with a chilling, hair-raising light. Jungle Blood Wolf King Level 10 Elite Boss. Health points 18,000 out of 18,000. 18,000 HP. That is more than 10 times the health of those regular jungle wolves. Kill or not to kill? Is that even a question? The boss is right in my face, there is no way I am not taking it down. If this Yasuo avatar dies, it dies. At worst, I will just have another one ready in 24 hours. Spending a mere 24 hours to gamble on a potentially priceless drop from a boss. This deal is pure profit, no loss at all. However, Jo Hyoi did not plan to control it himself. After this period of coordination and observation, he realized that the AI core performed even more fluidly and smoothly in combat than he could, with a much sharper sense for seizing opportunities. After all, the AI does not get nervous, does not make mistakes, and always maintains absolute calm and rationality. System: activate the AI core for Yasuo. Objective: kill the Jungle Blood Wolf King. Command received. Avatar Thunder Blade Yasuo AI Core System 1 Combat Mode initiated. A cold stream of blue data suddenly flashed through Yasuo's slightly rebellious eyes. He adjusted his grip on the sword slightly, and his entire aura shifted like a peerless, deadly weapon drawn from its sheath, sharp and menacing. Awu! The Jungle Blood Wolf King seemed to sense the danger from this human, letting out a deafening roar. The sonic waves were so powerful they made the surrounding trees tremble. In the next instant, it pushed off with all four limbs, its massive body turning into a bloody blur as it lunged at Yasuo amidst a gust of stench. Fast. Extremely fast. As expected of an elite boss, this explosive speed alone is far beyond what an ordinary wolf can achieve. Yet Yasuo, under the control of the AI core, remained calm in the face of danger. Just as the Wolf King's claws were about to strike. Thunder dash. Whoosh. Yasuo's silhouette instantly turned into a zigzagging flash of lightning, narrowly dodging the Wolf King's lethal pounce. Those sharp claws grazed his clothes as they flew past. Boom. The Wolf King missed, its massive claws slamming into the ground and gouging out a shallow pit, sending gravel and grass flying everywhere. Missing its strike, it immediately adjusted its posture, opened its gaping maw, and unleashed a concentrated orb of blood energy whistling straight at the spot where Yasuo had just landed. Bloodshot. Yasuo tapped his toes and slid gracefully to the side again. The blood orb exploded on the ground, creating a cloud of bloody mist that emitted a pungent, foul stench. The Jungle Blood Wolf King's assault was relentless, its massive body displaying agility that defied its size, with repeated fierce pounces, bites, and tail swipes that stirred up gusts of foul wind. Yet Yasuo moved like a leaf in the wind, dancing and shifting through the Wolf King's stormy onslaught. The Wind Rider passive triggered perfectly, every movement was elegant and every dodge was spot on. The Windbreaker sword in his hand under the precise control of the AI always managed to find the gaps in the Wolf King's attacks, carving out streaks of sharp lightning as it slashed repeatedly into the beast. Squelch. Minus 485, weak spot hit. Sword intent sharp effect triggered, lightning damage splashed. The Jungle Blood Wolf King felt the pain and let out an angry roar, its attacks becoming even more ferocious. It suddenly stood on its hind legs, its front claws glowing with eerie blood light, and slammed them into the ground. Blood Rage Shock. Hum. A wave of bloody shock suddenly expanded outwards from it in all directions. Area of Effect Attack. Yasuo's eyes narrowed and he activated Thunder Dash again, leaping high into the air, barely clearing the AoE. Now is the time. The AI core accurately captured the brief moment of stiffness after the Jungle Blood Wolf King unleashed its ultimate move. Yasuo landed from the air, his longsword crackling with intense lightning. Thunder Slash. Crackle! A thick bolt of lightning blade energy carrying destructive force slashed fiercely across the Wolf King's head. Minus 950, critical hit, weak spot hit. Ow! The jungle blood Wolf King let out a shrill cry of agony, its massive body wobbling from the blow and its health bar visibly dropping a significant chunk. Paralysis effect triggered. Although it was only a 1-second stun for a top-tier expert, it is more than enough time to get things done. Yasuo pressed his advantage, his sword light pouring down like rain onto the Wolf King. Minus 377. Minus 392. Minus 380. The 1-second paralysis ended, and the jungle blood Wolf King recovered, the ferocity in its eyes turning into madness. It was completely enraged. Abandoning its flashy skills, it began to rely on its formidable physical strength to launch the most primal and wild hunt against Yasuo. Man and wolf in this dense jungle began a heart-pounding game of chase and counter-chase. At first, the jungle blood Wolf King was chasing Yasuo, trying to tear this slippery bug into pieces. But as time went on, the jungle blood Wolf King began to slow down, and more wounds appeared on its body. The stamina of an S-class profession combined with the health regeneration effect of the Shadow Wind set made Yasuo seem tireless. The jungle blood Wolf King, while thick-skinned and high defense, could not endure such constant blood loss. Gradually the tide of battle turned. Yasuo stopped just dodging and started taking the initiative. Relying on his higher agility, he turned the tables and started hunting down the jungle blood Wolf King. That elegant movement, that sharp sword light, stuck to the jungle blood Wolf King like a Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, like a shadow. The Wolf King had brute strength but could not even touch the edge of Yasuo's clothes, only able to let out frustrated roars of reluctance. A few more minutes passed. The jungle blood Wolf King's health was already critical. Its movement slowed and its attacks became weak. The final blow. Yasuo's eyes flared, and he unleashed Thunder Dash and Thunder Slash almost simultaneously. His silhouette turned into lightning, instantly closing in on the Wolf King, his sword, charged with terrifying lightning energy, piercing precisely into the Wolf King's heart. Minus 1280, fatal blow. Ow! The jungle blood Wolf King let out one last whimper, its massive body crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Killed jungle blood Wolf King level 10, elite boss, gained 12,000 experience points. Acquired materials, 1 Wolf King essence, 2 blood-stained Wolf King fangs, 1 tough Wolf King hide. 12,000 experience points. Yasuo's level soared directly from level 9, 20%, to level 9, 50%. Just halfway there to level 10. Johyo was overjoyed. These boss-level rare materials are worth quite a lot. The Wolf King essence is a core ingredient for certain potions and equipment. The blood-stained Wolf King fangs can be used to forge high-quality weapons. The tough Wolf King hide is excellent material for making fine armor. Roughly estimating, just these few items could easily sell for over 50,000 Daxia coins. This haul is massive profit. Yasuo bent down, preparing to pick up the loot one by one. Just then, Rasil. In the distance, a faint sound of footsteps suddenly emerged. Yasuo suddenly looked up, his gaze like lightning as he peered toward the direction of the sound. 4 or 5 figures were stepping out from the shadows of the woods, slowly approaching him with ill intent. Dappled light flickered through the forest, casting shifting, ghost-like shadows. 5 figures emerged slowly from the gloom, forming a semicircle that trapped Yasuo and the carcass of the jungle blood Wolf King in the center. The leader was a burly man with a hideous scar across his face, shouldering a giant axe that shimmered with a cold, metallic glint. Beside him stood a tall, thin man holding an icy blue staff, a sharp-eyed woman with a longbow slung over her back, and 2 sturdy warriors holding tower shields and short swords, their expressions vigilant. Standard 5-man adventurer party configuration. Their eyes swept over the carcass of the jungle blood Wolf King with undisguised greed, lingering briefly on the few shimmering loot drops nearby. Finally, they all focused on Yasuo, who stood calmly with his sword in hand. The scarred man grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, and spoke in a rough voice, "Hey there, brother, you have got some impressive skills." Johyo did not immediately take over Yasuo's control. He He wanted to see how this AI core would handle the situation at hand. Yasuo moved fluidly, quickly picking up the Wolf King essence, the bloody Wolf King fangs, and the tough Wolf King pelt, storing them away in his space ring. After finishing, he slowly stood up and looked at the 5 people with a calm gaze. "Who are you all? Why have you come here?" Yasuo spoke, his voice carrying a touch of intentionally cultivated world weariness and detachment. As soon as he spoke, the 5 people opposite him were stunned. Joe Huey almost laughed out loud in his consciousness space. The way Yasuo spoke under AI control was really unique. If you did not know better, you would think he had just wandered off the set of a period drama. The scarred man was dazed for a moment, then burst into laughter. "You certainly have an interesting way of speaking, brother. This jungle blood wolf king was spotted by our party first. We were just planning to call more of our brothers over to make sure everything was secure so we would not end up losing our lives over a minor mistake. I never expected that despite hurrying, we would still be beaten to the punch by you." Yasuo did not even twitch an eyebrow at this, his tone remaining flat. "So what?" Beside the scarred man, the tall mage with the staff flashed a look of annoyance and scoffed. "This guy is incredibly arrogant, boss, in my opinion." The scarred man waved his hand, stopping the tall mage mid-sentence. He still had a smile on his face, though it was somewhat insincere. "Brother, look, it was not easy for us to come all this way. How about this? You split the materials the Wolf King dropped with us half and half. You take the rest and go. We can go our separate ways, maybe become friends and look out for each other outside Tianhai City in the future. How about that?" Zhou Huai sneered internally as he listened to this. A fine spotted at first, indeed. A fine split it half and half. Their bandit logic was truly polished to perfection. Yasuo clearly did not care about their proposal either. He could not even be bothered to look at them again and turn to leave. He just coldly dropped a single line, "You are talking nonsense. If you have the capability, hunt it yourselves. To rob others is not the act of a brave person and will only invite ridicule." As soon as these words were said, the smile on the scarred man's face completely vanished. His eyes turned dark and his tone became menacing. "Buddy, I suggest you do not refuse a toast just to be forced to drink a penalty. Do not use that fancy, sour language with me. Today, if you do not leave the goods behind, I am afraid you will not be walking out of this forest in one piece." As he spoke, he gave a wink to his 4 teammates. The 4 immediately understood, spreading out to block all of Yasuo's retreat paths. The 2 shield warriors planted their towers in the ground with a dull thud, aiming their weapons at Yasuo with mocking and threatening expressions. In their eyes, this lone wolf was just lucky enough to have snatched their boss by chance. Now it was time for him to cough up what did not belong to him. The scarred man leaned on his giant axe and took a step forward, sneering, "Kid, I will tell you the truth. We are members of the Blood Hunting Guild. Seeing you are young and have some strength, we were being polite, trying to leave you a way out. Since you do not appreciate the favor, do not blame us for being ruthless. Leave the loot and everything valuable you have behind." Yasuo turned around slowly, his gaze sweeping calmly over the 5 people surrounding him. His wind-breaking sword reflected a chilling light beneath the dappled forest shadows. "Enough talk. Fight." Before the last word even left his lips, Yasuo's figure suddenly erupted into motion. Instead of defending, he chose to launch a thunderous offensive first. His target was the female archer standing at the back, the most vulnerable member of the team. The female archer clearly did not expect Yasuo to be so decisive. Seeing him dash forward like a phantom, she panicked and instinctively reached to pull her bow back. But it was too late. Lightning dash. SSSH. Yasuo's figure transformed into a jagged bolt of lightning, crossing several meters instantly to appear right in front of the female archer. "Oh no, protect Lily," the scarred man roared, and the others reacted to try and save her. However, Yasuo's blade was faster. A blinding flash of lightning burst from the blade. Thunder slash. Thwack. The first strike landed with pinpoint accuracy on the archer's shoulder blade. The terrifying power of thunder exploded instantly, draining her HP and triggering a paralysis effect. The archer stiffened, the skill she was preparing to cast was rudely interrupted, and a look of despair flashed in her eyes. The next instant, Yasuo's second strike arrived, wrapped in the breath of death. The blade traced a lethal arc, striking straight at the archer's fragile neck. 788 critical hit. A massive crimson damage number floated above the archer's head. She could not even let out a scream before her eyes widened and she fell limply, her life extinguished. One shot. From the moment Yasuo attacked to killing the archer, the whole process was fluid and fast as lightning. It did not even take 2 seconds. Scoundrel, I am going to kill you. The scarred man was furious, watching his teammate killed instantly, and went into a rage on the spot. His muscles bulged, his skin flushed red, and his eyes glowed crimson. He let out a beastly roar, swinging his giant axe with whistling force, hacking down at Yasuo without regard for anything else. Meanwhile, the tall mage also reacted, pointing his staff rapidly. Ice spike. Whoosh. An icicle shimmering with cold air condensed out of thin air, whistling as it shot toward the spot where Yasuo had just been standing. Unfortunately, it missed. After killing the archer, Yasuo pivoted on his toes, moving forward rather than back, lunging again like a ghost. He skillfully dodged the mage's icicle and made the scarred man's heavy axe swing hit nothing but air. Yasuo's target was now the slightly slower ice mage. Court death, the ice mage saw Yasuo charging, and though panic flashed in his eyes, his hands moved quickly. Frost Nova. A wave of freezing energy erupted from him, trying to freeze Yasuo in place. But Yasuo was too fast. Before the Frost Nova could reach him, he was already right in front of the mage. Lightning flickered on his sword again. Thwack! Another strike, landing with pinpoint accuracy. The ice mage grunted, his HP bar dropping by nearly half instantly. Cover me, the mage yelled, retreating quickly and trying to create distance. The 2 shield warriors finally arrived, one from each side, holding their tower shields up to slam into Yasuo and force him back. Shield bash. Yasuo's eyes remained calm, his body swaying like a fish through water as he slipped through the narrow gap between the 2 shields. His target remained the retreating ice mage. Damn it, the ice mage thought, terrified to his core. He had not expected this swordsman's footwork to be so eerie. The 2 shield warriors had not even been able to slow him down. Ice wall. In desperation, the mage cast another skill. CR crack. Several thick walls of ice rose from the ground, blocking the path between him and Yasuo. However, this could not stop Yasuo's advance. Lightning dash. Yasuo's figure transformed into a bolt of light again, piercing straight through an ice wall to appear right in front of the mage. The mage's eyes were filled with horror and confusion. Thwack! A lightning blade flashed later, the mage's head flew high, his face still frozen in disbelief. Another one down. Oh, I am taking you down with me. The scarred man was completely crazed, giving up all defense and charging like a wild bull, swinging his giant axe again and again. But even in his berserk state, while his attacks were ferocious, his aim was miles off. Yasuo, relying on his far superior agility, dodged the storm of axe blows with ease, occasionally counterattacking with a sword slash that left blood trails on the man. The 2 shield warriors tried to assist, but their speed was simply too slow for Yasuo. Usually, by the time their shields were raised, Yasuo had already flashed to a new position. The battle turned into a one-sided slaughter. Yasuo wove between the 3, his every strike precise and lethal. The power of thunder continuously ravaged them, the arcing bolts slowing them down and leaving them exposed. Thwack! One shield warrior could not dodge in time and was pierced through the throat, falling in defeat. Then the other shield warrior. He fought to block, but Yasuo's blade was too fast and the angle too tricky, and he was eventually run through the heart. In the arena, only the scarred man remained, still frantically swinging his giant axe. He was drenched in blood, covered in blade wounds, and his movements were becoming increasingly sluggish. Yasuo's eyes were cold, and finding a gap in his attack, he thrust his sword forward like a viper striking. Straight for the heart. Urgi. The scarred man's movements stopped abruptly. He looked down at the sword piercing his chest, his eyes full of reluctance and regret. Thump. His burly body fell heavily to the ground. With this, the 5-man party of the Blood Hunting Guild was completely wiped out. Zhou Hui felt his blood boiling in his consciousness space, finding it exhilarating. Yasuo, under this AI control, was practically performing art in battle. Yasuo flicked the blood off his sword and was just about to step forward to check the loot. Just then, wrestle, wrestle, wrestle. Wrestle, wrestle, wrestle. A wave of heavy footsteps suddenly erupted from the forest nearby. By the sound of it, there were quite a few of them. Yasuo looked up sharply, his gaze piercing toward the source of the noise. Without hesitation, he abandoned the idea of looting, swayed, and quickly dove into the dark depths of the forest, vanishing in an instant. Yasuo had only just vanished deep into the dense forest. Wrestle, wrestle. Another group of men appeared in the chaotic, ravaged clearing. The young man leading them had sharp, star-like eyes, scanning his surroundings with a wary expression. Strange, he murmured, frowning slightly. The coordinates Tai Bing sent should be right around here. How is there not a single soul in sight? No sooner had he finished speaking. Boss, come look at this, a team member exclaimed from not far away. The young man's face shifted as he quickly led his group over. The moment he looked, his pupils contracted sharply. On the ground lay 5 bodies scattered everywhere. It was Tai Bing's squad. Tai Bing, the young man gritted his teeth, fury surging in his eyes. They are actually all dead. How is this possible? Boss, could it have been done by that jungle blood wolf king? The young man shook his head firmly. Impossible. It is just a level 10 elite boss. Even if Tai Bing and his team could not defeat it, they should not have been completely wiped out. He crouched down to examine the wounds on the bodies carefully. The wounds are clean and the edges are sharp. They were clearly inflicted by a blade. They were murdered. The young man stood up abruptly, his gaze icy. Molly, release your eagle eye and scout for any suspicious targets within a kilometer. Wang Qiang, contact the guild members online immediately. Tell them to stop leveling and assemble here at full speed. To be able to take out Tai Bing's squad so cleanly, the culprit is definitely no pushover. Yes, boss. Beside the young man, a tall woman took out a verdant green flute and played it. Chirp chirp. A few clear bird calls responded. 4 or 5 raptors of various colors took flight from the surrounding treetops and circled into the air. Following Molly's hand gestures, the raptors spread out to scout the surrounding area. Molly closed her eyes, wisps of hair fluttering on her forehead without a breeze, as if sharing vision with the birds. A moment later, she snapped her eyes open. Boss, target spotted. To the northwest, about 2 kilometers away, there is a lone figure. The young man's eyes narrowed. Just one person. Are you sure? Molly nodded confidently. Within a 5-kilometer radius, this is the only living human target. It must be him. A cold glint flashed in the young man's eyes. That is him then. Molly, have your eagle eye keep a close watch on him. Do not let him get away. Also, try to check his information. Molly nodded again, a faint, strange light green pattern flashing briefly in her pupils. Meanwhile, 2 kilometers away. A hawk circling above Yasuo's head reflected the same green patterns in its own eyes. Target information acquired, Molly reported. Level 9, class is Thunder Blade Master. Thunder Blade Master. The young man was unfamiliar with this class. But upon hearing the target's level, he could not hide his look of disbelief. What? Are you telling me this guy is only level 9, yet he was able to wipe out a 20-level squad? Tai Bing's squad was not top tier and their gear was average, but their levels were still there. Even for an A-class professional, wiping out a 5-man team at level 9 would be no easy feat. Unless he is S-class. However, he quickly dismissed such a ridiculous thought. If an S-class professional had really appeared in Tianhai City, there is no way there would be no rumors about it. The young man's gaze flickered as he looked at a small, unassuming team member with a restrained presence. Ziawei, go and test him. Remember, prioritize probing. If he turns out to be a tough nut to crack, stall him until the rest of our main force arrives. Regardless of whether he is the killer, anyone who dares to cause trouble on Bloody Guild territory must pay the price. The team member called Ziawei grinned, a bloodthirsty gleam flashing in his eyes. Leave it to me, boss. Before the words even faded, his figure flickered and merged into the shadows of the forest like a ghost, moving at incredible speed and disappearing in an instant. Elsewhere, Zhou Hui's consciousness had returned to his main body. He felt little ripples in his heart about Yasuo killing people and taking loot in the wild. In this world, it is survival of the fittest. If you do not kill others, they will kill you. Soft-heartedness only makes you a stepping stone for others. He picked up his phone, opened the field map of Tianhai City, and quickly found the pure water lake that Yi Zai had mentioned. It is about 10 kilometers from Yasuo's current location. Grinding monsters while heading there, I should arrive before dark. His goal was simple. Since Lu Qi wanted to team up with Yi Zai for the dungeon so badly, he would simply make sure he did not get his wish. Just as he was deep in thought. Ding, system alert, your clone, Thunder Blade Master Yasuo is being maliciously attacked by unknown professionals. Zhou Hui raised an eyebrow. Again, these wild rabble just never end. Without hesitation, he switched his consciousness back to Yasuo instantly. Deep in the dense forest, Yasuo had just finished off a group of toxic flower spiders that had swarmed him and was preparing to pick up the loot. Whoosh! A poisoned glint shot out silently from the shadows behind him, aiming straight for his heart. Yasuo did not even look back, he parried with a backhanded swing of his sword. Clang! Sparks flew. The attacker missed his strike and retreated like a ghost, creating distance. It was a man in tight black gear holding two eerie blue daggers, none other than the assassin, Xiao Wei. Look of surprise flashed in Xiao Wei's eyes. What fast reflexes? He did not hesitate, his figure blurring again as he activated stealth. Yasuo kept his eyes calm as he scanned the surroundings. Suddenly the air to his left warped slightly. Xiao Wei appeared abruptly, his daggers crossed, piercing toward Yasuo's ribs with a sharp, piercing whistle. Backstab eviscerate. The assassin's signature combo. Thud thud. Two muffled sounds. Xiao Wei's daggers hit their mark perfectly. However, the expected spray of blood never happened. Above Yasuo's head, only two pathetic damage numbers floated up. -38. -45. What? Xiao Wei's pupils constricted, his face filled with sheer horror. How is this possible? He was a 23rd level agility-based assassin. With one skill rotation, even a shield warrior of the same level would have their skin stripped. But hitting this level 9 Blade Master, he could not even break 100 damage. Just how terrifying is this guy's defense? The moment Xiao Wei was stunned in shock. Yasuo moved. He did not even bother to look at his wounds, his longsword flashed with thunder as he swept it backhanded. Fast, brutal, precise. Oh no, Xiao Wei felt his soul leave him. He tried to dodge, but it was already too late. Squelch! The sharp edge of the blade carved across his chest, triggering a spray of blood mist. -432. Shocking damage number rose above Xiao Wei's head. He flew back like a kite with broken strings, his health bar evaporating by nearly half. Cough, cough, Xiao Wei landed on the ground in a sorry state, his eyes filled with terror and confusion. Is this guy really level 9? Zhou Hui sneered in his mind. Do you think the rare quality set Oh Yezi spent all night forging is just for show? With that trash gear of yours, you think you can pierce my defense? Yasuo's eyes were icy, he did not pause for a second, raising his sword to finish him off. Seeing this, Xiao Wei felt his courage shatter, his survival instinct exploding to the limit. Shadow escape. He roared, black energy permeating his body as he forcefully vanished from the spot again. Yasuo's strike hit empty air and he frowned slightly. He scanned the area but only a faint scent of blood remained, and the assassin's presence had completely vanished. Zhou Hui decided immediately, do not bother chasing, move out now. Entangling with a slippery assassin like this was pointless, he quickly vanished into the dense jungle. Not long after, Xiao Wei's figure slowly appeared in a hidden tree hollow. He was pale, cold sweat soaking his clothes as he gasped for air. In that split second earlier, he had genuinely felt the threat of death. Dude, too strong. He dialed his boss's number with trembling hands. Hey boss. How was it, Xiao Wei, what kind of guy is he? The young man's urgent voice came through the phone. Xiao Wei's voice carried a lingering fear. Boss, Tai Bing and his team were absolutely killed by this kid. I could not even break his defense, he nearly one-shotted me with one swing. I suspect he must be wearing a set of top-tier gear. Top-tier gear, the young man had a realization. Could he really be some rich kid out to experience life? That would explain why a mere level 9 could kill Tai Bing and his team. Flaunting his good gear without a care in the world. And not even a bodyguard in sight. Greed filled the young man's face. That is a fat sheep right there. Since a fat sheep came along, how could I not slaughter it? The young man licked his lips, his intent to kill exposed. Molly, keep your eagle eye locked on him. Today we must take him down. Meanwhile, Joe Huey transferred his consciousness to Aoyezi, who was still resting in the luxury apartment. Yasuo would reach level 10 before long. His main body's level would also reach 10 as a result. At that point, he would be able to create his third avatar. But for now, Aoyezi had yet to craft a single epic-grade piece of equipment. He had to raise the blacksmith's level. The leveling speed for lifestyle classes was still vastly different from that of combat or support classes. Leveling up was just too slow. Just yesterday, Aoyezi had crafted over a dozen pieces of equipment in a row. The quality was quite high, but his level had only just reached 3. It simply could not be compared to combat classes. However, the benefits of leveling up were obvious. Beyond the boost in various attributes, it would also increase blacksmithing proficiency. Likewise, it would also lead to the mastery of new skills. Joe Huey controlled Aoyezi and contacted his assistant, Lin Wei. It took less than 10 minutes. Lin Wei's car had already appeared downstairs at the apartment building. Aoyezi got into the car. Lin Wei spoke politely, Master Aoyezi, how did you sleep last night? Joe Huey was not controlling Aoyezi at the moment, wanting to see how the AI installed in this avatar would respond. Would it be like Yasuo, speaking in such a refined, flowery way? As it turned out, Aoyezi only uttered 2 words in a low voice. Not bad. Afterward, he closed his eyes to rest and said nothing more. The silence returned to the car. Lin Wei seemed reluctant to give up and tried to bring up a few more topics. Master, the weather is quite nice today. The guild just received a new batch of rare ores. In the end, she was silenced by Aoyezi's brief, cold responses. Most of them were monosyllabic words like hem, I know, or sure. Joe Huey nodded to himself. It seems the AI for the Aoyezi avatar is designed to be a taciturn, socially awkward tech geek. Different avatars, different personalities. That is actually quite interesting. Soon, the car arrived at the Blacksmith's Guild once again. Aoyezi handed his list of required blueprints and materials directly to Lin Wei. Get them ready and send them to the top-tier forging room. Lin Wei took the list and nodded quickly, understood, Master. I will take care of it immediately. Aoyezi walked straight toward the familiar top-tier forging room. Not long after, guild staff arrived with a full supply of various materials. The blueprint Aoyezi chose this time was for a level 10 ring. It was blue-grade quality. Once crafted, the baseline result would be of fine quality. The ring was small and delicate. It did not require too many materials or too much time. It was perfect for grinding blacksmithing levels. If he was lucky enough to forge an epic grade one, that would be even more perfect. The materials were ready. The heavy door of the top-tier forging room slowly closed. Aoyezi took a deep breath, a flicker of intense focus in his eyes. He began his tedious and monotonous forging work once again. Just then, ding, system alert, your avatar Thunder Blade Yasuo is being maliciously attacked by unknown class holders. The cold system notification sounded abruptly in Joe Huey's mind. Joe Huey frowned sharply. Attacked again. The wilderness is just too dangerous. This is only the first day out of the city, and he has already been attacked 3 times. He did not hesitate for a second and immediately switched his consciousness to Yasuo. His vision shifted. The next second, Joe Huey was shocked to see Yasuo surrounded by more than a dozen class holders. They loomed in the shadows, forming a loose encirclement. 2 or 3 warriors holding swords and shields were already engaging Yasuo. Squelch! With a flash of cold light from Yasuo's blade, a warrior failed to dodge in time, and blood sprayed from his arm as he retreated, screaming. Clearly, their strength was not that high. Joe Huey narrowed his eyes. Why were there so many people out to ambush Yasuo? Was it as if they were specifically targeting Yasuo? Joe Huey's brain worked rapidly. These people were likely from the same guild as the 5 guys who had died at Yasuo's hands earlier. But there was something Joe Huey did not understand. This forest was so vast, why were these people able to find Yasuo's location so precisely? Just as he was pondering this, the situation on the battlefield shifted again. The steel sword in a warrior's hand was sheared off by Yasuo's blade. Clang! The broken sword clattered to the ground. Instead of being discouraged, the warrior wore an expression of wild excitement. He yelled excitedly, "The boss was right. This guy is loaded with top-tier gear, brothers, take him down." Joe Hyoi sneered internally. They were actually eyeing Yasuo's equipment. Was this gear something a bunch of nobodies like you could even dream of? However, Joe Hyoi also took note of what the man had said. How did their boss know Yasuo had such good gear? He suddenly recalled the assassin he had encountered earlier. That explained it. It seemed they had been tracking him for a long time. In that case, do not blame me for being ruthless. Although these people might be higher level than Yasuo, their equipment could not even begin to compare to Yasuo's. A full set of rare quality gear, you probably could not find a second person in all of Tianhai City with that. Not to mention that Yasuo was an S rank. Dealing with them was simply a case of dimensionality reduction. With a thought, Joe Hyoi issued an order to the Yasuo AI. Use full force, kill them all. A flash of killing intent crossed Yasuo's rebellious eyes, and he nodded silently. The next moment, his figure twisted sharply, and instead of retreating, he lunged forward, sprinting toward the ranged attackers in the other direction. "Oh no, stop him, do not let him get away," someone from the back shouted. Instantly, a barrage of colorful control spells rained down on Yasuo. Tough tree vines spread wildly beneath his feet. Above his head, blazing rings of fire crashed down with a roar. In front of him, a thick wall of ice rose from the ground. Yasuo, however, came to a screeching halt just before hitting the ice wall. With a deceptive movement, he instantly doubled back. The two warriors following him could not react at all to this sudden change in momentum. Stab! Yasuo spun around and delivered a precise, lightning-fast thrust into one of the warriors' chests. Thunder Slash. -580. The paralyzing effect erupted instantly. The warrior stiffened, unable to move. Yasuo's expression was icy, his sword never stopped moving. Two more consecutive strikes cleanly drained the opponent's last sliver of health. Every motion was fluid, like a cold-blooded killing machine. After taking down one, Yasuo did not stop for an instant. Like a starving wolf locking onto its prey, he charged fearlessly toward the mages and archers in the distance. He dove into the crowd. Focus fire on him. Take him out. Countless skills exploded on Yasuo like fireworks. The roar of combat was constant. Yasuo's health bar dropped by a visible third. However, when the dust settled, there were already 4 or 5 cold corpses on the ground. And Yasuo still stood tall. His shadow wind set glowed with a faint light, rapidly restoring his health. A chill ran down the spines of the attackers. Is this guy even human? He is an absolute monster. Fear spread like a plague through the crowd. This was not a game. Without special resurrection gear or items, dead meant truly dead. It was their first time encountering such a fierce, death-defying opponent. This is not human, this is insane. Run for it. Finally, someone could not handle the sheer terror anymore. The first person turned and fled. Where there was one, there was a second, a third. The situation spiraled out of control instantly. One warrior, keeping his composure, screamed at the top of his lungs, "Do not run, stand your ground, we still have a chance, we can kill him." Yet his cries were pathetic and powerless among the panicking crowd. The next second, a sharp flash of light swept through. The warrior who had shouted for them to stay silent. His head flew high into the air. Blood stained Yasuo's cold, grim face. With the warrior crashing to the ground, his wide-open eyes still held the terror and resentment of his final moments. The remaining few professionals who had intended to put up a desperate fight saw their psychological defenses crumble completely at this very moment. Devil, he is a devil. Run for your lives. They screamed, no longer caring about formations or orders. Like startled rabbits, they turned and fled frantically toward the depths of the dense forest. However, you want to escape now. It is too late. Yasuo's silhouette moved like a bolt of lightning, seeking souls and taking lives. The cold blade traced arcs of death under the moonlight. Every flash of his sword was accompanied by a shrill scream and a spray of fresh blood. He was like a high-efficiency Grim Reaper, ruthlessly tailing the fleeing cowards, precisely harvesting every living soul. Squelch! Squelch! The sounds of screaming and blades piercing flesh echoed throughout the silent night forest. It formed a hair-raising symphony of death. In the open space in the distance, the campfire crackled. The young man in fine silk robes stared gloomily in the direction of the forest where the battle was taking place. With a furrowed brow, he turned to Molly, whose face was as pale as paper beside him. "How is the battle going now?" Molly closed her eyes, her delicate body trembling slightly as fine beads of cold sweat broke out on her forehead. A moment later, she snapped her eyes open, her voice trembling with uncontrollable fear. I think they are all dead." The young man's pupils constricted sharply. "What do you mean?" "The dozen or so people we sent out all dead." Molly nodded with difficulty, her eyes filled with the lingering terror of having narrowly escaped death. "That person is too strong, he is simply a killing machine. Our people were completely helpless before him. Useless, a bunch of useless trash." The young man flew into a rage, kicking over the nearby campfire stand and sending sparks flying everywhere. "What is the point of the guild keeping this bunch of good-for-nothings? A dozen people, and they could not even take down one person." His chest heaved violently with anger, and his face turned livid. Behind him, two middle-aged men with steady auras exchanged glances, their faces showing faint, relaxed smiles. One of them stepped forward and cupped his hands, saying, "Calm down, young Master Mo. No matter how strong the opponent is, he is only at level 9. Just because a mob could not handle him does not mean we cannot." The other middle-aged man also added with a smile, "That is right, young Master Mo. Allow our brothers to take action and clear this trouble for you. However, young Master Mo, we had an agreement. Once that kid is slaughtered, our brothers get 100,000 Daxia coins each, that cannot be less." The young man known as young Master Mo was extremely agitated at the moment. He waved his hand impatiently. I know. Would I shortchange you on such a small amount? As long as you can kill him for me, let alone 100,000, I will give you 200,000. Go quickly, do not let him get away." These two were the capable lieutenants under his father's command, the brothers Zhao Tianming and Zhao Tianqi. Both were veteran professionals above level 30 with extremely rich combat experience. Originally, young Master Mo had only called them to provide support just in case. He never imagined that dealing with a mere level 9 small fry would require these two heavy hitters to intervene personally. But under the current circumstances, he had no other choice. Right as they were speaking, thud, a disheveled figure came tumbling and crawling out from the dense forest in the distance. His face was covered in blood, his clothes were tattered, and his eyes were filled with extreme terror. Young Master Mo, save me." The man prostrated himself at young Master Mo's feet, his body shaking like chaff. "They are all dead, the brothers, they are all dead. That person, he is not human, he is a monster, a demon crawled out from hell." Young Master Mo's expression turned even uglier, and he kicked the man away. "Useless trash. If they are all dead, why did not you die too?" He suddenly noticed that Molly, standing beside him, was shaking even more violently, her teeth chattering. Young Master Mo frowned. "What is wrong with you now, shaking like that?" Molly's voice carried a weeping tone, filled with despair. "Young Master Mo, that person, he seems to have let him come back on purpose. He wanted to find our exact location. He seems to have arrived already." Before her words could fade, "Rasil!" A soft sound of footsteps came from the shadows of the woods not far away. A tall and straight figure slowly walked out. Moonlight shone down, illuminating his slightly weathered yet exceptionally stern face and the black iron longsword in his hand, stained with specks of blood. One man, one sword. Just like that, walking silently toward them, step by step. Though he was just one man, it was as if he brought the suffocating pressure of 1,000 soldiers. Young Master Mo watched the figure, a flash of brutality and cruelty crossing his eyes. The corners of his mouth curled into a sinister grin. "Right on time. Saves me the trouble of going to find you." He turned his head sharply to look at the Zhao brothers and shouted, "Zhao Tianming, Zhao Tianqi. Now let us see you two perform. Do not let me down." Zhao Tianming and Zhao Tianqi exchanged a glance and walked out from behind young Master Mo with composed expressions. Zhao Tianqi was slightly leaner, with a playful smile on his face. He looked at the brawny and composed Zhao Tianming beside him and spoke lazily. "Brother, how about you let me warm up against this kid alone? I honestly cannot bring myself to be interested in a little guy who is not even level 10. Zhao Tianming appeared much more cautious. His eyes sharp as torches, he examined Yasuo as he walked forward slowly and said in a deep voice, being able to wipe out over a dozen of our skilled men alone in such a short time, his strength is not to be underestimated. Second brother, do not be careless or underestimate the enemy. Zhao Tianqi yawned dismissively, rubbing his sleepy eyes. So what? Are those spineless cowards worthy of being compared to our brothers? In my eyes, this is no different than crushing an ant. As they spoke, Yasuo reached a point 10 meters in front of them and stopped. His deep, dark eyes swept calmly over the Zhao brothers and young Master Mo's group, who were standing there on guard. A cold, low voice rang out slowly. Who are you people? Why are you attacking me? Zhao Tianqi sneered, his eyes filled with arrogant contempt. Kid, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for provoking those you should not have. And blame yourself for possessing things that do not belong to you. Before his words faded, a cold light flashed in Zhao Tianqi's eyes, and he stopped talking entirely. His figure shifted suddenly, ghost-like and fast, instantly closing the distance between him and Yasuo. Piercing sharp whistle sounded in the air. A long, narrow battle blade gleaming with ominous cold light appeared abruptly in his hand, slicing toward Yasuo's face with a ferocious gust of wind. Zhou Hui's pupils constricted slightly. So fast. This person's strength is truly in a completely different league than the cannon fodder from before. Seeing this, Yasuo quickly raised his sword to block. Clang! The sound of metal clashing exploded suddenly in the silent night sky, piercing the eardrums. Sparks flew everywhere. An overwhelming force surged from the blade onto his own. Yasuo felt his hand go slightly numb, and his figure could not help but slide back half a step. Zhao Tianqi's attack had failed, and a flash of surprise crossed his eyes. The corner of his mouth curved into a bloodthirsty arch. Oh, you actually managed to block my strike. Kid, it seems you have a few tricks up your sleeve. This is getting interesting. Seeing this, Zhou Hui's heart tightened as well. Not only was this guy's swordsmanship sharp and tricky, but his speed was actually fast enough to keep up with Yasuo. He was far superior to the small fry from before. He was definitely a top-tier combat asset kept in reserve by the Bloody Guild. That made sense. Even a third or fourth-rate guild would always have a few vicious characters capable of holding down the fort. Zhao Tianqi licked his dry lips, his eyes gleaming with a beast-like bloodlust. Again, he let out a low growl and shot forward once more. The blade light fell like a waterfall, instantly shrouding Yasuo. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out incessantly, while sparks sprayed through the dim forest. Under the AI's ultimate control, Yasuo's sword style was like the wind, maintaining a flawless defense. Every parry and dodge was timed to perfection. However, suppressed by his opponent's explosive strength and continuous onslaught, he was forced to retreat step by step. Deep indentations were carved into the mud and fallen leaves under his feet. The gap in their stats was clearly showing now. Just as Zhao Tianqi finished his strike, and before his new strength could emerge, a stream of data flashed through Yasuo's eyes. An opening. He exerted force through his feet, twisting his body at an incredible angle. The longsword in his hand struck like a viper, fast as lightning. It transformed into a lethal bolt of thunder, thrusting straight toward Zhao Tianqi's heart. This strike was tricky, vicious, and caught the moment with absolute precision. Zhao Tianqi's pupils constricted. An icy chill shot from the soles of his feet straight to his skull. The shadow of death loomed over him. He desperately tried to twist his body to dodge or block, but he was already powerless to react. At the critical moment, how audacious! A violent shout boomed like a sudden clap of thunder. Not far away, Zhao Tianming made his move. It was as if he had been coiled and waiting for a long time. The long silver spear in his hand awakened like a hibernating dragon. The spear thrust out like a dragon. Fast! So fast it tore through the air with a shrill whistle. A flash of silver. Carrying the terrifying force to pierce through anything, it struck with pinpoint accuracy at Yasuo's side, exposed by his lunge. The angle was extremely tricky. The timing was even more precise. Yasuo's previous momentum was spent, and his new strength had not yet recovered. The sword strike was already committed, he could not change his move. Facing this lethal sneak attack from another top expert, even with AI control, he could not avoid it entirely. Splurt! The spear tip plunged deeply into Yasuo's side. Blood splattered. Minus 528. A huge, blindingly red damage number popped up above Yasuo's head. His health bar plummeted instantly. Only a miserable third remained. Zhou Hui frowned sharply within his consciousness space. His heart sank. Would high attack power? His rare quality armor set should have had defense stats that completely crushed others at his level. Yet he had lost more than half his life to a single spear thrust from the opponent. This Xiao Gai's level and attack stats must be frighteningly high. Retreat, break off the engagement immediately. Zhou Hui issued the command without hesitation. He absolutely could not fight head-on. Utilizing the momentum of the spear thrust, Yasuo endured the sharp pain and rolled backward along the force. Thunderbolt dash. Zzzzt. A flash of electricity. He put distance between them in an instant, turned without hesitation, and shot like an arrow released from a bow into the dense, dark forest behind him. With a few flickers, he disappeared deep into the woods. Big brother, what is the meaning of this? Zhao Tianqi had escaped death but was still shaken, and then he grew angry and ashamed. He roared at Zhao Tianming, I was doing fine in the one-on-one, I was just about to take him down, why are you interfering? Zhao Tianming expressionlessly retracted his spear and glanced at him coldly. Fool, this is not a tournament. Finish this quickly, take the money and leave, stop wasting time. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes as he looked down at his spear tip. This kid, his armor is freakishly high. He is only level 9, yet he did not get one-shotted after taking my full-strength spear thrust. He snapped his head up to look in the direction Yasuo disappeared and said harshly, stop the chatter, chase him. This kid is incredibly fast, he must be an agility-specialized class. It will be troublesome if he gets away. Young Master Mo, who was on the side, also realized the situation and yelled into the communicator, Molly, keep your eyes on him, do not let him get away. There was a hint of lingering fear on his face, but it was mostly replaced by anger and greed after being provoked. Do not worry, he cannot get away. The night grew deeper. The jungle was like a giant beast ready to devour its prey, opening its pitch-black maw. Yasuo's figure weaved at high speed through the dense trees. He paid no mind to the birds startled along the way or the glowing red eyes of beasts watching from the darkness. The wind howled in his ears. He constantly changed direction, using the complex terrain in an attempt to shake off his pursuers. Only after confirming that there were no signs of pursuit did he slightly slow his speed. The Shadow Wind Set's out-of-combat health regeneration effect quietly triggered. Wisps of life energy flowed into his body. His wounds were slowly knitting together. His health bar climbed upward little by little. Finally, it rested steadily at full capacity. Zhou Hui sensed his avatar's status and felt a little more settled. Those two opponents were both very strong. One-on-one, Yasuo could still maneuver with the help of AI control and gear advantages. But if they teamed up to pin him down, Yasuo had absolutely no chance of winning. The priority was to level up. As soon as he reached level 10 and learned a new skill, his strength would inevitably skyrocket. Only then would a reversal be possible. Just then, the rapid sound of wind being broken and heavy footsteps approached quickly from behind and the side, like maggots on a rotting bone. Soon, Zhao Tianqi's agitated and excited figure appeared on the edge of Yasuo's vision. Hey buddy, do not waste your effort. You cannot get away, just give up. Zhao Tianqi's voice carried the playfulness of a cat toying with a mouse. Zhou Hui's heart sank. This fast? How is that possible? Did they plant a tracking marker on him? Thunderbolt dash. Without any hesitation, Yasuo transformed into a bolt of lightning again, instantly creating distance. He rushed toward the deeper, denser forest. Damn it, are you part rabbit? Why do you run so fast? Seeing the bolt of lightning move away again, Zhao Tianqi spat in frustration, gritted his teeth, and increased his speed to give chase. I want to see how long you can keep running. The chase resumed. Deep in the dense forest, three figures moved, tangled, and separated at high speed like ghosts. Thanks to his S-rank class's powerful mobility and the AI's precise judgment of the terrain, Yasuo always managed to escape just before the encirclement closed. There were several times when Zhao Tianqi's blade grazed Yasuo's back. The sharp blade energy even sliced through the air. Zhao Tianming, like the most seasoned hunter, always launched lethal sneak attacks from unexpected angles. But under the AI's super prediction, Yasuo always managed to make evasive maneuvers at the absolute limit. Every time the lethal strikes missed. It made Zhao Tianqi shout in anger, but he was helpless to do anything about it. Damn it, you are slippery as an eel. If I catch you again, I will grind you into mincemeat. This extreme tug-of-war of endurance and skill lasted a full 5 or 6 hours. From nightfall until the first light of dawn. Even with the high levels and rich experience of the Zhao brothers, their stamina was wearing thin. Sweat soaked their clothes and their breathing became heavy. Zhao Tianqi leaned against a large tree, gulped down some water, his chest heaving violently. Ooh, big brother, what is this kid made of? He has been running all night, but does not he even need to catch his breath? Zhao Tianming also leaned against a tree trunk, steadying his breathing, his eyes full of the same suspicion. It is bizarre. The communicator rang, and young Master Mo's extremely impatient roar came through. What the hell are you two doing? It has been 5 or 6 hours, you cannot even kill one person. Useless, a bunch of losers, he is 2 kilometers to your northeast right now, go and butcher him immediately. If you do not finish it, your payment is halved. Zhao Tianming's expression darkened, and he cut off the communication. A flash of malice appeared in his eyes. He looked at Zhao Tianqi, whose face was equally unsightly, and said in a low, rapid voice, "We cannot drag this out anymore, this kid is freakish. We will split up, you keep trailing him from behind to apply pressure. I will take the detour and get ahead of him to set an ambush. You force him into my preset ambush point, we will attack from the front and back, let us see where he can run then." Zhao Tianqi's eyes lit up, his exhaustion vanished, and he grinned viciously. Good, let us do it, let us see if he dies this time. The brothers immediately split up. Zhao Tianming flickered into the side of the dense forest, taking a shortcut and speeding away. Zhao Tianqi slowed his pace like the most patient viper, following the location guidance provided by Molly, carefully creeping toward Yasuo's position. Soon the target appeared in his sight. However, the scene before him made Zhao Tianqi freeze. Yasuo was not scurrying about like a lost dog. Instead, he was fighting. He was being surrounded by several high-level iron-clawed mountain cats. Sword light flickered and lightning arcs danced. Several mountain cats fell under his sword, wailing. He was really grinding monsters to level up. Hi. Zhao Tianqi almost thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. He rubbed his eyes and confirmed he was right. A sense of absurdity washed over him. Is this guy crazy? He had been hunted all night by 2 level 30+ pros, with his life potentially at stake at any moment. And he still had the peace of mind to leisurely grind monsters to level up here. Did he have water in his brain, or was he just overconfident? Confirming the target was right in front of him, Zhao Tianqi stopped hiding. He walked out from behind the tree he was hiding behind in a swaggering manner. His face bore a heavy sense of mockery and the triumph of someone who had already won. Tusk, buddy, you have got some real guts. Being hunted like a stray dog, and you still have the leisure to grind here. Should I call you an idiot or just plain stupid? Yasuo had just killed the last mountain cat with a single strike. He slowly turned around. His face was stained with a few drops of beast blood, but his eyes were chillingly calm. He did not turn and run like he had in the previous times. Instead, he sharply scanned the surroundings. He seemed to confirm something. Only then did he turn his gaze back to Zhao Tianqi and speak indifferently. "Just you alone." His voice was icy, showing no emotion whatsoever. Zhao Tianqi was even more taken aback by this calm counter-question. He scoffed, flourished his blade in a flamboyant display of arrogance. "To deal with a small fry like you at level 9, I am more than enough. Do I need anyone else?" Yasuo nodded. He raised his hand and slowly wiped the beast blood from his longsword with his sleeve. The movement was unhurried, as if he were doing something completely ordinary. The next second, an abrupt transformation occurred. Crackle! The piercing sound of electrical discharge suddenly exploded. Countless blinding blue lightning arcs like dancing silver snakes instantly burst from Yasuo's body, enveloping his entire being. The violent power of thunder raged. His hair stood on end, electric light swirled around him, and his aura soared crazily. He looked just like a war god bathed in thunder. A heart-stopping, destructive aura instantly locked onto Zhao Tianqi. Yasuo's eyes, reflected by the leaping electric light, were as cold as 10,000 years of ice. He slowly raised his sword, which was coiled with violent lightning, and pointed it at Zhao Tianqi. His deep voice carried the rumble of thunder. "Then let us try." Zhao Tianqi frowned deeply. "Something is wrong. This kid, should not he be running for his life the moment he saw me? Now he actually dares to take the initiative and attack. Where did he get the nerve? Besides, the vibe this guy is giving off feels different than before. How could Zhao Tianqi have known? In the short time they had been chasing and fleeing, Yasuo's level had already broken through to level 10. And he had mastered a terrifying new skill. Thunder Armor Level 1, temper your body with the power of thunder, transforming into an indestructible lightning armor. Once activated, it consumes 10 mana points per second. It significantly boosts your attack power and movement speed. The violent lightning surrounding you can negate a portion of damage received and retaliate against attackers, inflicting a paralyzing effect. The moment the armor dissipates, it will trigger a thunderous explosion, dealing devastating area of effect damage to nearby enemies and inflicting a group paralysis. Zzzzt. A blinding flash of lightning suddenly erupted from within Yasuo. Countless thin electric snakes slithered and intertwined over his skin, rapidly condensing into an imposing, deep blue lightning armor. The terrifying pressure of thunder permeated the air. Well played. Zhao Tianqi's heart sank, yet he remained unfazed. He had navigated the guild for years and fought countless bloody battles. His experience was profound. Could a mere rookie really turn the tables on him? Boom! The two figures collided instantly. Blades flashed as thunder roared. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out incessantly. The longer they fought, the more alarmed Zhao Tianqi became. This kid's speed had increased by more than a notch, and his strength had surged significantly. Every strike was heavy, wrapped in violent lightning power, making his hand go numb. Hahaha, this is more like it. Is this your true strength? Zhao Tianqi was not afraid but excited. His eyes burned with a thirst for battle. Do not think you are the only one with a trump card. Blood rage burst. Blood energy surged through Zhao Tianqi as his skin flushed red, pushing his strength and speed up once more. The phantom of the long blade in his hand became more solid, carrying a pungent smell of blood. Die soul-shattering slash. He seized a tiny opening in Yasuo's attack, focused all his strength, and sent a bloody blade wave tearing through the air toward Yasuo with a killing intent. Before the blade even arrived, the fierce blade aura stung his skin. This strike was earth-shattering. However, data streams flickered wildly in Yasuo's eyes. He chose not to dodge. Instead, he lowered his body and slammed directly into the terrifying blood-colored blade wave. At the same time, the light of the lightning armor around him flared to its peak. Courting death. Zhao Tianqi sneered. Boom! The blood-colored blade landed squarely on the lightning armor. The lightning flickered violently, glowing and fading. It negated some of the damage, but the terrifying force still penetrated his body. Minus 901. A massive scarlet number floated above Yasuo's head. His health bar plummeted by nearly half instantly. Yet, Yasuo's expression did not change, as if that heavy blow had not landed on him at all. The price of tanking that hit was that the distance between them had closed to the limit. The instant the blade momentum was about to end. Thunder dash. Whoosh. Yasuo transformed into a bolt of real lightning, instantly crossing the range of the blade wave and appearing right before Zhao Tianqi. Infinite proximity. What? Zhao Tianqi just wanted to pull back and attack again but felt a paralyzing force surge from his arm, causing his movements to freeze. It was the backlash from the lightning armor. This is it. The cold light of Yasuo's windbreaker sword flashed. Squelch. Minus 235. Squelch. Minus 248. Squelch critical hit. Minus 370. Every strike hit home, every sword blow was precise. Zhao Tianqi was horrified. His total health was just over 4,000, and he had lost over 1,500 in the blink of an eye. Damn it, this paralysis effect. Seeing the paralysis about to wear off, he tried to pull away. Suddenly, the light of the lightning armor on Yasuo dimmed, then suddenly exploded. Rumble. A violent lightning shockwave swept in all directions. Minus 310. Zhao Tianqi screamed, once again engulfed by the heavy paralyzing force. A cold glint flashed in Yasuo's eyes, his sword dancing like a dragon. 2 more fierce slashes landed. Immediately after, thunder slash. A thick bolt of lightning sword energy carrying the power of destruction slammed into Zhao Tianqi. Minus 550. Zhao Tianqi's health bar instantly dropped below 1,000. No. But in Zhao Tianqi's eyes, there was only boundless terror. The hunter who was arrogant just a moment ago had now become desperate prey. Run, I must run. Scared out of his wits, he turned and ran. Vision face, all of it was thrown to the wind. He just wanted to survive. However, the roles had been swapped. The tide of the battle had instantly turned. Squelch. A flash of sword light and Zhao Tianqi's right wrist was severed. The blade in his hand fell to the ground. Piercing scream echoed through the forest. He staggered, trying to block with his left hand. Squelch. Sword light flashed again. His left arm was severed at the elbow. Blood sprayed wildly. Number, do not kill me, spare my life, we were just following orders. Zhao Tianqi completely collapsed, tears and snot streaming down his face, begging desperately. The only response was a cold sword edge, still wrapped in residual lightning. It swept across his throat. PFFFD. The sound cut off abruptly. Zhao Tianqi's face froze in extreme terror and disbelief. His pupils dilated as he slowly slumped to the ground. Blood rapidly stained the fallen leaves beneath him. Yasuo coldly flicked the blood off his sword. He leaned down and rummaged through Zhao Tianqi's body. A storage ring embedded with a blood-colored gemstone fell into his hand. Without even looking at it, he shoved it into his pocket. With a flash, his figure submerged back into the dense forest and disappeared, leaving behind only a cooling corpse and the smell of blood. At the temporary camp in the distance, Jasmine suddenly let out a gasp, her pretty face turning as white as paper. Dead? He is actually dead. Young Master Mo, hearing this, saw a glint in his eyes and was overjoyed. Hahaha, that kid finally died. The Zhao brothers did a good job, even if it took a bit longer. Jasmine shook her head violently, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Number, it is not that guy who died. It is Zhao Tianqi. Zhao Tianqi is dead. What? The smile on young Master Mo's face froze as if he had been slapped hard. His face was full of disbelief. Zhao Tianqi is dead, how the hell is that possible? The two of them, experts over level 30, could not beat a level 9 kid together. Jasmine's voice trembled, they split up. Zhao Tianming went around to the front, planning a pincer attack. Who knew that the lightning sword hero did not run away this time? He directly killed Zhao Tianqi. Useless fools, a bunch of mindless pigs. Young Master Mo was so furious that he jumped in rage, his face twisted as he cursed. What is the use of the guild supporting a bunch of trash like you, huh? Jasmine trembled from the yelling and whispered timidly, Young Master Mo, should not we just let it go? We really cannot handle that person. Slap. Young Master Mo backhanded a loud slap, knocking Jasmine to the ground. Shut up, you bad luck charm. He grabbed the communicator and roared madly at the other end. Zhao Tianming, what the hell have you been doing? Your brother Zhao Tianqi was butchered, and you are still sitting there blindly blocking the road. Are you a pig, huh? At the other end of the communicator, Zhao Tianming, who was carefully lurking in the designated spot, felt like he had been struck by lightning upon hearing young Master Mo's roar and froze suddenly. The communicator in his hand dropped to the ground with a thud. Tianqi. Dead. His eyes were bloodshot, and his face was filled with disbelief. Number, impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How can it be? How could Tianqi possibly die? Zhao Tianming stood frozen on the spot, muttering to himself repeatedly. As his brother, he knew Zhao Tianqi's strength all too well. A B-rank class savage blade user with a fierce and ruthless sword technique. The two of them had fought their way through the bloody guild, going from nobodies to gaining a small reputation. Countless times they fought side by side, through life and death. They were on the verge of being scouted by a larger guild, with a bright future ahead. Yet tonight it all went wrong. His brother had actually died at the hands of some unknown kid. He still could not believe this fact. Shaking as he picked up his communicator, his voice hoarse, Young Master Mo, tell me the coordinates, Tianqi. Where is Tianqi? After getting the exact coordinates, Zhao Tianming's eyes turned bloodshot and he grabbed his breaker spear, rushing madly in that direction. Under the moonlight, in a clearing in the forest, Zhao Tianqi's body lay in ruins, with a look of terror and unwillingness still lingering on his face. An uncontrollable rage erupted from Zhao Tianming's heart like a volcano. Ugh. He let out a sorrowful roar towards the sky, the sound echoing through the forest. Tianqi. However, not far away, a figure stood silently. The moonlight outlined his lonely and proud silhouette, his long sword pointed diagonally at the ground as if he had been waiting for a long time. It was Yasuo. Zhao Tianming turned his head abruptly, his blood-red gaze locking onto Yasuo. It was you. You killed Tianqi. Enemies meeting face to face, eyes burning with hatred. Without any wasted words, Zhao Tianming felt the blood surging in his body and he ferociously activated his class skill, Blood Battle all around. He seemed to transform into a bloodthirsty beast, his long spear thrusting like a dragon, stirring up a flurry of bloody spear shadows as he lunged at Yasuo. Yasuo's eyes remained calm without a ripple. He raised his sword to counter. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing was endless and sparks flew everywhere. His brother's tragic death had caused Zhao Tianming to completely lose his usual calm and composure. In his eyes, there was nothing left but endless killing intent and madness. Every spear thrust contained all his strength, each one fatal, every strike ruthless. But because of that, his attacks became chaotic, filled with openings. Yasuo was like a small boat in a raging sea, seemingly on the verge of capsizing, but he always managed to dodge fatal attacks with minimal effort at the most dangerous moments. 10 minutes later, flash! A sharp sword beam accurately caught a tiny opening in Zhao Tianming's defense and instantly pierced his throat. The madness and fury in Zhao Tianming's eyes slowly froze, replaced by deep disbelief. He had actually lost as well. Ahir! He opened his mouth to say something, but could only let out a wheezing, airy sound. His massive body fell to the ground with a thud. Yasuo stood expressionless with a few deep bone-showing wounds on his body, his health bar down to a sliver. However, the out-of-combat regeneration effect of the Shadow Wind set quickly triggered. Green healing light shimmered constantly over him. Before long, his health was fully restored. Same old routine. Yasuo bent down and started looting the body. Sure enough, another space ring. The Bloody Guild really did not treat these two brothers badly. Meanwhile, in the courtyard bedroom, Zhou Hui's eyelids twitched and he slowly woke up from his slumber. Since the moment the chase began, he had retreated his consciousness to his main body due to the excessive exhaustion of his mental energy. He had slept for over 5 hours before barely recovering some of his energy. He let out a long sigh. Upon waking, he immediately checked the system notifications. No notification of Yasuo's death. Great, Zhou Hui felt a sense of joy. He had genuinely been worried that while he was asleep, Yasuo would be surrounded and killed by those two troublesome guys. Although he could revive after death, it would ultimately waste time for leveling up. He could not wait to transfer his consciousness back to Yasuo. The next second he discovered he was squatting on the ground, searching a corpse. Hi. Zhou Hui was slightly taken aback. Was not this the guy with the spear who was chasing him earlier? Immediately after, a vast torrent of memories flooded his mind. Those were all the experiences of Yasuo from the time he fell asleep until now. After receiving all the memories, Zhou Hui was completely stunned. Damn. Yasuo actually counterkilled both of those guys. He had originally been worried Yasuo would be taken out by them. As it turned out, it was Yasuo who slaughtered them both. This was simply an unexpected surprise. The level 10 skill, Thunder Armor, is indeed powerful. Zhou Hui could not help but marvel in his heart. At the Bloody Guild's temporary camp, Jasmine, who was in charge of reconnaissance, suddenly opened her eyes, which had been tightly shut. Her complexion turned as pale as paper in an instant, and her eyes were filled with unbelievable terror. Zhao Tianming is dead too. Her voice trembled with extreme fear. Bang! Young Master Mo slammed his fist into a nearby tree trunk, his facial muscles twisting with rage, his expression turning completely dark. Trash, they are all a bunch of trash. 2 experts over level 30, they could not even handle a 9-year-old brat. Useless idiots. He was trembling all over with anger. I want my father to send more people. I must kill him, shred him into pieces. With things reaching this point, it had devolved into a feud to the death. It is either him or me. He took a deep breath, suppressing the rage in his heart, and roared at Jasmine, "Keep a close watch on him, where is he now?" However, Jasmine's face turned even paler and her voice carried a sobbing tone. He seems to have disappeared. Disappeared? Young Master Mo grabbed Jasmine by the collar. "How can he be gone? Were not you keeping an eye on him with your hawk eye all this time?" Jasmine shook with fear. He seems to have discovered I was monitoring him and started walking into areas where the leaves were particularly dense. My field of vision was completely blocked. "Search, find him for me right now," young Master Mo roared irritably, a foreboding feeling spreading in his heart, growing stronger by the moment. He tremblingly took out his communicator and dialed his father's number. "Hello, what is it, son?" A slightly authoritative middle-aged voice came from the other side. "Dad, come and save me, Dad." Young Master Mo's voice was tearful and full of fear. "What is going on? Tell me slowly. Did not I send the Zhao Tianming and Zhao Tianqi brothers to protect you? Even they are no match for that person." The middle-aged man's tone became grave. They are both dead. All our brothers here, they are all dead." Young Master Mo's voice was desperate. The middle-aged man on the other end of the line was silent for a moment, clearly realizing the gravity of the situation. "Son, what kind of person have you provoked?" "I do not know. I really do not know, Dad." Young Master Mo shouted with tears. "He killed our guild brothers and I just wanted to get revenge for them. I did not expect that even Zhao Tianming and Zhao Tianqi would not be his match. That guy is simply a monster." The middle-aged man immediately comforted him. "Do not panic yet. Find a safe place and hide. I will send people to reinforce you immediately." Hearing his father's words, the fear in young Master Mo's heart subsided slightly and he quickly said, "Dad, you must come quickly. I am afraid." Just as he hung up the phone, he saw Jasmine next to him as if she had seen a ghost, plopping onto the ground, her eyes wide, staring fixedly in one direction. Young Master Mo frowned and snapped impatiently, "What is it now? You are so jumpy." That person," Jasmine's voice was shaking uncontrollably. "Appeared." Young Master Mo's heart tightened, but then he relaxed again. "As long as he appears, let us find a hidden place to hide first. You keep using your hawk eye to lock onto his position. Once my father's men arrive, it will be his death date." However, Jasmine pointed a trembling finger in the distance. He is right there." Young Master Mo's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly realized something. He stiffly raised his head and looked in the direction Jasmine was pointing. He saw that in the shadows of the forest at the edge of the clearing, a lonely and proud figure holding a long sword walked out slowly. The moonlight shone on him, casting a long shadow like an Asura returned from hell. As young Master Mo watched the figure slowly emerge from the shadows, his heart felt as if it had been gripped by a cold iron hand, stopping dead in its tracks. A chill, like a venomous snake, shot from his spine straight to the crown of his head. Gulp. He swallowed with great difficulty, his legs turned to jelly and he nearly collapsed to the ground. He was scared out of his wits. He whipped his head around, flames of fury almost erupting from his eyes, and glared viciously at Molly, who was already paralyzed with fear beside him. "You useless piece of trash. He is already standing right in front of me, so why the hell are you only saying something now?" Molly had long been frightened out of her wits, tears swirling in her eyes, her voice filled with a thick, sobbing grievance. "Young Master Mo, I did not know either. It seems he saw through my hawk eye reconnaissance a long time ago. My flying birds can no longer find him." Zhou Huai controlled Yasuo, taking in the terrified expressions of the two with a cold, mocking curve of his lips. As expected, his hunch was right. He had vaguely felt that something was off earlier, as if an invisible tracker had been attached to him. No matter how he tried to shake them off, the other side would always quickly lock back onto his position, like a maggot on a bone. It was not until later, while sifting through Yasuo's complex combat memories, that he captured some subtle clues. It seemed that every time he stayed in one place for a little too long, birds would always be circling overhead. Zhou Huai suddenly realized the truth and figured out their method of tracking and locating. So after dealing with Zhao Tianming, he deliberately controlled Yasuo to travel through areas with dense tree crowns and thick foliage. This effectively blocked the line of sight of the birds above, causing them to lose their target entirely. Then, relying on the memory of the path he took while being tracked, he silently made his way back. At this moment, Yasuo's deep eyes were like eternal ice, staring coldly at the limp form of young Master Mo. "You must be the leader of that group, right?" His cold voice carried not a hint of emotion. "Why do you keep sending people to deal with me? Why target me?" Young Master Mo shuddered violently, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. In the face of extreme fear, he forced a fawning smile onto his face that looked even uglier than crying. A misunderstanding, brother, it is a huge misunderstanding. It was all those blind subordinates of mine, they were the ones who provoked you first. This has nothing to do with me. A misunderstanding. Yasuo's lips curled into a cold arc, his eyes void of any warmth. "You have been hunting me for a day and a night. Do you really think you can brush it off by simply calling it a misunderstanding?" Young Master Mo felt his scalp tingle under that gaze and hurriedly brought up his backers. "Brother, listen to me, my father. My father is Mo Tianxing, the president of the Bloody Guild. As long as you let me go this time, we can talk about anything. Money, gear, materials, our Bloody Guild's treasury is yours to choose from. You will be our most honored guest from now on." He spoke rapidly, trying to use benefits to sway this god of death. Yasuo shook his head slowly, his movement carrying an unquestionable decisiveness. Zhou Hui's expression remained indifferent as he controlled Yasuo to shake his head. "I do not need any of that. Right now I only want your life." Upon hearing this, the last glimmer of hope in young Master Mo's eyes shattered, replaced by boundless fear and despair. "No, you cannot kill me." He shrieked at the top of his lungs, his voice shrill and piercing from pure terror. "If you kill me, my father, our Bloody Guild, will never let you go. You will be hunted to the ends of the earth." Yasuo's gaze remained steady, his tone still flat. "Then tell your father to come and try. At that time, I would not mind wiping out an entire guild while I am at it." His casual tone was filled with a terrifying sense of dominance and self-confidence. "Die." Young Master Mo completely broke down, his survival instinct overcame everything else. He roared, and a searing fireball instantly coalesced at the tip of his staff. Explosive fireball. Violent fire elements whistled out, carrying an aura of destruction as they smashed towards Yasuo. However, in Yasuo's eyes, this desperate final struggle was as slow as a snail. He just shifted slightly to the side and the fireball grazed his clothes, missing him and slamming into the tree trunk behind, exploding into a charred mess. Reflected in the firelight, all that remained on young Master Mo's face was desperate madness. He had no heart left for a fight. He turned and tried to flee for his life into the depths of the forest. Flash. A cold, lethal flash like lightning cutting through the night easily shredded his fragile mage shield. The ice-gold blade tip pierced precisely into his back, straight through his heart. Young Master Mo's forward charge abruptly stiffened. He looked down in disbelief at the blood-stained sword tip protruding from his chest. All his strength was instantly drained away. The fear, madness, and unwillingness in his eyes eventually faded into a deathly, blank void. A barely audible grunt escaped his throat. His body collapsed forward, stirring up a cloud of dust. Yasuo stood in place, silently watching young Master Mo's corpse. A single drop of blood slid down the tip of the windbreaker blade in his hand, hitting the ground with a soft, quiet sound in the silent woods. That sound felt as if it had struck his own heart. An indescribable, complex emotion like a cold tide quietly spread within him, even though it was through the hands of a clone. This felt like the first human life he had truly ended with his own hands. With his consciousness submerged within Yasuo, the feeling of that life completely dissipating into nothingness was so clear and vivid. The sensation of warm blood splashing onto his hands and face, carrying a metallic, rusty tang. The lingering traces of fear and defiance as that flame of the soul was extinguished. Everything was so real. Zhou Hui controlled Yasuo, standing quietly in place as if he had frozen into a statue in the woods. Several seconds passed. Only then did he suddenly look up and take a deep breath of the cold air, still thick with the smell of blood. His chest heaved violently, as if he were desperately suppressing the turbulent waves deep within his heart. To gain a foothold in this cruel world and take control of his own destiny. To break out of the cage and make those who look down on him look up instead. All of this is the price that must be paid. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the last hint of turbulence in the depths of his eyes had returned to absolute coldness. His gaze shifted. It landed on Molly, who was still slumped on the ground not far away, shaking uncontrollably. Molly was now deathly pale. It was as if all her bones had been removed. She knelt in the cold, muddy ground, her body trembling like a sieve. Tears, like beads off a broken string, carved 2 clear tracks through the dirt on her face. Do not kill me, please do not kill me." Her voice was hoarse, choked with sobs, and filled with endless fear and pathetic begging. I was not doing it willingly. It was all young Master Mo. He forced me. He threatened me with my mother's medical expenses. He used my younger brother's education as a threat. Please have mercy on me because I am so miserable. Can you spare me this once? Jo Hyui controlled Yasuo, looking down at the woman who was weeping like a rain-drenched flower. Must admit she was quite a beauty. He suddenly spoke, his voice still icy. "What is your class? Are those birds in the sky your skill?" Molly did not dare to hide anything anymore and hurriedly poured out all her information like beans from a canister. Yes, my lord, those birds are indeed my skill. I am a C-rank support-type summoner, called a Hawkeye summoner. My level is still low, so I can only summon 5 recon spirit hawks at a time. I can share vision with these spirit hawks, and that is how I was able to keep tracking your location. Jo Hyui nodded in realization. Just as he had guessed. Does this skill have a range limit? Molly answered quickly, yes it does, as long as the straight line distance between the spirit hawk and me does not exceed 10 kilometers, I can share vision with them. 10-kilometer vision sharing range. Jo Hyui stroked his chin. Although this skill had no direct combat power, its practical utility was quite good. Especially in a complex environment like the wild, it was practically a mobile minimap radar. She could be considered a very good utility person. If it were not for her presence, he would not have been hunted so relentlessly by the Bloody Guild and nearly tipped over. After a brief thought, Jo Hyui spoke again, his voice playful. "Even if I let you go today, the Bloody Guild leader's own son is dead, but you made it back alive. Do you think your guild leader will let you live?" Upon hearing this, Molly's sobbing stopped abruptly, her body stiffened, and her complexion turned paler than paper. She knew the personality of the Bloody Guild leader all too well. Cruel, heartless, and vengeful to the core. Since young Master Mo is dead, the leader will definitely vent his anger on all the people involved. Even if she managed to return alive, she would definitely not end up well and might even be used as a scapegoat and tortured to death. Seeing Molly's expression, Jo Hyui knew he had successfully hit her pain point. He struck while the iron was hot and continued, "I can consider sparing your life. But from now on, you must follow me and work for me. Since returning is a dead end anyway, you might as well follow me. Although there might be some risks. For you, it might just be an opportunity to change your fate." After listening to this, Molly's brain worked at high speed. She was not stupid, so she naturally understood what Jo Hyui meant. If she goes back, she will definitely die. Following this mysterious and powerful man, while the future is uncertain, at least there is a glimmer of survival. In fact, if the other party is as powerful as he claims, she might even rise to prominence. After weighing it for less than 5 seconds, Molly made her decision. She jerked her head up, a flash of determination in her eyes, and knocked her head on the ground again without hesitation. "Boss, from now on, Molly will follow your lead in everything. You are my boss from now on." Jo Hyui nodded with satisfaction. He was quite pleased with Molly's sense of self-preservation. Of course, he did not count on her having much loyalty. As long as his real body was not exposed, he did not care if Molly was genuinely submissive or just faking it. All he needed was a temporary, easy-to-use tool. Yasuo sheathed his long sword, his cold gaze sweeping over the still-warm corpse of young Master Mo. He leaned down. His fingertips deftly flicked the ornately crafted storage ring. The ring fell silently into his palm. "Ah, another one," Jo Hyui chuckled to himself. A storage ring really is standard gear for these rich young masters. This trip has been a huge payday. The 3 storage rings alone are worth over 1,000,000 Daxia coins. Not to mention the contents inside. The stash in young Master Mo's ring is especially rich. A quick glance reveals over 100 neatly stacked vials of high-level magic recovery potions, shimmering with a faint blue light. A thick stack of crisp Daxia currency bills, at least 100,000 by the looks of it. And a pile of low-level exotic beast materials that flicker with various colors. In comparison, the rings of the Zhao brothers, Tianming and Tianqi, are much more meager. A few pieces of mediocre gear. A few bottles of basic health recovery potions. Nothing else. Zhou Hui understood. No one would carry their entire fortune on them. To them, the ring was just a tool for convenience while traveling. After carefully inventorying all the spoils, Zhou Hui nodded with satisfaction and checked the sky. The first light of dawn had appeared. It was already past 7 in the morning. Although last night's fierce battle had delayed him quite a bit. Setting off now, he should still be able to make it to Jingshui Lake in time. His gaze shifted not far away to Jasmine, who was curled up under a tree, still visibly shaken. "You come with me." Jasmine gave a start, scrambled to her feet and nodded like a chicken pecking at grain, not daring to show the slightest defiance. Following Zhou Hui's gesture, Jasmine summoned her scouting spirit eagle again. Several agile birds flapped their wings and soared high, circling above Yasuo and Jasmine, giving them a clear view of the surroundings within hundreds of meters. 300 meters to the front left, there is a pack of 3 level 5 wind wolves. There is energy fluctuation in the forest to the right, not very high level, probably level 7 spotted venom spiders. Watch out for their webs. Jasmine's voice was slightly hoarse, but her tone was very focused as she continuously guided Yasuo and reported the distribution of the exotic beasts she detected. With this mobile radar, Yasuo's progress speed increased significantly. He could always avoid unnecessary entanglements with exotic beasts and choose the optimal route, saving a great deal of time. However, Jasmine was ultimately just a support-class summoner. Stamina was her fatal weakness. After running at high intensity for more than half an hour, she was already drenched in sweat, gasping for air and stumbling. She looked like she was about to be left behind. "Boss, I cannot run anymore." Her voice was filled with tears and panic. Yasuo paused his footsteps. He turned back, frowning at the nearly collapsed Jasmine. A few seconds of silence. He turned around and crouched halfway with his back to her. "Get on." The cold command was emotionless. Jasmine was stunned. Immediately, a strange flush crept rapidly onto her cheeks. She hesitated only for a moment before biting her lip and carefully leaning onto him. She wrapped her arms around his broad, sturdy shoulders. Through his clothes, she could feel his warm, powerful body temperature. An intense masculine scent, mingled with the smell of sweat and a faint trace of blood, flooded her nose. Jasmine's heart skipped a few beats involuntarily. Her cheeks were burning. "Focus, keep reporting." Yasuo's cold voice was like a bucket of ice water. It instantly dispelled Jasmine's frivolous thoughts. "Ah, yes, 500 meters ahead there are 2 iron-clawed bobcats roaming on the right. I suggest going around the low slope on the left." Jasmine quickly gathered her focus and reported what her eyes in the sky were seeing. Her cheeks were still burning hot. Carrying her, Yasuo remained as swift as the wind. He sped toward Jingshui Lake. Meanwhile, Zhou Hui switched his consciousness to Aoyazi at the top of the blacksmith's guild. Inside the top-tier forge, the furnace roared. The rhythmic, monotonous clanging echoed like a heartbeat. Aoyazi was stripped to the waist, his powerful physique glistening with sweat flowing down his muscle lines. He was immersed in an endless session of forging. On the forge table, over 20 freshly forged rings were neatly arranged. Each ring shimmered with a soft magical glow. Zhou Hui checked them one by one, but there was not much joy on his face. All rare, no epics. It seems that even for an SS-class master artisan, forging epic gear is no easy feat. It takes time and even more a bit of luck. As Yasuo reached level 10, Zhou Hui's main body level also rose, reaching level 10. He now met the requirements to create a third avatar. All that was missing was an opportunity to roll a class for the avatar. Although Aoyazi could not forge epic gear yet, it was not without good news. After hours of continuous forging, Aoyazi had reached level 5. In the skill bar, a new active skill had appeared. Spirit Refinement Touch Level 1. Consumes 200 mana points. Select a piece of equipment to change and reshape one of its random affix attributes. Cooldown 1 hour. Change affix attributes. Zhou Hui's eyes lit up instantly. It was like discovering a new world. The value of gear is not just about the base quality. Powerful affix can make ordinary gear be reborn, even surpassing high-quality gear. He knew well that in this world, the value of a piece of gear, besides its quality and level, largely depends on the affix attributes it carries. A good affix can sometimes make slightly inferior gear perform far better than top-tier gear of the same level. Equipment affixes are also graded into several tiers. Common affixes usually increase fixed stat points like strength plus 10, agility plus 8, etc., which are the most common. Excellent affixes? Effects are usually percentage bonuses, such as attack power increased by 5, critical hit rate increased by 3%, healing received increased by 10%, or 20 physical penetration, which already possess significant value. High-level affixes? These are rarer and often come with special passive effects, such as a chance to stun the target for 1 second when attacking, a chance to freeze the attacker when being attacked, or reflecting a portion of damage, etc. Above this are the extremely rare top-tier affixes. Gear with top-tier affixes can sometimes grant a professional a whole new active skill. It is equivalent to gaining an extra skill slot out of thin air. The value is self-evident. And the absolute best are the legendary golden affixes. Each of these has terrifying, life-defying effects. Some involve permanent passives, others grant powerful active skills, or even overlay multiple effects. Even more terrifyingly, some golden legendary affixes can even touch the forbidden realms of time and space. In Zhou Hui's memory, there was a well-known example of a golden legendary affix. That is the Immortal War Soul Armor, an epic armor worn by Qi Fengyun, the legendary protector general of the Daxia Kingdom. The armor itself is only of epic quality, but its legendary golden affix, Undying War Soul, granted the wearer a chance to revive in place with full status. And it was not a one-time consumable. After the resurrection effect is triggered, you only need to wait a 1-year cooldown to have it again. This is the terrifying nature of golden legendary affixes. A piece of gear that gains strategic significance simply because of one affix. Can this spirit refinement touch change not only the affix attribute but also its grade? Can a low-tier affix be reshaped into a high or even top-tier one? Thinking of this, he immediately made Aoyazi stop working on the new ring. The forge went quiet instantly. His gaze fell on the forge table. On a level 10 ring just forged. Zhou Hui pulled up its property panel. Swift Wolf Ring Rare 4 stars. Required level 55. Spirit plus 30. Max Mana plus 150. Fix 1 common strength plus 20. You are the one. Aoyazi held out his index finger, and a deep golden glow like a vortex lit up on his fingertip. In the light, countless tiny rune chains seemed to be circulating and recombining. This was Spirit Refinement Touch. He tapped it gently against the ring. Golden light instantly engulfed the entire ring. The ring floated and vibrated in the golden light. It emitted a low humming sound, as if some structure inside was disintegrating and reorganizing. A few seconds later, the golden light suddenly retracted. The ring settled steadily back into Aoyazi's palm. Checking the property panel again. Swift Wolf Ring Rare 4 stars. Required level 55. Spirit plus 30. Max Mana plus 150. Affix 1 excellent. Attacks grant 10% physical lifesteal. 10% physical lifesteal. A look of wild joy exploded in Zhou Hui's eyes. Success. Not only was the attribute changed, but the common affix was directly reshaped into an excellent one. And for a melee class, this lifesteal effect is simply a divine skill. Currently, Spirit Refinement Touch is only at level 1. As the level increases, will the probability of reshaping higher-tier affixes increase? Will it even be possible to perform directed reshaping? A blueprint for sweeping equipment innovation unfolded in Zhou Hui's mind. This skill must be used often. Time to grind the mastery. In the forest, the scent of blood had yet to dissipate. Not long after Yasuo and Molly had departed. Several figures shrouded in intense killing intent shot out from the depths of the woods, landing beside Mo Xiao's cold corpse in the blink of an eye. The middle-aged man in the lead was burly with a gloomy face, bearing a striking resemblance to Mo Xiao. He was none other than Mo Tianxing, the guild leader of the Bloody Guild. Seeing his son's tragic state with eyes still wide open in death, Mo Tianxing felt a surge of blood rush to his head. His vision went black. Moer! A heart-wrenching roar shook the leaves from the trees. Who did this? Mo Tianxing's eyes instantly filled with blood, like a savage beast. Who the hell did this? The subordinates around him were silent as cicadas in winter, none daring to respond. Besides them, there were no other living souls in this area. Just then, a thin, small figure emerged trembling from the shadows nearby. It was Xiao Wei, the assassin who had failed to ambush Yasuo and narrowly escaped. He had been hiding nearby, witnessing the entire process, but he was so terrified by Yasuo's ferocity that he dared not show himself. Guild leader, Xiao Wei's voice was shaking uncontrollably. Mo Tianxing turned his head violently, his bloodshot eyes locked onto him. Speak, what did you see? Who is the killer? Xiao Wei fell to his knees with a thud and poured out everything he had seen as if he were shelling beans. Including how Yasuo killed the Zhao brothers in reverse and how he finished off Mo Xiao with a single sword strike. Mo Tianxing frowned deeply. Level 10 swordsman. Killed Zhao Tianming and Zhao Tianqi. Those two were experts over level 30. Are you sure? Mo Tianxing's voice was chillingly cold. Xiao Wei was scared out of his wits. Absolutely certain that man is extremely strong. I suspect he is at least S rank. S rank? A look of gravity flashed in Mo Tianxing's eyes. What is his name? What does he look like? Xiao Wei struggled to recall. I do not know his name, but he has long black hair tied behind his head, which is very eye-catching. He looks to be at least 30 years old. 30 years old and only level 10. Mo Tianxing was full of suspicion. This description sounded strange no matter how he listened to it. Xiao Wei suddenly remembered something and hurriedly added, oh right, Molly, Sister Molly should know more about him, but she seems to have been taken away by that person. Her status is currently unknown. I am weak and did not dare to follow, so I stayed here waiting for you. Mo Tianxing nodded expressionlessly. You did well. Hearing this, Xiao Wei felt a surge of joy and was about to boast about his contribution. Mo Tianxing's eyes, however, suddenly turned cold like 10,000-year-old ice. So you just watched Moer get killed and did nothing. I have not treated you badly in the past. Is this how you repay me? Xiao Wei's face turned pale and he kowtowed repeatedly. Guild leader, please spare me. I did not want to just watch. It is just that the man was too strong. I was no match for him. Mo Tianxing shook his head slowly. That is not what I want to hear. He gave a wink to a subordinate beside him. The subordinate understood instantly. Splat! A flash of cold light. Xiao Wei's head flew high into the air, his face still bearing a look of terror and bewilderment. Blood stained the ground beneath Mo Tianxing's feet. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Zhou Huai was controlling Yasuo and had reached a road that was the only way to Jing Shui Lake. Molly was beside him with her eyes closed, beads of sweat on her forehead, evidently trying her best to mobilize her spirit eagle for reconnaissance. Zhou Huai withdrew his consciousness back to his main body. He took out his phone and asked Yi Zai in a roundabout way if she had left yet. Yi Zai replied quickly, yes, brother Zhou Huai, we just left the city and are on our way to Jing Shui Lake. Zhou Huai's lips curled up imperceptibly and he continued to instruct, be careful on the road, pay attention to safety. If you encounter any danger, let that annoying guy Lu Qi go up and take the hit. Find a chance to run away first, you hear me? Yi Zai sent a smiley face emoji. I know, brother Zhou Huai, do not worry. Jing Shui Lake is so close to Tianhai City, what kind of danger could there be? Besides, we have 3 professional bodyguards in the car, they will protect us, it will be fine. Putting down his phone, Zhou Huai frowned slightly. He had originally planned to have Yasuo intercept Lu Qi's car midway to give that kid a lesson he would never forget. He had not expected there to be 3 professional bodyguards in the car. That was a slight trouble. Before anything else, he had to figure out the strength of those 3 bodyguards. If their levels were too high or their job combinations too tricky, he would have to abandon his plans for now and seek another opportunity. About 10 minutes later, Molly, who had been meditating with her eyes closed, suddenly opened them, her voice carrying a hint of urgency. Boss, it seems I have found the target vehicle. Zhou Huai's spirit lifted. Tell me the information about the people in the vehicle. Molly steadied herself and reported quickly, there are 5 people in total. 3 men and 2 women. The one in the passenger seat should be the beautiful girl you mentioned. She is a level 6 holy singer. The driver is a level 16 sacred shield knight. The young man in the middle of the back seat is a level 6 flame mage. The remaining two are a level 16 jungle ranger and a level 16 life priest. The bodyguards are all level 16. Zhou Hui understood. These three were likely not just bodyguards, but also teammates of Lu Qi and Yi Zai on this dungeon run. After all, according to the world's dungeon rules, the level gap between party members cannot exceed 10 levels. The levels of these three were right at that limit. Since the opponent's highest combat power was no more than level 16, then his confidence had increased quite a bit. Zhou Hui looked at Molly beside him, his tone calm. You wait here. If anything happens to me, do not worry about me, leave immediately. Molly's face paled upon hearing this, but she nodded obediently. Boss, please be careful. Zhou Hui did not say more. Controlling Yasuo, his figure flickered and he arrived in the middle of the road, standing with his hands behind his back. Meanwhile, inside the speeding SUV, Lu Qi watched Yi Zai in the passenger seat, who was busy tinkering with her phone, occasionally revealing a sweet smile. She was clearly chatting with someone. From the moment they got in the car, she had not looked him in the eye once. This filled Lu Qi with jealousy, and he spoke sarcastically. What, still texting that loser Zhou Hui? Yi Zai looked up, a trace of disgust flashing in her clear eyes, and said coldly, none of your business. Also, brother Zhou Hui is not a loser. He is 10,000 times stronger than you. A flash of cruelty crossed Lu Qi's handsome face, but he quickly hid it. I advise you to stay away from him. It will not be long before you become my woman. Yi Zai's face frosted. You are dreaming. Lu Qi curled his lips into a cruel arc. Whether I am dreaming or not is not up to you. Once our two families officially announce the engagement, if you dare to go find that loser again, I promise I will kill him with my own hands. Yi Zai's cold aura intensified, and fury burned in her beautiful eyes. If you say one more word, believe it or not, I will get out of the car right now. Seeing this, Lu Qi immediately put on a smiling face and waved his hand. Oh, just a joke, Sister Zier, do not get excited. Just then, screech. The sound of harsh braking rang out. Huge inertia caused everyone in the car to tilt forward unexpectedly. Once the vehicle came to a complete stop, Lu Qi was furious and started yelling at the driver. The fuck are you doing? Are you trying to get us killed? The sacred shield knight driving looked aggrieved and shaken. Young master, it was not that I wanted to brake, it is because someone suddenly blocked the middle of the road. Block the road? Who the hell has the guts to block my car? Lu Qi poked his head forward from the back seat, looking ahead in annoyance. Must be tired of living. However, when he saw that familiar figure in the middle of the road ahead, he was struck by lightning and froze instantly. A curse burst out of his mouth uncontrollably. My God! Lu Qi was utterly shocked, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. He even rubbed his eyes vigorously, wondering if he was seeing things. Even Yi Zai, sitting in the passenger seat, gasped with her cherry lips parted, showing an expression of disbelief. The man blocking their car, with his tall build and a face that bore a touch of world weariness. Was not he that 30-year-old guy who had taught Lu Qi a lesson with just a few moves back at the trial tower? It seemed he was called Yasuo, right? Yes, that was him. The mysterious powerhouse who single-handedly took first place in this trial tower challenge. At the time, some speculated that this Yasuo was likely a top-tier S-class professional. But none of that was the most critical point. The most critical point was not this guy already dead? The news had only come out 2 days ago that shortly after leaving the trial tower, he was ambushed and killed by the Dawn Guild. Because of this, the principals of the 4 major high schools in Tianhai City were furious and were investigating it together. Lu Qi himself had been called in for questioning several times over the past 2 days. And yet, they had not even left the city limits for long. And here this person was, alive and standing right in front of their car. This was absolutely ghostly. Damn it, where did this blind bastard come from? The Holy Shield Knight driving the car cursed angrily and shoved the door open to step out. He had a burly frame and a face full of arrogance, and he started yelling while pointing at Yasuo's nose. Kid, are you fucking blind? Do you know whose car this is? Daring to block the road, I think you are tired of living. Zhou Huai, controlling Yasuo, remained expressionless and squeezed 2 words through his teeth. Stick up. If you do not want to die, hand over everything you have. Hi. The Holy Shield Knight acted as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He paused for a second, then burst into roaring laughter, tears almost streaming down his face. A stick up with just you alone trying to rob the 5 of us. Ha ha ha, kid, have you lost your mind? Is something wrong with your brain? Something's not right. Inside the car, Lu Qi felt a sudden jolt in his heart as he looked at Yasuo's eerily calm eyes. A dead man suddenly appearing to rob them. This whole thing was extremely sinister. He made a snap decision and shouted sternly to the 2 bodyguards in the back seat, "Get out of the car, all of you. Do not waste time talking to him, coordinate with the Holy Shield Knight and kill him immediately." The Jungle Ranger and the Life Priest heard this and their eyes hardened, realizing the situation was not simple. The 2 nodded immediately, quickly pushed open the car doors and moved to the left and right of the Holy Shield Knight, vaguely surrounding Yasuo. The Holy Shield Knight kept mocking, "Kid, how much money do you want? Give me a number, and if Grandpa is in a good mood, I might just spare you some coins for a coffin, haha." The moment he finished speaking, whoosh, a sharp sound of breaking air rang out suddenly. The Jungle Ranger standing behind him had cold glints in his eyes, his longbow already pulled to its limit. An arrow glowing with a ghostly green light like a venomous snake striking, surged toward Yasuo's head with lethal spiral wind force. A sneak attack and a ruthless killing move at that. However, Yasuo seemed to have been prepared for this. Just as the arrow left the string, his body swayed slightly, moving half a step to the side like a phantom. The lethal arrow whistled past his temple and embedded itself deep into the ground behind him, its tail still quivering. What? The Jungle Ranger's pupils shrank suddenly, his face revealing look of utter disbelief. He was confident that even another level 16 agility-based professional would not have been able to dodge that arrow so easily. Before he could react, Yasuo moved. Thunder flashed beneath his feet. Lightning dash. His figure turned into a jagged bolt of electricity, instantly breaking through the Holy Shield Knight's defensive perimeter and lunging straight for the Jungle Ranger in the back. "Oh no, protect the long-range unit." The Holy Shield Knight roared, lifting his heavy tower shield and stepped forward to intercept. But there was no way he could keep up with Yasuo's speed. The Life Priest reacted quickly too, waving his staff, a holy light chain appearing out of thin air, attempting to ensnare Yasuo. Clang! Yasuo did not even look back, swinging his sword backhanded with precision to strike the holy chain and shatter it. The sword momentum did not slacken, thunder flashed. Thunder slash. Sizzle. A thick bolt of thunder sword energy wrapped in destructive power instantly engulfed the terrified Jungle Ranger. -875. A massive damage number floated up. The Jungle Ranger did not even have time to scream before he turned into a white light and died on the spot. One hit kill. The Holy Shield Knight and the Life Priest watched in stunned silence, their bodies turning cold. What kind of damage was that? Yasuo did not stop, his figure turning and once again becoming lightning, aiming straight for the Life Priest. Holy Shield. The Life Priest was terrified and hurriedly cast a defensive shield on himself. Greg. The shield shattered instantly under Yasuo's violent blade like it was made of paper. Splat. -450. -467. -432. 3 consecutive strikes. The Life Priest was dead. In the blink of an eye of the 3 level 16 professionals, only the Holy Shield Knight remained. Watching his companions turn into cold corpses, the tower shield in his hands trembled slightly. Fear instantly devoured his reason. Demon's devil. He let out a strange cry, abandoned all resistance, and turned to scramble back into the car. However, would Yasuo give him the chance? A flash of movement, and he was already blocking the car door. Splat. Throat slit. The Holy Shield Knight stiffened, and with a face full of fear and reluctance, he slowly slumped to the ground. Inside the car, Lu Qi saw this and his eyes were nearly ready to burst with fear. 3 level 16 professionals. They were all taken out in one encounter. Is this even human? Fear. Boundless fear instantly flooded Lu Qi. He no longer cared about face or identity, scrambling from the back seat to the driver's seat and slamming his foot down on the accelerator. The off-road vehicle roared and prepared to charge forward. Trying to run now. Too late. Yasuo's icy voice rang in his ears like a death warrant. Lightning dash. A flash of lightning. Yasuo's figure appeared like a phantom outside the driver's side. He yanked the door open, grabbed the panicked Lu Qi like a chicken, and threw him hard onto the ground. Cough cough, you do not do anything reckless. Lu Qi was in intense pain, his face covered in mud and cold sweat, looking completely pathetic. But he still yelled, trying to sound tough, I am from the Tianhai Zhou family. My mother is a daughter of the Imperial Liu family, my grandfather is. Shut up. Yasuo grinned, but the smile was cold and piercing. Relax, I am not going to take your dog's life. Zhou Huai snorted internally. Although this Lu Qi was incredibly annoying, it really was not the right time to kill him. The forces behind this guy were deeply intertwined, and if he really killed him, this newly resurrected avatar of Yasuo would probably be in for endless trouble. Before he had fully spread his wings, it was better to spare his life for now. This big brother, know this boss. What exactly do you want? We have no grudges from the past, why are you targeting me again and again? I always feel like you seem to have some deep hatred for me. If there is any misunderstanding, or if I have offended you in some way, just say it. We can sit down and talk it out, find a way to resolve it, cannot we? Lu Qi still wanted to continue negotiating relentlessly. Yasuo, however, could not be bothered to listen to his nonsense. He bent down, grabbed Lu Qi by the ankle, and violently stripped off the sports sock that was emitting a strong, sour odor from his foot. Then, to Lu Qi's horrified eyes, he crumpled the sock into a ball and shoved it into his mouth. Lu Qi's eyes bulged, struggling violently, disgusted to the point that tears and snot flowed together. Yasuo pulled several sturdy vines from the side, bound him tightly, and tied him securely to a large tree by the roadside. He searched him symbolically and sure enough, found another storage ring. After doing all this, Yasuo patted him down symbolically and quickly stripped off a storage ring radiating a faint magical aura from Lu Qi's finger. Only then did he turn, preparing to leave. Lu Qi saw that the other person really did not intend to kill him but was only robbing him of his wealth, so the tight string in his heart loosened slightly. Although humiliated, at least his life was saved, and there would be plenty of chances to get revenge later. But the next second, Zhou Huai, controlling Yasuo, suddenly turned his head back, his eyes cold. Lu Qi's heart sank, and a bad omen flooded his mind. He saw Yasuo expressionlessly raise his right foot and aim a fast, accurate, and ruthless kick right between his legs. Thud. The sound was dull and eerie. A scream so shrill it did not sound human erupted from the throat blocked by the smelly sock. His eyes popped out instantly, bloodshot and terrifying. The muscles in his face convulsed and distorted due to extreme pain, instantly turning a liver-colored shade, while the veins on his forehead and neck bulged out like gruesome worms. His entire body arched like a cooked prawn, and his legs uncontrollably shivered violently. Cold sweat poured down from his forehead and back like a waterfall, instantly soaking his clothes. Agony. Bone-crushing agony made him lose all ability to think. Zhou Huai snorted in his heart. Capital punishment may be avoided, but living punishment is inevitable. Daring to set your sights on my woman. I will break your little brother that is meant for passing down the lineage first. Watching Lu Qi in that state of wishing he were dead, Zhou Huai felt a lot better, then turned around and began walking toward the off-road vehicle. Yizai was still in the passenger seat and had seen everything that happened just now clearly. Especially Lu Qi's final inhuman scream and his expression of extreme agony. It made her heart leap to her throat, and her body could not help but tremble slightly. She clutched the corner of her clothes tightly, her knuckles turning white, not even daring to breathe loudly. She did not know how this man, who was like a god of death, would deal with her next. Click. The car door was slowly opened. Yasuo's face with its touch of world weariness appeared before Yizai, his eyes deep and profound. Unexpectedly, his tone even carried a hint of imperceptible gentleness. Did not scare you, did I? Yizai was a bit dazed by this sudden greeting. She subconsciously shook her head, her voice thin as a mosquito's buzzing. I am okay. Yasuo nodded, seemingly satisfied with the answer. That is good. He stepped aside. Get out of the car, next you are coming with me. Yizai's heart tightened, but she still obediently pushed open the door and stepped down. She stood before Yasuo, looking up at this man who was a head taller than her, and mustered the courage to ask in a small voice, Where are we going? Jo Hyue, controlling Yasuo, deliberately maintained that cold, stay-away demeanor. You are currently my hostage, just follow me, do not ask so many questions. Yasuo's cold eyes and uncompromising tone made Yizai's heart, which had just slightly relaxed, tighten up again, and she could not help but shiver. But she bit her lower lip, nodded silently, and set off to follow Yasuo. For some reason, even though this man acted with ruthless intent and startling methods, her intuition told her that he would not actually hurt her. Lu Qi looked at Yizai's retreating figure, his mouth continuously making woo-woo noises, tempting to call for Yizai's help. However, Yizai had not even looked at him once from start to finish. She walked away without looking back, following the man named Yasuo. Lu Qi's eyes were red, his face full of unwillingness and humiliation. This was the first time in his life he had been humiliated like this. No matter who you are, I will make you pay the price. Are you going to kidnap me? Yizai followed behind Yasuo, timidly attempting to negotiate. I am the daughter of the Yi family head. You can name your price and I will try my best to have my father meet your demands. But please, I beg you, do not hurt me. Jo Hyue was almost amused by Yizai's cautious, yet solemn demeanor. It seemed his actions today had truly frightened this young girl. However, his face remained as cold and unapproachable as ever. Rest assured, I am not after money. Yasuo spoke in a flat tone without looking back. Upon hearing this, instead of feeling relieved, Yizai subconsciously hugged her chest, her fair face turning even paler. Not after money. Could it be that you are after my virtue? She gritted her teeth, her tone firm. That is not going to happen. If you dare to touch me, I would rather die. Yasuo paused his footsteps, looked sideways with a speechless expression, and glanced at her. That look was as if he were watching a cute little creature. I'm not after your virtue either. Yizai was completely confused. Her wide, watery eyes were filled with question marks. Not after money. And not after my virtue. Then what exactly is this guy after, going to such great lengths to pull me off Lu Qi's car? Yizai was bright and clever, far from being naive. She soon recalled that while she was in the car earlier, brother Jo Hyue seemed to have been texting her, asking if she had left yet. His words reminded her to stay safe, as if he had already anticipated what would happen. Could it be? Is this mysterious powerhouse named Yasuo sent by brother Jo Hyue? Recalling when that guy Lu Qi was harassing her outside the trial tower earlier. It was also this Yasuo who suddenly appeared and resolved the situation for her with just a few moves. Once could be a coincidence, but twice is not necessarily so. This made her all the more certain that the man with the weathered face in front of her was very likely connected to brother Jo Hyue in many ways. Just as Yizai was lost in her thoughts. Swish! The waist-high grass nearby shook violently. A petite, delicate figure darted out as agilely as a fawn in the forest. Boss! A crisp, pleasant voice rang out. The figure landed steadily in front of Yasuo with a few graceful leaps, bowed slightly, and stood there respectfully. Only then did Yizai notice. This figure that suddenly jumped out was actually a girl of about her own age. And judging by her attire, she seemed to be a professional as well. It was Molly, who had been subdued by Yasuo earlier. After reaching Yasuo, Molly caught her breath slightly, blinked her big eyes curiously, and gave Yizai a thorough look up and down. Finally, she asked the question that Yizai had been holding back for a long time, wanting to ask but not daring to. Boss, what are you planning to do by bringing this girl along? Jo Hyue controlled Yasuo, expressionless, and spat out 3 words concisely. Going to level up. As soon as these words were out, Molly was completely dumbfounded. Level up. You blocked the road, used thunderous means to take out those obstructive bodyguards, and even taught that annoying rich kid a hard lesson. Just to invite this unusually beautiful girl over. To go level up together. Countless scenarios of overbearing boss forces love, beauty reluctantly travels the world. Tojther flashed through Molly's mind, and the look she gave Yizai carried a hint of sympathy and realization. On the other hand, upon hearing the words level up, Yizai showed an I knew it expression. It must be that brother Zhou Huai was worried about her and did not want her teaming up with that annoying Lu Qi to level up. That is why he specifically arranged for this powerful man to come and take her away, so they could level up together. Thinking of this, Yizai felt a warmth in her heart and quietly took out her phone, quickly typing on the screen. Soon, in his bedroom in the villa, Zhou Huai, whose consciousness was connected to Yasuo, received the message from Yizai. Brother Zhou Huai, this Yasuo, he is the person you sent right /omega/. Receiving this text message with cute emoticons, Zhou Huai could not help but let out a bitter smile. It seems Yasuo's previous actions were still too deliberate, and this young girl figured it out. But there was no helping it. He could not stand by and watch his future wife go level up with a scum like Lu Qi. He thought for a moment and replied, "Rest assured he will not hurt you." This was considered a tacit admission. Zhou Huai could be honest with Yizai about part of his situation. He would tell her sooner or later anyway. Receiving the message and seeing this reassuring reply, the last bit of doubt in Yizai's heart vanished, and she relaxed completely. Immediately after, Zhou Huai sent another message. "This is a little secret between the two of us, you absolutely cannot tell anyone." Yizai looked at the message, her eyes curving into two cute little crescent moons, her cheeks flushing slightly. "Yes, do not worry, brother Zhou Huai, I will absolutely, definitely not tell anyone, this is our little secret." It really is just as I thought, this Yasuo is brother Zhou Huai's man. But where did brother Zhou Huai find such a powerful subordinate? Beside them, Molly watched Yizai frowning one moment, giggling the next, and then happily clutching her phone with a blissed-out look on her face. Her expressions were so unpredictable that Molly was quite confused. This young lady's heart is really quite big. She was taken away by a strange man who looked very difficult to deal with, so how could she be so happy? The boss really has extraordinary charisma. 10 minutes later. Entrance to the Clean Water Lake Dungeon. The lake water rippled under the sun, but the shore was a scene of hustle and bustle. Various temporary stalls were set up in a disorderly fashion, selling potions, equipment, and all sorts of strange materials. More common were groups of people holding signs and shouting to form parties. Normal difficulty Clean Water Lake Party, need a strong damage dealer, need one more for a full group. Nightmare difficulty progression team, need a healer, must have at least 1000 healing output, experienced players preferred. Sexy ranger leading a group online, new players hop on, guaranteed pass for normal. Yasuo with Yizai and Molly, this group of one man and two women with such high attractiveness, attracted quite a few glances as soon as they appeared. My god, that guy is impressive, left and right, bringing two beauties like that. I am so jealous, that long-haired elegant lady and that petite, cute little girl are both top tier. I wonder which guild's young master he is, to have such an entourage just to go level up. The discussions buzzed one after another. Zhou Huai could not be bothered with these gazes and controlled Yasuo to head straight for the teleportation gate at the dungeon entrance. Next to the light gate, a giant crystal screen displayed the dungeon information. Clean Water Lake. Recommended level, LVLV. Optional difficulty, Normal Nightmare. Calamity and Hell difficulties are currently unavailable. Zhou Hui's gaze swept over. Normal difficulty, Beast Strength is 30 higher than wild monsters of the same level. Nightmare difficulty, it is directly doubled, comparable to elite monsters. Furthermore, the dungeons here are not child's play like the Novice Trial Tower. A slight mistake and you could die in the dungeon. Of course, risk and reward go hand in hand. The experience points and drops from high difficulty dungeons are far beyond those of normal difficulty. This is the one. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhou Huai chose Nightmare difficulty. Boom, boss. Molly saw this, her little face turned slightly pale, and she spoke with some hesitation. Nightmare difficulty, is not that a bit too dangerous? In the team she has the highest level, a level 12 Eagle Eye Summoner. But she is a pure reconnaissance support, and her combat power is almost zero. Yizai is a level 6 Holy Light Chanter which counts as a healer, but her level is too low and her healing output is limited. The only main force is Boss Yasuo, who just reached level 10. Using a level 10 main damage dealer to carry two low-level supports through a level 10 Nightmare difficulty dungeon. No matter how you look at it, this is just asking for death. It is fine. Joe Huey's tone was calm, revealing an unquestionable confidence. Just follow behind me and stay safe. Izai naturally had no objections. She was still immersed in the bliss of brother Joe Huey finding someone to take her to level up. Unable to extricate herself. Ding, you have selected Nightmare difficulty. Do you confirm entering the dungeon? Confirm. The next second, the trio's figures were swallowed by the teleportation light gate. The surrounding scenery shimmered slightly. The bustling crowd vanished into thin air. Before him still lay the vast expanse of the crystal lake, only the water appeared deeper and darker than before. A faint fishy and damp odor permeated the air. Gurgled, gurgled. The calm surface of the lake suddenly began to bubble with eerie intensity. Immediately following, splash! Hideous monsters scrambled out of the lake in a frantic rush. These creatures were the size of calves, covered in slick, dark green scales and riddled with disgusting, oozing pustules. They had heads like catfish, mouths lined with razor-sharp fangs, and short, sturdy limbs ending in vicious claws. Rotten Lake Fish Level 10 Nightmare. HP 2200 over 2200. Eek. The mere sight of them was enough to make any normal person lose their sanity. Yi Zai and Molly were so terrified that their faces paled, and they instinctively stepped back, nearly bumping into Yasuo. Joe Hyo frowned slightly. They really are disgusting. He steered Yasuo forward instead of retreating, taking the lead to meet them head-on. Zzzzt. Armor of Thunder activated instantly. Brilliant lightning erupted from within his body, condensing into a formidable suit of electrified armor that covered Yasuo from head to toe. Every crackling arc of electricity exuded an aura of total destruction. In this moment, Yasuo looked like a war god of thunder descended from the heavens. Roar! The Rotten Lake fish let out shrill screeches, their short limbs working as they lumbered toward Yasuo. Fetid saliva dripped continuously from their hideous jaws. Yasuo's eyes were cold as he flicked his windbreaker blade. Starting off with Thunder Slash. Crackle! A thick bolt of lightning sword energy, laden with violent power, ripped through the air and slammed into the lead Rotten Lake fish. Minus 585. A bright red critical hit number floated above the creature's head. Nearly 600 damage. That is such high damage. Izai covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes wide with shock. These are monsters in Nightmare difficulty. Their defense and health are far beyond the normal mode. For any other level 10 job class, hitting over 100 damage would already be considered exceptional. But this man with just one strike dealt nearly 600. It is insane. Joe Huey was slightly surprised himself. The damage was at least 50% higher than he had anticipated. It seems the power of thunder has a distinct elemental advantage over these aquatic monsters. To verify this, Yasuo's figure blurred, diving straight into the swarm of Rotten Lake fish. His sword flashed, bringing with it arcs of sharp lightning. Splat! Minus 320. Minus 317. Minus 344. Another Rotten Lake fish let out a wail as lightning flickered across its body. The piercing splash damage from his sword intent triggered, hitting several nearby monsters as well. Nightmare-level monsters were still like cutting through vegetables before Yasuo. His mob-clearing efficiency was terrifyingly high. However, these monsters surrounded Yasuo completely. Their attack frequency was also very high. They rained down on Yasuo's armor of thunder like a storm. Minus 28. Minus 31. Minus 25. A series of damage numbers floated above Yasuo's head. But none of them exceeded 40 points. The inherent damage reduction effect of the Armor of Thunder was on full display. Zzzzt. What made the Rotten Lake fish even more desperate was this. Every attack landing on the Armor of Thunder triggered a violent retaliatory lightning strike. Lightning flickered across the bodies of the putrid lake fish, leaving them briefly paralyzed. Now is the time. Joe Huey controlled Yasuo to seize this fleeting opportunity. Thunder Slash. Crackle. The thick lightning sword energy swept out, instantly cutting 7 or 8 paralyzed monsters in half. Green fluids exploded everywhere, reeking with a foul stench. Killed Rotten Lake Fish Level 10 Nightmare, experience gained plus 250. Killed Rotten Lake Fish level 10 Nightmare, experience gained plus 250. Barrage of system notifications flashed across Joe Huey's mind. Holy Light Bolt. Izai was not just standing by, she tapped her staff lightly. Bolts of soft, glowing, holy light whistled out, accurately striking the monsters trying to attack Yasuo. Although the damage was not high, just a few dozen points, it was consistent. From time to time, she would chant a hymn of light. The warm, holy light rained down, keeping Yasuo's health at a healthy level. Joe Huey inwardly praised her. As expected of an A-rank job class, the light chanter can dish out damage, can heal, truly versatile. Molly, on the other hand, seemed a bit useless. The scout spirit eagle she summoned had no offensive capabilities whatsoever. She could only sigh while holding a novice short bow, shooting at the tough-skinned Rotten Lake fish. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. -1. -2. -1. The damage numbers were painfully low, they did not even count as scratching the surface. Joe Huey shook his head and said helplessly, Molly, stop shooting. Try using your spirit eagle to lure the other Rotten Lake fish from the surrounding areas over here. Molly's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Right. She quickly controlled the spirit eagle to fly toward another small cluster of Rotten Lake fish lurking near the distant lakeshore. The spirit eagle hovered over their heads and provoked them. Soon, those idle monsters were successfully enraged and lumbered toward Yasuo. It worked, Molly shouted excitedly. Now she finally found her own use. Yasuo served as the main tank and main DPS, holding the line and dealing massive damage. Izai was in charge of healing and long-range support. Molly manipulated the spirit eagle to pull mobs from every corner of the dungeon. For a moment, this seemingly bizarre trio had achieved near-perfect synergy. Their experience points were skyrocketing like a rocket. Izai suddenly let out a surprised cry. I leveled up, I am level 7. Her pretty face was full of disbelief. How long has it been since they entered the dungeon? Probably not even half an hour. And they already gained a level. This leveling speed is faster than flying. Joe Huey kept controlling Yasuo to hack and slash while chugging advanced mana recovery potions like they were water. Only he knew the truth. The reason Yasuo was able to stand firm amidst the monster pile was entirely due to the powerful effect of the Armor of Thunder. But this skill was also a huge mana drain. It consumed 10 mana points every second. Given Yasuo's current mana pool, even at full capacity, it would not last more than 2 minutes. Fortunately, he had scavenged plenty of high-grade mana potions from that unlucky Guy Mo Shao of the Bloody Guild. Over 100 bottles. For the short term, it could easily sustain such exorbitant consumption. Seeing that the situation on the battlefield had completely stabilized, Joe Huey handed control of Yasuo over to the smart AI. Then he shifted his consciousness, instantly switching over to Aoyazi, who was far away at the Blacksmith Guild. Inside the top-tier forging room of the Blacksmith Guild, Aoyazi slowly opened his eyes. On the workbench in front of him lay dozens of rings emitting various colors of light. 42 of them in total. Every single one of them had reached rare quality. Pity, still not a single epic-grade piece. Joe Huey was not discouraged. Forging is not something one can rush. He controlled Aoyazi to wrap up this long session of forging, preparing to clock out. Creak. The door to the forging room opened. Assistant Lin Wei walked in with a cup of hot tea, ready to offer comfort to this tireless forging master. However, when she saw the dazzling display of rare rings on the workbench, almost piled up into a small hill, she stood frozen, struck as if by lightning. The teacup in her hand clattered to the floor, shattering into pieces. This. Lin Wei widened her beautiful eyes, pressing her hands tightly over her mouth to stop herself from screaming. Her voice trembled, laced with profound disbelief. Master Aoyazi, you actually crafted so many rings today. Keep in mind, the previous record for the most equipment forged in a single day at the Blacksmith Guild was only 12 pieces. And they were all rings, but most were of ordinary quality. But look at what is in front of her. 42 of them. Several times more. And every one of them is rare quality. Lin Wei examined them carefully. Several of the rings even had excellent bonus affixes. Lin Wei's breath grew rapid. She roughly estimated in her head. These rare quality rings, even the most basic 1-star ones, could easily sell for 10,000 Daxia coins. Those high-star ones with great affixes were in high demand at 20,000 or 30,000 each. This pile of rings could probably sell for at least 600,000 Daxia coins. Minus the material costs, the pure profit would be at least 500,000. Many blacksmiths probably cannot earn 500,000 in a whole year of work. Yet Master Aoyezi managed to do it in just one single night. Yet Master Aoyezi settled back into his apartment. Lin Wei did not dare to delay even for a second, jogging quickly towards Supervisor Shen Qiu's office. Supervisor Shen. Shen Qiu was leisurely sipping his tea when he was startled by her reckless intrusion. "Why are you being so flustered? What happened?" Lin Wei panted, her pretty face flushed with excitement. "Master Aoyezi, he forged 42 rare quality rings in a single night." "Yeah." Shen Qiu spat out his hot tea, nearly burning himself. How many?" He stood up abruptly, his voice cracking. 42, all of them are rare quality." Lin Wei nodded emphatically, her tone firm. Shen Qiu's eyes went wide as he gasped in shock. Good heavens, he is an absolute monster of talent. He muttered to himself, pacing back and forth in his office, his face filled with shock and ecstasy. "I finally understand why the guild master was willing to do whatever it takes to sign him. He is not just a blacksmith, he is a walking money printer, he is the cash cow of our guild." Shen Qiu slapped his thigh hard. "Quick, immediately deposit the payment for this forging, along with the promised bonus, into Master Aoyezi's account without missing a cent. You must make sure this gentleman is treated perfectly." He rubbed his hands together with a sly smile and lowered his voice. "Little Lin, I see Master Aoyezi is still young and does not have a companion by his side. When the time is right, should not we, you know?" He winked, his meaning perfectly clear. Lin Wei's face turned beet red in an instant, and she stomped her foot in embarrassment. "Supervisor Shen, you are teasing me again." After saying that, she turned red and practically ran out of the office to escape. Shen Qiu watched her flee and chuckled triumphantly. Meanwhile, after getting Aoyezi settled in, Zhou Huai briefly turned his attention back to Yasuo's progress in the dungeon. After more than an hour of bloody battle, Yasuo, leading Yi Zai and Molly, had successfully pushed through to the lair of the first boss in this nightmare-grade purified water lake dungeon. Inside a dark underwater cave, a giant crab the size of a small truck was waving two massive claws capable of snapping steel, eyeing them menacingly. Its entire body was covered in a heavy, dark blue shell with a metallic sheen, bristling with sharp bone spikes and grotesque patterns. 8 sturdy limbs supported its massive frame. Every step it took caused the ground to tremble slightly. Abyssal Pincer Crab Level 12 Nightmare Elite Boss. HP 30 to 00. This boss clearly had high defense and devastating attack power. Its only weakness was likely its relatively slow movement speed. The battle had begun. Yasuo moved like a ghost, weaving between the boss's massive claw strikes and sprays of corrosive venom. The armor of thunder was already active, crackling with electricity. His sword, Windbreaker, landed precisely in the joints or the gaps of the crab's armor with every strike. Clang! Minus 285. Minus 302. His thunder-imbued slashes dealt substantial damage of 200 to 300 per hit, even against this high-defense boss. Yi Zai provided full support from the back, alternating between holy light bullets and light chants to keep Yasuo's health stable. Molly's Spirit Hawk circled overhead, distracting the boss and occasionally signaling when it was about to use a skill. They worked together quite well. Seeing that their battle with the boss had stabilized, Zhou Huai finally felt at ease. His consciousness slowly pulled away from Yasuo and returned to his own body. He had no choice. He had left the city and fought intensely today and had not slept at all during the night. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of exhaustion crashed over him like a tide. Zhou Huai could no longer hold on. He collapsed onto his bed, pulled up the blanket, and fell into a deep, instant sleep. Meanwhile, at the Zhou family mansion, Lu Qi was carried back on a stretcher. After hours of agonizing torture and terror, he was completely drained. Even though he received emergency treatment from the family's light attribute healer as soon as he got home, his ruined manhood was beyond recovery. He lay limp on the bed, pale as a sheet with dead, empty eyes looking completely hollowed out. Liu Yuru kept watch by his bedside, tears welling up as she saw her son's pathetic state. My poor son, what on earth happened? Did not you take that girl Yi Zai out of the city to level up? How did you end up like this? Liu Yuru's voice trembled, filled with urgency and rage. At the mention of this, Lu Qi's empty eyes were filled with endless hatred and fear. Tears streamed down his face as his voice came out hoarse and distorted. It was Yasuo, Mom. It was all that bastard named Yasuo. Not only did he kill all the bodyguards I brought with me, but he tied me to a tree and tortured me repeatedly. And finally, he kidnapped Yizai too. What? Upon hearing this, Liu Yuru's brows shot up in fury, and a terrifying murderous intent exploded from within her. Yasuo, that is a good name for a dead man. How dare he bully my son like this? I do not care who he is, I will find him and hack him to pieces. I will tear his skin off. Just then, the bedroom door was pushed open. Zhou Feng hurried back from the outside. Yuru, I heard Kier had an accident, how is he now? The moment Liu Yuru saw him, her pent-up rage found an outlet. She turned her head sharply, her eyes cold as blades. Zhou Feng, so you finally decided to come back. Kier has been in this state for so long and you only show up now. Is he not your biological son? Do not you feel any pain or concern for him at all? Zhou Feng looked helpless and quickly stepped forward to explain. Yuru, what are you talking about? I was just dealing with an urgent guild matter. As soon as I got the news, I rushed back without a second's delay. The Zhou family's guild, the Radiance Alliance. It was one of the top 3 guilds in Tianhai City, with thousands of professional members, immense power, and one of the Zhou family's most important financial pillars. Currently, it was under the full management of Zhou Feng. Liu Yuru ignored his explanation, hands on her hips like an angry lioness. I do not care what you were doing. Right now, Kier was bullied by a man named Yasuo, and that girl Yizai was kidnapped by him. I will give you 1 day, right now, immediately, go find out everything about this Yasuo and drag him back to me. I must get justice for Kier with my own hands. All right, do not get so upset, I will go do it right now. Zhou Feng nodded repeatedly, not daring to show any slowness. After calming her down, he immediately turned and left to contact the Radiance Alliance's informants and intelligence officers to search for the man named Yasuo. On the other side, at the Yi family residence, the Yi family head Yi Zhenshin was furious upon learning that his precious daughter, his apple of his eye, had been kidnapped in broad daylight and was still missing. The entire Yi family mansion was shrouded in a heavy atmosphere. He dispatched a large number of family experts to rush outside the city and conduct a carpet search toward the purified water lake. He also called Zhou Feng directly, his tone cold and threatening. Zhou Feng, my daughter went outside the city with your son Lu Qi. Now she is missing. I do not care if your Zhou family is involved or not. I want to see her alive or see her corpse. If anything happens to Zir, your Zhou family will have to answer to me. Zhou Feng was overwhelmed and felt a splitting headache. For a time, the whole city was in turmoil. At this moment, Yi Zai, one of the parties involved in the incident, was still completely unaware of it. She was still happily grinding levels in the purified lake dungeon with Yasuo. When the last giant, foul-smelling lake worm turned into experience points under Yasuo's violent, thunderous sword energy. Swish! A white light of leveling up shone on Yi Zai's body once again. She had successfully reached level 10. Feeling the surging power of the holy light within her, which was much stronger than before. Yi Zai's pretty face was filled with irrepressible joy. Too fast. This leveling speed is simply outrageously fast. She had originally thought that it would take at least 2 or 3 days of hard, sleepless work to reach level 10. And the result? It was done easily in just over half a day. If we clear this nightmare difficulty purified lake dungeon once more, I might even be able to rush to level 12 in one go today. At this thought, Yizai's beautiful eyes sparkled. She turned her head to look at Yasuo beside her and tentatively asked, Brother Yasuo, shall we clear it one more time? At this moment, Zhou Huai was fast asleep, and Yasuo was being entirely controlled by the intelligent AI. Hearing Yizai's request, the AI mimicked human politeness and gave a slight nod. Yasuo said, if the young lady wishes to go again, that is acceptable. Hi. A large question mark slowly appeared over Yi Zai's head. What is wrong with this man? Why does his tone sound so different from before? Did not he used to be cold, cool, and a man of few words? Why is he calling me young lady now? However, Yizai did not overthink it, assuming he was just in a good mood. And so, the three of them turned and left the dungeon portal, preparing to wait for the dungeon to reset after its cooldown before re-entering. However, just as they stepped out of the portal and returned to the bustling lakeside camp outside. Messier! It is Messier, it really is you. A shout filled with both surprise and joy came from a distance. Yizai looked toward the sound, a look of surprise appearing on her pretty face. She saw several muscular men wearing the standard Yi family guard uniforms running quickly toward them. The leader was someone she recognized, a small team leader from her father's side. She said in surprise, "Uncle Zhang, why are you guys here?" The muscular man called Uncle Zhang looked Yizai up and down, and seeing that she was unharmed, he finally let out a sigh of relief. "My young mistress, the master heard that you had been kidnapped and he almost went insane with worry. He specifically sent us to find you in a hurry. Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" Kidnapped? Yizai blinked her beautiful eyes, looking somewhat confused. She subconsciously pulled her mobile phone out of her space ring. She did not know until she looked, but she was shocked at what she saw. The phone screen was showing a full 30+ missed calls. Without exception, they were all from her father, Yi Zhenshin. She had been focused on grinding monsters in the dungeon and had not noticed at all. Yizai stuck out her tongue and hurriedly called her father back. The call was connected almost instantly. "Zier, where are you now? Are you okay? Did that damn bastard do anything to you?" On the other end of the line, the loud and anxious voice of Yi family head Yi Zhenshin was so booming that Yizai's ears felt a bit numb. "Hey Dad, do not worry, I am fine," Yizai hurriedly explained. "How could I possibly have been kidnapped when I am perfectly fine? It is just that my friend is helping me level up. There was a small misunderstanding." Hearing this, Yi Zhenshin's tone was still filled with doubt and deep concern. "A friend? What friend? Is it a boy or a girl? Are they reliable? You girl, you are just too naive and easy to be deceived." "Oh Dad, please rest assured, they are really my friends, they are very nice people." Yizai felt somewhat conflicted. "I was just too focused on leveling up and forgot to check my phone, which is why you were worried." Yi Zhenshin on the other end was silent for a few seconds. His tone softened, but it still carried an unquestionable command. "I do not care about any misunderstandings, you now. Immediately, come back to me right away. Zhang Meng and the others have already found you. Let them escort you and come home right now." "Oh, all right," Yizai sighed helplessly, knowing that her father was truly worried this time. After hanging up the phone, she looked at Yasuo and Molly with a look of apology. Brother Yasuo, Sister Molly, my dad wants me to go back first. I am afraid I cannot level up with you today." Yasuo maintained his polite manner. "Safe travels, young lady, take care on the road." Seeing her boss being so polite, Molly hurriedly followed suit, revealing a sweet smile. "Goodbye, Miss Yi, let us play together again when you are free." Just then, the Yi family guard named Uncle Zhang cast a hostile look at Yasuo, his tone icy. "Boy, was it you who kidnapped our young lady? You have some nerve." As he spoke, the aura of a professional exploded from him. He was actually a level 20+ shield warrior, and he seemed to be on the verge of attacking. Seeing this, Yizai was startled and quickly stepped forward to stop him. "Uncle Zhang, it was not him. This is a misunderstanding. He is my friend. He brought me here to level up." Uncle Zhang frowned, eyeing Yasuo suspiciously, but seeing that their young mistress was defending him so strongly, he did not dare to act further. He let out a cold snort and glared fiercely at Yasuo. "HMPH, for the sake of the young mistress being unharmed, I will spare you once today. Boy, you better pray, and do not let me see you in the city again." After saying that, he guarded Yizai and took the other Yi family guards away in a hurry toward Tianhai City. Watching the back of Yizai as she left, a flash of indiscernible light crossed Yasuo's deep eyes. He suddenly lowered his voice and said to Molly beside him, "Move fast." Molly, who was enviously watching Yizai leaving while surrounded by so many people, was taken aback, feeling confused. "Boss, where are we going? Has not the dungeon cooldown finished yet?" Yasuo's tone was concise and solemn. "The enemy is near, and their intent is aimed at us." While he was speaking, several figures in the distance were quietly moving closer to Yasuo's location. They were all members of the Brilliant Alliance. They had already heard the description of Yasuo's appearance from Lu Qi. So as soon as Yasuo appeared, he had already been targeted by them. Yasuo did not hesitate. He pulled the petite Molly beside him and securely carried her on his back. With a flash of thunder beneath his feet, he charged like lightning toward the dense jungle nearby. Do not let them run, stop him. Among the pursuers, a control-type professional roared and slammed his hands onto the ground. Rampant vines. In an instant, countless dark green vines as thick as bowls burst through the ground in front of Yasuo, dancing like chaotic poisonous snakes and winding madly toward him. Yasuo's eyes narrowed, and instead of retreating, he advanced. He suddenly leaped high into the air, dodging the entangling vines. At the same time, Earth Spike Assault. The ground beneath his feet suddenly bulged with sharp, earthy yellow spikes, flickering with a hair-raising cold gleam. The timing was timed to perfection. However, while in midair, Yasuo forcefully twisted his body. His right foot stepped precisely onto the tip of an earth spike and gave a fierce kick. Lightning dash. Sizzle. His figure turned into a jagged bolt of electric light, narrowly avoiding the entanglement of the vines and the shooting of the earth spikes, instantly rushing out over 10 meters and plunging into the dark forest. HMPH, you have got some tricks. But today you will not be able to escape. A small team leader of the Brilliant Alliance had a flash of surprise in his eyes, which then turned into cruelty. We will chase him, pin him down. Others, notify the brothers from our guild in the vicinity immediately. The target has appeared, have them surround him from all directions. Today, he must not escape the purified lake area. At the command, 5 or 6 elites of the Brilliant Alliance, all level 20 or above, spread out and chased into the dense forest like leopards. In the dense forest, Yasuo was carrying Molly, but his speed did not decrease at all as he moved around the complex terrain. Molly scout the pursuers immediately. Molly, who was rattled from the jostling, finally snapped back to her senses in a nervous state. She hurriedly summoned several scout spirit eagles to scatter in all directions. She closed her eyes and shared the vision with the eagles. A moment later, her face pale, she opened her eyes and reported urgently. Boss, 6 people are following behind. They are very fast. They are at least level 25 or higher. Wait, there are 3 more people flanking from the northeast. Boss, what should we do? It looks like we have been surrounded. Yasuo's expression was calm, his intelligent AI running at high speed. He looked ahead and suddenly asked, what is that place ahead? Molly carefully identified it through the vision of the spirit eagles. In the distance, the outline of a dilapidated city could be vaguely seen, with broken walls, ruins, and overgrown weeds, exuding a sense of death and ominousness. From far away, one could seemingly hear bursts of blood-chilling roars of strange beasts. Molly's face instantly turned even paler. That is the old city area of Tianhai City. After the Abyss invasion, it was completely abandoned and is now almost entirely occupied by powerful exotic beasts. Molly's face was full of panic. Boss, do not tell me you want to go in there. It is very dangerous there. The average level of the beasts is above 20. It is said that there are also several level 30 bosses inside. Yasuo, however, remained unmoved. They say that to survive, one must embrace the path to death. Enter. With that, he stepped over the dilapidated wall of the old city. The Radiance Alliance team soon caught up to the crumbling outer walls of the old district. The group came to an abrupt halt. Captain, what now? That kid seems to have run inside. Are we really going to go in after him? A young member's voice trembled and his palms, gripping his weapon, were already slick with cold sweat. He had heard that the old district was crawling with high-level exotic beasts. If they went in with just this many people, a single slip could mean their total annihilation. The captain leading them, a burly man with a hideous scar on his face, knit his brows into a knot and spat fiercely. Damn it, this brat sure knows how to pick a spot. He knew better than anyone how dangerous the old district was. But the higher-ups had given a strict order. They must bring that man named Yasuo back, dead or alive. Stop being such a coward. Another member forced himself to be brave, pumping himself up. The beasts inside are only around level 20. As long as we stay careful and do not provoke any bosses, we can definitely get out in one piece. The scar-faced captain's eyes turned sinister, a flash of cruelty crossing his face. Whatever happens, we have to go in and check. That kid is only level 10. Going into the old district is no different from suicide. Maybe by the time we find him, he will already be a cold corpse. He took a deep breath, waved his hand sharply, his voice filled with unquestionable resolve. Pull yourselves together, move out. I do not believe for a second he could just grow wings and fly away. Yes, sir. Although their hearts were pounding with anxiety, the captain's order was law. The 7 or 8 elite members of the Radiance Alliance had no choice but to bite the bullet, vault over the weathered wall, and file in one by one. Inside the old district, ruins stood amidst overgrown weeds. The air was thick with a strange, putrid smell of decay and blood. The towering, abandoned buildings looked like silent giants, casting long shadows that only added to the eerie, oppressive atmosphere. This place was a paradise of death. Carrying Molly on his back, Yasuo moved through this ruins of silence and danger as if he were walking on flat ground. His steps were light and swift, always finding the most secure footing and avoiding loose debris and hidden traps. The AI core ran at high speed, digitizing the surrounding environment, constantly analyzing the optimal path while dodging potential threats. Molly clung tightly to Yasuo's broad back, her small face pale with nerves, her wide eyes scanning the surroundings vigilantly. The several scout falcons she controlled acted like loyal sentinels, circling ahead and on both sides, relaying real-time information to Yasuo. Boss, 30 meters to the front left, around that corner there are 3 rotten hounds, about level 22, Molly said in a hushed, urgent voice. Yasuo did not pause for even a second at her words. He lightly tapped his toes against a broken wall, his body drifting like a weightless feather as he slipped silently over the top of a dilapidated billboard on the other side. Below, the trademark low snarls of the rotten hounds and the rustling sound of claws scraping the ground were clearly audible. Yet they never once realized their target had just passed right over their heads. Molly let out a long breath and gently patted her heaving chest with her small hand. Boss, you are amazing, you actually managed to dodge them. Yasuo remained silent, continuing his navigation through the complex ruins. Suddenly, Molly's voice grew frantic again, this time with a distinct tremor. Boss, straight ahead under the ground, there is something coming from underground. It is so fast, and its size, it is massive. Before she could finish her sentence, boom! The street surface not far ahead suddenly collapsed, with gravel and dust shooting into the sky. A giant python, covered in hard dark green scales and thick as a water barrel, burst violently from the earth. On its massive triangular head, a pair of murky yellow vertical pupils shimmered with cold, bloodthirsty light, and its crimson tongue flickered as it let out a terrifying hissing sound. Cave Lurker level 26 Elite. HP 1. A level 26 Elite Beast. The cave lurker suddenly opened its blood-red maw wide enough to swallow an elephant, as a foul, fishy gust of wind rushed toward them, striking at Yasuo like lightning. Molly was terrified, her face instantly drained of color. She instinctively closed her eyes and let out a scream. However, the expected violent impact never came. She only felt Yasuo's body dip suddenly, followed by an incredible sidestep. The giant python's massive jaws brushed right past Yasuo's shoulder, snapping shut on empty air. Crack! A nearby crumbling wall was bitten to pieces, sending bricks and stones flying everywhere. Yasuo did not even look back. Lightning flashed under his feet as he unleashed Lightning Dash. With Molly in tow, his figure instantly shot out dozens of meters, vanishing into the shadows of another alleyway after just a few agile leaps. Having missed, the cave lurker whipped its massive tail in anger, smashing the surrounding ruins with a thunderous roar. Dust filled the air, but the target was long gone. After a long while, Molly opened her eyes, still shaken, and realized she was safe. She looked at Yasuo's steady, mountain-like back, her eyes filled with the relief of surviving a disaster and an indescribable sense of admiration. Boss, you are simply not human. This kind of footwork, this kind of judgment, it was beyond belief. Yasuo's tone remained flat, carried by a strange, rhythmic cadence. Do not panic, just follow me closely. Who knows how much time had passed? When night fell, draping the dead, ruined city in an even deeper layer of darkness. Joe Huey slowly woke up from his soft bed. He opened his eyes, and the first thing he did was share all the memories from Yasuo's side. The Joe family moved surprisingly fast. Joe Huey curled his lips into a cold smirk, but there was not a trace of fear in his eyes. He had expected the Zhou family to retaliate for that loser Lu Qi, but he had not anticipated their response would be this swift. He had only just finished the dungeon, and they already had their people positioned around Clarity Lake. Fortunately, the AI core was decisive. Under heavy encirclement, it managed to cut a bloody path, escaped successfully, and dived straight into this treacherous old district. Next, let us see how I handle this. At that moment, Yasuo was hiding in a dilapidated two-story building with Molly, resting temporarily. He suddenly opened his eyes and turned his gaze to Molly, who was still recovering from the scare. Use your spirit falcons to see if anyone from the Radiance Alliance has entered the area. Molly was slightly stunned upon hearing this, and she could not help but mutter internally, why did the boss's speaking style suddenly go back to normal? However, this was clearly not the time for such thoughts. She nodded quickly, immediately summoning her scout falcons, letting them melt silently into the night sky as they circled high above. A moment later, Molly opened her eyes and reported with a grave expression, "Boss, a squad really has come in. There are 9 of them and they seem to be searching for us. Their current position is to our southwest, about 200 meters away." Zhou Huai heard this, and a playful smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. "Oh, they actually dared to chase me into the old district. Since you want to die so badly, do not blame me for what happens next." He continued to bark orders at Molly, who was standing to the side. "Use your spirit eagle to carefully search this area for any powerful boss monsters." Upon hearing this, Molly's face paled even further, her voice trembling. "Boss, why are we looking for a boss? Should not we be trying to find a more hidden place to hide?" Yasuo, controlled by Zhou Huai, replied in a flat tone. "Do not ask so many questions, just do as I say." Molly nodded and obediently closed her eyes. A moment later, she opened her eyes and said, "There seems to be a boss inside the underground parking lot, 500 meters to the northwest. My spirit bird did not dare to get close, so it is almost certainly a boss." Yasuo nodded and instructed, "You stay hidden here. Remember, no matter what happens outside, do not come out and do not make a sound." Although Molly was full of doubt and fear, she nodded firmly. "I understand, boss." Yasuo did not say another word. His figure flickered, and like a phantom, he leaped gracefully from the second-floor window, silently blending into the pitch-black night. The dilapidated building fell back into silence, leaving only the sound of Molly's nervous heartbeat. The nights in the old city district were even more gloomy and terrifying than the days. Gusts of chilly wind whistled by, kicking up dead leaves and dust on the ground with a rustling sound, like ghosts whispering. Relying on the AI core's precise analysis of the environment and the general direction identified by Molly's spirit eagle, Yasuo moved rapidly through the maze-like ruins. His figure flickered among the broken walls and ruins, avoiding wave after wave of wandering low-level monsters. About 10 minutes later, he arrived at the entrance of a mostly collapsed underground parking lot. A thick, nauseating stench of rot and sulfur wafted out from the pitch-black opening. Yasuo stopped and scanned his surroundings with a sharp gaze. From deep within the parking lot, faint, thunder-like snoring mixed with heavy breathing could be heard. "Found you," Zhou Huai thought. He crept forward cautiously. In a relatively open area on the second basement level, a massive monster lay sprawled on the ground, sleeping deeply. It was a giant monster nearly 3 meters tall and over 7 meters long. Its appearance resembled a pangolin magnified dozens of times, but instead of scales, its entire body was covered in thick, dark brown layers of keratin. They acted like natural heavy armor, shimmering with a hard, metallic luster. Its head was hideous and terrifying, with a giant mouth full of sharp teeth slightly agape, emitting a sickening stench. Drool mixed with unknown green slime dripped onto the floor, making a hissing, corrosive sound. Its forelimbs were thick and powerful, its claws dug deep into the ground, and its massive chest rose and fell with every breath. Wasteland Corroder, level 28, Elite Boss. HP 1. A level 28 Elite Boss, that is quite a bit of health. Zhou Huai eyed the sleeping giant, a plan already forming in his mind. He slowly raised his Windbreaker longsword, the tip pointing toward the Wasteland Corroder from a distance. The next instant, Thunder Strike. Swoosh! A sharp bolt of thunderous sword energy whistled out, landing with absolute precision on the Wasteland Corroder's thick back armor. Clang! Minus 388. The damage was not high, but it was enough to wake the sleeping beast. Roar! The wasteland corroder jerked awake, letting out a deafening roar. The entire underground parking lot seemed to tremble at the sound. Its dark yellow, malicious eyes instantly locked onto the tiny Yasuo, filled with rage and violence. Having landed the hit, Yasuo did not hesitate to engage in a fight and took off running. You want to run? The wasteland corroder roared, its massive body moving with agility that belied its size. Its limbs exerted force and the heavy creature charged like a tank, shaking the ground with every step. Yasuo was lightning fast, weaving through the complex pillars of the parking lot. The wasteland corroder's roar acted like a signal, alerting other monsters in the old city district. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A few large mutated rats scurried out from the shadows, their glowing red eyes locked intently on Yasuo. Groaned. In the distance, several staggering corrupted wanderers were attracted by the noise and began to shamble toward him. For a moment, the entire area became chaotic because of the awakening of the wasteland corroder. Seeing that the tiny human was still fleeing, the wasteland corroder became even more enraged. It snapped its giant jaw open, and a stream of dark green acid erupted like a high-pressure water gun aimed straight at Yasuo's back. Oh no! Joe Huey felt a chill in his heart. Yasuo pushed off the ground hard, trying to sidestep the attack. Splat! The acid still grazed Yasuo's left arm, instantly melting a large hole in his shadow wind armor, causing a sharp, piercing pain. Minus 750. A staggering damage number floated above Yasuo's head. His health dropped by a significant chunk. Damn it, the corrosive damage from this boss is insane, Joe Huey cursed internally. He pushed through the agony, not stopping his pace but accelerating even further, heading in the direction where the Radiant Alliance party had last been seen. The wasteland corroder was in hot pursuit, its massive body bulldozing through everything in its path, crushing obstacles. Behind it followed a crowd of monsters of all sizes forming a small monster horde. On the other side, the Radiant Alliance squad was carefully searching through the ruins of the old city district. The night was deep, and the occasional roar of monsters kept everyone's nerves on edge. Damn this hellhole, one member could not help but curse under his breath. It is pitch black, we cannot find a single ghost of a trace. Captain, do you think that kid has already been chewed up by the monsters here? Another member whispered, his tone filled with cowardice. The old city district was even more dangerous than they had imagined. Just a moment ago, they had been attacked by a small pack of corrupted hounds and nearly suffered casualties. The scarred captain's face was grim, and his confidence was wavering. The old city district was too vast and the terrain too complex. Trying to find one person here was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Search a bit further ahead, the scarred captain gritted his teeth. If we still do not find anything, we pull out. This place is truly wicked. No sooner had he finished speaking. Rumbled. In the distance, a faint, low sound of thunder mixed with the roar of a wild beast echoed through the air. What was that? Everyone was startled and looked toward the sound. Just then, at a street corner ahead, a familiar figure came charging toward them as if running for his life. The man had wild black hair loosely tied back, and faint traces of lightning danced around him. Captain, look ahead, it is that kid, it is Yasuo, a sharp-eyed member shouted in delight. The scarred captain's spirits lifted, a cruel grin spreading across his face. Ha ha ha, you did not take the path to heaven, but you barged into the gate of hell. What a stroke of luck to find him without even trying. Brothers, move out, catch him, and there will be a heavy reward. The Radiant Alliance members were instantly excited, raising their weapons to intercept him. However, the scarred captain was experienced, and he quickly noticed something wrong. Wait, he suddenly raised his hand, stopping his men. He seems to be running straight for us. And he behind him, my god. The scarred captain's pupils constricted, the grin on his face frozen solid, replaced by boundless terror. Behind Yasuo, a monstrously hideous giant creature was in hot pursuit, its colossal weight shaking the ground with every impact. Even worse, behind that giant monster followed a vast, dark wave of various monsters, shrieking and roaring in an unstoppable torrent. Damn, this brat played us. Retreat, retreat. The scarred captain was terrified out of his wits and without a second thought, turned and ran. Seeing this, the other members had no thoughts of capturing Yasuo. Survival was their only concern. Pale-faced and scrambling, they fled backward, cursing Yasuo's underhandedness. However, could they possibly be faster than Yasuo? Yasuo was like an arrow from a bow, reaching them in just a few breaths. He did not even spare a glance at the panicked Radiant Alliance members. Just as he brushed past them, the light from the lightning armor on Yasuo's body dimmed for a split second before exploding outward. Boom! A violent shockwave of thunderous power centered on him swept toward the surroundings. The 9 members of the Radiant Alliance, caught completely off guard, were instantly enveloped by the raging electric force. -155. -162. A series of damage numbers popped up over their heads. More lethally, the intense paralysis effect caused their bodies to stiffen instantly, rendering them unable to move. "Ah, my body. I cannot move, damn it." Cries of despair rang out one after another. Zhou Huai controlled Yasuo, running for his life without looking back toward the planned route. These Radiant Alliance members were already doomed. He did not need to finish them off. Behind him, the Wasteland Corroder and the massive horde of monsters had arrived in a crushing wave. The Radiant Alliance members, their paralysis having just worn off, had not even had time to get up before being utterly engulfed by the angry boss and the savage mob. Shrill, piercing screams tore through the night sky but were abruptly cut short. Blood and shredded flesh stained the ruined street. By the window of the 2-story building in the distance, Molly took it all in, her mouth open wide enough to fit an egg, her beautiful face filled with unimaginable shock and awe. She had watched with her own eyes as Yasuo led that terrifying boss and a massive swarm of monsters to easily send the 9 arrogant Radiant Alliance members to their deaths, as if herding cattle. The entire process was smooth, clean, and efficient, even possessing a cruel sense of art. After a long silence, Molly finally swallowed hard, her voice trembling slightly. "Boss, that move, it was too ruthless." After a long while, the commotion on the road gradually subsided. The horde of beasts, having lost their targets, receded like a tide and vanished deep into the dark ruins. Only then did Zhou Huai control Yasuo to step slowly out from the shadows of a broken wall. He arrived at the spot where the 9 members of the Radiance Alliance had just fallen. The air was thick with a cloying, nauseating stench of blood and burning flesh. The ground was a mess, with severed limbs and shattered entrails scattered everywhere. The terror those men felt in their final moments was still frozen on their distorted faces. Most of their gear had been mangled by beast claws and corrosive fluids, rendering it worthless. After rummaging for a moment, Zhou Huai only found a few low-quality healing potions. There was also a barely intact staff, a level 20 rare item. The shaft was charred black and the crystal embedded at the top was covered in fine cracks. Better than nothing. Yasuo tucked the spoils away and with a few agile leaps returned to the 2-story building. Molly was curled up by the window, her small face still pale. Seeing Yasuo return, her eyes lit up with an unusual brilliance as if she had just seen a savior. "Boss," her voice still held a hint of trembling, yet it was filled with genuine admiration. "You were just absolutely incredible." She racked her brain but could not seem to find the right words to describe the shock she felt inside. This feeling did not just come from the strength Yasuo had displayed. It came from the composed, effortless confidence he carried, as if everything was within his grasp. He could always turn a seemingly impossible death trap into a slaughter with just a flick of his wrist. Molly took a deep breath, her tone filled with hope. "Boss, since that bunch of pursuers is dealt with, can we leave this old district now? It is just too terrifying here, and I do not want to stay a second longer." Yasuo stood by the window, gazing into the deep night, his tone calm and unperturbed. "Not yet." Molly was slightly stunned. Yasuo continued, "The real show has only just begun." "The real show?" Molly blinked, looking utterly confused, unable to grasp what Yasuo meant. Zhou Huai did not explain, simply ordering, "You stay here. Keep a close watch on the activity outside, especially in the direction of Clean Water Lake. If anyone enters the old district again, remember to tell me immediately." Though Molly was puzzled, her trust in Yasuo had become almost blind. She nodded vigorously, "Yes, boss, I understand." Time ticked by second. The old district fell into an eerie, deathly silence. About an hour later, Molly, who had been keeping her eyes fixed outside, suddenly trembled slightly, her voice filled with tension. "Boss, you were right, more people are coming. They are coming from the direction of Clean Water Lake again. There are even more people this time, I counted roughly at least 12. Joe Huey sneered internally, they are moving quite fast. I suppose they will not give up until they see their own coffins. Under Molly's gaze, Yasuo's figure merged back into the darkness outside the window. Before long, the familiar sounds of beast roars, human shouts and screams echoed from afar, though compared to the last time, the commotion seemed smaller and ended even faster. It took less than half an hour. When Yasuo reappeared in the building, Molly could even smell a faint trace of blood and burnt odor on him. Did they also? Molly asked cautiously. Yasuo nodded slightly, which served as his answer. Johyo waited patiently. He wanted to see just how many more people the Radiance Alliance, or rather his dear stepmother, could throw into this bottomless pit of the old district. A long time passed. So long that Joe Huey thought the Radiance Alliance would not send any more people to their deaths tonight. Molly's voice, laced with irrepressible panic, rang out again. "Boss, they are here again? Oh my god, this time there are even more. I cannot be sure of the exact number, but there are at least 20. Her voice was shaking, and I feel like their presence is so strong, much stronger than the previous two groups." Joe Huey narrowed his eyes. 20 people, and they are all elites. Liu Yuru, it seems you really are frantic and willing to spare no expense. A curve formed at the corner of his mouth. No matter what, this group will also be staying here today. If this Yasuo avatar dies, so be it. It will be back in action in 24 hours. Using a disposable avatar to drain the fighting strength of the Zhou family and Liu Yuru is a deal that pays off no matter how you calculate it. Today, I will make the Zhou family pay a heavy price. Joe Huey controlled Yasuo to dive into the night once more. This time, he clearly felt the pressure mounting. This new group of Radiance Alliance members was not only larger in number, but their overall strength far exceeded the first two waves. They coordinated seamlessly and were highly alert, clearly experienced veterans. Joe Huey repeated his old trick, luring a level 29 elite boss, the Shadow Hunter Panther, along with a small swarm of beasts. However, the battle went beyond his expectations. Under the command of a burly, giant shield-wielding man who was clearly level 40, those 20 members formed a solid battle formation. Ranged classes dealt heavy damage from the back, melee fighters held the line against the beast charges, and healing spells flashed constantly. They actually managed to hold their ground against the first wave of the beast tide. The Shadow Hunter Panther, despite its ferocity, was pinned down by the level 40 shield warrior and could not break through the line. Interesting, Joe Huey mused, raising an eyebrow. If one is not enough, I will add more to your plate. Yasuo's figure danced along the edge of the battlefield, avoiding stray arrows and magic as he darted deeper into the old district. A moment later, accompanied by an even more furious roar, an entity burning with ghostly green flames, a level 30 elite boss, the Grudge Aggregate, was successfully invited to the battlefield by Yasuo. The entry of the second boss instantly shattered the battlefield's equilibrium. The Grudge Aggregate's wide area flame breath and grudge pulses dealt devastating damage to the Radiance Alliance's formation. The backline of ranged and support units suffered heavy casualties instantly. The line that had managed to hold was collapsing in an instant. Though the level 40 shield warrior fought hard, he was overwhelmed by the two elite bosses and the remaining beasts, with damage numbers constantly erupting over him. In the end, he roared, activated some kind of burst skill, and carved a bloody path out, fleeing for his life toward the outside of the old district with the last 2 or 3 survivors. Yasuo appeared on top of an abandoned bell tower, coldly watching their pathetic retreat. This time he did not pursue. Through this battle, the Radiance Alliance lost over 40 members directly. A staggering loss. It was total carnage. It also shocked all the bystanders who had gathered around Clean Water Lake. Near the entrance to the Pure Water Lake instance, the night had grown deep, yet many professionals still gathered in 2s and 3s, whispering to each other. "Tusk, it is really lively tonight, is not it?" An assassin in leather armor took a swig of cheap liquor. "You are telling me? Did they discover some new secret realm in the old district?" The people from the Radiant Alliance are pouring in wave after wave, said an elemental mage nearby. The weird thing is I only see them going in but hardly anyone coming out. What is going on? Once those words were spoken, the surrounding area fell silent, and an eerie atmosphere permeated the air. It was not until long after the third group had entered that three figures finally stumbled out from the end of a desolate, abandoned street in the distance. Leading them was that level 40 shield warrior, now drenched in blood, his armor in tatters, his face etched with terror and lingering fear. The other two were also in rags, their expressions listless as if they had just escaped from hell. Look, someone's coming out. My God, there were over 20 of them when they went in, and only these three are left. The crowd was in an uproar, finally realizing that the Radiant Alliance was clashing head-on with beasts or someone else in the Old District. But what for? That hellhole, the Old District, does not have much loot, but it is extremely dangerous. A well-informed merchant lowered his voice. I heard that someone offended the young master of the Zhou family deeply and hid in the Old District. The Radiant Alliance is there on orders to catch him. The Zhou family, Lu Qi. SSS, so that is it. The crowd suddenly understood, and their gazes toward the Old District grew filled with more awe and curiosity. My goodness, just how strong must someone be to make the Radiant Alliance lose so many men? Those first two groups are probably done for as well. This is basically slapping the Zhou family in the face. Inside the Zhou manor, the lights were bright, but the atmosphere was suffocating. Liu Yuru's well-maintained face was covered in frost. Useless, a bunch of useless trash. Is this the Radiant Alliance your Zhou family worked so hard to build? Huh. You cannot even catch a little mongrel playing hide-and-seek, and you lost so many men doing it. Is the Zhou family just raising a bunch of good-for-nothings? Zhou Feng's face turned livid, his fists clenched and unclenched by his sides, his temples throbbing, yet he said nothing, silently enduring Liu Yuru's roar. In the corner of the bedroom, Lu Qi lay in bed, putting on a show of extreme weakness, even though he had already been mostly treated by a healer. Mom, you must stand up for me, that bastard named Yasuo, he hurt me so badly, look at these injuries, boo-hoo. Hearing her son's sobs, Liu Yuru's expression instantly melted into heartbreak and pity. She hurried to Lu Qi's side, gently stroked his forehead and said softly, do not worry, my sweet Qi. Mom will never let that little villain go. I will not only capture him, I will have him chopped into 1,000 pieces, making him wish he were dead. I will get this revenge for you. After comforting Lu Qi, she turned sharply, aiming her fire at Zhou Feng again, her eyes like poisoned blades. Zhou Feng, let me tell you, if anything happens to Qi, or if he is left with any long-term consequences, I, Liu Yuru, will not let your Zhou family off the hook. You, right now, immediately mobilize everyone you can. Even if you have to turn the entire Old District upside down, you must drag that Yasuo out for me. Zhou Feng took a deep breath, his chest heaving, as he forcibly suppressed the anger and humiliation in his heart. He squeezed a few words through his teeth. I will send more people. Having said that, he could no longer endure the suffocating atmosphere, turned abruptly and strode out of the bedroom. When he reached the courtyard, the night wind was cool, blowing away some of the heat in his heart. Zhou Feng pulled out his communicator and dialed a number, his voice icy and devoid of warmth. Issue a bounty for me. Put a bounty on that person named Yasuo. The bounty amount, 500,000 Daxia dollars. He paused as if it was not enough to appease his anger, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. No, 1 million, I want him dead or alive. Overnight, the news of $1 million bounty spread like wildfire through the entire circle of professionals in Donghai City. Radiant Alliance bounty, Yasuo, male, suspected Thunder-type professional. 500,000 for assistance in capture, 1 million Daxia dollars for killing or capturing him alive. Attached was a blurry sketch based on descriptions from Lu Qi and a few survivors, along with a surveillance screenshot of Yasuo outside the trial tower. Damn, 1 million, the Radiant Alliance is really splashing the cash this time. What is the background of this Yasuo? How is he worth so much? You did not see the state of those Radiant Alliance people. I heard over 40 of them in the Old District were all done in by this Yasuo. SSS, a single person in a hellhole like the Old District wiping out dozens of the Radiant Alliance's men? This guy is a god among men. How did he do it? Could it be that he can control the beasts in the old district? He has got guts of steel. I really want to see this legend for myself. In taverns and on forums, Yasuo was the only topic of conversation. Some marveled at his strength and courage, while others simply enjoyed the spectacle. What is the point of having guts? Once $1 million bounty is out, who knows how many big shots and solo experts will come crawling out of the woodwork. That is right, he is just a walking piece of meat now. Hiding in the old district will not help, he will be dragged out sooner or later. What a pity, a tough character like that is probably going to die young. Various guesses and discussions ran rampant, and within a short time, the name Yasuo became the hottest center of attention in Donghai City. In the old district, inside a dilapidated two-story building, Molly curled up in a corner, finally unable to fight off the heavy drowsiness, and fell into a deep sleep. She was simply too exhausted. The events of this night were more thrilling than all the dangers she had encountered in the past year combined. Meanwhile, Yasuo moved through the ruins like a ghost. The beasts in the old district were generally level 20 or higher, which put significant pressure on Yasuo, who was only level 10. But thanks to the powerful attributes of his S-rank profession and the precise combat control of his smart core AI, he acted cautiously, specifically targeting low-level beasts that were alone or in small groups. Thunder Slash. A sword's gleam flashed by, and a level 22 carrion dog let out a wail as its head went flying. Defeated carrion dog level 22, gained 1800 experience points. Yasuo quickly cleared the battlefield, picked up the loot, and then immediately changed his position to ensure no other beasts could surround him. In this way, like a patient and deadly hunter, he accumulated experience bit by bit in the perilous old district. Time passed slowly. As the first ray of dawn pierced the darkness, illuminating the silent, dead city, Yasuo's level had quietly risen to level 14. Experience from killing monsters above my level is truly generous. Zhou Huai felt the stronger power surging within his clone and was quite satisfied. Just then the system sent a prompt. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the clone Aoyezi has successfully forged an epic-grade piece of equipment, completing the challenge mission, the blacksmith's first cry. Mission reward, Professional Sphere Draw Chance X has been issued. Zhou Huai felt a surge of energy. Finally it worked. This was probably the best news Zhou Huai had heard all day. Aoyezi spent 3 full days. Finally, just as his own level barely reached 55. He successfully forged the first epic-grade piece of equipment. With a slight shift in thought, Zhou Huai's consciousness returned to his main body instantly. He closed his eyes. That familiar, huge, and mysterious dial machine once again slowly emerged in his sea of consciousness. An unspeakable excitement surged in his heart. He stretched out his hand and slammed the ancient-looking button on the machine. Countless light orbs inside the machine spun rapidly, light flowing until finally a fiery red orb shot out. The orb burst, transforming into a dark red scroll that exuded terrifying magical fluctuations. Congratulations to the host for drawing the class, SS Grade Forbidden Spell Mage. Zhou Hui's breath hitched. SS Grade. He could not wait to open the attribute panel. Clone panel unnamed. Class Unique Hidden Class, SS Grade Forbidden Spell Mage. Level 55. HP 1. MP 1. Strength 52. Agility 55. Stamina 60. Spirit 210. Skill list. Passive Skill 1, Elemental Mastery 55 Passive. Effect, possess extraordinary understanding and affinity for basic elements. All elemental damage increased by 30, reduces cast time and mana cost of all elemental spells by 30%. Passive Skill 2, Mana Source 55 Passive. Effect, maximum mana capacity increased by 100, mana regeneration speed increased by 100. Active Skill 1, Forbidden Spell, Meteor Fire Rain 55. Effect, consumes 200 mana points. After chanting, summon 3 giant meteors wreathed in roaring flames to crash violently into a specified large area. Each meteor impact causes a massive explosion, dealing fire damage equal to 350% of spirit to all enemies within the blast zone and a medium range, with a high chance of leaving a burning area on the ground that deals 50 of spirit as fire damage per second for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Zhou Hui's heart hammered wildly as he read this. These stats. Just at level 1, it is enough to crush the stats of ordinary professionals at level 10. Especially that 210 spirit stat, it is simply shocking. If this grows, would not a single forbidden spell be enough to destroy the world? It can only be described in 2 words. Insane. Several times more insane than that S-grade Thunder Swordsman Yasuo. System prompt, please name your SS-grade clone. Zhou Huai pondered for a moment, and a classic image of a white-robed wizard appeared in his mind. Since he is a mage and so powerful, let us call him Gandalf. He had always liked that wise and powerful wizard. System prompt, naming successful, clone Gandalf created. System prompt, please customize the appearance of clone Gandalf. Zhou Huai began to think. In the movie, Gandalf was already an old man with gray hair when he appeared. My clone is only level 1, I cannot just create an old man right away. Let us use his younger self as a blueprint and make him even more handsome. Having made up his mind, Zhou Huai began to carefully adjust the clone's appearance. Before long, a young mage with a tall, straight posture, a handsome face, eyes as deep as the starry sky, and a refined yet mysterious temperament gradually became clear. A head of soft, silver-gray long hair was draped casually, adding to his otherworldly aura. Perfect, Zhou Huai was quite satisfied. System prompt, appearance customization for clone Gandalf successful. System prompt, clone is generating, please wait. About 2 hours later, a flash of white light appeared in Zhou Huai's bedroom. The young version of Gandalf, wearing simple linen clothes yet unable to hide his extraordinary aura, appeared out of thin air. He stood 1 meter 93 tall, even taller than Yasuo, with a posture as straight as a pine. Zhou Huai sized up Gandalf. If he were equipped with an exquisite staff, he would look even more like a powerful mage. He acted on the thought. Zhou Huai immediately used the system to give a new order to Yezi, who was working hard at another secret stronghold. Pause all other work and prioritize crafting a set of level 1 wearable mage gear and a matching staff for Gandalf. Just then, knock knock knock. A series of urgent knocks sounded at the door. Uncle Fu pushed the door open and hurried in. When he saw the tall, extraordinary-looking young stranger suddenly in the room, he was clearly startled and his steps faltered. Young master, who is this? Uncle Fu's voice carried a hint of vigilance. Zhou Huai looked up from his wheelchair and gave Uncle Fu a gentle smile. Uncle Fu, do not be nervous. This is also my clone. Hearing this, Uncle Fu let out a long sigh of relief, but his eyes were still full of wonder as he looked at Gandalf. He steadied himself, his expression turning grave, and lowered his voice. Young master, something has happened. The whole Donghai city is going crazy. They say the master has issued a bounty for your clone Yasuo. The bounty is as high as 1 million Daxia coins. Zhou Huai's pupils contracted slightly after hearing this. 1 million. Just to kill a level 10 clone of his. This so-called father Zhou Feng is really willing to spend big. Or perhaps that woman Liu Yuru really has a lot of influence to make Zhou Feng go to such lengths to vent her anger. 1 million to buy the life of one of my clones, they really think highly of me. Zhou Huai's tone was calm, betraying no joy or anger. It seems it will not be long before more people who are not afraid of death rush into the old city to trouble Yasuo. Thoughts raced through his mind. Better check on what is happening with Yasuo first. Thinking of this, Zhou Huai did not hesitate, immediately closing his eyes to switch his consciousness to Yasuo, who was far away in the old city. Yasuo was still grinding mobs under the control of the AI. After taking over the body, Zhou Huai quickly returned to the shabby second floor where Molly was. Boss, you're finally back. Molly was on the verge of tears. Boss, we have to run. It seems a very powerful big shot has arrived outside. Before she could finish speaking, roar! A high-pitched, thunderous dragon roar full of majesty and oppression suddenly exploded from overhead. The terrifying dragon might swept down like a physical force, causing the whole shabby building to creak under the burden. Molly shuddered, her face turning as pale as paper, almost collapsing to the ground. Zhou Huai, controlling Yasuo, frowned and quickly went to the window, carefully sticking his head out to look up. He saw it in the blue sky. A gigantic dragon with its body covered in gleaming silver scales was spreading its massive wings and circling slowly above the old city. The sunlight hit it, reflecting a cold and holy radiance. Those dragon eyes, like molten gold, looked down indifferently at the dead city below. And on the dragon's broad back, a slender and straight figure stood with hands behind their back. That figure, dressed in a well-tailored black outfit, looked all the more slender. He stood behind the dragon's head with his hands behind his back, his face veiled in a faint mist of energy, making it impossible to see clearly. But that composure and indifference, as if looking down upon all living beings, penetrated hundreds of meters to strike directly at the heart. It was the first time seeing a real living dragon. Joe Huey was also stunned by this high-impact entrance. A bounty of 1 million Daxia coins, and it could actually attract an expert of this caliber. This was way too generous. Jasmine, what rank of professional is that? Joe Huey lowered his voice to ask the girl beside him, who was shaking like a leaf. I do not know. Jasmine's voice was thick with tears, her teeth chattering. My spirit eagle, it is afraid to go out. If it goes out, the dragon will spot it. She took a deep breath, as if summoning all her remaining strength. But a beast tamer who can command a dragon, their class rank, must be at least A rank, and their level, I am afraid it is over 50. Level 50. Joe Huey's heart skipped a beat. This was completely beyond the scope of what he could comprehend at his current stage. Just then, from deep within the old city, several equally powerful auras erupted suddenly. Roar! The Ruin Corruptor that had been lured away by Yasuo earlier charged out from the underground parking lot once more, roaring at the sky as emerald acid gathered in its maw. Hiss! In another abandoned building complex, the massive head of a burrowing crypt crawler emerged, its murky pupils locked firmly onto the silver dragon in the sky. Screech! Amidst a sharp shriek, the Shadow Panther appeared atop a high-rise building, its body shrouded in ominous black mist. Several elite bosses lurking in the old city had, under the pressure of the dragon's might, rarely joined forces to provoke the intruder in the sky. The next instant, spears of emerald acid, claws condensed from shadow energy, and invisible mental shockwaves whistled toward the silver dragon from all directions. However, the man in black on the dragon's back did not even budge. The silver dragon merely flicked its head in disdain. A visible silver light shield manifested instantly around it. Boom, boom, boom. All the attacks struck the shield, causing only ripples before being fully neutralized, without even causing the shield to shake. Effortless. The silver dragon slowly opened its massive maw and drew a deep breath. A blinding white gold light ignited in its chest and abdomen. Error. With a high-pitched dragon roar, a thick, white gold dragon breath that seemed to purify all filth in the world poured down like a falling river. Wherever the dragon breath passed, ripples of distorted space appeared. The tough, horny armor of the Ruin Corruptor was as fragile as paper before the dragon breath, instantly melting and vaporizing. It could not even let out a scream before its massive body was turned to ash in the white gold flames. As the breath swept by, a deep charred scar was plowed into the earth, and all buildings and ruins along the path were annihilated. The other arrogant elite bosses, touched by the edge of the dragon breath, dissolved quickly like burning candles. One strike. Just one strike. Several powerful bosses entrenched in the old city had been slaughtered. The remaining low-level beasts, terrified by this godlike power, let out fearful wails and began to flee wildly out of the old city. For a moment, the entire old city seemed to be experiencing an apocalyptic flight. In the sky, that indifferent voice finally echoed, like the judgment of a deity, clearly reaching every corner. That guy called Yasuo, I know you're down there. Come out quietly now and come with me, and I promise not to kill you. Do not harbor any delusions. If you do not come out on your own, I will completely destroy this old city area. By then you will certainly die. Jasmine completely broke down, her legs giving way, and she slumped to the ground with only endless despair in her eyes. Boss, what are we going to do? This person is too strong, we are no match for him, we are going to die. Joe Huey, however, appeared exceptionally calm. He turned, controlling Yasuo, a faint smile even appearing on his face. He is looking for me, why are you so afraid? Jasmine was taken aback by this nonsensical remark. Are not we on the same side? She still understood the logic of sharing both honor and disaster. Even though they had only known each other for less than 2 days. Zhou Huai stopped paying attention to her confusion and continued, "There is not much time. Now tell me your address in Donghai City." Jasmine was completely bewildered. At such a critical moment, why would the boss ask where she lived? Is he planning to take refuge at my place? But what good would that do? The point is, there is no way to escape from here at all, right? Her mind was a mess, but she instinctively recited an address. Changning District, Donghai City, 127 Dingxiang Road. Zhou Huai nodded, took out a plain-looking ring from his chest and tossed it to her. It was the spatial ring taken from the corpse of that unfortunate young Master Mo. Jasmine caught it clumsily, looking dazed. "Boss, what does this mean?" Zhou Huai did not answer, speaking quickly and briefly. "Listen to me next. In a moment I will go out and draw him away. Once he leaves, you must escape the old city immediately and go back to Donghai City. Wait for me at home." He paused, speaking word for word with extreme clarity. "When the time comes, I will come to your house to find you, understand?" Jasmine nodded, though she was dazed. But she quickly reacted, her eyes filled with worry and confusion. "Boss, how do you plan to escape from him? He is standing on a real dragon." Zhou Huai smiled. "That is not something you need to worry about." With that, he vaulted and flipped directly out the second-story window. In the cold wind, only one clear message was left behind. "Remember, you must wait for me at home." Meanwhile, the silver dragon in the sky had lost its patience. It began breathing small-scale dragon fire, destroying the buildings in the old city. Boom, boom, boom. Abandoned buildings collapsed one after another amidst the white-gold flames. Countless beasts that could not escape were charred to cinders by the dragon breath, emitting shrill screams. The entire old city had turned into a sea of fire. Just then, a figure bathed in lightning soared into the sky from a ruin and landed steadily atop a high-rise that had not yet collapsed. It was Yasuo. The man in black on the dragon's back saw this, the corner of his mouth curling into a faint smile. "You finally decided to show yourself." Zhou Huai also smiled, looking up at the behemoth in the sky. "I never expected that a mere 1 million would be enough to attract an expert like you to take action." The man in black shrugged indifferently, his voice carrying a touch of laziness. "Cannot help it, raising a beast is too expensive. Raising a dragon is very costly indeed. Besides, getting rid of you is just a side task, so why not do it?" He paused and continued, "All right, enough small talk. I have no intention of killing you. Now, are you planning to surrender yourself, or should I take action? I am only responsible for bringing you back. As for your grievances with the Zhou family, that is not my concern." The smile on Yasuo's face did not fade. "In that case, I surrender." Saying this, he actually dropped his windbreaker sword on the ground and raised his hands. The man in black seemed a bit surprised, but still nodded in satisfaction. He who knows when to yield is a wise man. He gently patted the neck of the dragon he was sitting on. The silver dragon let out a low growl, slowly folded its wings, and began to descend toward the rooftop where Yasuo stood. A massive shadow completely engulfed Yasuo. Strong winds stirred up dust and sparks. 100 meters. 80 meters. 50 meters. Just as the silver dragon was less than 30 meters from the roof, its massive head almost within arm's reach. A shocking sharpness suddenly erupted from Yasuo's eyes, which had seemed to have given up resistance. "Now is the time." Lightning dash. His figure instantly turned into a jagged bolt of lightning, charging forward against the giant dragon instead of retreating. His target was not the dragon, but the man in black who had always remained calm on the dragon's back. Death wish. The man in black seemed to have anticipated this, merely snorting coldly. The silver dragon reacted even faster, not even needing its master's command. It opened its massive maw suddenly. This time it was not a testing breath. It was an annihilation dragon breath, gathering terrifying energy enough to burn mountains and boil the seas. Sizzle. Yasuo's figure was completely swallowed in midair by the disproportionately thick pillar of white gold light. No screams, no struggle. The lightning went out instantly. That unruly figure, along with all his equipment, was instantly decomposed and vaporized in the horrific heat, not leaving even a speck of ash behind. The dragon breath continued on, slamming hard into the building where Yasuo had previously stood. Boom! The entire building of several dozen stories was as if erased by an eraser, A massive void was silently annihilated from the middle, followed by a total collapse that kicked up clouds of dust. The man in black watched this scene and could not help but shake his head gently. To choose death over surrender, he is a real man. What a pity. He steered the silver dragon to circle in the sky for a moment before slowly landing on the ground, which had turned into a sheet of glass once the dust had settled. He had to find Yasuo's body. Even if it was just a charred corpse, he had to take it back to finish the job. However, he searched carefully for a long time. The ground had been melted by the dragon breath and then re-solidified, smooth as a mirror. Forget the body, there was not even a charred bone or a piece of equipment scrap to be found. Found absolutely nothing. The man in black frowned slightly, feeling a bit puzzled. Was he completely burned away? That should not be. Even though his dragon breath was powerful, it should not have left absolutely no trace. He thought for a moment and could only attribute it to the opponent's low level and fragile body. Perhaps he really had been completely vaporized. Molly witnessed with her own eyes as that figure was completely consumed by the pillar of platinum light. Not even a speck of dust remained. She curled up in the corner of the second floor, trembling like a leaf in the autumn wind. It was not until the silver dragon, which had blotted out the sky, carried its master away toward the edge of the horizon that the terrifying dragon aura capable of crushing souls slowly dissipated. Only then did Molly let out a breath, her entire body feeling as if its bones had been removed, and she collapsed to the floor. She felt dazed. The boss seemed just like that. The man who could always create miracles and lead her out of desperate situations had just vanished. She looked down and opened her palm. A simple, unadorned ring lay quietly in her hand, still retaining a trace of his warmth. "Go home and wait for me." That unquestionable command seemed to still echo in her ears. But he was dead. Dead as a doornail. Did she still need to keep this promise? As if driven by a ghost, she injected a faint trace of magic into the ring. The next instant, Molly gasped sharply. The space inside the ring was not large, but the items piled within made her heart pound wildly. Stacks of brand new Daxia currency, at a rough estimate, at least over 200,000. Beside them lay a few pieces of equipment shimmering with a faint light, along with a pile of exotic beast materials she could not fully identify but knew were clearly of immense value. This money had been scavenged by the boss from the bodies of the deceased Shining Alliance members. Plus the value of the space ring itself. 700,000 or 800,000. This sum of money was enough to buy a nice house in any second-tier city and live comfortably for the rest of her life. A thought like wild grass growing rampant instantly took hold of her mind. The boss is already dead. Would not all these things belong to her now? If she just took this money and quietly left Donghai City, who would know, who could possibly find her? For a moment, Molly was caught in an internal struggle. Her breathing became rapid, and her gaze flickered indecisively. Inside the bedroom, Joe Huey snapped his eyes open, his chest heaving violently as he gasped for air. His forehead was covered in a fine layer of cold sweat. It was his first time experiencing death. The feeling was like having an incredibly vivid nightmare. The burning pain of being instantly decomposed and vaporized by the terrifying dragon breath seemed to still linger on every nerve ending. That dragon, it was too terrifying. Joe Huey had not expected that a small place like Donghai City would hide such a top-tier powerhouse. However, using Yasuo for a suicide mission was a carefully considered result. If Yasuo did not die, this matter would be hard to settle. With a 1 million bounty hanging over his head, the subsequent trouble would only be endless. Dying once now was the perfect way to shed his skin like a cicada and temporarily disappear from the sight of the Zhou family and Liu Yuru. Besides, after 24 hours, Yasuo would be back as good as new. He could take advantage of this cooldown period to have Aoyazi step up the crafting of the equipment needed by Yasuo and Gandalf. He also needed Uncle Fu to get a new identity card for Gandalf. These things all required time. As for Molly, Joe Huey's eyes grew deep. He had given her that ring on a whim. It was both a comfort and a test. He wanted to see what choice this girl, who seemed timid yet had her own persistence, would make when faced with the dual impact of immense profit and his supposed death. If he wanted to build his own force in the future, he would need more than just powerful clones. He needed reliable, trustworthy corps members. Not long after, at the Zhou family estate, a member of the Shining Alliance came in a hurry to report, bringing the news that Yasuo had been killed. In the study, Zhou Feng frowned as he finished listening to the report. You mean not even a bone left? Not even a trace of ash was found? The member bowed his head and said respectfully, "Yes, President. That lord said so himself. The target was likely vaporized directly by the dragon's breath." A hint of hesitation flashed in Zhou Feng's eyes. See a person in life, see a corpse in death. Without seeing a body, he always felt unsettled. But when he heard the name of the big shot who had made the move, all his doubts vanished instantly. If that person had acted, it would not be surprising if he vaporized a man or even leveled the entire old district. Understood. Zhou Feng waved his hand, his voice filled with weariness. Go to the treasury and transfer the 1 million bounty, not a cent less, to that lord's account. Yes. The member accepted the order and retreated. Zhou Feng leaned back in his chair and sighed heavily. Tonight, the Shining Alliance lost nearly 50 elites and threw away another 1,000,000. It was a total loss. That crazy woman Liu Yuru should finally be able to settle down for a while. He picked up the communicator on his desk and dialed Liu Yuru's number. Soon the news reached Lu Qi's ears. Dead? Ha, he is finally dead. Lying in bed, Lu Qi heard the news, and the gloom that had been weighing on him for days was swept away. He felt radiant. This is what happens when you offend me, Lu Qi. The man named Yasuo had almost become a demon in his mind. Although the healer had guaranteed him over and over that his body was completely recovered and there were absolutely no lingering side effects. But now, every time he went to the bathroom, he felt a phantom pain in a certain place and felt insecure. The healer comforted him, saying it was all psychological. But Lu Qi did not believe it. He had to verify it himself. That very night, Lu Qi changed into flashy designer clothes, drove his head-turning sports car, and headed straight to the top nightclub in Donghai City, the Golden Glory. Nobody knows exactly what happened in that luxurious presidential suite. Only that he called for 5 girls in total, each with their own unique style. The first one went in and came out in under 5 minutes with a strange expression on her face. The second one went in and came out in 3 minutes, her eyes filled with disdain. The third, the fourth, the fifth. Finally, when the 5th girl stormed out in disgust, hysterical roaring and the sound of smashing glass came from the suite. Yasuo, you villain. You have ruined me, you goddamn ruined me. When the club's manager and security rushed in, they found only a scene of chaos and the young master of the Liu family acting like a madman, weeping and holding a bottle of liquor. That night, Zhou Hui's phone screen lit up, followed by a slight vibration. It was a text from Yi Zai. Brother Zhou Hui, I heard, that guy named Yasuo is he. Between the lines, there was a sense of cautious probing and unease. Zhou Hui tapped his screen and replied, yeah, he died. The moment the message was sent, Yi Zai called directly, her voice filled with unmistakable sobbing and self-blame. I am sorry, Brother Zhou Hui, it is all my fault. If it were not for me, he would not have offended Lu Qi, he would not have. It has nothing to do with you, Zhou Hui said in a gentle, calm tone that carried a soothing power. This was my choice, it has nothing to do with you. You do not need to think about anything, and you should not do anything. On the other end of the line, Yi Zai was sobbing. It took a while for her to steady her emotions. But, no buts, Zhou Hui interrupted. Zai, be a good girl, this matter ends here. Do not ever mention the name Yasuo in front of anyone again. Remember to delete the message you sent me and our call history. Yeah, I will remember. Yi Zai nodded heavily, her voice still thick with nasal tones. She was silent for a moment, then whispered, Brother Zhou Hui, I might not be able to visit you anytime soon. My dad said the National Joint Entrance exam is coming up, and he found a professional coaching team for me to go into closed-door training. Zhou Hui chuckled, that is a good thing. The exam is priority, work hard. When you get a good score, I will have a big surprise waiting for you. Really? The young girl's voice finally held a hint of cheer. Of course. After hanging up, Zhou Hui deleted all related records. He leaned back in his wheelchair, looking at the night view outside the window, his expression calm. Meanwhile, inside the Tianhai City Blacksmiths Guild, the office of Supervisor Shen Qiu was brightly lit. He held a ring in his hands which were shaking uncontrollably, his expression a complex mix of shock, ecstasy, and disbelief. This really is something he forged today, Shen Qiu's voice sounded strained. Standing opposite him, Lin Wei nodded vigorously, her pretty face glowing with excitement. It is absolutely true, Supervisor. Master Aoyezi has been focused solely on forging this ring for the past few days, aside from taking breaks. Just now he handed this ring to me. Shen Qiu took a deep breath, feeling as if his heart was about to jump out of his throat. An epic-grade piece of equipment. Although it was only a level 10 ring, its significance was extraordinary. It meant that their Tianhai City Blacksmiths Guild had finally produced another master capable of forging epic-grade equipment. You have to know, the forging scene in Donghai City has long been overshadowed by blacksmiths hired by major adventurer guilds and wealthy families. Although the guild is an official organization, it appeared weak and ineffective because it could not retain top talent. Those gifted blacksmiths were mostly poached by those big families with huge sums of money to become their exclusive craftsmen. This led to the Blacksmiths Guild struggling to produce high-end equipment, losing its influence in the circle. Now everything was different. Aoyezi. And he is still so young. His future is limitless. Quick, come with me to see the guild master. Shen Qiu could not restrain himself anymore. He carefully put the ring away and pulled Lin Wei toward the guild master's office. Guild master Gu Yan soon heard the news and rushed over. When he took the ring that emitted a faint purple glow from Shen Qiu's hands, his sharp, weathered eyes flashed with shocking intensity. Good, great. Gu Yan rubbed the ring, saying the word good twice in a strong, resonant voice. I have held this breath in for far too long. He held the ring up high against the light, as if admiring a peerless work of art. Shen Qiu. Yes, Guildmaster. Make arrangements immediately, send this ring to the auction house under our guild. Gu Yan's eyes flashed with shrewdness. We are going to auction it publicly, make as much noise as possible. I want everyone in Donghai City to know that our Blacksmiths Guild is not without talent. We are back. Zhou Huai was unaware of the decision made by the guild's upper management. At this moment, he was controlling Aoyezi in the drawing library on the second floor of the guild, carefully selecting new equipment blueprints. Yasuo would be able to respawn in 24 hours, and Gandalf had also been generated. It was time to prepare new equipment for them. His gaze soon locked onto a level 15 purple rare set blueprint. Wild set rare. This set of equipment was practically tailor-made for Yasuo. The set effect not only increases agility by 50%, but also has an active skill. Wild Surge, once activated, increase attack speed by 100 and movement speed by 100 with a 30 boost in critical hit rate for 10 seconds. The cost is 100 mana points and losing 100 HP per second while active. Very powerful burst skill. As for the negative health drain effect, Zhou Huai did not care. As long as he rolls a few attack lifesteal affixes on the gear using Touch of Spirit Tempering, the problem would be solved. With Yasuo's gear sorted, next was Gandalf. As an SS-grade Forbidden Spell Mage, Zhou Huai did not care for ordinary sets. He flipped through for a long time, his gaze finally resting on an epic blueprint glowing with a faint purple light. Starmoon Set Hat. Level requirement 55. Set effect inactive. 2/5 increases mana regeneration by 50%. 3/5 reduces skill cooldowns by 30%. 1 activates active skill Arcane Duality. Arcane Duality, consume 500 mana points to ignore cooldown and instantly cast the same skill twice. Zhou Hui's breath hitched slightly. This set effect is simply heaven-defying. Especially Arcane Duality, if combined with Gandalf's Forbidden Spell Meteor Shower. The scene is unimaginable. However, this Star Moon set consists of 5 pieces: hat, gauntlets, pants, robe, and boots. And in the blueprint library, there was only the blueprint for the hat. Zhou Huai immediately called for his assistant, Lin Wei. Master Aoyezi, Lin Wei stood respectfully to the side. Aoyezi pointed at the Star Moon blueprint and asked in his usual concise style, "Is this all?" Lin Wei understood his meaning immediately, a hint of apology on her face. Yes, Master, currently, our guild has only managed to collect this one blueprint for the hat. She paused and explained, because the blueprints for this Star Moon set only drop in one place. Shadowmarsh Cave. and it has an extremely low drop rate from the final boss on Calamity difficulty. Our guild has organized several explorations, spending enormous manpower and resources, and only managed to get this one. Shadow Marsh Cave, huh? Zhou Hui understood. It seems he has already found his next leveling spot. Got it? Aoyazi nodded and handed the wild set blueprint to Lin Wei. Prepare the materials. I am forging this set. Lin Wei took the blueprint, carefully looked at the list of materials, and frowned. Master, the guild warehouse has most of these materials. However, the storm griffin's feathers and the berserk giant lizard's scales are quite rare level 15 elite materials. The guild does not have them in stock at the moment, so we will need some time to purchase them from the market. It might take a while. You can go back and rest. I will notify you as soon as the materials are gathered. Aoyazi nodded calmly. Zhou Hui then controlled him to leave the guild and return to that luxury apartment. With everything arranged, Zhou Hui's consciousness finally withdrew from the avatar and returned to his real body. He needed a good rest to recharge for his next course of action. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye. Inside the Tianhai City Blacksmith Guild, the heavy stone door of the premium forging room was tightly shut. Lin Wei had already delivered all the materials he gathered for the wild set. Inside, Aoyazi was immersed in intense forging. The eerie blue flames reflected on his focused profile, and the rhythmic sound of metal striking metal rang out incessantly. Around noon in the villa, a white light flashed in Zhou Hui's bedroom. Ding, the cooldown for the clone Yasuo has ended. It has been regenerated. A tall, straight figure appeared out of thin air. Its eyes were vacant at first, but regained their luster the moment Zhou Hui's consciousness flowed into it. The gear is not ready yet, so it is not wise to leave the city for now, Zhou Hui mused to himself. He called for Old Fu. Old Fu, please help him buy a well-fitted trench coat and get a pair of scissors ready. Old Fu moved with efficiency, and soon the items were prepared. Controlling Yasuo, Zhou Hui picked up the scissors and with a few snips in front of the mirror, cut that iconic, rebellious long hair into a neat, short style. He put on the dark trench coat, pulled up his hood, and wore a mask, leaving only his sharp, eagle-like eyes visible. The originally flamboyant aura of the swordsman was perfectly concealed, replaced by the mystery and coldness of an urban drifter. Not bad. Zhou Hui looked at Yasuo's new look with satisfaction. The storm surrounding Yasuo's bounty had just passed. He did not want to be recognized so soon. After finishing this, Zhou Hui sank his consciousness fully into Yasuo and controlled him to walk out of the villa's gate. He had to check the address Molly had mentioned. He wanted to see if that timid yet clever woman would obediently return home to wait for him. Or if she had already taken the spatial ring and run off with the money. 127 Dingxiang Road. In a dilapidated residential building, Molly pushed open her door. She was back. It was not because of that ethereal promise, but because she had no other choice but to return. The room was dimly lit and filled with a faint scent of medicine. Sister, I am back, Molly said, her voice tinged with exhaustion. On the bed in the inner room lay a haggard young woman. Hearing the voice, she struggled to turn her neck, a look of delight appearing on her face. Molly, you are finally back. I am so glad you're safe. What happened these past few days? People from the Bloody Guild. They came several times, constantly asking about your whereabouts. Hearing the words Bloody Guild, Molly's face turned pale instantly. It seemed they really did not plan to let her go. Sister, now is not the time for this. Molly hurried to the bedside, her eyes full of anxiety. You must come with me right now. The woman on the bed, Molly's sister Mo Yu, showed a trace of bitterness. Leave. In my condition, where can I go with you? Tell me honestly, what exactly happened? Molly's lips trembled. She hesitated for a moment before whispering, Young Master Mo, the young master of the Bloody Guild, he was killed. They suspect that I am an accomplice to the person who killed him. Hearing this news, all the color drained from Mo Yu's face. She knew the methods of the Bloody Guild leader better than anyone and understood the gravity of the situation. Then you have to run. Mo Yu's voice grew urgent. Run, do not worry about me. I am a lost cause anyway, they will not do anything to me. No, Molly shook her head stubbornly, tears welling in her eyes. You are my sister, we promised we would never be apart. She reached out to grab her sister's hand, only to find her sister's hands hanging limply at her sides, motionless. Just as the sisters were arguing. Bang! Heavy footsteps sounded in the hallway, drawing near. There sounded to be at least 3 or 4 people. Molly's heart tightened as she looked toward the door vigilantly. Who is it? No one answered. The next second, crash! The flimsy wooden door was kicked open violently, sending wood splinters flying. 3 burly men with fierce expressions blocked the doorway, the one in the lead wearing a savage sneer. Molly, you really could not bear to leave your paralyzed sister behind, and you actually came back. The Bloody Guild treated you well, and young Master Mo appreciated you so much, taking you everywhere with him. How dare you betray him? Molly shivered, subconsciously shielding her sister, her face deathly pale. She knew that any explanation now would be meaningless. I will go with you, she said, taking a deep breath, her voice trembling, but you must not hurt my sister. The lead thug scoffed, his eyes scanning Mo Yu on the bed with contempt. Do not worry, I have no interest in cripples. If we were interested, we would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? Despair, like a tidal wave, engulfed Molly completely. Turning her back on the men, she quietly tucked the spatial ring into her sister's hand. She leaned close to her sister's ear and whispered in a voice only the 2 of them could hear. Sister, keep this ring safe. If someone comes looking for me, give this ring to him and have him come save me. And if that person does not come, take this ring and live a good life. After saying this, a sorrowful, bitter smile appeared on Molly's face. What kind of foolish things was she saying? That person had clearly died under the dragon's breath. How could he possibly come to save her? This was nothing more than a final fantasy. No, Molly, do not. Mo Yu wept heart-wrenchingly, the veins on her neck bulging, but her body could not move an inch. She could only watch as the group dragged Molly away roughly, like cattle. The door was slammed shut. Inside the room, only her helpless and desperate wails remained. A long time later, when the sobbing gradually turned hoarse, footsteps sounded at the doorway once more. A figure in a trench coat wearing a hood and mask stepped inside. He glanced around the room, finally settling his gaze on the tear-streaked woman on the bed, his brow furrowing slightly. Is this Molly's home? He asked, his voice calm and rippleless. Looking at the mysterious man before her, Mo Yu suddenly remembered what her sister said before leaving. In an instant, it was as if a drowning person had grasped the final straw. The flame of hope reignited in her deadened eyes. Rise, ring. The ring is on the bed. She used all her strength to shake her neck, signaling the location of the ring. Zhou Huai then noticed that this woman was also paralyzed, and her condition was even more severe than his real body's. He was only partially paralyzed, but she seemed unable to move anything below her neck. Zhou Huai did not say a word. He stepped forward and retrieved the ring from the messy bedding. It was indeed the one he had given Molly. Where is Molly? Zhou Huai asked again. Please save her, the woman pleaded with all her might through her sobs. She was taken away by the Bloody Guild. Zhou Huai nodded in understanding. Without a single word of unnecessary chatter, he casually shoved the ring into his pocket and turned to leave. I am going to bring her back. That simple sentence made Mo Yu on the bed feel a bit more at ease. She could sense the confidence in his tone as he spoke. It was as if he could achieve whatever he said he would, even if it meant facing an entire adventurers guild. The headquarters of the Bloody Guild, in a luxuriously decorated office. Smoke filled the room. Mo Tianxing crushed his cigar hard into the ashtray, his eyes bloodshot. Bang! He slammed his fist onto the heavy solid wood desk, making the documents on it rustle. Useless, all of you are goddamn useless. In these past 2 days, he felt like he had aged 10 years. Not only had he lost dozens of his guild brothers, even the capable brothers he had painstakingly trained, Zhao Tianqi and Zhao Tianming, were dead. But most importantly, his own son, young Master Mo, had been killed. For the Bloody Guild, this was like losing an arm. Their strength had been severely crippled. What made him feel so frustrated was that he could not even catch a glimpse of the killer's shadow. He had naturally seen the 1 million bounty from the Radiant Alliance. That swordsman named Yasuo mentioned in the bounty was most likely the one who killed his son. But so what? The Radiant Alliance had sent so many people, yet they all suffered heavy losses in the old district and returned in disgrace. With the few men his bloody guild had now, rushing in would just be throwing their lives away. There was no path for revenge. This sense of powerlessness was like an invisible hand, gripping his throat tightly, driving him to the verge of madness. He, of course, did not know that the Yasuo he hated so much had already been blasted to pieces yesterday by a mysterious powerhouse who arrived riding a dragon. The Zhou family, to avoid further complications, had not made the news public. Knock knock. Knock came at the office door. What is it? Mo Tianxing's tone was full of impatience. A subordinate's respectful yet slightly excited voice came from outside. Guild Master Jasmine has been captured. A glimmer of light instantly flashed in Mo Tianxing's sinister eyes. Bring her in. Soon, two subordinates shoved Jasmine into the room roughly. Guild Master, here she is. Mo Tianxing looked up, the murderous intent in his eyes unconcealed. He stood up and walked slowly toward Jasmine. Without a word, he raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap. Slap. The crisp sound echoed in the office. Jasmine stumbled from the blow, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth, and half her cheeks swelled up visibly. My son valued you so much and kept you by his side all day long. How dare you betray him, betray the guild? Mo Tianxing's voice was like ice, every word dripping with bone-chilling coldness. Jasmine shook her dizzy head and looked up. She knew that death was inevitable for her today. Since she was going to die anyway, what was the point of begging? She spat out a mouthful of blood, her eyes lacking their usual cowardice, instead burning with a desperate fire. Valued me. Jasmine laughed a shrill and miserable sound. Mo Tianxing, stop lying to yourself. You know better than anyone what kind of person your son was. If my profession was not still useful to him, and he did not dare act rashly against me, I would have become his plaything long ago. She straightened her back, though tears fell uncontrollably, mixing with the blood at the corner of her mouth, a heart-wrenching sight. I am just a support class professional. I am nothing but a tool in your eyes. Who would ever really care about my feelings? Who would ever care if I lived or died? I just wanted to survive. Is that a crime too? Her questions were like sharp blades, piercing through the stifling air of the office. Mo Tianxing was stunned. He was quite surprised. The Jasmine he remembered, always timid and submissive, actually dared to speak to him like this today. It was as if she had become a completely different person overnight. He narrowed his eyes, re-examining the girl before him, his tone softening slightly. Since you want to live, I can give you a chance. Mo Tianxing sat back in his chair, fingers interlaced, his eyes flickering. That man named Yasuo must trust you quite a bit to let you return to the city alone. As long as you can lure him out of the old district and deliver him to me, I will consider letting you live. He had calculated everything very carefully. If he could catch Yasuo before anyone else, he would not only get the 1 million bounty from the Radiant Alliance but also use this opportunity to build a connection with the Zhou family. Perhaps this was truly the opportunity for his bloody guild to soar. Hearing his words, Jasmine could only sneer in her heart. This old fox still did not know that Yasuo was already dead. He still wanted to use her to lure a dead man out. Ridiculous. Even if we assume, for the sake of argument, that Yasuo was not dead and she actually followed through. With Mo Tianxing's ruthless nature, she would definitely be silenced once the task was done. You still want to use me even now? The smile on Jasmine's face was full of mockery. Mo Tianxing, keep dreaming. She suddenly felt that getting under this man's skin before her death was actually quite satisfying. Let me tell you the truth. Yasuo escaped the old district long ago, and he is probably off living his best life somewhere right now. You can just hold on to your hatred and choke on it until you die. You will never, ever be able to catch him. The muscles in Mo Tianxing's face twitched violently, and the veins on his forehead bulged. You are courting death. He lunged forward, stood up, and backhanded her with 2 even heavier slaps. Slap slap. Jasmine was struck until stars danced before her eyes. She nearly passed out and stayed upright only because the 2 subordinates were holding her. You stinking bitch. You stinking bitch, I gave you a chance and you do not know when to quit. Mo Tianxing, looking like a madman, grabbed Jasmine by the hair, his face twisted a ND Chinese letter. If you are that eager to die, I will grant your wish today. And not only will I kill you, I will send your crippled sister down to join you. Just as he was about to give the order to kill her. Knock knock knock. The office door was suddenly knocked on, not too lightly, not too heavily. Mo Tianxing froze in his tracks and roared impatiently, "Who is it?" Outside the door came a man's voice, slightly aged but exceptionally calm. "I heard someone was looking for me, so I came." The voice was not loud, but it struck like a thunderbolt, exploding in Jasmine's mind. She widened her eyes abruptly, her unfocused pupils contracting instantly, her face filled with disbelief. That is the boss's voice. How is that possible? Was not he killed by the dragon's breath? Mo Tianxing was also suspicious. This was the core area of the Bloody Guild, with tight security outside. How could someone sneak up to his office door without being announced by any of his subordinates? He signaled to one of his men. The subordinate understood immediately, walked to the door cautiously, and flung it open. Standing at the doorway was a man. He wore a dark, long trench coat, the hood pulled low over his head, and a mask covering his face entirely. Only his eyes were visible. Sharp, cold, as if they could pierce through a human heart. The moment she saw those eyes, Jasmine's body began to tremble uncontrollably. It is the boss. It really is him. Even though he had changed his clothes and hairstyle, she would never mistake those eyes in her entire life. Mo Tianxing frowned, staring fixedly at the intruder, his voice grim. "Who are you? How did you get in? Why did not my men report your presence?" The man did not answer, just stepped aside to make way at the door. His voice was calm and smooth, revealing no emotion whatsoever. "You mean those subordinates of yours? Are not they all just lying there?" Mo Tianxing looked outside, following the man's gaze. His pupils contracted violently. What did he see? In the guild corridor, those elites he was so proud of were now slumped on the ground like discarded sacks. Each of them had a thin bloodstain across their throat. Killed in one strike. How is this possible? The muscles on Mo Tianxing's face twisted violently. He could not believe what he was seeing. Although most of the main forces of the guild headquarters had gone out of the city to level up, the ones remaining were all skilled experts above level 20. How could they have all been taken out so silently by the man before him? Not even a single alarm had sounded. Mo Tianxing's teeth chattered, and a chill surged from the soles of his feet straight to his brain. He stared fixedly at the hooded figure, his voice forced out through gritted teeth. "Who exactly are you?" The visitor let out a soft chuckle, the sound piercingly harsh in the dead silent office. "Were not you looking for me? How come now that I am standing right in front of you, you do not recognize me?" This retort made Mo Tianxing's pupils shrink sharply. He widened his eyes, his face full of absurdity and horror. Are you that Yasuo?" "Impossible. How could he be here?" He had just been plotting how to lure that coward out of the old district. And yet, the opponent had taken the initiative to deliver himself to his doorstep. After the brief shock came a sky-high fury. Mo Tianxing laughed in extreme anger, his face becoming hideous with rage. "Good, very good. Heaven had a way, but you chose not to take it. Hell has no gate, but you broke right in. You have come at just the right time. Today I will avenge my son." He yanked a giant axe covered in jagged barbs from the wall, and his battle intent erupted instantly. "Go get him, kill him." At his command, the two subordinates who had been ready to strike, along with the thug at the door who had just regained his senses, charged at Yasuo in a pincer formation, roaring as they pounced. 3 different glows from their classes ignited. Blade light, arrows, and curses instantly sealed off all of Yasuo's paths for evasion. Jasmine's heart jumped into her throat. However, facing this lethal siege, the man only raised his hand calmly. He slowly drew his wind-breaking longsword. "Too slow." The 2 icy words echoed. The next moment, his silhouette suddenly transformed into a zigzag streak of lightning. Lightning dash. Splat. The lightning flashed by, and the warrior at the front, wielding a combat blade, stopped dead in his tracks. Across his throat appeared a thin, long line of blood. Blood gushed out like a fountain. He had not even seen how the opponent had struck. The lightning did not stop, turning at an uncanny angle to close in on the archer behind. Before the terror on the archer's face could fully bloom, a palm had already choked his throat. Snap! A crisp sound of bone breaking echoed. The third person, a curse user, let out a terrified shriek and turned to flee. But a flash of lightning had already pursued him. The cold blade pierced through his back, drawing out a spray of hot heart's blood. The entire process happened in the blink of an eye. The 3 elite professionals, all over level 20, had all died without even touching the hem of Yasuo's clothes. In the office, only Mo Tianxing's heavy breathing remained. The fury on his face had long been replaced by terror. The strength of the man before him was far more terrifying than the intelligence report had described. You... Mo Tianxing had barely said a word when Yasuo moved again. No nonsense. No hesitation. Only slaughter. Bastard! Mo Tianxing roared, turning around with a sweeping strike. Bloody dance. The giant axe whistled as it tore through the air, whipping up a Chinese letter wind that sealed off all of Yasuo's room for evasion. However, Yasuo moved forward instead of retreating. The iron-black sword in his hand thrusted upward, the tip landing with surgical precision on the rotating edge of the axe. Clang! The sound of metal clashing was deafening. A violent force surged through the sword, and Yasuo's body was knocked back several meters before he could steady himself. As expected of a level 35 warrior, his strength attribute is truly astonishing. Having landed his blow, Mo Tianxing's momentum soared. The giant axe swung with wide, heavy strokes, every move carrying crushing power and a violent gust that left one struggling to breathe. For a moment, the office was filled with flying axe shadows and flickering blade light. Zhou Hui controlled Yasuo, pushing the agility advantage of his S-rank class to the extreme. He moved like a ghost, weaving through the gaps in the violent axe shadows. Every dodge was razor-thin and every strike was cunning and vicious, aiming directly at Mo Tianxing's weaknesses. Mo Tianxing grew more alarmed the longer they fought. This kid's speed is too fast. Every axe swing of his, despite being timed with foresight, was always dodged by a hair's breadth. Meanwhile, the opponent's sword always struck from impossible angles, the lightning power imbued on the blade continuously corroding his body, leaving him numb and causing his movements to gradually slow down. Mo Tianxing went completely mad, his eyes turned red and he abandoned all defense, pouring all his strength into the giant axe in his hand. Deadly Cleave. He leaped high into the air, gripped the axe with both hands and with all his might, brought it down toward Yasuo's head. This axe condensed all his power and fury, determined to split the person before him in two. Facing this earth-shattering blow, Yasuo did not dodge. He simply stood still, allowing the blood-red giant axe to grow larger and larger in his pupils. Just as the axe was about to land, Zzzzt. A blinding bolt of lightning suddenly exploded from Yasuo's body. A hideous set of armor composed of pure lightning power instantly covered his entire body. Thunder armor. Boom. The giant axe crashed fiercely onto the thunder armor, triggering a thunderous roar. A violent shockwave blew all the furniture in the office away, tearing it to pieces. Mo Tianxing felt like his axe had struck a mountain of ancient black iron. A terrifying rebound force came back, cracking his palms and drawing blood. What terrified him even more was a powerful current surging along the handle into his body, causing him to tremble violently and fall into a brief state of paralysis. Yasuo took the hit head-on, losing a small portion of his health, but his gaze became increasingly cold. He moved. Taking advantage of the moment Mo Tianxing was paralyzed, the long sword in his hand turned into streaks of swift lightning, pouring down on Mo Tianxing like a storm. 1 strike. 2 strikes. 3 strikes. Mo Tianxing's armor was easily torn apart and blood splattered. The intense pain helped him recover slightly from the paralysis. He tried to retreat but found his body was still stiff. At that very moment, the duration of Yasuo's thunder armor ended. The armor dissipated instantly, transforming into an even more violent lightning explosion, striking Mo Tianxing's chest at close range. Puff! Mo Tianxing was struck as if by lightning, spraying a mouthful of blood and falling into paralysis again for about a second. The outcome was decided. Yasuo's figure appeared in front of him like a teleport. A cold flash of the sword cut through Mo Tianxing's despairing gaze. Blood continued to spurt from Mo Tianxing's body. Number. In Mo Tianxing's eyes, despair and fear finally emerged. He wanted to beg for mercy, but found that he could only make a gargling sound in his throat. At that moment, Yasuo delivered his final lethal strike. Thunder Slash. Mo Tianxing's body, already pushed to its limits, could hold on no longer. He collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud, his body charred black, losing all signs of life. The battle ended. Yasuo calmly sheathed his sword. Jasmine was now curled up on the ground, even though her whole body ached slightly. A smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. Was she dreaming? She seemed to have dreamed that boss came to save her. He even killed Mo Tiangsheng. Just then, Jasmine faintly felt someone arrive beside her. He picked her up and carried her on his back. Just like before, feeling his real, broad shoulders. Jasmine could hold back no longer, and tears streamed down her face. Boss, is it really you? Zhou Hui, controlling Yasuo, gave a silent hum. His tone was calm and firm. I promised you to wait for me, and I would definitely come. Until a gust of cold wind blew past. Only then did Molly feel as if she had finally snapped out of an illusory nightmare. She was sprawled across a broad, solid back, with the streetscape rushing by in a blur. Everything felt hazy and unreal. Boss, is it really you? Her voice was soft, heavy with a sense of disbelief. Were not you killed by that dragon? She had seen it with her own eyes, that dragon breath, hot enough to melt steel, swallowing him whole. But now he was standing right before her, safe and sound. There was not even a single scratch on him. Zhou Hui controlled Yasuo, his pace never wavering, his voice sounding flat and calm as it drifted through the wind. I have my ways. You do not need to ask. Molly obediently shut her mouth. But the tears that had been welling up for so long could no longer be contained, sliding silently down and soaking the man's collar. Before stepping through those doors of the Bloody Guild, she never imagined she would make it out alive. She certainly did not dare to dream that anyone would come to save her. In this cold, heartless world, other than her sister whom she relied on, no one else cared whether she lived or died. But he had come. The man before her was like a light cutting through the endless dark. Strong, overbearing, and utterly unreasonable, he had dragged her forcibly back from the abyss of despair. Boss, why are you so good to me? I thought I was a goner, sob. Hearing the girl's tearful sobs, Zhou Hui's tone remained calm. Stop crying. Did not I tell you? I am your boss, so naturally I will keep you safe. Not long after, they returned to the dilapidated apartment building on Clove Road. When Mo Yu saw her sister being carried back by Yasuo, a flash of disbelief sparked in her lifeless eyes, which instantly turned into a rush of tears. Molly, you are back, you are all right. Molly got down from Yasuo's back, hurried to the bedside, gripped her sister's weak hand tightly and fought back tears to comfort her. Sister, I am fine, I am really okay. Mo Yu wept with joy, then turned her gaze toward the silent man at the door, her voice filled with the deepest gratitude. Thank you for saving my sister. Zhou Hui waved his hand, signaling there was no need for thanks. His gaze landed on Mo Yu's haggard face, and a faint sense of familiarity made him furrow his brows almost imperceptibly. The next second he suddenly stepped forward. Under the sister's startled gazes, he whipped away the thin blanket covering Mo Yu. Immediately after, he placed a hand on Mo Yu's slender wrist. It was just a brief contact. Zhou Hui's expression hardened instantly. That is it. That is exactly the feeling. Cold dead like a parasite gnawing at the bones. It is that damned curse. This woman before him was suffering from the same curse as he was. The sudden action took both sisters by surprise. Molly spoke up cautiously. Boss, what is wrong? Zhou Hui let go, did not answer, and just stared at Molly with an unprecedented gravity. How did your sister end up like this? Upon hearing this, Molly's worry was replaced by towering rage, and she gritted her teeth. Who else but the Zhou family? The Zhou family. Zhou Hui's mind raced. How was Mo Yu connected to the Zhou family? At this moment, Mo Yu sighed softly and began to explain. Her voice was weak but clear. Several years ago, I was a servant in the Zhou household, serving the third madam. Later, the third madam was caught in that terrible ambush, and several of us servants were dragged into it. In the end, only I and the young master survived. Ever since then, my body has been paralyzed, and the Zhou family they just threw me out. Zhou Hui realized, though she was his mother's maid back then. He searched the depths of the original owner's vague memories, and there did seem to be such a figure, always quietly busy by his mother's side. It was just that the Molly in front of him was so much weaker and thinner than the girl in his memory. She was almost a different person. No wonder he had not recognized her at first. The original owner's memories of that attack were fragmented, full of confusion and fear. Perhaps he could find some clues about the curse from this survivor. Do you remember what exactly happened back then? Yasuo's question surprised Mo Yu, and Molly, standing to the side, was also curious. Boss, why are you asking about this? Zhou Huai said calmly, I am just trying to understand the situation. Maybe I can find a way to break your sister's curse. Upon hearing this, a bitter, hollow smile appeared on Mo Yu's face. Break the curse. Even the esteemed young master of the Zhou family could not find a cure despite consulting countless famous doctors, so how could I ever hope for one? She was silent for a moment, as if recalling those painful memories. This is not something I should tell an outsider, but since you are Molly's savior, I do not mind telling you. That day was the old master's birthday banquet. After the banquet, the third madam, along with the young master and a few of us servants, took a car back to the third house's private estate. On the way back, we were attacked. Her voice began to tremble slightly, clearly recalling that terrifying scene. Everything happened so fast, I only remember countless attacks coming from all directions, and the car was shredded instantly. I was knocked unconscious right then. Before I completely lost consciousness, I think I saw the third master, Lord Zhou Feng, rushing over to help. And I think I heard him roaring at those men in black. Mo Yu struggled to recall, her brows locked in deep concentration. He seemed to be asking, were you sent by the Sun family? The Sun family. These two words exploded in Zhou Huai's mind like a thunderbolt. The Sun family, the current #1 prestigious family in Donghai City. Could that attack targeting my mother and me really have been related to the Sun family? What happened next? Zhou Hui pressed. Mo Yu shook her head, her face full of sorrow. After that, I know nothing. When I woke up again, it was all over. The madam was dead and the young master was paralyzed. Although I survived by luck, I was no better off than dead. The Zhou family gave me a sum of money and sent me away. These past years, if not for Molly taking care of me, I probably would not have survived. Zhou Huai nodded in understanding. Whether the clue was true or false, at least he now had a direction to investigate. He looked at the two sisters. You cannot stay here anymore. The remnants of the Bloody Guild might still come looking for trouble. I will arrange a new place for you. Fortunately, there were plenty of apartments he had Uncle Fu rent out. Arranging one would be enough to provide shelter for these two helpless sisters. Soon, after settling the sisters into their new place, Zhou Huai gave Molly instructions. These few days, rest well and take care of your sister. In a little while, I have something important for you to handle. Molly stood up straight immediately and nodded firmly, not even asking what the matter was. Do not worry, boss, leave it to me. Watching Yasuo's figure disappear at the door, Mo Yu looked at her sister and asked softly. Molly, who exactly is this boss of yours? Molly shook her head. I do not know either. But her eyes were already filled with an almost blind worship and trust. In any case, he is a very, very powerful person. Elsewhere, Yasuo walked out of the apartment building and merged into the city's hustle and bustle. He did not stop for even a moment and headed straight in one direction. Donghai City Blacksmith's Guild. Oyezi had finished forging his equipment. The Blacksmith Guild, outside the top-tier forging room. Yasuo's figure appeared quietly. The heavy stone door slowly opened, and a wave of scorching heat mixed with the faint scent of metal rushed out. Oyezi did not waste any words and directly placed all the crafted equipment into a spatial ring. Then he handed the ring to Yasuo. Yasuo turned and left, his figure quickly disappearing at the end of the hallway. From start to finish, the two did not say a single word. This scene left Lin Wei, who was standing nearby, completely bewildered. She cautiously asked Oyezi, Master O, who was that just now? Oyezi's reply remained brief and to the point, a friend. Just deduct the material costs from my account. Thanks for the hard work, take me back now. He was not actually going to rest. Instead, under Zhou Huai's arrangement, he was silently using the skills Divine Artisan Enchantment and Soul Tempering Touch in his apartment to improve his proficiency. Especially the Divine Artisan Enchantment skill, although it currently can only upgrade items to rare quality. It feels a bit lackluster for Oyezi right now. But who knows, he might be able to enchant legendary equipment in the future. At that point, this skill will truly be godlike. Donghai City North City Gate. Yasuo, wearing a dark long trench coat, leaned quietly against the city wall. A moment later, a tall and straight figure approached from afar. It was Zhou Hui's third avatar, the SS rank forbidden spell mage Gandalf. The two rendezvoused, preparing to leave the city. The guard at the gate was performing a routine check. When he saw Yasuo's identification, a look of surprise appeared on his face. "You are called Yasuo too." The guard looked him up and down, clucking his tongue in amazement. "Your name is really quite loud. To think you have the same name as that wanted criminal with a 1,000,000 credit bounty." The guard said jokingly, "If I had not heard that the other Yasuo had already been blasted to pieces by some big shot, I would have almost thought you were him." Zhou Hui, controlling Yasuo, let out a dry laugh. "Yeah, I have been on edge these past 2 days too, afraid of being wrongly arrested for the bounty while walking down the street." The guard laughed heartily and patted him on the shoulder. "Do not worry, brother. Looking at your build, you do not look like the kind of powerhouse who could slaughter dozens of people from the Radiance Alliance." After sharing a few quick jokes, the guard waved them through. Yasuo, with Gandalf in tow, successfully passed through the gate and stepped back into the wilderness outside the city. Next up, it is time to level up. Their target is the dungeon Lin Wei mentioned before, the Shadow Marsh Lair. The dungeon is located 20 kilometers north of the city. With Yasuo currently at level 14, clearing mobs along the way, hitting level 15 by the time he arrives should not be a problem. By then, he can equip the wild set meticulously crafted by Oyezi. He will also have a better chance of challenging the Shadow Marsh Lair on Calamity difficulty. They had not gone far from the city when the shadows of mutated beasts appeared in the jungle ahead. Zhou Hui did not hesitate and immediately transferred his consciousness from Yasuo to Gandalf. He was simply too curious. Just how terrifying is the destructive power of an SS rank forbidden spell mage, a class that only exists in legends? He quickly equipped Gandalf with the level 1 starter gear prepared by Oyezi. A clean white robe, a hood covering half his face, and a plain, unadorned wooden staff in his hand. Zhou Hui, controlling Gandalf, looked up toward the dim jungle in the distance. He slowly raised the staff in his hand. A deep and ancient incantation spilled from his lips. Forbidden spell, Meteor Fire Rain. A massive surge of mana erupted from Gandalf's body, and the long mana bar on his panel was instantly depleted by half. The sky turned dark in that instant. The wind died down. The birds and beasts went silent. An indescribable sense of oppression blanketed the surrounding several kilometers. Immediately after, 3 massive fireballs, trailing long tails of flame, tore through the dim sky like divine punishment falling from the heavens. Their target was the jungle, where countless mutated beasts resided. Boom, boom, boom. 3 earth-shaking explosions erupted almost simultaneously. A scorching shockwave carrying the power to destroy everything swept wildly in every direction. Within a 100-meter radius, the area instantly turned into a raging sea of fire. The shrill screams of countless mutated beasts lasted less than a second before being completely drowned out by the even more violent explosions. The earth was trembling. Flames were roaring. Before Zhou Hui's eyes, a dense stream of system notifications flooded the screen like a waterfall. Killed Jungle Vicious Wolf level 12, gained 150 EXP. Killed Mutated Wild Boar level 11, gained 120 EXP. Killed... White beams of leveling light rose from Gandalf twice in succession. In a single instant, his level soared from level 1 to level 3. Zhou Hui was stunned. He controlled Gandalf, watching the sea of fire that had turned into scorched earth before him, speechless for a long time. My goodness! Is this the power of an SS rank forbidden spell mage? This is just too damn exaggerated. And this was just the effect of a level 1 skill. If his level were higher, would not a single forbidden spell be enough to level an entire city? Just as his heart was racing with excitement, a familiar notification sound rang in his mind. Ding, detected that the host's avatar Gandalf has demonstrated extraordinary potential. The unique Hidden Profession Challenge quest has been triggered. Quest name: the name of the top scholar. Quest content: please have the host control the avatar Gandalf to take first place in the Daxia Nation Unified Professional Exam to be held 4 days later. Quest reward, Profession Orb Draw Opportunity X. Joe Huey's eyes lit up instantly. Another challenge quest triggered. He was not originally interested in participating in the national exam, and he had not planned on joining any professional academies. But now, since there is a quest reward, the situation is completely different. This top scholar title, I must fight for it. However, the prerequisite is that Gandalf needs to reach level 15. For others, that might be quite difficult, almost impossible. But for the forbidden spell Mage Gandalf, it is absolutely effortless. Woo woo woo. At that moment, from the direction of the Donghai City Gate, a shrill and harsh alarm suddenly blared. Obviously, the commotion from Gandalf's meteor fire rain was just too massive. The heaven-shaking power had led the guards on the city wall to mistakenly believe that a powerful boss was about to attack the city. This kind of thing happens from time to time in Donghai City every year. Every boss siege means a brutal, bloody battle. So the city guards have always been very sensitive to this. Joe Huey dared not be slow. He hurriedly controlled Yasuo and Gandalf to quickly move away from the area and retreat into the depths of the jungle. They had barely left. A team of fully armed city guards rushed to the scene immediately after. When they saw the scorched earth ahead, still emitting black smoke as if it had been plowed over, everyone gasped in shock. Every face was filled with shock and horror. Who did this? A young team member's voice trembled. The captain walked to the edge of the scorched earth, crouched down, and picked up a pinch of scalding ashes, his expression extremely grave. There are still strong fire elemental fluctuations in the air, but there are no signs of any boss-level mutated beasts around. To be able to release a skill with such a terrifying range, their strength must be extraordinary. Captain, another member reported mutated beast activity has been increasing recently. Several adventurer guilds have encountered small beast tides in the wild. The captain stood up, his gaze sweeping across the shocking charred earth, then looking toward the depths of the profound jungle. Pass on my orders. From today on, increase patrols in all areas outside the city, double the frequency. His voice was full of lethal intent. I suspect those evildoers are planning something big recently. Yes. The team members answered in unison, their voices echoing loudly. In the wilderness, two figures moved forward one after another at a steady and unhurried pace. Joe Huey controlled Yasuo like a cold-blooded hunter, turning every scattered beast they encountered along the way into a soul under his blade. Gandalf, meanwhile, followed silently like a shadow, quietly reaping the continuous flow of experience points. As a swamp filled with murky green miasma appeared at the edge of their vision, a brilliant golden light of leveling up suddenly erupted from Yasuo. Ding, congratulations host, your clone Yasuo has reached level 15. With a thought, Joe Huey immediately took the new set of equipment from the spatial ring given by Aoyazi. The wild set. Gauntlets, longsword, leather armor, combat boots and trousers. 5 pieces, each shimmering with either deep or dazzling light. Yasuo put them on one by one. In an instant, an aura of wild, untamed power surged from his body. Especially the wild longsword and the wild chest piece, which radiated a striking purple glow with shifting starlight. They were epic grade gear. Although it was only 1-star epic, the stats had already doubled. In Joe Huey's consciousness, a brand new panel slowly unfolded. Clone panel Yasuo. Profession, unique hidden profession, S-rank Thunder Swordsman. Level 55-0. Health 1. Mana 1. Strength 321. Agility 654 plus 205. Stamina 356. Spirit 288. Attack power 1079. Physical defense 556. Magic resistance 305. These stats, Joe Huey gasped. Attack power over 1,000. Agility is even nearing the 900 mark. Does this look like a level 15 professional? People would probably believe it if you said he was a top-tier level 30 assassin. What delighted him even more was that with the level increase, Yasuo had learned a brand new skill. Skill 4 active/passive, Mark of the Thunder 55. Passive, each of your attacks adds a stack of thunder mark to the target. The mark lasts 10 minutes and can stack up to 5 times on the same target, When the fifth stack is reached, it detonates instantly, dealing 200 of your attack power as lightning damage and inflicting a 1-second paralysis effect. Active consumes 100 mana points to instantly teleport to any target within 100 meters that has a thunder mark. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Insane. Joe Huey could not help but exclaim in his heart. Movement burst damage, crowd control. This skill takes the Thunder Swordsman's mobility and assassination capabilities to an unbelievable height. If he were to face the likes of Zhao Tianming and Zhao Tianqi now, Joe Huey has total confidence that he could easily cut them down within 10 seconds. Meanwhile, Gandalf, who had been trailing behind to leech experience, quietly leveled up to 5 as well. Clone Panel Gandalf. Profession, Unique Hidden Profession, SS Rank Forbidden Spell Mage. Level 55-0. Health 1. Mana 1. Strength 189. Agility 160. Stamina 218. Spirit 588. Magic damage 679. Physical defense 101. Magic resistance 327. Likewise, he also learned a new skill at level 5. Forbidden Spell, 1000-Mile Frost 55, channels the power of extreme cold to instantly freeze a large area in front, dealing high frost damage to all enemies within and applying a deep freeze effect which significantly reduces movement and attack speed, with a chance to instantly seal the targets in ice. Cooldown, 90 seconds. Yet another outrageously strong forbidden spell. 1 fire spell to destroy the world. 1 ice spell to freeze all things. Joe Huey even felt that as levels increased, Gandalf's growth potential was even more terrifying than Yasuo's. Calming his excitement, the two had already arrived at the entrance of the Shadow Marsh dungeon. Unlike the bustling crowd at Clearwater Lake, this place seemed quite desolate. There were only a few teams resting near the entrance. As soon as the two approached, a lanky young man walked up with great enthusiasm. "Hey brothers, looks like this is your first time at the Shadow Marsh dungeon, right? Interested in teaming up to run the normal difficulty? We have got a professional healer and a violent fire mage in our team. Our damage output is definitely solid." Joe Huey controlled Yasuo to give him a cold glance before preparing to walk around him. Seeing this, the young man hurriedly followed, his tone even more earnest. "Bro, do not rush off, why not reconsider? Our team composition is actually very good, we are just short of 2 high damage dealers." Joe Huey remained unmoved and shook his head. The young man seemed desperate. He gritted his teeth and lowered his voice, saying, "Fine, as long as you guys join, we will cover your entry fee. This is my best offer. I would not be begging so shamelessly if I could actually find suitable teammates." Joe Huey finally stopped. He controlled Yasuo to turn his head, his tone laced with a trace of confusion. "Entry fee? What do you mean?" In his memory, wild dungeons were randomly generated. Since when did you have to pay a fee to enter? The young man was stunned, then suddenly realized. "Looks like you guys really are here for the first time." Joe Huey nodded. The young man leaned in closer, lowering his voice to a whisper as if sharing a massive secret. "Bro, it is normal that you would not know. Around Donghai City, many of the lucrative wild dungeons have been monopolized by the major guilds. Want to enter the dungeon? Sure, bring money. Otherwise, no way." He pointed to the cave entrance not far away that was exuding an ominous aura. This Shadow Marsh dungeon is currently occupied by the Sword of the Heavens Guild. To enter the normal difficulty, it is 1,000 Daxia coins per person. And that is just the cheapest one. The higher the difficulty, the more expensive it is. If you want to run the Calamity difficulty, not only do you have to pay, but once you come out, they will also take a portion of the materials you collected. Joe Huey raised an eyebrow. "If the guild is so overbearing, why do not you guys fight back?" Hearing this, the young man gave him a look like he was seeing a naive child. "Fight back? Bro, are you kidding me? How will we fight back, go head-to-head with an entire guild? Sword of the Heavens is one of the top guilds in Donghai City, backed by the Sun family. How could small fries like us dare to offend them?" He sighed, his tone full of helplessness. "This is actually one of the better ones. Those level 20 or 30 dungeons are completely monopolized by big guilds. You do not even get a chance to pay to enter. Besides, this has long become an unwritten rule. The Donghai City Lord's office does not care about these things at all. Some hot-headed people tried complaining to the city lord's office before. You want to guess what happened? They were thrown directly into jail, and they have not been released even now. Joe Huey sneered in his heart after listening. Outside the city, it really is a lawless zone. These top guilds have all turned into bandits. Not only do they occupy resources, but they also suck the blood of ordinary professionals. Others might be afraid, but Joe Huey is not. Thanks for your kind warning. Joe Huey controlled Yasuo to say this to the young man. But we're still used to just being the two of us. With that, he stopped paying attention to the disappointed youth and led Gandalf straight toward the dungeon entrance. Sure enough, before they even got close, over a dozen figures surrounded them, blocking their path completely. These people were all rugged and well-equipped, each wearing a badge on their chest depicting a sword piercing the heavens. The leader was a bald, burly man carrying a huge battle axe, eyeing Yasuo and Gandalf up and down. His bell-like eyes were filled with undisguised arrogance and contempt. New here. The burly man tapped the ground with the handle of his battle axe, making a dull thud. Do not you know the rules around here? Speak up, which difficulty are you planning to run? Joe Huey controlled Yasuo without even lifting an eyelid, and calmly spit out a few words. Is that any of your business? The muscles on the bald man's face twitched. His copper bell-sized eyes were filled with shock. Having occupied this territory for so long, this was the first time he had ever heard such an arrogant response. He furrowed his brows and slammed the battle axe he had been carrying on his shoulder into the ground, emitting a dull thud. Kid, you are pretty bold. State your name, which guild are you from? As he spoke, he calmly gave a wink to a scrawny thief standing beside him. The thief understood the signal immediately. A faint, barely perceptible ripple of energy flickered from his fingertips, falling silently onto Yasuo and Gandalf. Detection spell. The thief's expression shifted slightly. He quickly leaned into the bald man's ear and whispered rapidly. Boss, the one in the trench coat in front is a level 15 swordsman. The one in the white robe behind him is only level 5. The expression on the bald man's face froze instantly. His initial shock rapidly twisted into a sense of absurdity, eventually boiling over into a fit of rage at being played for a fool. Level 15 carrying a level 5 dead weight. With just the two of them, they dare to challenge me. Who gave them the guts? He looked at Yasuo again, as if trying to discern something from the face mostly hidden by the hood and mask. Kid, I will ask one more time, which guild are you from? Joe Huey controlled Yasuo, his tone remaining indifferent. No guild. Those two words were like a spark that completely ignited the bald man's fury. He laughed out of pure rage, his voice rising sharply, dripping with caustic sarcasm. Ahaha, no guild. Two pieces of solo trash who cannot even get into a guild, and you dare to posture in front of me. Was your brain eaten by a beast, you damn fool? He pointed his battle axe right at Yasuo's nose, spittle flying as he shouted. Now, immediately, right now, kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times, then crawl between my legs. Otherwise, you two are not leaving this place standing today. The dozen or so members of the Sky Sword Guild behind him also began to sneer, tightening their grips on their weapons as they surrounded the pair, the atmosphere turning tense and lethal. The solo players in the distance subconsciously retreated a few steps, terrified of being caught in the crossfire. Everyone watched the two fearless fools as if they were already dead. Faced with this palpable killing intent, Yasuo simply raised his head. Beneath the shadow of his hood, his eyes were as calm as a stagnant pool. I think it is quite the opposite. His voice was not loud, but it reached every person present with crystal clarity. While I am still in a good mood, I suggest you get lost. The air fell into a dead silence. The smile on the bald man's face completely vanished, replaced by a livid Chinese letter shade. You are looking for death. He squeezed the words through his teeth, veins bulging on his arms as he swung his battle axe. Get him! Chop these two suicidal scumbags into meat paste. Kill! The dozen Sky Sword members roared in unison. Flashes of various skills erupted instantly, and blades and magic spells came flooding toward them like an overwhelming wave. However, the very moment they made their move, Yasuo moved as well. Arcs of deep purple lightning erupted from his body, instantly weaving into a majestic set of lightning armor. He stood there, looking like a god of thunder descended upon the world. Too slow. His cold voice echoed. Yasuo's silhouette blurred into a flash of electricity as his thunderstep maneuver activated. Instead of retreating, he charged headfirst into the deadly web of blades and magic. Swish, swish, swish. Several attacks missed their mark, shattering nothing but a residual afterimage. A warrior charging in front felt a flash of lightning before him, and a swift, razor-sharp blade sliced across his throat. Negative 1258. Negative 1558. Terrifying 4-digit damage numbers floated above his head. His body stiffened in place, eyes still dazed, and the next second his head went flying into the air. One hit kill. Yasuo's figure did not pause for a second, darting through the crowd like a ghost. Every swing of his wielder's sword brought a flash of lethal lightning, harvesting lives with precision and efficiency. The Sky Sword members were generally around level 20 and well-equipped. Yet in front of Yasuo, they were as fragile as paper. Their attacks could not even lock onto his blindingly fast movements. This was a one-sided massacre. As for Gandalf, he simply stood quietly where he was the entire time. His hands were tucked into his wide sleeves, and his face beneath the hood remained unreadable, as if the bloody slaughter before him was nothing more than a trivial farce unrelated to him. He had no choice as a forbidden magic caster. Once he took action, there likely would not be a living soul left here. In the chaos, his subordinates fell one after another. The bald man took just one strike and lost half his health. Fear swept over his anger and reason like an icy tide. Monster. This guy is no damn level 15 swordsman. This is a straight-up monster. Retreat, retreat. He let out a shrill howl, abandoning all sense of face and turned to run. He was fast, not caring at all about his remaining men. He ran 70 or 80 meters in one breath. He kept looking back from time to time, finding that the killing machine was not pursuing him. He finally let out a sigh of relief. Yet the next second, the bald man suddenly felt a chill in his chest. He looked down in shock. He saw a sword tip flickering with lightning protruding from his chest. How is this possible? He clearly did not chase after me. Yasuo slowly pulled out his sword and kicked him to the ground. Lying in a pool of blood, his life force fading rapidly, the bald man looked at the demon-like figure with eyes filled with endless regret and terror. You are. Before he could finish, his head tilted to the side and he went completely silent. Zhou Hui stood still, sheathing his sword. The entire process was as fluid as flowing water, taking less than 30 seconds. When the last Sky Sword member fell, the battlefield returned to silence. Only a thick scent of blood filled the air. The solo players in the distance were dumbfounded, as if turned to stone. This is too absurd. He wiped out a whole team by himself. The final execution of the bald man was particularly shocking. He appeared behind him as if teleporting. Utterly eerie. The scrawny youth who had tried to invite Yasuo to a team earlier now felt his legs go weak, collapsing to the ground with a face pale as paper. He actually tried to invite such a killing god to a party. After a brief dead silence, a panicked commotion erupted in the crowd. Run away. Something big is going to happen here, let us go. Everyone woke up from their trance. With no heart left to clear any dungeons, they scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing for their lives in the opposite direction. It will not be long before the rest of the Sky Sword reinforcements arrive. Better leave before getting caught in the mess. Zhou Hui ignored the fleeing players. He controlled Yasuo, calmly walking to the teleportation stone, emitting a faint glow at the dungeon entrance. 4 options floated silently above the stone tablet. Please choose the dungeon difficulty. Normal. Hard. Nightmare. Calamity. He reached out his finger and without a moment of hesitation clicked on the final option, the one with the deepest blood-red color. Calamity. A blood-colored vortex appeared on the tablet, exuding a horrifying and unsettling presence. Immediately after, the two stepped one after another into the twisting portal of light, vanishing in an instant. A white light flashed and quickly faded away. The scene before Zhou Hui shifted instantly from the stone tablet at the dungeon entrance to a vast, gloomy and deathly silent cavern. The air was thick with a pungent stench, a mixture of rotting vegetation and damp earth. The cavern ceiling was extremely high, where moss emitting oblique green glow cast mottled shadows, though not enough to dispel the profound darkness. All around, the only sound was the dripping of water from stalactites onto the puddles below, its long, echoing drip creating an even more eerie atmosphere. Jo Hyoi did not hesitate for a moment, decisively withdrawing his consciousness from Yasuo's body. It was better to leave the coming battle to the AI core. He only needed to be a spectator, quietly enjoying this feast of slaughter. The very moment Jo Hyoi's consciousness returned to his own body, a swift and unparalleled black shadow shot out from the side of the darkness without warning. It was a bifurcated, whip-like tongue, its tip glinting with a dark green toxic light striking directly at Yasuo's temple. The speed was extreme. Had Jo Hyoi been controlling it himself, he might not have had time to react. Yet Yasuo's body moved. His body leaned backward at an inconceivable angle, narrowly dodging the fatal strike. The long tongue grazed past the tip of his nose. The foul wind it stirred up blew the short hair on his forehead. Immediately after, before he had even fully regained his footing, the wild blade in his hand had transformed into a streak of lightning, slashing upward against the momentum. Flish! Lightning flashed and blood splattered. The long tongue was severed at the root, and black blood sprayed out. 890. A staggering damage number floated up from the shadows. Painful hiss followed. The black shadow pained, faltered, and was finally exposed under the bleak green light. Only then did Jo Hyoi clearly see what it was. It was a giant lizard nearly 3 meters long, its entire body covered in dark scales, making it almost blend in with the surrounding rock walls. If not for the AI core's reaction speed, which far exceeded human limits, he would have been killed or severely injured by that strike had he been in control. Shadow Swamp Hunter Level 18 Elite. HP 4110/5000. Skills Venom Spike Shadow Stealth Scale Hardening. For just one elite monster, its defense was already this high. A single strike from Yasuo had taken less than a fifth of its health. However, the trouble had only just begun. Whoosh 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 whoosh. In the next second, dozens of pairs of scarlet eyes lit up in the darkness from all directions. Immediately after, a dense barrage of ear-piercing sounds followed. Dozens of poisonous tongues coming from every tricky angle wove into a death net, completely shrouding Yasuo and Gandalf. Well done. Yasuo did not retreat but advanced, decisively taking a step forward to shield Gandalf behind him. Thunder Armor. Boom. Violent thunder power erupted into the sky, instantly condensing into a majestic suit of purple electric armor on his body. Cling 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 cling. Countless long tongues lashed against the thunder armor, emitting a series of crisp, metallic clashing sounds. 215. 231. 208. A series of damage numbers floated densely above Yasuo's head. The radiance of the thunder armor dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. But Yasuo did not care at all. His eyes narrowed and his sword danced into a blur of lightning, frantically slashing at those nearby Shadow Swamp Hunters. 977. 297. 1012. 301. The lifesteal property attached to the wild blade played a vital role at this moment. With every swing while dealing massive damage, a pure stream of life energy flowed back, rapidly replenishing his lost health. With this give and take, Yasuo actually held his ground against the focused fire of dozens of elite monsters. At the same time, Gandalf behind him finally made his move. He slowly raised that unassuming wooden staff. Ancient and obscure syllables spilled from his lips beneath the hood. In an instant, the temperature of the entire cavern dropped sharply. Visible ice crystals formed in the air, and a layer of ghostly white frost spread rapidly across the walls and the ground. Forbidden spell 1000-mile frost. A wave of pure, soul-freezing chill spread circularly and frantically from Gandalf as the center. Crack crack siorak. Wherever it passed, all things withered. The ferocity and brutality on the faces of those Shadow Swamp Hunters attacking Yasuo instantly froze. Their movements stiffened, and their bodies were quickly covered in a layer of thick, solid ice. Within a single second, the entire battlefield had turned into an ice sculpture exhibition. Only then did Zhou Hui see clearly that there were over 30 shadow swamp hunters besieging them. If it had been any other level 15 adventurer party facing such a terrifying ambush, they likely would not have lasted a minute before being wiped out on the spot. 3990, freezing damage. 3905, freezing damage. A terrifying array of damage numbers appeared in unison above all the ice sculptures. Nearly half of the shadow swamp hunters, whose health was already not full, shattered into specks of light within the solid ice before they could even let out a sound. The rest were also trapped in a deep frozen state, unable to move, becoming lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Yasuo did not hesitate in the slightest, sword in hand. He stepped forward to begin his frantic reaping. Sword flashes streaked by, ice fragments flew. Ice sculpture after ice sculpture shattered. Killed Shadow Swamp Hunter level 18, earned 560 experience points. Killed. The notification sound rang continuously, like a screen clearing effect. When the last Shadow Swamp Hunter was dealt with, a golden leveling up light shone from Gandalf. His level reached 6. The two quickly cleared the battlefield, picked up all the dropped materials, and headed deeper into the cave. This cavern was even larger than Zhou Hui had imagined. The further they went, the more open the space became. The glowing moss on the ceiling grew denser, illuminating the surroundings in a pale green. Ahead, a massive underground swamp appeared. The murky green mud pool bubbled with gas, giving off a sickening, toxic miasma. Zhou Hui tried to have Yasuo touch the edge of the swamp with his toe. 10. An insignificant damage number floated up. Though the damage was low, getting stuck deep within would likely restrict their movement significantly, making them sitting ducks. Yasuo continued to lead the way, activating thunder armor and feeling his way forward along the solid ground at the edge of the swamp. Occasionally, strange, bizarre beasts would leap out of the swamp to launch surprise attacks. But without exception, they were all cleanly dispatched by Yasuo's blade. About 5 minutes later, the path ahead was completely engulfed by the endless swamp. There was no way forward. Other adventurer parties who arrived here would mostly choose to take a detour along a narrow, rugged path on the other side. That path was long, but at least it was safe. But they did not need to. Gandalf walked silently to the edge of the swamp and simply observed it for a moment. He raised his staff once more. Forbidden spell, 1,000-mile frost. It was the same spell as before, but the effect was even more stunning. The freezing energy, like an invisible hand, brushed over the vast swamp before them. The boiling mud pool instantly calmed. The bubbling toxic gas was frozen into pale green ice crystals. A frost road, hundreds of meters long and nearly 100 meters wide, appeared out of thin air on top of the swamp. Yasuo stepped onto it lightly. The ice surface was as hard as iron, and he walked across it with ease. The two of them walked one after the other across the frozen swamp. Through the translucent layer of ice, one could clearly see countless strange swamp beasts frozen in the mud below, caught in various states of struggle. Zhou Hui's experience bar began to jump wildly again. Just as the two of them reached the middle of the frost road, a slight tremor suddenly came from the ice beneath their feet. Immediately after, a muffled, thunderous roar sounded from beneath the ice. Rumble! The entire ice surface began to shake violently. Huge cracks began to appear in the ice ahead, spreading rapidly like a spider web. An aura far more terrifying than all the previous beasts combined was rapidly awakening. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed. The ice 100 meters in front of them burst open abruptly. Countless ice chunks and murky green mud shot into the sky. An enormous black shadow slowly broke through the ice amidst a spray of water and mud. Lord of the Shadow Swamp, Kraken, level 20 Calamity Boss. HP 1. Its massive body broke through the ice, like a mountain of flesh rising from the swamp. Its main body resembled a bloated giant toad, with dark green skin covered in pustule-like bumps that constantly oozed foul-smelling slime. Yet on its back, 8 thick, slick tentacles sprouted and thrashed wildly like giant pythons. Most chilling of all was its mouth, split wide to the ears. It had no teeth, only rings of horn-like tissue that acted like a meat grinder. The Kraken's single eye, scarlet and murky, locked firmly onto the two tiny figures on the ice. The next second, it opened its maw. Rogue. A piercing roar transformed into a visible wave of dark green sound, sweeping across the area. Immediately after, the 8 tentacles on its back plunged into the mire below, pulling up 8 massive spheres of venom and sludge. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 8 venomous mud bombs soared through the air like whistling cannonballs, cutting off all retreat for Yasuo and Gandalf. However, Yasuo's figure had already vanished from the spot. Thunder Dash. He transformed into a Z-shaped bolt of lightning, weaving effortlessly through the dense barrage without a single drop touching him. Gandalf's movements were entirely different. He lacked Yasuo's frantic agility, simply shifting one unhurried step to the left the moment the barrage arrived. Just a single step. A mud bomb grazed his robe and exploded where he had just been standing, corroding the ground into a hissing pit. He stepped back another half step. Another mud bomb smashed into the ice, nearly brushing the edge of his hood. Every move was perfectly timed, as if based on precise calculations, finding the only path of survival an instant before the attacks landed. This is the terror of a core AI, turning combat into cold, hard mathematics. Our turn. Zhou Hui issued the mental command. Amidst his dodges, Yasuo suddenly leaped high, his sword crackling with intense lightning. Thunder Slash. A 10-meter-long blade of lightning, carrying an aura of absolute destruction, swung down fiercely at the Kraken's massive form. At the same time, Gandalf stopped in his tracks. He raised his staff. Forbidden spell, Meteor Fire Rain. 3 burning meteors appeared out of thin air. Dragging long trails of flame, they crashed precisely onto the Kraken's head. Boom boom. The roar of thunder and the sound of explosions intertwined, making the entire cavern hum. Argy. The Kraken let out a wail of extreme agony. The lightning blade had left a charred, bone-deep wound, and the meteor shower had shredded its head into a bloody mess. A cascade of startling damage numbers floated up from its head. Rogue. The Lord of the Swamp let out a pained cry. Its health dropped by a third instantly. It inhaled sharply, its belly inflating, then spewed a fan-shaped spray of toxic breath. Dark green toxic mist instantly covered a 100-meter area in front of it. The ice surface was rapidly corroded, emitting harsh sounds as white smoke billowed upward. Simultaneously, its body began to sink, as if intending to submerge back into the swamp. This was exactly what made the Kraken so troublesome. Countless adventurer squads had been worn down by this cowardly tactic: retreat when low on health, heal up, and then return for a sneak attack. Unless the party had water or flying-type professionals, they were completely helpless against it. But today it had met its nemesis. Time's up. Gandalf's voice, calm as a stagnant well, resonated. He raised his staff once more. Forbidden spell, 1,000-mile frost. A wave of extreme cold swept through the underground space for the second time. The toxins in the air, along with the water vapor, were instantly frozen into countless tiny, sickly green ice crystals that clattered to the ground. The Kraken's massive body was frozen solid by the renewed chill, its sinking motion coming to a sudden halt. Its lower half had fused entirely with the ice below, rendering it immobile. Now is the time. Yasuo appeared beside the Kraken as if teleporting. Lightning Blink Seal. The savage blade in his hand flared with blinding lightning, unleashing a frenzy of strikes on the Kraken's bloated body. Minus 1,150. Minus 1,201. Minus 1,188. A continuous string of damage numbers cascaded from the boss like a waterfall. The Kraken roared in pain, its 8 tentacles lashing wildly at the surrounding ice in an attempt to hit Yasuo. But Yasuo flickered constantly across its massive frame. Every time a tentacle swung his way, he used the lightning blink seal to teleport to another mark, leaving the boss swinging at empty air. It was like a clumsy giant being bitten all over by an agile mosquito, unable to even catch a glimpse of its tormentor. Krog. When its health dropped to half, the Kraken's single eye turned blood red. The pustule-like bumps on its back began to writhe violently before exploding all at once. Pub pub pub. Countless sprays of dark green venom showered out in all directions like rain. This was an indiscriminate, wide-range attack. Yasuo frowned slightly, immediately activating Savage Rush. His speed surged once more, allowing him to weave through the venom rain by the narrowest of margins. Gandalf, meanwhile, had already moved outside the attack range. His forbidden spells were currently on cooldown. He could only watch Yasuo's performance. As the venom rain ceased, the Kraken's presence also weakened significantly. Yasuo seized the opportunity and closed in once more. 5 stacks of lightning marks were completed instantly. Detonate. Boom! A thick bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, slamming into the Kraken's head. Minus 3,540. The boss's body shuddered violently, falling into a brief state of paralysis. It is over. Yasuo leaped high into the air, gripping his sword with both hands, tip facing down, gathering all his lightning power into the blade. Thunder slash. Xing. The lightning blade, shimmering with destructive intent, pierced through the Kraken's massive head like divine judgment. Minus 5,899. A bright red critical damage number drifted slowly from the boss. Its massive body twitched a few times, the light in its single eye faded, and it finally collapsed with a roar, dissolving into specks of light. Defeated Shadow Swamp Lord Kraken level 20, gained 15,000 experience points. Clatter. A pile of loot burst forth, covering the ice surface in a thick layer. Zhou Hui glanced briefly at the glowing blue rare equipment but lost interest immediately. Even at rare quality, the equipment crafted by Aoyazi far surpassed these common goods in attributes. However, several items among the materials, emitting a unique luster, caught his attention. Kraken's venom sac swamp heart. Lucky! Zhou Hui's heart stirred. These were exactly the rare materials needed to craft the Star Moon set. Killing this boss was worth it. The two quickly collected the loot and proceeded deeper into the cave. The road ahead was basically a cakewalk. Any strange beast daring to show itself faced only one fate before Gandalf's earth-shattering forbidden spells. Death or crippling injury. Yasuo did not even need to do much. He spent most of the time following behind, responsible for gathering materials. Gandalf's level through this cheat-like way of grinding soared all the way up. Level 7. Level 8. When he hit level 8, his spiritual power easily broke through the 1,000-point mark. The number of fireballs in Forbidden Spell, Meteor Fire Rain, increased from 3 to 5. Greater range even more powerful. Usually, one cast was all it took to leave nothing alive in the area ahead. Ordinary teams, even on normal difficulty, would spend at least a full day just getting from the dungeon entrance to the final boss. They had done it in less than an hour. The only downside was how fast Gandalf's mana depleted. He had to drink a high-level magic recovery potion salvaged from Mo Shao almost as soon as it hit rock bottom. It is too mana-intensive. When they reached the end of the cave, the view opened up suddenly. There was no more swamp here, just an incredibly wide circular hall. At the far end stood a 10-meter-tall archaic stone door, engraved with complex and eerie patterns. No one knew what lay behind this door. It was said many top-tier teams had tried, using every method possible without shaking it in the slightest. Just as Yasuo's gaze landed on the stone door. Hiss! A toothaking friction sound echoed from above. A massive shadow descended silently from the dark dome. It was a giant spider, the size of a heavy truck. Its 8 jointed limbs, covered in black bristles, were like 8 sharp spears. Its abdomen was a bloated, writhing, sickly white meatball, covered in dense, human eye-like crimson spots. Shadow Swamp Weaver Arachne level 22, Calamity class boss. Health 150,000. Skills Venomous Web, Spider Swarm Summoning, Embrace of Death. Before the two could react, Arachne initiated the attack. Its abdominal meatball contracted, and a massive spider web covering the entire hall descended upon them. Simultaneously, it opened its gruesome mandibles, spewing out countless small white spheres. These spheres burst in midair, turning into hundreds of smaller, highly venomous spiders that screeched as they swarmed the two. Gandalf lifted his staff gently. Forbidden spell, Meteor Fire Rain. Boom 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 boom. 5 massive fireballs, dragging long tails of flame, descended from the heavens. Fire is the natural enemy of all spider-like creatures. The giant web was incinerated to ash the moment it touched a fireball. As for those fearless little spiders, they did not even have time to scream before turning to charcoal in the sea of flames. This final boss was even easier to handle than the Kraken they had encountered halfway through. With the interference of the small spiders cleared, Yasuo had no more concerns. Savage Rush. He muttered, his muscles swelling instantly as a wild aura erupted from him. The longsword danced in his hands, turning into a dazzling blur, pouring damage crazily into Arachne's massive body. Gandalf's second forbidden spell had finished chanting. Thousand-Mile Frost. Extreme frost instantly covered the boss's entire body, slowing its movements significantly. With their strength rising and the boss is falling, the 150,000 health of this arrogant Calamity class boss seemed so fragile before them. It took no more than 5 minutes. With a final, unwilling screech, Arachne's massive body crashed to the ground, dropping loot all over the place. Unfortunately, there was still no blueprint for the Star Moon set. Zhou Huai was not discouraged. They were destined to grind this dungeon until they were sick of it anyway. Before leaving the dungeon, he controlled Yasuo to approach the giant stone door and try pushing it. The stone door did not budge, as if fused with the mountain itself. Looks like it needs some special trigger condition. Zhou Huai made a mental note and without lingering, quickly exited the dungeon with Gandalf. Outside the Shadow Swamp Cave. When the two reappeared at the teleport stone, the atmosphere around them was clearly off. A new batch of adventurers had just arrived at the dungeon entrance. They were gathered in a circle, pointing at the corpses of the Sword of Heaven members, faces filled with shock and horror. My God, the Sword of Heaven people are all dead here. Who did this? This is brutal. We are in for a show now. Sword of Heaven is definitely going to lose it. A sharp-eyed adventurer spotted Yasuo and Gandalf exiting the dungeon and rushed over. Brothers, do you know what happened here just now? He pointed at the corpses, face full of gossip. Who killed these people? Zhou Huai controlled Yasuo to shrug, a playful arc appearing at the corner of his mouth under the mask. He shook his head innocently. No idea. We just got here. Having said that, he ignored the baffled adventurer. Ding, dungeon Shadow Swamp Cave has been reset. The cold system prompt sounded. Yasuo and Gandalf turned around and to the stunned gazes of the crowd, stepped back into the blood-red portal. Donghai City, the old Zhou family residence. In the gazebo of the backyard, an old man with silver-white hair and a vigorous spirit sat upright. He held a cup of clear tea, his movements steady and composed. He was none other than the current head of the Zhou family, Zhou Ting. Outside the courtyard, Zhou Feng walked over slowly, stopped in front of the old man and bowed respectfully. Father, did you call for me? Zhou Ting did not even lift his eyelids, just gave a faint grunt. He took a sip of tea, his face showing no sign of joy or anger. I heard that Lu Qi was beaten by someone a while ago. As his father, what kind of job are you doing? Zhou Feng lowered his head even further. Zhou Ting gently placed the teacup on the stone table, making a crisp sound. I told you long ago to take good care of both mother and son. Is this how you take care of them? It is lucky that Lu Qi is not seriously hurt this time. If something had happened to him, have you considered the consequences for our Zhou family? Zhou Feng kept his head low, his voice muffled. It was my lack of foresight. I have already sent men to kill the person who bullied Lu Qi. In the future, I will arrange more people to protect him whenever he goes out. Zhou Ting's expression remained unchanged, save for a soft snort from his nose. He changed the subject. Besides that, you and Liu Yuru should hurry up and have another child. Lu Qi, after all, does not carry the bloodline of our Zhou family. You cannot expect to hand over the Zhou family to someone of a different bloodline once you become the family head. So while you're both still young, have a child. Upon hearing this, a bitter curve touched the corner of Zhou Feng's mouth. Ever since Liu Yuru married into the Zhou family all those years ago, not to mention having children, she has not even let him touch her hand. How could there be any heirs? But he did not say these words out loud. If he did, he would only be berated by the old man for being incompetent. Zhou Feng could only swallow this humiliation and nod silently. Zhou Ting picked up his teacup again, blowing away the floating tea leaves. As for Zhou Huai, I heard he was kicked out of your house by Liu Yuru. Is that true? Zhou Feng's body stiffened slightly, but he still nodded. Yes, Huder, he awakened an E-rank class, so Liu Yuru kicked him out. He is now living in the villa his mother left behind before her passing. Zhou Ting gave a calm "oh," as if hearing about some trivial matter. E-rank professional. Indeed, he is no longer worthy of being a part of our Zhou family. I have no objections to what Liu Yuru did. Zhou Feng clenched his fists by his sides, his knuckles turning white from the force, yet he said nothing. Zhou Ting continued, don't blame your grandfather for being cruel or heartless. This world is survival of the fittest. Our Zhou family reached where we are today by stepping through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. You know how many resources the family spent over the past few years just to break the curse on him. I believe the Zhou family has done all it could for him. If you want to blame someone, blame him for not being good enough and awakening such a trash class. Just let him live or die in that villa on his own. Just remember to send him some living expenses daily so he does not starve to death. Zhou Feng felt as if a lump of cotton were stuffed in his throat. He opened his mouth, but eventually it only turned into one word. Yes. Zhou Ting seemed satisfied with his obedience, his tone softening a little. By the way, after the national exam ends, it will be that girl from the Yi family's birthday. Find some time to discuss it with Yi Zhenshin. Hold Lu Qi and her engagement ceremony on Yi Zai's birthday. It will be a double celebration. At the same time, Zhou Hui slowly woke up from his sleep. The sky outside was completely dark, and only a dim bedside lamp was lit in the room. He glanced at the digital clock. Another 5 hours had passed. This state of lethargy was becoming more and more frequent. Zhou Hui rubbed his throbbing temples and focused his mind. He immediately began to check on the situation of his two avatars. During his sleep, Yasuo and Gandalf remained like tireless machines, grinding the dungeon in the Shadow Swamp. As Gandalf's level kept rising, their efficiency in clearing the map increased. At this moment, a golden light of leveling up had just faded from Yasuo. His level had reached level 16. And Gandalf, who had been following behind sharing the experience, had remarkably reached level 10. Avatar Panel Gandalf. Class Unique Hidden Class SS Rank Forbidden Spell Mage. Level 10. HP 2580 out of 2580. Mana 6100 out of 6100. Strength 431. Agility 399. Stamina 456. Spirit 1289. Magic damage 1588. Physical defense 305. Magic resistance 685. Zhou Hui's eyes lit up. This is an SS rank class. His level 10 stats already exceeded those of the level 16 Yasuo. Especially that magic damage of over 1500, it was simply astounding. What pleasantly surprised him even more was that Gandalf had learned a new skill at level 10. Arcane Barrier level 1, consume 500 mana to form an indestructible defensive shield around yourself which can block all forms of damage. The total damage the shield can absorb is 10 times the caster's maximum mana. The shield lasts for 5 minutes with a cooldown of 1 minute. Zhou Hui's breathing hitched suddenly. 10 times the mana cap. Based on Gandalf's current mana cap of 6100, would not this arcane barrier be able to block over 60,000 points of damage? That is terrifying. Previously, he had always been worried that although Gandalf had explosive output, he was too fragile and easily put in a passive position if someone got close to him. But now, with this skill, that worry seemed to be non-existent. An invincible shield that lasts for 5 minutes and has a 1-minute cooldown. This is simply broken. Over these few hours, the two had cleared the Shadow Swamp dungeon on disaster difficulty at least 5 or 6 times. They had farmed a pile of materials. But the Star Moon set blueprints that Zhou Hui wanted most had only dropped one more. It was the Star Moon Gauntlet's blueprint. The drop rate was truly miserable. At this moment, in the deepest part of the Shadow Swamp dungeon, as the final elite monster, the Shadow Swamp Weaver let out an unwilling wail and crashed to the ground. Yasuo and Gandalf were preparing to exit the dungeon and wait for the next reset. Just then, rumble. The entire hall suddenly began to shake violently, as if a strong earthquake had occurred. Gravel fell from the ceiling. Yasuo immediately shielded Gandalf behind him, looking around vigilantly. The source of the vibration seemed to come from the deepest part of the hall. That immensely heavy stone gate was slowly opening to both sides. An aura far more ancient and desolate than anything else in the dungeon rushed out from behind the door. Zhou Hui felt his heart skip a beat as he watched the stone door slowly creak open. What is going on here? A hidden dungeon. I have run this place so many times, and this door has never budged an inch. Why did it open on its own this time? Zhou Hui's thoughts raced as he quickly analyzed the differences from previous runs. The biggest difference is that Gandalf reached level 10. His skills are more powerful, and his clear speed has surged thanks to the massive boost in his attributes. This time they cleared the run in just 30 minutes. Could this be the key to opening the stone door? Must I defeat the final boss within 30 minutes? Zhou Hui pondered to himself, unable to think of any other reason. If that really is the condition, then it is extremely harsh. Even a full elite team of level 20 players would need at least 4 or 5 hours to clear the Shadow Marsh lair on Calamity difficulty. And anyone above level 30 would exceed the dungeon's level cap and would not be able to enter at all. What exactly is hidden behind this door? With the mindset that since he was already here, he might as well see it through. Zhou Hui controlled Yasuo and Gandalf one after the other and stepped into the deep darkness. However, they had not walked more than 2 steps. Zhou Hui frowned sharply, immediately stopped and quickly backed out. The moment they stepped through the door, the HP of Yasuo and Gandalf started dropping frantically at a rate of 100 points per second. -100. -100. It was as if the space behind the door was filled with invisible, deadly poison. As long as one stepped inside, they would continuously take damage. Yasuo and Gandalf currently only have about 3000 HP. At this rate, they would not even last half a minute before both of them would perish. Go out and find some healers. Zhou Hui immediately dismissed the idea. Not to mention whether he could find a trustworthy healer. What if he left the dungeon and tried to come back in, only to find the stone door he worked so hard to open had closed again? Besides, at this rate of HP loss, even if he brought along a few healers, they probably would not be able to keep up. Zhou Hui was in a bit of a dilemma. Theoretically, in these hidden maps, higher danger usually means richer rewards. Giving up just like that was truly difficult to accept. After a brief moment of thought, Zhou Hui's gaze settled on Gandalf. With a thought, he controlled Gandalf to raise the staff in his hand. Arcane barrier. Surging arcane energy erupted instantly, condensing on Gandalf's body into a nearly tangible, semi-transparent shield composed of countless blue runes. Light flowed across the surface of the shield, emanating an indestructible aura. I wonder if this barrier shield can withstand that invisible poison damage. Zhou Hui controlled Gandalf, now shielded, and stepped into the stone door once again. -100. -100. The familiar damage numbers popped up again. But this time, it was not deducting Gandalf's HP, but rather the shield value of his arcane barrier. Zhou Hui felt a surge of joy. Gandalf's shield value is over 60,000. Even if the shield is depleted, the skill's cooldown is only 1 minute, so he can generate it again. This is basically an infinite use golden ticket to immortality. Thinking of this, Zhou Hui immediately made his decision. Leave Yasuo at the entrance just in case. Gandalf will go inside alone to explore. Gandalf took a step forward, heading deep into the darkness. The scene before him was an ancient stone staircase spiraling continuously downward. As he ventured deeper, torches on both walls, thick with dust, ignited one by one without warning. They burned with eerie, ghostly blue flames. The light flickered on the twisted, grotesque reliefs on the rock walls, making them seem as if they might come to life at any moment. A cold wind howled up from the depths of the earth, carrying the scent of decay. Along the way down, Zhou Hui did not see any traces of monsters. The entire space was terrifyingly silent. After walking for an unknown amount of time, the spiraling stairs finally came to an end. The view below suddenly opened up. Peering before Gandalf was an endless corridor. The corridor was dilapidated with the skeletal remains of various monsters scattered across the floor, having lain there for who knows how many ages. Zhou Hui controlled Gandalf to continue forward. Underfoot, ink green gas began to spread like a veil. Gandalf's shield value, which was being deducted at 100 points per second, gradually increased to 150 points. Then not far ahead, the damage increased again. -200. -200. Zhou Hui became more alarmed with every step. Seeing a chunk of the shield value gone, he hurriedly cast Arcane Barrier again to top it off. The poison damage was so fierce that any other tank class would probably not be able to withstand it. The difficulty of this hidden map was terrifyingly high. Only a forbidden spell mage with such an overpowered shield could barely hold their ground here. Soon Gandalf reached the end of the corridor. There were even more skeletal remains here, packed so densely they almost formed a small mountain. He could only barely make out a narrow path between the bone piles. Zhou Huai was about to lead Gandalf further when, the moment he stepped out of the corridor, the shield value that had been constantly dropping suddenly stopped. Zhou Huai breathed a sigh of relief. It seems this area is free of poison damage. He continued forward. Suddenly, a loud boom erupted from behind him. Zhou Huai turned around in surprise. He saw the exit of the corridor he had just come from being slowly sealed shut by a massive iron gate. The retreat was cut off. At the same time, a clicking sound came from the pile of bones ahead. Within the countless scattered skulls, clusters of pale green soul fire suddenly ignited. The loose skeletons began to rapidly reassemble, as if pulled by invisible threads. Bone Beast Level 30 Elite. HP 1. Skills Bone Smash Undead Bite. It was as if some mechanism had been triggered. 1 2 10 100. More and more skeletal beasts resurrected from the bone piles, swaying as they stood up. In just a few seconds, over 100 bone beasts had surrounded Gandalf. Zhou Huai was not startled but delighted. A forbidden spell mage fears nothing more than a large number of enemies. Just in time, Gandalf slowly raised his staff, and ancient syllables began to chant from his lips. Forbidden spell Meteor Rain. Boom! The space above his head seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force. A massive portal burning with raging flames appeared out of thin air. Immediately after, giant meteors trailing long flames fell from the portal like an apocalyptic disaster. Boom, boom, boom. The ground shook violently. Each meteor impact triggered a cataclysmic explosion. Violent fire shockwaves swept wildly in all directions. Those newly resurrected bone beasts could not even launch a proper attack before being smashed into pieces, turning into ash within the flames. In an instant, countless skeletal monsters were pulverized into powder. Killed Bone Beast Level 30, gained 2000 EXP. Killed Bone Beast Level 30, gained 2000 EXP. In Zhou Huai's mind, system notifications flooded his view like a waterfall. Ding, congratulations host, clone Gandalf has leveled up to 55. A brilliant golden light of level up surged from Gandalf's body into the sky. Zhou Huai's eyes lit up instantly. Oh my goodness. This place is practically a sanctuary for leveling up. The lingering power of the meteor shower had yet to dissipate, and the acrid smell of burning still hung in the air. Atop the mountain of bones, the fragmented remains let out a renewed cracking sound. Countless sickly green soul fires were rekindled. The second wave of undead war beasts had quickly coalesced into form once more. They let out silent roars, their hollow eye sockets locked onto Gandalf below, before surging down like a tidal wave. Sharp claws, fangs, and bone spikes. A barrage of attacks descended like a torrential downpour. But they were all blocked by the barrier shimmering with arcane runes on Gandalf's body. Minus 571. Minus 411. Minus 602. Dense damage numbers popped up above Gandalf's head like raindrops. The light of the arcane bastion dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, nearly half of the 60,000 shield points were depleted. Zhou Huai, however, was in no rush. He controlled Gandalf, who stood quietly in place like a magnet drawing moths. Only when the number of awakened undead war beasts gathered around reached over 100 did he have Gandalf slowly raise his staff. Ancient arcane syllables were chanted once again. Forbidden spell, 1,000-mile frost. An extreme chill spread like ripples. In an instant, the war beasts that had been charging ferociously were turned into crystalline ice sculptures. The massive mountain of bones transformed into a ghastly iceberg in the blink of an eye. Ding, congratulations to the host, Avatar Gandalf has leveled up to level 12. A golden light of leveling up shone forth. With the level increase, Gandalf's consumed mana was instantly restored to full. He was at peak condition. He did not even need to drink a mana potion. Beneath the iceberg, bones began to tremble again, as if endless. But the thick layer of ice bought Gandalf precious time. by the time those undead war beasts broke out of the ice. The cooldown for the forbidden spell, Meteor Fire Rain, had already ended. The cooldown for forbidden spell, 1000-Mile Frost, was also more than halfway complete. Next was a one-sided slaughter with forbidden spells. Boom! The Meteor Fire Rain fell, melting the iceberg and incinerating the undead war beasts to ash. The 1000-Mile Frost spread, freezing the newly spawned beasts and creating conditions for the next round of fire rain. The symphony of ice and fire played a requiem of destruction in this place. The entire underground space was left in ruins. Had it not been for its unique structure, it would have collapsed long ago. On the ground, not a single complete beast skeleton could be found. All the bones had been reduced to the finest dust under the relentless bombardment of forbidden spells. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Avatar Gandalf has leveled up to level 14. The golden light of leveling up shone again. Zhou Huai looked at the empty field, still feeling somewhat unsatisfied. That is it. That was too weak. It only let Gandalf level up 4 times, as the massive number of undead war beasts were completely wiped out. A new passage appeared before Gandalf behind the mountain of bone dust. Zhou Huai controlled him and walked through the passage. The view before him suddenly opened up. This place looked like a huge circular plaza. The plaza was still littered with skeletons. But the skeletons here were not just those of exotic beasts. There were also many that clearly belonged to humans. Zhou Huai even saw quite a few scattered, lusterless pieces of equipment in the bone piles. It seemed that a brutal bloodbath between exotic beasts and humans had once taken place here. The outcome was likely mutual destruction. He controlled Gandalf to walk forward and casually pick up a battle axe stuck in a giant beast's ribcage. The axe blade was covered in notches and the handle had decayed. Decayed Titan Battle Axe. Quality Epic 3 stars. Level 30. Attributes ? Damaged, unable to view. Special effects ? Damaged, unable to view. Note, this was once a battle axe that drank the blood of gods, but time has worn away its edge. Perhaps a true master smith could restore its former glory. Epic 3 stars. Zhou Hui's eyes lit up. He scavenged a few more pieces of equipment nearby. A broken longsword, a shattered suit of armor, and a pair of boots full of holes. Without exception, they were all level 30 epic equipment. Unfortunately, they were all too decayed to be used. Zhou Huai did not let them go, however. He put these pieces of scrap metal into his spatial ring one by one. He would let Aoyazi study them later. Perhaps they could really be repaired and regain their past glory. Just as Zhou Huai was controlling Gandalf to scavenge on this ancient battlefield. In the very center of the circular plaza, 2 ghostly green flames suddenly ignited in the hollow eye sockets of an exceptionally large beast skull. Woo-wee! A chilling wind rose out of nowhere. The entire plaza began to tremble slightly. Zhou Huai immediately sensed something was wrong. Judging by this scene, the boss battle was about to begin. And so it was. Right in the center of the plaza, countless giant skeletons began to assemble rapidly, as if summoned by an invisible force. Soon, a beast skeleton of immense size slowly stood up from the ground. It looked like a massive quadruped, but it had 3 hideous heads. 3-headed undead tyrant level 30 calamity level boss. Health 100,000. Seeing this, Zhou Huai did not hesitate to have Gandalf raise his staff. The first strike is the advantage. Forbidden spell Meteor Fire Rain. However, the 3-headed undead tyrant's reaction exceeded Zhou Huai's expectations. Faced with the doomsday meteor falling from the sky, its left head suddenly reared up and let out a shrill howl. Countless fragments of bone rose from the ground and rapidly coalesced above its head, forming an incredibly thick bone wall barrier. Boom, boom, boom. The meteor fire rain smashed fiercely against the bone wall, erupting with a deafening roar. That bone wall managed to withstand Gandalf's full-force attack. But it was soon covered in cracks, shattered and crumbled into bone dust that scattered everywhere. Zhou Huai realized immediately that this boss was quite troublesome. He did not hesitate to step back from controlling Gandalf. He trusted the AI's micromanagement and judgment more than his own at this moment. The boss seemed offended by its defense being broken. Its right head suddenly turned toward Gandalf and let out a piercing roar. An invisible sound wave instantly crossed the space and swept toward Gandalf. It was extremely fast and unavoidable. Joe Hyo frowned slightly. He wondered what the effect of this move would be. As it turned out, after Gandalf was hit by the sound wave, he acted as if nothing had happened. Even the arcane bastion on his body did not lose any shield points. It was as if it were just a normal roar. This scene did not just stun Joe Hyo. Even the three-headed undead tyrant paused briefly with all three of its giant heads. It seemed a bit confused itself. What Joe Hyo did not know was that the boss's move, Soul Shock, could ignore any physical or magic defense and attack the target's soul directly. Professionals with strong spiritual power would fall into a long-lasting stun state. Those with weak spiritual power might even have their souls annihilated and die on the spot. However, Gandalf, who was no longer under Joe Hyo's control, had no soul inside him at all. All he had was a cold, calculating AI. Soul attacks were completely ineffective against him. After a moment of bewilderment came a monstrous rage. The middle head of the three-headed undead tyrant suddenly opened its ghastly giant mouth. A sticky green flame emitting an ominous aura surged out like a broken dam. Gandalf, under the control of the AI, made an evasive move immediately. But the coverage of the flames was just too large. Even though he dodged in time, he was still grazed by the edge of the flames. Minus 12,391. A massive damage number appeared above Gandalf's head. Fortunately, he had the arcane bastion on him. Otherwise, he would have been killed instantly by this hit. However, although that eerie green flame was blocked by the arcane bastion, it showed no signs of going out, like a maggot on a bone, continuing to burn on the surface of the shield. Minus 521. Minus 522. Minus 531. Continuous damage numbers popped up one after another. That eerie green flame was like a maggot in the bone. It clung to the arcane barrier, burning crazily and making a sizzling sound. Joe Hyo's heart sank. The damage over time from this flame is just too high. Fortunately, after Gandalf leveled up to 14, his mental power surged. The shield value of the arcane barrier also broke through the 80,000 mark. For a short time, it can still hold on. Seeing that the three-headed skeletal tyrant seemed ready to breathe fire again, Gandalf, under the control of the AI core, decisively raised his staff. Forbidden spell, 1,000-mile frost. Energy of extreme cold spread once again. The entire circular plaza was instantly covered in a thick layer of ice. The three heads of the skeletal tyrant, which had just opened up, were frozen solid in the ice along with the flames that were about to erupt. The next second, the flames exploded inside its throat. Minus 5,871. Minus 8,121. The first damage came from the 1,000-mile frost. The second one was the backlash caused by its own flames. Is that even possible? Watching this scene, Joe Hyo could not help but laugh. This boss just blew itself up. Roar! The skeletal tyrant let out a heaven-shaking roar, violently shaking its heads to shatter the ice debris at its mouth. In the eye sockets of its three heads, the ghostly green soul fire flickered violently, clearly enraged to the extreme. The head on the far right suddenly opened its huge mouth. It let out a strange sound like a giant ship's horn. In an instant, the scattered bones of strange beasts in the square were summoned again and began to reorganize rapidly. In the blink of an eye, several skeletal giants 5 meters tall were formed. These giants moved clumsily, but every step made the ground tremble. They took long strides and charged towards Gandalf. Joe Hyo's thoughts raced, contemplating a way to break the deadlock. This is the most troublesome boss he has encountered since having an avatar. Without exception, although the cooldown for Meteor Shower is ready, that guy will definitely use a bone wall to block it. 1,000-mile frost can deal damage, but the cooldown is too long. Even with the passive skill reducing cooldown by 30, it still takes a long 63 seconds. To wear it down to death with just this bit of damage, it would take at least a quarter of an hour. In that quarter of an hour, Gandalf definitely will not hold up. Bang! Just as the thought finished, a skeletal giant charged right up to them. Its massive bone fist, carrying immense force, slammed heavily onto Gandalf's arcane barrier. Minus 5,320. A shocking damage number popped up. Gandalf's body flew backward like a broken kite, hitting the distant wall heavily. He struggled to climb up, and the AI immediately controlled him to replenish a new arcane barrier. But before he could even catch his breath, the middle head of the skeletal tyrant spewed out that viscous torrent of green flames again. The flames hit Gandalf precisely as he just steadied himself. Minus 21,055. A damage number enough to make any professional of the same level despair exploded on the shield. The newly generated shield was instantly shaved off by a quarter. Not only that, the green flames adhered to it again and started burning continuously. Minus 1,052. Minus 1,066. Minus 1,049. The flames on Gandalf grew more intense, and the shield value dropped at an alarming rate. The situation is precarious. Joe Huey's eyes were locked firmly onto the three-headed skeletal tyrant. The head on the right controls the skeletal giants and bone walls. The middle head spits fire. The one on the left seems to have no effect on Gandalf. The breakthrough point is that head on the right. A bold plan quickly took shape in his mind. When Meteor Shower is being chanted, it will definitely use its right head to release a bone wall. At that exact moment, use 1,000-mile frost to freeze it. Interrupt its casting. This requires extremely precise timing. A second early and 1,000-mile frost will hit first, alerting the enemy. A second late and the bone wall will form, blocking the meteor shower. But now he has to take the gamble. Soon the cooldown for 1,000-mile frost ended. Now is the time. Zhou Qiu immediately issued the command. Gandalf raised his staff high and ancient, cryptic syllables were chanted. The space above his head was torn open again, and a portal of burning meteors slowly opened. Sure enough, below, the head on the right side of the three-headed skeletal tyrant lifted instantly, preparing to summon a bone wall. Just as it opened its mouth and the sound was about to be released, Gandalf's second forbidden spell followed immediately. Forbidden spell 1,000-mile frost. Extreme cold precisely covered the three heads of the skeletal tyrant. Crack! 3 giant mouths were frozen shut simultaneously. The bone wall that had just begun to condense lost its subsequent energy support and instantly collapsed, turning into bone dust filling the sky. It worked! Zhou Qiu was overjoyed. In the sky, the meteor shower had no further obstructions and slammed heavily onto the massive body of the skeletal tyrant. Boom, 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 boom. 5 huge meteors exploded on it one after another. Minus 6,541. Minus 6,890. Minus 6,622. Minus 6,710. Minus 6,498. A series of devastating damage numbers floated up from the head of the skeletal tyrant. Its long health bar suddenly disappeared by half, visible to the naked eye. Oh! The painful roar was muffled by the ice, appearing comical and powerless. At the same time, those skeletal giants chasing Gandalf also lost control, their movements stalled, and they collapsed into a pile of broken bones. The crisis was temporarily resolved. Gandalf gained a valuable chance to catch his breath. In a narrow escape, he replenished a brand new shield just a second before the arcane barrier shattered. The following battle entered a heart-pounding cycle. Zhou Qiu controlled Gandalf like an artist dancing on the edge of a blade. Every release of a forbidden spell was timed to the absolute limit. Every transition between skills was perfect. Under another baptism of ice and fire, this calamity-level hidden boss, which was powerful enough to cause despair, finally let out a wail of unwillingness. Its massive skeletal body could no longer hold up and collapsed with a roar, shattering into countless pieces. With the fall of the skeletal tyrant, a massive amount of experience points poured into Gandalf like a river into the sea. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your avatar Gandalf has reached level 15. The golden light of leveling up illuminated the silent ancient battlefield. Zhou Qiu let out a long breath, and his back was unknowingly soaked in cold sweat. That was truly perverted. To make Gandalf with his SS rank profession fight so miserably, the intensity of this hidden boss was beyond his imagination. In fact, if Gandalf did not lack a soul and was naturally immune to the boss's most eerie soul attacks, it would be equivalent to the skeletal tyrant cutting off one of its own arms. Otherwise, the outcome would still be unknown. Unfortunately, it ran into a cheater like Zhou Qiu. Although the boss was killed, the green flames attached to Gandalf had not yet extinguished. It burned for another full 5 minutes before slowly dissipating under the continuous consumption of the arcane barrier. Zhou Hui hurriedly controlled Gandalf to step forward and check the loot. Among a pile of broken bones, a blueprint shining with purple light lay quietly there. Star Moon Robe Forging Blueprint. Zhou Hui felt a joy in his heart. Finally, 3 pieces of the Star Moon set have been collected. Besides that, there are several precious materials emitting a strong aura of death, all core items for forging high-level undead equipment. Then, his eyes were attracted by something in the very center of the skeletal tyrant's corpse. There, a fist-sized ghostly green flame was floating quietly in midair. It had no temperature, but it emitted an unsettling aura, as if it could burn everything in the world. Zhou Hui looked at the flame, his breath suddenly stalled, and his eyes exploded with unbelievable joy. Is this an alien flame? Controlling Gandalf, Zhou Hui flickered, moving rapidly toward the cluster of ghostly green flames. Before he even got close, a scorching sensation washed over him, not a heat that burned the flesh but a sinister intensity that felt as if it would ignite the very soul. A hair-raising tremor welled up from the depths of his heart. When Gandalf was less than 3 meters from the flame, an information panel finally appeared clearly before his eyes. Exotic flame, soul-devouring netherfire unidentified/unbound. Fact, this fire originates from the depths of the 9 nether purgatory, refined from endless resentful spirits and malevolent energy. Once touched, it clings like marrow-eating maggots and is extremely difficult to extinguish. While burning, it continuously scorches the target's body and soul, dealing fire and soul damage per second based on spirit power. The flame lasts for at least 15 minutes, until the target is reduced to ashes or the caster voluntarily recalls it. Those whose souls are burned by this fire have a chance of soul collapse and complete annihilation. Note, absorbing this flame requires enduring the backlash of purgatory malice and the gnawing of 10,000 souls. It is a near-death experience. It really is an exotic flame. Zhou Hui's pupils constricted sharply, and his breathing became rapid. The exotic flame. This is an absolute treasure. In the Great Xia Kingdom, and indeed the entire Blue Star world, exotic flames are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Their formation conditions are extremely harsh, usually only occurring in areas with extreme environments and highly concentrated energy, or at the fall sites of terrifying bosses who wielded the laws of fire. The birth of every single exotic flame is enough to spark madness among countless professionals, even triggering bloodbaths. Its rarity goes without saying. For fire attribute professionals, an exotic flame is a dream treasure. Once successfully absorbed and refined, not only would their own fire skills skyrocket in power, but they would also gain the special attributes of the flame, becoming mysterious, unpredictable, and impossible to guard against. Legend has it that the legendary mage of the Free Federation, known as the Flame Calamity, was only an A-grade blazing controller. But by chance he obtained an S-grade exotic flame, the True Sunfire. With this fire, he was even able to go head-to-head with veteran S-grade powerhouses without losing ground, cementing his legendary name. This shows just how terrifying a powerful exotic flame is for the growth of a professional. Beyond combat, exotic flames have irreplaceable roles in forging, alchemy, array formation, and even top-tier cooking. The Blacksmith Guild in Donghai City uses a cluster of D-grade geocore fire as the core energy for their finest forging room. Zhou Hui felt that compared to this soul-devouring netherfire, that geocore fire was like the difference between a firefly and the bright moon. They are simply not in the same league. Exotic flames are also graded. From low to high they are D, C, B, A, and S. In the market, even the lowest D-grade exotic flame can easily fetch an astronomical price of 10 million Xia coins. And it is perpetually out of stock. Zhou Hui gazed at the soul-devouring netherfire, his heart burning with desire. However, absorbing an exotic flame is no easy task. The more powerful the flame, the more terrifying its backlash. During absorption, one must endure the pain of the fire burning the body and gnawing the bones, while also resisting the violent will contained within the flame's source. The slightest slip could lead to soul annihilation and turning into dust. Throughout history, countless talented professionals have perished attempting to absorb an exotic flame. Therefore, before absorption, professionals usually make thorough preparations. First, one must use a precious exotic flame identification scroll to determine its grade and characteristics to assess the risks. Second, they prepare various pills or items to resist backlash and stabilize their mind before cautiously attempting absorption. But right now, Joe Hua is deep in this strange hidden dungeon, let alone identification scrolls. He does not have a single thing. To get this flame, Gandalf has to just go for it. Great riches are found in great risks. A flash of determination crossed Joe Huey's eyes. He made an instant decision, withdrawing from controlling Gandalf's body and leaving everything to the perfectly calm AI core. An AI without a soul might have unexpected results when confronting soul-level backlash. Controlled by the AI, Gandalf slowly extended his right hand toward the quietly hovering soul-devouring netherfire. Just as his fingertips were about to touch the flame seemed like an awakened beast. It lunged at Gandalf in the shape of a gruesome face. The arcane barrier shone brilliantly, blocking the green ghost-faced flame. However, the flame did not give up. Like a giant green spider web, it instantly wrapped around Gandalf, burning him crazily. 1229, 1299, 1258. A series of shocking damage numbers popped up above Gandalf's head. The shield value of the arcane barrier plummeted at a terrifying speed. If any living person were here, they would likely have suffered a mental breakdown from this soul-searing, bone-etching pain. At the same time, he closed his eyes as if a monk entering meditation, and began to attempt to guide and absorb this destructive power from hell along a mysterious trajectory. It was a long and dangerous process. The soul-devouring netherfire was incomparably violent. Every wisp of flame seemed to have its own independent will, crazily trying to tear through Gandalf's defenses to burrow into his body and burn him into nothingness. The shield value was consumed rapidly, teetering on the brink of shattering again and again, only to be recast by the AI the moment the cooldown ended. Gandalf's mana was also draining rapidly, and Joe Hua had to have him drink several magic recovery potions he had looted earlier. Time ticked by second. Joe Huey's heart was in his throat. He could clearly perceive that the AI core was struggling with the soul-devouring netherfire in a way that transcended human understanding. It had no emotions, no fear, only cold and precise calculation. It used Gandalf's body as a perfect vessel, meticulously guiding those violent flames into the body, then using its vast spirit power to gradually erode their malice and refine their essence. Finally, after who knows how long, just as the arcane barrier's shield value touched the bottom again, the last wisp of ghostly green flame let out a whimper of defiance and was completely absorbed into Gandalf's body. Joe Huey's tense nerves finally relaxed. He let out a long sigh of relief. It worked. Just a moment ago, he had been fully prepared for Gandalf to explode and die on the spot. The backlash of this exotic flame was just too fierce. Its grade is definitely not low. After absorbing the flame, Joe Huey suppressed his excitement and controlled Gandalf to thoroughly sweep the surrounding ancient battlefield. Having confirmed there were no other treasures worth taking and no deeper hidden bosses, he left the hidden underground space with satisfaction and reunited with Yasuo, who was waiting outside the stone gate. Then the two did not linger and quickly exited the Shadow Marsh dungeon. Whoosh whoosh. With two flashes of white light, Yasuo and Gandalf reappeared at the entrance of the Shadow Marsh dungeon. The sky outside was now completely dark. The night sky was filled with stars, but they could not dispel the profound depth and chill of the wilderness. Joe Huey looked at the scene before him, taken aback and surprised. Large numbers of professionals had gathered outside the dungeon entrance. There were at least 100 people. They sat in small groups around campfires, whispering, the atmosphere quite heavy. Everyone wore a look of worry and unease. The bodies of the members of the Firmament Sword Guild had been dragged to the side, piled up like trash. These guys, who usually bullied others and threw their weight around, were dead, and no one wanted to look at them twice. Strangely, from beginning to end, no one looked at Yasuo and Gandalf, who had just appeared. As if they were air. A flicker of doubt rose in Joe Huey's heart. Why has not the Firmament Sword come yet? Reasonably speaking, with so many people dead here, the news should have gotten back already. And what are these people guarding here for? Looking at them, it does not seem like they are preparing to form a team to enter the dungeon. With a thought, Joe Huey controlled Yasuo and walked toward a middle-aged man polishing his long blade nearby. What happened? Yasuo's voice remained his usual cold tone. Why are you all gathered here? The middle-aged man looked up, sizing Yasuo up, then glanced at the silent Gandalf behind him. His eyes held a hint of vigilance. You do not know. Joe Huey controlled Yasuo to shake his head. Just came out of the dungeon. The middle-aged man's vigilance eased, replaced by a long sigh. He sheathed his long blade, his tone heavy. It is better not to know. Tonight Donghai City will not be peaceful. Joe Huey frowned but stayed silent, quietly waiting for him to continue. The middle-aged man looked at the forest shrouded in the night, his eyes full of worry. Beast tide. There will likely be a beast tide tonight. Those of us here have all fled from nearby leveling grounds to seek refuge. Beast tide. There was no emotion to be heard in Yasuo's voice. The middle-aged man nodded heavily, his face full of gloom. You bet it is, damn my luck. He spat on the ground. I just stepped out of the city to find some work, and then I ran into this mess. He cast a glance at the dark, looming jungle in the distance, lingering fear evident in his eyes. The beast tides have been happening way too often this year. In the first half of the year alone, we have had at least 3 incidents here in East Sea City. Joe Huey understood. He roughly figured out why these people were gathering here. The dungeon entrance really was an excellent shelter. Once a beast tide truly closed in, everyone could just hide inside the dungeon and come back out once the coast was clear. This also explained why the people from the Sword of the Firmament had not shown up yet. They must have received the news as well and did not dare to come looking for revenge while risking being caught in the beast tide. Just then, another group of people came rushing along the small path in the woods in the distance. They all looked panicked, their clothes covered in mud and grass debris. As soon as the man in the lead reached them, he gasped for air and shouted, "Quick, get into the dungeon. The beast tide is less than 2 kilometers away." As soon as he said this, the crowd that had been relatively calm suddenly stirred. Everyone stood up from the ground, their faces full of tension, and swarmed toward the dungeon entrance. Do not panic everyone, one by one. An elderly man with gray hair and a look of authority stepped forward, shouting to maintain order. The entrance is only this big, shoving will not help. Although the crowd was dense, they were relatively orderly under the old man's direction. Figure after figure turned into white light and vanished into the vortex of the dungeon entrance. By now, the earth in the distance had begun to tremble slightly. In the air, one could faintly hear the low, thunderous roars of countless beasts gathering together. Hurry up, they're coming. The old man urged them anxiously. The remaining 30-plus people who had yet to enter the dungeon became increasingly panicked, and their pace quickened. Fortunately, before the beast tide actually arrived, everyone successfully entered the dungeon. On the clearing, only Yasuo and Gandalf remained. Joe Huey controlled Yasuo and prepared to enter the dungeon again with Gandalf. It was a perfect chance to continue farming for the Star Moon suit blueprints. However, just as he was about to select the dungeon difficulty, a cold system notification sound rang out in his mind without warning. Ding, system challenge quest triggered. Quest name Beast Tide Hunter. Quest goal, kill 10,000 exotic beasts during this beast tide. Quest reward, occupation orb draw opportunity X. Yasuo's movements paused as well. A challenge quest was triggered. Joe Huey's heart pounded uncontrollably. He could not turn down this reward. But the difficulty of the quest was also hellish. 10,000 exotic beasts. At Yasuo and Gandalf's current levels, attempting this would be extremely risky. Within a beast tide there are countless high-level beasts, a single lapse in judgment, and they would be crushed into pulp in an instant. But since it had been triggered, he had to give it a try. Every opportunity to obtain a new avatar is precious and must not be missed. The old man looked back before entering the dungeon and found that Yasuo and Gandalf were still standing where they were. He could not help but grow anxious. Why have not you two gone in yet? Do you want to die? Joe Huey controlled Yasuo and slowly shook his head. We are not going in. His tone was as calm as still water. We are planning to go see what this beast tide is actually like. Upon hearing this, the old man's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He pointed at Yasuo, his hands trembling with rage. Are you two insane? See the beast tide, do you know how many beasts there are in a tide? Tens of thousands. By the time you see them with your own eyes, it will be too late to run. You will be trampled into a pile of pulp by the endless swarm of beasts. Joe Huai controlled Yasuo and nodded slightly at the old man. Thanks for the warning. We are just going to take a look, do not worry. Feeling the vibrations underfoot becoming increasingly intense, the old man knew he could not wait any longer. He stomped his foot hard and dropped one last line. If you will not listen to an old man's advice, you will suffer for it. I could not care less if you die. As he spoke, his figure turned into a beam of white light and vanished. It became completely quiet in front of the dungeon entrance. Joe Huai controlled Yasuo to turn around and easily hoisted Gandalf onto his back. To complete this challenge, the main damage output had to be the Forbidden Spell Mage. Yasuo's job was to act as his mount and ensure he would not be overwhelmed by the beast tide. Lightning crackled under his feet. With Gandalf on his back, Yasuo moved as swiftly as the wind, leaping onto a high hillside in a few bounds. He looked up. The next second, even with Joe Huai's steady temperament, he could not help but gasp. The scene before him was enough to make anyone tremble. At the edge of his vision, a black flood was rolling toward him. It was an endless swarm of exotic beasts. The rushing tide formed a black wave that tore through the land, crushing trees and shattering rocks in its path. In the sky, flying beasts with wingspans that blotted out the moon circled like a dark cloud, emitting shrill shrieks. In the midst of that black torrent, several mountain-sized behemoths took heavy steps, each one causing the hill where Joe Huai stood to shake violently. The roar and bellow of 10,000 beasts converging formed a destructive sound wave that made his eardrums ache. Just as the old man said, the number of beasts in this tide was likely over 50 or 60,000. Judging by their direction, their target was clearly East Sea City. This was Joe Huai's first time experiencing a beast tide from such close range. The sense of cataclysmic oppression made his heart flutter with fear. He quickly regained his composure, a flash of determination appearing in his eyes. Gandalf slowly raised the staff in his hand. Ancient, profound syllables were clearly chanted over the roar of the beasts. Forbidden spell Meteor Shower. Boom! The space above his head was torn open, and a burning portal emerged once more. But this time, what fell from the portal were not crimson meteorites, but doom-bringing stars burning with ghastly green flames. Those green flames were none other than the soul-devouring netherfire that Gandalf had just absorbed. Boom, boom, boom. The ghastly green meteorites smashed precisely into the densest part of the swarm below. The violent shockwave instantly tore dozens of beasts into pieces. But this was only the beginning. The green flames from the explosion splashed like poisonous liquid, catching even more beasts. Ow! Heart-wrenching wails instantly echoed across the battlefield. The flames seemed to have a life of their own. The affected beasts rolled around frantically in an attempt to put them out, but to no avail. The green netherfire clung like maggots to bone, ignoring fur and scales, burning directly into their flesh and souls. One by one, the beasts were burned into charred skeletons while struggling in agony, before turning into ashes. The scene was like hell descending upon Earth. Killed Jungle Wolf level 12, gained 120 EXP. Killed Iron Armored Bull level 15, gained 250 EXP. A single wave of meteor shower had killed over 100 beasts. System notifications in Joe Huai's mind were scrolling like crazy. This scene immediately caused a significant commotion within the stampeding beast tide. Scree! In the sky, a giant falcon with a wingspan of over 20 meters locked its sharp eyes on Yasuo and Gandalf on the hillside. It let out a piercing cry. In an instant, a dozen flying beasts of various sizes broke away from the main group, turned, and dove toward the two like sharp arrows released from strings. A stench of blood filled the air, the killing intent was chilling. Seeing this, Yasuo did not dare to delay. Thunder armor. Crackle crackle. Blinding thunder surged over his body, condensing into a magnificent set of blue armor. He put power into his legs and, carrying Gandalf, dashed toward the other side of the dense forest like a blue bolt of lightning. The night is as black as ink, and the wilderness wind carries the scent of blood and decay. Moonlight is sliced into dappled fragments by the dense foliage, scattering across the forest as they speed through. Yasuo carries Gandalf on his back, his figure transforming into a blurred flash of blue lightning among the trees. Every step he takes is incredibly precise, and every movement is graceful and effortless. Behind him, sharp, ear-piercing shrieks are in relentless pursuit. A dozen flying beasts, like circling vultures, continuously spit out colorful energy projectiles and wind blades from the sky. Boom boom. The energy projectiles explode behind Yasuo, kicking up large clouds of dirt and debris. Sharp wind blades graze his side, snapping thick trees in half with a teeth-gritting crunch. Within the woods, several agile wolf-like beasts have abandoned their straight-line pursuit, moving instead to flank him and cut off his path. Death Wish. Joe Huey's intention is cold. Yasuo's running form suddenly pivots, and he swings his longsword in a sharp, elegant arc. Squelch. A lunging wolf has its head sent flying, hot blood splattering across the cold ground. The sharp electric power of his sword intent conducts through the blade, instantly causing the other wolves to twitch and stall in their tracks. Yasuo does not even look back, accelerating once more to leave them far behind. The threats on the ground are not worth mentioning. But those things in the sky are truly too annoying. Although they cannot cause him substantial damage for the moment, they are like a swarm of buzzing flies, significantly hindering his mobility. Yasuo lacks long-range attack capabilities. Gandalf's meteor fire rain would work, but it feels like a waste to use it against a dozen small monsters. Besides, while moving at such high speeds, it might not hit accurately. Joe Huey's thoughts race as he considers his options. Just then, a thought strikes him like lightning. Wait. Gandalf has leveled up to 15. He should have unlocked a new skill. He had been so excited about absorbing the alien fire that he completely forgot such an important matter. He immediately focuses a portion of his mind onto Gandalf's attribute panel. Sure enough, at the bottom of the skill list, a brand new skill icon is glowing with a deep earthy yellow light. Forbidden Spell, Earth Gravity Field Level 1. Effect consumes 1,000 mana points to distort gravity in a designated area, creating a 10-fold gravity field within a 100-meter radius. All targets entering the field will have their movement severely restricted. This effect is equally effective against projectiles and flying objects. Duration, 10 seconds. Cooldown, 120 seconds. Joe Huey's eyes light up instantly. Another outrageously powerful crowd control skill. Still, it would be too extravagant to use it just for these dozen birds overhead. A bolder and crazier plan begins to take shape in his mind. If that is the case, a faint, barely noticeable smirk tugs at the corner of Joe Huey's mouth. I will let you see what a true natural disaster looks like. He immediately issues the command. Yasuo sharply changes direction, no longer hiding in the dense forest but charging at full speed directly toward the incoming beast tide. As the distance to the main force of the beast tide narrows, the number of scattered beasts around them begins to increase. All sorts of long-range attacks shower down upon them like a dense rainstorm. Thunderbolt Dash. Yasuo's figure turns into a zigzagging streak of lightning, narrowly weaving through the gaps in the barrage. At the same time, Gandalf on his back quietly raises his staff. Ancient, obscure syllables begin to chant. Forbidden Spell, Thousand-Mile Deep Freeze. An extreme chill explodes outward with the two of them at its center. Greg Crack. Within a fan-shaped area in front of them, hundreds of beasts, along with their unleashed skills, are instantly frozen into crystalline ice sculptures. A path of death leading to the heart of the beast tide is forcefully cleared. Yasuo does not hesitate, continuing his wild charge along the frozen path. The trembling of the earth becomes more violent, and the roar, like a landslide or tidal wave, seems to explode right in their ears. Close enough. Joe Huey judges calmly. Any closer and even these two clones might get trapped. By now, the flying beasts in the sky have also caught up. Their numbers have somehow increased to 20 or 30. They circle above Yasuo and Gandalf like dark clouds, launching another dense volley of diving attacks. However, they are no longer met with evasion. Gandalf raises his staff high once more. An incantation more obscure and ancient than any before is slowly chanted from his lips. Mysterious power, deep and weighty, is drawn from the depths of the earth. Forbidden Spell, Earth Gravity Field. An invisible force field descends suddenly. Within 100 meters around Gandalf, the ground sinks sharply. The beasts charging toward them seemed to be pressed down by an invisible giant hand, their limbs sinking into the soft soil, unable to move. In the sky, the 20 or 30 diving flying beasts emit cries of panic. Their wings feel as if filled with lead, and their bodies plummet uncontrollably toward the ground. Thud, thud, thud. Like dumplings falling into a pot, one flying beast after another crashes onto the ground, thoroughly dazed. And that was not the end. Gandalf's chanting does not pause for even a second. The space above his head is torn open, and a portal burning with ghostly green flames reveals itself once again. Forbidden spell, Meteor Fire Rain. Below, the beast herd, pinned down by the gravity field, looks up in despair. The doomsday scene is reflected in their eyes. Meteors burning with soul-devouring hellfire, trailing long green flames, whistle as they descend. They try to run to hide. But their bodies are like they are trapped in a quagmire, making even a single step incredibly difficult. They can only watch helplessly as death falls from the sky. Boom! The first green meteor smashes heavily into the densest part of the herd. A world-destroying shockwave, mixed with green soul-burning flames, erupts. Countless beasts are torn to shreds in an instant, only to be ignited by the hellfire a second later. Piercing shrieks echo through the night, only to be drowned out by subsequent explosions. This is a one-sided slaughter. A ruthless baptism of mortal life by hellfire. Killed Shadow Leopard 55, gain 310 experience points. Killed Raging Demon Ape 55, gain 350 experience points. A cascade of system notifications forms a spectacular waterfall in Joe Huey's mind. This combo attack killed nearly 500 beasts. Brilliant golden leveling up lights glow from both Yasuo and Gandalf almost simultaneously. Both of them have leveled up to 55. This leveling speed. Joe Huey's heart is burning. He feels as if he has discovered a brand new, glorious path to extreme power. However, the very moment he rejoices, a massive, blindingly fast Cyan wind blade sweeps in without warning from the depths of the beast tide. The blade is dozens of meters long, and it seems to slice a rift into space itself everywhere it passes. Oh no! Yasuo, under the control of the AI core, detects the fatal danger instantly. But the coverage of this blade is too vast and its speed too unfathomable, it is almost impossible to dodge. In the nick of time, Gandalf leaps from Yasuo's back, actively throwing himself in front of him. The radiance of the arcane barrier is pushed to its absolute limit. Boom! The Cyan wind blade slams into the seemingly fragile mana shield. Minus 33,134. A staggering damage number explodes above Gandalf's head. The armor of thunder on Yasuo shatters instantly. Even with Gandalf blocking, the escaping force of the wind leaves Yasuo with only a sliver of health. Both of them are sent flying backward dozens of meters, as if hit head-on by a high-speed train. Large swaths of trees along the way are snapped like dry twigs by the sheer force. Thud. Yasuo crashes heavily to the ground, struggling to stand up. He looks up and through his vision, Joe Huey finally sees the attacker. Hovering above the beast tide is a giant hawk with a wingspan exceeding 50 meters. Its feathers are a sharp cyan gold, as if forged from metal. Its eyes, like two burning suns, are cold and violent. Even under the influence of the tenfold gravity field, it hovers in the air with ease, as if completely unaffected. Screech! It glares at the battered Yasuo and Gandalf below, letting out a furious shriek that pierces the heavens. Joe Huey's pupils contracted sharply. A line of scarlet data floated into his consciousness. Skystorm Falcon, level 42, Calamity rank boss. Health points 560,000 out of 560,000. Level 42. A Calamity rank boss. Joe Huey's expression turned grim to the extreme. Run! That was the only thought in his mind. Without a second of hesitation, he issued the command immediately. Yasuo grabbed Gandalf, who had just stood up, threw him back onto his back and turned to bolt. At this moment, he did not dare to have the slightest intention of staying to fight. You have to be kidding me. A boss of this level is simply not something he can contend with right now. A single skill from it could instantly kill both his clones. Not to mention the dark, overwhelming sea of beasts in the distance, which had already begun to break free from the suppression of the gravitational field. Screech! The sky storm falcon in the sky clearly had no intention of letting these two ants who dared to challenge its majesty go easily. Its eyes, burning with rage, locked onto the blue lightning bolt fleeing below. It flapped its wings violently. In an instant, hundreds of cyan wind blades condensed out of thin air, covering the sky like a lethal rainstorm. Every single wind blade was enough to tear through steel with ease. Thunder Dash. Controlled by the smart AI, Yasuo pushed his movement technique to the limit. His silhouette turned into a zigzagging streak of lightning amidst the dense rain of blades, weaving through at an unbelievable angle. The wind blades grazed his body, leaving deep furrows in the ground. Swish. In the chaos, he swung the longsword in his hand, decapitating a beast that had been caught in the previous explosion and had only a sliver of health left. A warm current surged into his body along the blade. The life-steal effect of the wild set triggered, and his critical health bar was pulled back up by a small margin. Howl. Seeing that its attack missed, the Sky Storm Falcon became even more furious. It opened its sharp beak, and a highly compressed cyan energy ball began to form rapidly in its mouth. The surrounding air twisted, emitting a shrill hum. A terrifying pressure descended like a mountain. Zhou Hui felt his heart skip a beat. The smart AI did not hesitate at all and directly activated the final trump card of the Wild Set. Wild Surge. A primal and violent power erupted from within Yasuo's body. His eyes glowed with a bloody red light, and his running speed suddenly doubled in that instant. He completely transformed into a beam of light that the naked eye could barely track, weaving frantically through the woodland. Just as he dashed 100 meters away. Boom! That cyan energy ball was finally released. It struck the spot where Yasuo had just been like a falling cyan sun. The destructive energy detonated violently. A giant crater with a diameter of over 50 meters suddenly appeared on the spot. Everything at the edge of the crater was turned into dust. The blast wave created a gale that pushed Yasuo even further forward by dozens of meters. Looking at the terrifying scene behind him, Zhou Hui could not help but break into a cold sweat. The power of this boss's skill is just too terrifying. He finally realized he had been wrong from the very beginning. In such a massive beast tide, there must be several bosses with terrifying strength hidden within. This is definitely not something Yasuo and Gandalf can fight against right now. His previous actions were far too reckless. He was literally flirting with death. The safest choice would have been to wait for the beast tide to clash head-on with the city guards. By then, those tricky bosses would naturally be dealt with by the powerful figures in the city. He could then take the opportunity to fish in troubled waters, harvest the cannon fodder, and complete the mission. The pressure would be countless times less. The top priority now is to shake off the pursuers behind him. However, Zhou Hui soon found with dismay that no matter which direction he ran in, the thoroughly enraged beast tide army behind him remained stuck to him like a festering sore, chasing him relentlessly. Meanwhile, atop a towering mountain in the distance, several adventurer squads had gathered there, staring at the black torrent below, still shaken. My god, the numbers are just too high. A young professional turned pale, his voice trembling. With so many beasts, if they all rush the city gates, will not Donghai City be breached? An experienced middle-aged man beside him patted his shoulder and said in a low voice, "Do not talk nonsense. A mere few tens of thousands of beasts, that is a small scene. I have seen the big ones from a few years ago with over 100,000 beasts attacking, and we still held them off, did not we? The magic cannons on the walls are not just for show." Another person sighed and chimed in. "That may be true, but this year's beast tides are just too frequent. Life for us professionals is getting harder and harder." Just as everyone was discussing it, an eagle-eyed archer in the group suddenly pointed down and let out a gasp of surprise. Look, there seem to be people in front of the beast tide. The shield warrior next to him scoffed upon hearing this. "Do not kid around, Afei. That is a beast tide, how could anyone be in front of it? Did you get scared so bad your eyes are playing tricks on you?" The others chimed in as well. "Exactly, you must have seen it wrong." The archer named Afei got anxious and insisted, stiff-necked. "I did not see it wrong, it is real. If you do not believe me, see for yourself. That person is running incredibly fast and carrying someone else." Seeing how persistent he was, the others half-believingly cast their gaze toward the front of the beast tide. The eyesight of a professional far exceeds that of a normal person. In just a moment, they actually caught sight of a blurry blue light streak in front of that rushing black torrent. For a moment, the mountaintop fell into a deathly silence. All that could be heard was the sound of everyone gasping for breath, one after another. I did not see wrong, there really are people. What are those two doing? Are they crazy? A mage muttered to himself. Could it be they are trying to stop the beast tide with just the two of them? The person beside him looked at him like he was an idiot. Are you out of your mind? How is that possible? A well-traveled assassin speculated. It is highly likely that these two unlucky souls did not have time to evacuate before the beast tide was right on top of them. So they have no choice but to run for their lives in front of the tide, searching for a sliver of hope. Sigh, poor things, hopefully they can survive. The experienced middle-aged man from before shook his head and let out a cold laugh. Survive, that is pure fantasy. Take a look at the speed of the beast tide. In just a few minutes, they will be completely swallowed by the swarm behind and trampled into meat paste. However, just as his words faded, a sudden change occurred. Boom! A deep muffled explosion came from below. The swarm chasing behind them seemed to have collided with an invisible wall, stopping in unison, their bodies plunging downward and embedding deep into the soil. The beasts behind, unable to break in time, crashed into them one after another. In an instant, chaos ensued. It looked like a massive pileup in a car accident. In the sky, the flying beasts that were in hot pursuit fell uncontrollably toward the ground like dumplings. And it did not stop there. The people on the mountaintop looked as if their eyes were about to pop out. They saw space being torn open above the heads of those two figures. 5 enormous meteors burning with eerie green flames, trailing long tails of fire, whistled as they slammed into the densest part of the swarm. The scene was unprecedentedly shocking. In the middle of the tide, a behemoth the size of a mountain roared in anger. It paid no heed, simply trampling over its companions and continuing to chase the two figures. In the sky, that massive cyan falcon shrieked and frantically unleashed apocalyptic skills downward. However, that blue light was as fast as actual lightning, always narrowly evading every attack while continuously widening the gap. This scene completely stunned everyone on the mountaintop. This is too absurd. Are those even human? EC City North Wall. The steel-reinforced wall stood like a black mountain range spanning the earth, cold and silent. Atop the wall, a menacing magic cannon was mounted every 100 meters. The muzzles were deep and hollow, the mana crystal cores within glowing with dangerous energy, ready at any moment to unleash beams of destruction. Nearly 1,000 city guards in standard-issue armor stood in grim formation, clutching long spears and heavy shields. Their breathing was heavy, their gazes sharp, fixed intently on the horizon in the distance. Behind them stood the professionals from the various guilds of East Sea City. Whether in small groups or standing alone, the distinct auras of their classes shimmering around them, they were the backbone of the city's defense against the beast tide. Every beast tide was a catastrophe that determined the life or death of everyone. Guilds and families bound by shared fate had no other choice. Yet time ticked away second by second. The warning signals had long since sounded, but the devastating beast tide they had anticipated still had not appeared. The air was thick with an uneasy, restless atmosphere. What is going on? It should have arrived by now, logically speaking. Zhang Chiming, the commander of the city guards, a man with a firm, rugged face, furrowed his brows tightly. He turned to the composed man in elegant black attire standing beside him, his tone carrying a note of request. Guildmaster Sun, what do you think? The man known as Guildmaster Sun was in his early 40s with a scholarly face, though his temples were already touched with frost. He stood on the ramparts with his hands behind his back, his gaze calm as he watched the distance, as if nothing before him could stir his emotions. Hearing Zhang Chiming's question, he spoke slowly, his voice quiet yet clearly reaching everyone's ears. Li Qiu. As soon as the words fell, a figure stepped quickly out from the crowd. He stood tall, wearing black combat gear designed for mobility. It was the same mysterious powerhouse who had once ridden a silver dragon and killed Yasuo. At this moment, this expert who seemed unfathomable to outsiders appeared incredibly respectful while standing before Guildmaster Sun. Boss, what are your orders? Guildmaster Sun kept his eyes on the horizon and said calmly, "Go and see what is actually happening with the beast tide." Li Qiu did not hesitate in the slightest and replied concisely, "Understood." He turned and strode toward the edge of the wall. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he raised his right hand, and a primitive silver dragon-shaped rune emerged from his palm, bursting into a brilliant light. Roar! A high-pitched, resonant dragon roar seemed to descend from the 9 heavens, causing the entire wall to vibrate and hum. The space in front of Li Qiu was torn by an invisible force, and a massive spatial rift opened up out of thin air. A hideous dragon head covered in gleaming silver scales emerged first, those molten gold eyes scanning the people below with indifference. The guards on the wall, having never seen such a sight, turned pale with shock and instinctively took half a step back. Li Qiu tapped his toes lightly on the battlement and floated up like a feather, landing steadily on the broad back of the silver dragon. He was about to command the giant dragon to spread its wings and take flight. Just then, rumble! The ground began to shake violently. The dull, thunderous roar came from far to near, sweeping forward with overwhelming force. Everyone's heart immediately leaped into their throats. "It is here," Zhang Chiming shouted sternly. The atmosphere on the wall instantly froze, and a murderous aura soared into the sky. Standing on the dragon's back, Li Qiu looked down, the corners of his mouth curling into an excited arc. But the next second, the expression on his face froze slightly. He saw it. In front of that sweeping black flood, there were 2 tiny figures running for their lives. One blue, one white, moving with astonishing speed. Hey, Li Qiu could not help but chuckle. These 2 poor devils, they have been chased by the beast tide all this way and are still not dead. Hard to say if that is lucky or unlucky. Before he could finish, the Cyan Vault Storm Falcon above the beast tide let out an angry screech and accelerated sharply. It had clearly lost its patience and intended to crush those 2 annoying ants below once and for all. Terrifying wind energy gathered in its beak. However, just as it was about to release the skill, roar! The silver dragon beneath Li Qiu let out a majestic roar, its massive body transforming into a silver lightning bolt, instantly blocking the path of the Vault Storm Falcon. Li Qiu licked his lips and grinned, battle intent rising in his eyes. "Hey, big bird. Your opponent is me." Below. Zhou Hui clearly saw this scene through Gandalf's perspective. His heart skipped a beat. That silver dragon, it is that man. No mistake. It is the dragon riding expert who killed Yasuo a few days ago. How is he here? Trying to kill me a few days ago, only to save me today. That is quite ironic. A moment later, another question crossed Zhou Hui's mind. He cannot let him recognize Yasuo. He immediately issued a command. The majestic thunder armor on Yasuo's body instantly turned into sparks of electricity and dissipated into nothingness. If he found out that the person he had turned into ashes was suddenly alive and well, who knew what kind of trouble it would bring? He did not have the strength to contend with such a powerhouse yet. High on the wall, as the beast tide entered range. The mana crystals of the magic cannons were fully activated, blinding light gathering at the muzzles. The next second, dozens of thick energy beams, carrying the scent of total destruction, tore through the sky and slammed into the beast tide below. Boom, boom, boom. The violent explosions merged into one. Every beam that landed cleared a massive fan-shaped area within the herd. Countless mutated beasts were torn to shreds in an instant, not even having time to scream. The violent energy impact finally shifted the focus of the beast tide from Yasuo and Gandalf to that massive wall radiating death. Roar! Deep within the beast tide, a giant beast the size of a mountain let out a roar that shook the heavens. The East Sea City defense battle had officially begun. In the sky, Li Qiu's silver dragon and the Vault Storm Falcon were already locked in combat, dragon breath and wind blades interweaving as terrifying energy fluctuations made the clouds churn. The remaining flying beasts resembled a dark cloud, attempting to bypass the high wall and charge directly into the city. But just as they were about to fly over the ramparts, a massive semi-transparent curtain of light suddenly appeared. It was a defensive array jointly created by dozens of formation mages in East Sea City. Countless arcane formation patterns on the wall were lit up, shimmering brightly, shrouding all of East Sea City and making it as solid as a fortress. Bang bang bang. One flying beast after another slammed into the light curtain, bouncing back dizzy and disoriented. On the ground, several massive boss-level beasts took the lead, roaring as they charged at the wall, using their titanic bodies and violent skills to frantically bash the defensive curtain. Ripples spread across the curtain, but it remained firm. Attack! Zhang Chiming drew his sword and sounded the horn of attack. Atop the wall, arrows rained down and magic poured forth like a waterfall. Relying on the continuous bombardment of the magic cannons and the protection of the defensive array, the defenders poured firepower into the swarm, slaughtering the army of beasts. For a moment, it was an evenly matched struggle. However, just when everyone thought the situation had stabilized, a sudden change occurred. The soil beneath the city wall ruptured without warning. Countless vines as thick as bowls bypassed the defensive array from underground and pierced through. Like venomous snakes, they emerged from the ground and crawled up the towering wall with unbelievable speed. They acted like living things, accurately avoiding the defenders' attacks and specifically tangling around the magic cannons that were still firing. "Oh no, protect the magic cannons!" Zhang Chiming's face changed drastically and he shouted. But it was already too late. Razor-sharp thorns suddenly protruded from the tips of the vines. Puff puff puff. The thorns accurately pierced into the core mana crystals of the magic cannons. Accompanied by a series of crisp shattering sounds, the energy glow in several cannons faded quickly and they fell silent. The remaining vines did not idle, acting like dancing tentacles and launching indiscriminate attacks on the city guards on the wall. Screams erupted instantly. Having lost the fire suppression of the magic cannons, the pressure on the beast army below was reduced significantly. The situation was reversed in an instant. Zhang Chiming's heart tightened suddenly. The intelligence of these beasts seemed to exceed his expectations. They actually knew how to attack the weak points of the defensive formation and launch surprise raids from underground. They even knew to prioritize destroying the magic cannons that posed the greatest threat to them. It felt as if an invisible dark hand was pulling all the strings behind the scenes. "Damn it," he roared, unsheathing his long sword to personally hack through a vine that was lashing out at a soldier. All squads prioritized clearing the vines, save the magic cannons. Chaos erupted instantly atop the city walls. President Sun, standing nearby with his hands behind his back, remained as calm as a deep, stagnant well. He glanced at the wildly spreading dark green vines, his voice steady and resonant. That boss capable of controlling plants must still be hiding within the beast tide. These vines are just its extensions, treating the symptoms will not solve the root cause. He paused, sweeping his gaze over the elites from the various guilds behind him, his voice not loud, yet it carried across the entire wall. "If we want to hold Donghai City, we must drag it out and slaughter it first. Who is willing to head out?" Before the words even faded, "The Azure Wolf Guild is ready to go. Count me an Iron Fist. Our Windwalker mercenary group will go." Dozens of figures stepped forward without the slightest hesitation. They were the top-tier professionals of Donghai City, the guardians of this city. Without a second of doubt, various lights flared on their bodies as they leaped from the tens of meters high wall like falling dumplings, fearless of death. The light barrier rippled as they passed through it. They were like sharp blades, thrusting fiercely into that black torrent of beasts. "Kill!" The berserker at the lead roared, swinging his giant axe and instantly cleaving several beasts in two. At first, they were able to slaughter their way through with their immense individual power. But there were simply too many beasts. Soon, a professional was engulfed by the herd, not even leaving enough time to scream. Yet in the eyes of those remaining, there was not a trace of cowardice. They roared and bellowed, their weapons dancing frantically as they struggled to advance through the endless tide, searching for that enemy hiding in the shadows. Their home was right behind them. There was no turning back. President Sun watched this scene, his eyes still calm, as he turned to Zhang Chiming beside him. "Commander Zhang, immediately mobilize all reserve troops in the city for reinforcements. With the magic cannons silent, today's battle will be harder than we imagined. Prepare to fight for a full day and night." Zhang Chiming nodded heavily, his expression grave, and immediately began coordinating the city's troops through his communicator. Meanwhile, on the flank of the battlefield, seeing the main force of the beast tide fully engaged with the city walls, Zhou Huai noted that those terrifying bosses had finally shifted their attention away from him. The opportunity had arrived. He immediately controlled Yasuo and Gandalf to pull several bottles of high-grade magic recovery potions from his space ring, downing them like water. Then, Yasuo hoisted Gandalf onto his back, transforming into a bolt of lightning as they quickly circled to the flank of the beast army. This was the blind spot for the city's defenses, but it was the perfect stage for Gandalf. Gandalf raised his staff high, and an ancient, cryptic incantation began to chant once more. The space above his head was torn apart as a portal, burning with ghostly green flames, roared open. Forbidden spell Meteor Fire Rain. 5 massive meteors, wreathed in soul-devouring hellfire, whistled down, smashing fiercely into the densest part of the beast tide. Boom! Green flames spread like a plague. Countless beasts were ripped apart by the shockwave in an instant, only to be ignited a second later by the soul-burning fire, turning into twisted charcoal. Piercing howls echoed through the night sky, only to be quickly drowned out by the following explosions. Killed Shadow Leopard 55, gained 310 experience points. Killed Raging Demon Ape 55, gained 350 experience points. Task Progress 1051/10,000. This is only the beginning. Zhou Huai felt a burning fire in his heart. And this cataclysmic scene instantly stunned everyone on the city wall. Zhang Chiming, who was commanding the battle, froze, staring in astonishment at the green fire rising into the sky in the distance. What is that? Is someone releasing a skill on the flank of the beast tide? Are you kidding me? What kind of skill could have such a terrifying range? President Sun's pupils contracted slightly at that moment, the first look of surprise appearing on his face. Before they could recover from their shock, another change occurred. Extreme cold roared out from the area covered by the green fire. Forbidden spell 1000-mile ice seal. Grag crack. Large swaths of beasts, along with the fire burning on the ground, were instantly frozen into crystalline ice sculptures. 1 fire, 1 ice, 1 heat, 1 cold. Nearly 1,000 beasts had completely vanished from the battlefield in just over a dozen seconds. Such exaggerated performance did more than just stun those on the wall. The bosses attacking the city within the tide were enraged once again. They gave up attacking the defensive light barrier, let out angry roars, and abruptly turned their massive bodies to charge toward Yasuo and Gandalf. In the sky, the firmament storm falcon, locked in battle with the silver dragon, let out a sharp cry and beat its wings, trying to shake off Li Qiu. Hey, do not get distracted. Li Qiu, riding the silver dragon, wore a wild grin. Did not I say, your opponent is me? Roar! The silver dragon let out a roar, unleashing a scorching white-gold dragon breath that slammed into the flank of the firmament storm falcon. The falcon let out a pained cry, its massive body stumbling in the air, a large patch of its feathers singed away. Meanwhile, atop the high wall, a glint appeared in President Sun's eyes as he made a decisive call. Hai Ming Peng Kang. You two go down as well. Spare no cost to keep those ground bosses pinned down. Make sure to protect the 2 people down there. Yes. 2 figures stepped out in response, jumping off the city wall. At this moment, Yasuo was carrying Gandalf, fleeing for his life across the wilderness. Behind him, 2 mountain-sized level 40 bosses were chasing relentlessly with heavy footsteps. The earth trembled beneath their feet. The city guards are really useless. Zhou Huai complained frantically in his mind. Cannot they even attract the aggro? Just as he thought he would have to use his old tricks and perform another high-speed chase. 2 figures appeared before him like ghosts, one on the left and one on the right. They turned instantly, blocking the 2 charging giant beasts. One held a giant shield, his build as sturdy as a mountain. The other held dual daggers, his movements flickering and unpredictable. A flash of surprise appeared on Zhou Hui's face. He heard the shield warrior call out without looking back, "Get going, leave this to us." Before the words even faded, he and the other assassin engaged the 2 terrifying bosses. The battle erupted instantly. Zhou Huai understood immediately. The people on the wall had seen Gandalf's strength. They had specifically sent people down to act as bodyguards and create a space for him to output damage. Not too stupid after all. He chuckled inwardly. Without the interference of the bosses, Yasuo-carried Gandalf turned around again and charged back into the battlefield. Next was time for Gandalf's solo performance. Forbidden Spell Meteor Fire Rain. Forbidden Spell Thousand Mile Ice Seal. Forbidden Spell Geocentric Gravity Field. 3 cataclysmic forbidden spells were used in rotation. The entire flank of the Beast Tide had completely become a death zone. They were bombarded by meteors, frozen across miles, and pinned to the ground by terrifying gravity, unable to move. The professionals struggling within the tide, searching for the Vine boss, suddenly felt their pressure lighten drastically. And atop the city wall, Zhang Chiming's jaw had dropped open, unable to close for a long time. He pointed at the area submerged by magical light in the distance, his voice trembling. What the hell, what kind of profession is that? One person, suppressing nearly half of the Beast Tide. He muttered to himself, his eyes filled with shock. This is no human. This is clearly a mobile magic cannon. No, it is even more ferocious than a magic cannon. Just who on earth is that mage? Since when did such a figure appear in Donghai City? Zhang Chiming was deeply shocked. He had commanded the city guard for over a decade and had seen countless geniuses. He had seen the arrogant elites cultivated carefully by great families, and the battle-crazed maniacs who clawed their way up from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. But this kind of destructive power, this massive area of effect capability that seemed impossible to counter, was something he had never heard of. It is not just the mage, the adjutant added. The person carrying him is also extraordinary. Look at his footwork moving through the army as if walking on flat ground, his speed as fast as a phantom. These two, they are both top-tier talents. President Sun's stern voice cut through their astonishment. Now is not the time for this. His gaze was like a torch, sweeping across the battlefield below, his voice heavy. The top priority is to take down that boss monster controlling the vines. Although Hai Ming and Peng Kang have temporarily held back the 2 giant beasts, their strength is limited after all, and they cannot hold out for long. Once those 2 bosses break free and return to the battlefield, the situation will be dire. President Sun's words were like a bucket of cold water, sobering everyone up. Only by eliminating the Vine boss and restoring the magic cannons can we have a chance to quickly resolve the other threats. Zhang Chiming nodded heavily, the worry on his face deepening. He looked at the guild elites below, who were divided, surrounded, and still fighting bloody battles within the Beast Tide. The Beast Tide was vast, with thousands upon thousands of monsters. Trying to find one deliberately hidden boss among them was no different than finding a needle in a haystack. That creature's intelligence far exceeded normal monsters, even rivaling that of a human. The battle on the city wall continued. A young city guard soldier let out a scream. A dark green vine suddenly shot out from a crack in the wall, its sharp tip piercing his chest like the fangs of a poisonous snake. Blood gushed out and his tall frame collapsed powerlessly. His comrade nearby stared in fury, slashing wildly with a long blade, but could only leave shallow white marks on the tough vine. More vines spread from the ground like a pack of hyenas catching the scent of blood. They madly coiled around the disabled magic cannons, emitting a teeth-gritting creaking sound. The defensive barrier covering the entire city, though still holding strong, clearly lost its initial brilliant luster and had become much dimmer. Zhang Chiming clenched his fists, his veins bulging. Damn it, where is the Zhou family's Glory Alliance? Why have not they shown up yet? He finally could not help but swear aloud. The adjutant beside him whispered, Commander, the Glory Alliance has always been like this. Every time a Beast Tide hits, they are the last to arrive. Zhang Chiming snorted coldly, fire burning in his eyes. At a time like this, those old foxes in the Zhou family are still playing schemes and tricks. They want to use the Beast Tide to weaken other guilds so they can stand alone. Pig-headed, do not they realize if Donghai City falls, the damn Glory Alliance will not exist anymore. Neither will their Zhou family. He turned and roared at the adjutant. Send someone to urge them again. Tell them if they are not here within half an hour after the battle, I will personally take people to the Zhou family mansion to settle the score. On the other side, President Sun also frowned slightly and asked his subordinate behind him in a low voice. How come that guy Luo Ming still has not arrived? The subordinate's expression was awkward, his voice pressed very low. President, a brother Luo, he seems to have spent the whole night at a nightclub. He might still be drunk right now. A look of undisguised disgust flashed in President Sun's eyes. Go. Drag him out of bed. Tell him it is on my orders. Yes, the subordinate dared not say more and turned to leave immediately. Flank of the battlefield. Zhou Hui controlled Yasuo and Gandalf, enjoying this grand feast. With the direct threat of the boss removed, this place had practically become his own personal leveling paradise. After a few rounds of forbidden spell bombardment, the kill count on his quest panel had already surpassed 3,000. The golden light of leveling up flashed repeatedly. Both Yasuo and Gandalf's levels reached level 17, just one step away from level 18. Just then, Zhou Hui's attention was drawn to a figure in the beast swarm in the distance. It was a blood-drenched brute. One of his arms had been severed at the shoulder, blood staining half of his body. Yet he kept roaring, swinging a giant axe with his only remaining left hand, slashing wildly through the swarm. Behind him, a panther-like monster that had been lurking for a long time pounced silently, its sharp claws aimed at his heart. Death wish. Zhou Hui's thoughts moved. Lightning dash. Yasuo's silhouette instantly transformed into a bolt of blue electricity, appearing behind the brute in a split second. Squelch. The sword left its sheath, precisely piercing the throat of the ambush-ready monster. The brute sensed the movement behind him, turned around abruptly, saw the instant-killed monster first, then saw Yasuo carrying the white-robed mage. He paused for a moment, then gasped, Thank you, brother. Yasuo's voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. You are too severely injured, head back. The brute shook his head, breaking into a gruesome grin, his mouth full of blood foam. I cannot leave. My mission is not completed yet. Zhou Hui was a bit surprised, controlling Yasuo to ask, what mission? The brute pointed to the towering city wall in the distance. The magic cannons are being held by a boss that can control vines. We must find it and kill it. But that villain is too good at hiding. We have been looking for ages and have not seen even a shadow. Zhou Hui suddenly realized. No wonder the magic cannons on the wall have not responded. It was that boss playing tricks. He looked at the one-armed brute in front of him, then at the chaotic battlefield in the distance. Big brother, leave this to me. You go back first. Yasuo's voice was still calm, but carried an inexplicable confidence. Drawing out bosses, that is what I am best at. I will lure it out. The brute wanted to say something. Yasuo did not bother with more nonsense, simply stepped forward, grabbed him by the collar with one hand and tossed him toward the outer edge of the swarm. The brute's large body drew a parabola in the air, landing dozens of meters away. After doing this, Yasuo, carrying Gandalf, tapped his toes hard against the ground and leapt high into the air. Forbidden spell, frozen 1,000 miles. Gandalf's chanting followed. Extreme cold expanded from him as the center. Within a fan-shaped area in front, countless monsters were instantly turned into ice sculptures. A frosty path leading to the center of the beast tide was formed. Yasuo stepped onto the icy road, walking over the frozen heads of the monsters, sprinting towards the deepest part of the beast tide. Zhou Hui judged that since the professionals had not found it after such a long time, the cunning boss most likely hid at the very core of the beast tide. At this moment, the guild powerhouses who were struggling in the beast tide immediately noticed the movement here. They were all veterans of countless battles, with keen instincts. They had actually judged long ago that the target was likely at the center of the swarm, but were limited by their strength and could not kill their way in. Now seeing Gandalf create an icy road by force, a sharp glint flashed in their eyes. Brother, wait for us. We will cover you. Damn it, fight them to the end, let us reach the center. Dozens of figures roared, each unleashing displacement skills, jumping onto the frosty path and following behind Yasuo to provide cover. In an instant, tidal waves of ranged attacks surged from all directions. Fireballs, ice spikes, poison arrows, wind blades. The dense attacks almost obscured the sky. Light of protection. Wind wall. Iron wall formation. The professionals who followed displayed their unique talents, with defensive skills popping up to neutralize all incoming attacks. Zhou Hui looked around at these strangers, who were standing side by side with him in battle. A strange feeling suddenly surged in his heart. Something agitated, something intense. Is this what it feels like to have someone fighting alongside you? Soon, under everyone's escort, Yasuo carrying Gandalf had stepped into the very center of the beast tide. The attacks here were more than 10 times denser than at the outer rim. Gandalf did not hesitate, aiming directly at the area beneath their feet and unleashing his strongest forbidden attack spell. Forbidden spell, Meteor Fire Rain. Meteorites burning with ghostly green soul-devouring flames descended from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying explosion completely transformed this area into a vacuum of life. Everyone peered closely, but the scorched ground was empty. They did not find any trace of the boss at all. How could this be? Where on earth is that guy hiding? Just as everyone was filled with suspicion. Swoosh! A dark green vine, thicker than any seen before, shot out from the ground without warning. Its target was Gandalf. The speed was extreme. Minus 27,367. A shocking damage number exploded on the arcane barrier around Gandalf's body. The glow of the shield dimmed instantly. On the city wall, President Sun took in everything, his face turning grim. So the main body is underground. This is going to be troublesome. What is going on? Why cannot we find that boss? Atop the city wall, Zhang Chiming knitted his brows into a tight knot. President Sun let out a heavy sigh, his expression equally grim. It is not that we cannot find it, it is that it is impossible to find. Zhang Chiming turned his head sharply. What do you mean? That thing is not on the battlefield at all, President Sun said, his voice heavy with a sense of helplessness. It is beneath the battlefield. Zhang Chiming's pupils constricted, his expression turning grave. Underground. These two words weighed on him like two massive mountains, making it hard to breathe. If that is the case, killing this thing would be as difficult as reaching the heavens. Unless there is a top-tier earth mage capable of casting a forbidden spell to flip the entire Earth's crust for several miles. And even then, one would need to know its exact location. Who would have thought that a boss hiding underground could bring such a devastating turn to the entire battle? President Sun, is there any other way? Zhang Chiming's voice was hoarse. President Sun remained silent for a moment, his gaze fixed on the two giant beasts being held back by Hai Ming and Peng Kang. Take care of the other bosses first. Issue the order to tighten the defensive line and concentrate our fire. He slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they were filled with cold determination. This time, it will be a bloody battle. A lot of people are going to die. Meanwhile, at the center of the battlefield, Gandalf was sent flying by the immense force, tracing an arc through the air before plummeting into the surging beast horde. Watch out! A sharp-eyed shield warrior roared, stepped forward, raised his massive shield and caught him firmly. Brother, are you all right? Are you hurt? Do you need a recovery potion? Dozens of professionals quickly gathered around, protecting Yasuo and Gandalf in the center. They had seen clearly just moments ago how those terrifying vines had lashed out, hitting the white-robed mage squarely. They had expected him to be killed instantly. Surprisingly, he had survived miraculously. Zhou Huai controlled Gandalf to shake his head, standing firm with a solemn expression. He now fully understood. That damn boss was hiding deep beneath the very ground they stood on. Under these circumstances, spells like Meteor Shower and Thousand-Mile Frost could not touch its main body. The gravitational field spell only provided control, not damage. This is trouble. Just as he was considering a countermeasure, the ground erupted without warning. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Dozens more dark green vines, like tentacles from hell, crazily coiled toward Gandalf. Protect the mage. Damn it, let us fight them. Several quick-reacting professionals roared and charged forward, cutting through several vines in a flurry of blades. However, one of the thickest vines ignored all attacks, pushing through their defenses to strike at Gandalf again. But this time, Yasuo carried Gandalf and managed to dodge it by a hair's breadth. After missing its mark, it immediately tried to retreat back underground. Zhou Hui's eyes narrowed as he had Gandalf speak in a hurried tone. You all need to get away from me. This thing is targeting me. That is out of the question, roared the leader of the group. Brother, do not worry, even if we all die here, we will not let you die. These people had already witnessed Gandalf's world-destroying power. They knew clearly that this mysterious white-robed mage was their only hope to turn the tide of the battle. As soon as he finished speaking, more vines attacked. The professionals roared as they fought back desperately. Splat! In the end, two people were too slow to dodge, getting pierced by sharp spikes and collapsing with screams. The thickest vine was also hit by several powerful skills, dark green sap spraying out like flowing blood. Yet it remained incredibly resilient, flicked its body and retreated back underground, vanishing from sight. Zhou Huai watched that giant vine retract and his mind raced at full speed. Do you really think I am helpless against you just because you are hiding underground? Suddenly an idea sparked in his mind. He came up with a crazy plan. Thinking this, Zhou Huai did not hesitate and controlled Gandalf to tell the nearby professionals, from now on, I will handle the boss's attacks alone. Do not block, do not intervene. Do not worry, I will be fine. The crowd looked at each other, confused, but upon seeing his deep and confident gaze, they nodded instinctively. Soon the ground trembled violently again. That injured giant vine, filled with monstrous rage, burst out of the ground. This time it was faster and even more powerful. And the target was still Gandalf. Facing this thunderous strike, Gandalf stood his ground, neither dodging nor retreating. Boom! The vine struck squarely against the arcane barrier on his body. Minus 32,912. A shocking damage figure exploded into the air. Gandalf was sent flying once again by the terrifying force. But at this very moment, Yasuo, who had been waiting for the perfect opportunity, moved. Thunder Dash. His silhouette transformed into a streak of swift lightning, instantly appearing before that giant vine. Lightning crackled on his long sword. Slash 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 slash. The sword light was incredibly fast, leaving a series of bone-deep wounds on the vine's tough skin. Ow! The vine shrieked in pain, shook itself, knocked Yasuo away and retreated back into the ground in a panic. The crowd rushed to help up the Gandalf that had been sent flying. When they saw Gandalf was still full of energy, with only his shield slightly dimmed, everyone was deeply shocked. Just how thick is this guy's shield? He took 2 hits from such a terrifying boss. However, now was not the time to think about that. Zhou Huai controlled Gandalf to say calmly, next, I will locate the boss's position. He looked around, scanning everyone present. Watch closely. A moment later, the place where lightning strikes is where it is hiding. Focus your fire there. Though the crowd did not quite understand, they nodded firmly. Unknowingly, this mysterious white-robed mage had become the absolute core of this makeshift team. The next second, they watched as the quiet swordsman who always stayed by Gandalf's side suddenly vanished. Vanished into thin air. Thunderblink mark. Just moments ago, in those 5 lightning-fast strikes, Yasuo had successfully placed 5 stacks of thunder marks on the giant vine. At this moment, he activated the skill. His figure instantly teleported underground, right beside the main body of the vine. Through Yasuo's perspective, Zhou Huai saw a pitch-black darkness. No, it was not complete darkness. In front of him, a giant pupil like a green lantern was staring right at him. That pupil was filled with shock, confusion, and a hint of fear. Zhou Huai grinned. Found you. Next second. Thunder armor. Wild surge. Violent energy erupted from Yasuo. Thunder slash. The sword in his hand turned into a bolt of lightning that tore through the darkness, slashing fiercely at that giant pupil. Boom! Terrifying lightning power detonated in the confined underground space. Above ground, everyone felt a violent tremor under their feet, and then a thick bolt of lightning shot into the sky, tearing a huge hole in the ground. A segment of a body covered in dark green mucus and looking like a beast's tentacle was exposed to the air. Geotic Corruption King 55 Calamity Boss. HP 112,531/120,000. At the same moment, Gandalf's chanting resonated across the battlefield. Forbidden spell Meteor Shower. The sky was torn apart once again. Deep underground, the Geotic Corruption King, which had just been severely wounded, felt a fatal crisis from above. It let out an angry roar, its massive body thrashing wildly as it tried to dig deeper to escape the bombardment. But Yasuo would never give it the chance. Explode. The thunder armor on his body detonated. The 5 layers of thunder, marks on the boss ignited simultaneously. Minus 2,578, thunder armor explosion. Minus 4,316, mark detonation. Paralyzed. Paralyzed. The dual control effects stacked, and the massive body of the Geotic Corruption King went into a brief rigid state. Although the paralysis lasted less than a second. For it was fatal. By the time it recovered, it was already too late. 5 giant meteors burning with soul-eating hellfire, trailing long streams of fire, smashed precisely into the hole that had been blasted open. Boom, boom, boom. The earth groaned as dust filled the air. Amidst countless world-shaking explosions, a massive monster shaped like a deformed plant heart was forcibly smashed out from the deep underground. Its huge body was riddled with countless twisted vines, and it was writhing in agony. Finish it off. The boss is out. The surrounding professionals screamed with wild joy at the sight, their weapons glowing as they unleashed a barrage of fire on the boss. Gandalf calmly raised his staff. Forbidden spell, gravitational field. The terrifying gravitational field spread instantly, pinning the nearby beasts attempting to provide support to the ground, unable to move. High above the walls, President Sun took in the shocking turn of events, his usually stoic face revealing an uncontrollable excitement for the first time. He could not help but shout out, "Beautifully done. Well done." As the ugly and massive figure of the Earth-Vein Rot King was forcefully smashed out of the ground, President Sun on the city wall shouted out for the first time in his composure. Beside him, Zhang Chiming was so shocked that his jaw dropped. How did they do that? He muttered to himself, his face filled with bewilderment. They actually managed to drag that boss out from under the ground. President Sun took a deep breath, forcing down the agitation in his heart, a sharp, insightful gleam flickering in his eyes. It was that swordsman, the companion of that white-robed mage. He was the one who located the boss. A wild grin finally bloomed on Zhang Chiming's face, and he slapped the parapet of the city wall hard. Good, that is fantastic. I have no idea where those 2 heroes popped out from. Once this beast tide ends, I am going to personally recommend them for a reward. President Sun's gaze returned to its usual calm, though his profound look remained fixed on the 2 figures on the battlefield below, as if pondering something. At this moment, the fighting spirit on the battlefield below had reached its boiling point. The Earth-Vein Rot King, blasted out of the ground like a turtle stripped of its shell, had lost the earth as its strongest defense. It appeared extremely vulnerable. Kill it. Now is the time. Dozens of professionals roared, channeling their bottled-up rage and hatred into their most violent attacks, unleashing them all at once. Flame Storm. A mage raised his staff and a scorching tornado surged from the ground, tearing savagely at the boss's body. Holy Judgment. A paladin bathed in golden light brought down a massive sword of light, striking the boss and sending up clouds of black smoke. The berserker's great axe, the assassin's daggers, the archer's rain of arrows. Countless skills like a tidal wave slammed into the Earth-Vein Rot King one after another. Its already dwindling health bar was dropping rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The final blow is mine. A blood-soaked berserker roared, leaping high into the air with his great axe igniting in blood-red flames, ready to unleash his finishing move. But at that very moment, roar! The dying Earth-Vein Rot King suddenly let out a shrill screech. Swoosh! A thick vine burst out from the ground beneath it, moving with impossible speed to bind a figure tightly and hoist them high into the air. All the professionals preparing their skills suddenly stiffened, stopping in their tracks with furrowed brows. The figure held high by the vine was none other than Yasuo, the one who had just infiltrated the underground and forced the boss out. No matter how nimble Yasuo was, deep underground he had absolutely no room to dodge. After completing his burst of attacks, he had been pinned down and immobilized by countless tiny roots from the boss. Now he had become the boss's leverage to threaten the others. The Earth-Vein Rot King held Yasuo high in front of it, its 3 massive pupils staring fixedly at the crowd below, as if declaring with its actions, "Whoever dares to attack again will be going to the grave along with this human." Zhou Hui sneered internally as he saw this. The intelligence of this boss was truly far beyond that of a normal variant beast. It even knew how to take a hostage. However, trying to threaten me with my own clone. Do you really think I'm afraid? Even if he dies, he will be back as a hero in 24 hours. He immediately controlled Gandalf and shouted to the surrounding professionals. Everyone do not stop. Kill this boss first. However, the professionals surrounding the boss hesitated. They looked at the swordsman hoisted high by the vine, bloodied but still staring with cold, sharp eyes, their faces filled with pity and inner struggle. Although they did not know the name of this brother, it was he who disregarded his own peril to draw this cunning boss out, giving them the hope of killing it. And now, were they to sacrifice him just to finish off the boss? Many on the scene could not bring themselves to do it. Seeing the hesitation of those around him, Zhou Huai grew anxious. He could clearly feel the terrifying wounds on the Earthvein Rot King beginning to heal at a slow rate. It was stalling for time. Once it recovered some strength, it would definitely dive back into the ground without hesitation. By then, trying to find it again would be harder than reaching the heavens. If you will not do it, I will. Zhou Huai steeled his heart, controlling Gandalf to raise his staff without hesitation as a bone-chilling cold began to condense. Forbidden spell, Thousand-Mile Freezing. However, just as he was halfway through the incantation, a rough, calloused hand grabbed his staff, forcibly interrupting his spell. Brother, do not be rash. A burly, middle-aged man rushed in front of him, persuading him with a worried look. Give us some time. We will think of another way. We can definitely save that brother. Right? We cannot abandon any of our comrades. He is a hero, how could we just stand by and watch him die? Others joined in, echoing his sentiments. Zhou Huai was so angry he could spit. These people were absolutely out of their minds. By the time you come up with a way to save Yasuo, the boss will have long since vanished. In fact, this was not about right or wrong. It was simply that Zhou Huai and these professionals viewed the situation from vastly different perspectives. In the eyes of these battle-hardened professionals, both Gandalf and the captured swordsman Yasuo displayed a level of strength with extraordinary potential. Given time, they would surely grow into pillars of the Xia Kingdom, top-tier powerhouses capable of changing the future of the war. Compared to this boss, Yasuo's value was clearly much higher. This was the true reason for their hesitation. Just then Zhou Huai's eyes flickered. He switched his consciousness instantly. Yasuo, suspended high by the vines, slowly lifted his head. He watched the figures below who were hesitant and even arguing because of him, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. The next second he summoned all his strength and let out a deafening roar. Brothers, strike now. His voice, impassioned and heroic, echoed across the chaotic battlefield. What are you still hesitating for? Do you want to let this fiend get away? Think of the comrades who died under its vines. Think of the destroyed magical cannons. Is their sacrifice going to be in vain? He took a deep breath, a sense of resolute laughter in his voice. I am not afraid to die. Being able to fight alongside you all, I have no regrets in death. The success need not be mine. Now damn it, get to work. Roar. The Earthvein Rot King seemed to understand the determination in those words, feeling the rekindled killing intent from the crowd below. It was furious. It let out a frenzied screech, the vines binding Yasuo tightening sharply, and then it ripped them apart with a violent force. Squelch. A stomach-churning sound of flesh tearing echoed out. Yasuo's body was ripped right in two. Blood rained down from the sky. This sight deeply stung the eyes of everyone present. No, brother. Every professional attacking the boss felt their eyes turn red. Endless grief and indignation turned into pure power at that moment. Ah, you monster, I will kill you. The berserker who had acted first let out a soul-shattering roar, his bloody great axe swinging with unstoppable momentum to smash right into the pupil of the Earthvein Rot King. Avenge our hero. Die. Countless high-power skills erupted simultaneously. All the light converged into a destructive flood, completely submerging the massive body of the Earthvein Rot King. It did not even have time to let out a dying wail before that last sliver of its health bar was completely erased. With the death of the Earthvein Rot King, the dark green vines spreading wildly over the towering city walls seemed to instantly lose all life, quickly withering into ash and flaking off the walls. Zhang Chiming, eyes bloodshot, watched this scene and whipped out the sword at his waist, pointing it toward the endless beast tide below. City guards, hear my order. Replace the core crystals of the magic cannons immediately. His voice had grown hoarse from extreme rage, but it carried an unquestionable resolve. I am going to tear those bastards to pieces. On the battlefield with the sacrifice of Yasuo. It was like a bucket of boiling fuel poured onto the suppressed rage already smoldering in everyone's hearts. Kill. Slaughter these evildoers. No longer fighting individually, they spontaneously gathered to form an iron torrent, charging fearlessly into the endless tide of beasts. High above, Li Qiu had witnessed the entire process of Yasuo being torn apart. His face, usually worn with a cynical look, was now devoid of expression. He suddenly raised his hand and slapped the head of the silver dragon beneath him hard. Dabo. His voice was cold, without a trace of warmth. Did you hear me? Take it down, just that piece of garbage bird. Is it really that hard to kill a bird? Have I been feeding you all those high-grade magic crystals for nothing? Roar. The silver dragon, called Dabo, seemed to sense the monstrous rage suppressed beneath its master's calm exterior. It let out a high-pitched dragon roar filled with grievance and fury, its massive body erupting with light. No longer entangled with the sky storm falcon, it surged upward, spread its wings, and transformed into a silver lightning bolt, launching a desperate dive at its opponent below. On the battlefield below, the moment the Earth-Vein Rot King fell, Zhou Hua had switched his consciousness back to Gandalf. At this moment, shielded by dozens of professionals risking their lives, he had become the most dazzling presence on the battlefield. And the nightmare of every exotic beast. Forbidden spell Meteor Shower. Forbidden spell Eternal Frost. Like a tireless war machine, he calmly chanted one world-shattering forbidden spell after another. The entire flank of the beast tide had been completely transformed into a forbidden zone for life. They were either burned to ash by ghost green flames or frozen into powder by extreme cold. Hum. On the city walls, the magic crystal cores of the Magitech cannons were being replaced rapidly. As blinding energy lights lit up again, dozens of destructive beams tore through the sky and slammed into the beast tide. The situation began to tilt completely in favor of the human side. Roar. Howl. The two level 40 bosses, previously held back by Haiming and Peng Kang, finally broke free and returned to the battlefield with hearts full of rage. However, they were met by dozens of highly motivated professionals and a sky full of magic and arrows. They did not even cause a splash before being completely submerged by endless attacks. On the city walls, Haiming and Peng Kang, covered in blood, approached Chairman Sun. The two knelt on one knee, their armor riddled with hideous wounds deep enough to show bone, yet they held their postures straight. Chairman, mission accomplished. Chairman Sun nodded, a hint of hard-to-detect warmth appearing in his eyes. You have worked hard. Go down and have the healers treat your wounds. Yes. The two said nothing more, supporting each other as they retreated. Just as they left, a chaotic sound of footsteps came from behind. Zhou Feng finally arrived, fashionably late with a group of experts from the Radiant Alliance. His face was filled with a hypocritical smile as he walked briskly toward Zhang Chiming, looking very apologetic. Oh, Commander Zhang, so sorry we're late. We were truly delayed by an urgent matter on the way, but as soon as we finished, we rushed over without a moment's rest. What is the situation now? Just tell us what you need and we will do whatever it takes. Our Radiant Alliance will not shrink from our duty. Zhang Chiming turned around, looking at him with utter contempt, his eyes as cold as if he wanted to kill. Zhou Feng, I know exactly what scheme your Zhou family is plotting. I will report this account to the City Lord's mansion, every single detail. The smile on Zhou Feng's face stiffened, but it quickly returned to normal. Now that the Zhou family had the backing of the Imperial Liu family, he really did not care about a mere city guard commander from Donghai City. But on the surface, he remained very polite, waving his hands repeatedly. Commander Zhang, you are overthinking things. It is just a misunderstanding, truly a misunderstanding. We were really delayed by a matter of life and death, please do not take offense. With that, he ignored Zhang Chiming's sour look and began to put on a show of directing his Radiant Alliance members into the battle below. Just then, a figure yawned and strolled lazily toward Chairman Sun. The man was in his 30s, unshaven, with hair as messy as a bird's nest, and carried a faint smell of alcohol. He looked completely lethargic, as if the bloody battle before him were merely a boring play. Chairman. He spoke lazily. Did you ask for me? Chairman's son glanced at him, his tone giving away neither joy nor anger. Luo Ming, why are you so late? Luo Ming chuckled and scratched his head. I drank too much, just woke up. Chairman's son's voice grew colder. Did not I say that the situation around Donghai City has been unstable, and that all guild members are forbidden from drinking? A flash of impatience crossed Luo Ming's face as he waved his hand. All right, that is enough. I am here now or not I? Tell me, what do you want me to do? If there is nothing major, I am going back to sleep. Chairman's son sighed inwardly, but said nothing more. Work with Li Qiu to deal with those bosses. In this battle as soon as possible. Got it. Luo Ming replied and stretched. The next second, he leaped directly off the 10-meter-high city wall. Then his body defied logic as it hovered in midair, his gray robe snapping in the wind. He could fly. He arrived right next to Li Qiu's silver dragon with a cheerful smile on his face. Yo, is not this our big genius, Li Qiu? What is going on? It has been a few days, how would you get so bad? Cannot even take down a piece of garbage bird, and now you need me to clean up your mess. Li Qiu, who was attacking wildly, glared at him irritably. Cut the crap. Let us attack together and slaughter it. Luo Ming unhurriedly took out a staff made of unknown dry bone and began to mutter. Accompanied by his strange chanting, countless ink-black skulls, the size of fists and seemingly capable of devouring light, emerged from thin air around him. These skulls let out silent screeches, turning into streams of black light that flew toward the distant sky storm falcon. They easily penetrated the violent air currents around the falcon and quickly merged into its massive body. The sky storm falcon, locked in combat with the silver dragon, suddenly paused. The fierce and violent aura around it began to wither at a rate visible to the naked eye. It even stumbled, nearly falling directly from the sky. If anyone were to use a probing skill on it now, they would find that this arrogant disaster-level boss was covered in a thick row of negative status effects. Weakness, attack power reduced by 30%. Armor break, physical and magic resistance reduced by 30%. Sluggishness, movement speed and attack speed reduced by 20%. Healing block, all received healing effects reduced by 90%. On the battlefield below, Gandalf, who was casting a forbidden spell, froze for a moment. Zhou Hui's consciousness sensed an incredibly familiar, yet hate-filled surge of power. He looked up, staring into the sky. His gaze pierced through the chaotic battlefield, crossed past the sky storm falcon being ravaged by the silver dragon, and finally locked onto the lazy, gray-robed man holding the bone staff. Zhou Hui's pupils shrank to the size of pinheads. His lips trembled slightly in utter disbelief. This is the power of the curse. That cursed power. Zhou Hui's consciousness trembled violently within Gandalf. It cannot be wrong. Absolutely not. This power comes from the same source as the curse that left me paralyzed. That man is likely the culprit behind the attack all those years ago. He is the murderer who killed my mother and ruined my life. Zhou Hui's heart hammered wildly, a surge of inexplicable excitement fueling him. What a stroke of luck to find exactly what I was looking for without even trying. I thought finding the killer from back then would be an incredibly difficult task. I never expected him to appear right in front of me. So the question now is, who is he? He's able to fight alongside that powerful dragon rider. They are clearly close. They likely belong to the same guild. Zhou Hui's mind raced, his eyes scanning the chaotic battlefield below. He controlled Gandalf to flash over to a burly man who was currently hacking a wolf-like beast in half with his battle axe. The burly man was in the middle of a killing spree when he was suddenly tugged from behind. He grew furious and turned around, ready to curse. Which blind fool! But when he saw who it was, the rest of the words died in his throat. His angry, flushed face was instantly replaced by a look of reverence and fawning. Brother, it is you. The burly man's attitude did a complete 180-degree turn. What do you need? Gandalf did not waste words. He raised his staff and pointed to the two figures high in the sky who were currently besieging the sky storm falcon. What is the background of those two? The burly man looked in the direction he pointed, his face immediately filled with immense reverence and longing. Brother, you do not even know who they are. He lowered his voice, his tone filled with boastfulness. The one riding the silver dragon is called Li Qiu. The other one, the one in the gray robe who looks so lazy, is Luo Ming, a calamity warlock. Fanatical gleam flashed in the burly man's eyes. Both of them are from our Donghai City's #1 adventurer guild, the Tianyu Guild. They are the two prodigies of the Tianyu Guild. So his name is Luo Ming. Calamity warlock. Everything lines up, it all lines up. Zhou Huai muttered to himself. But then a massive question popped into his mind. Tianyu Guild. Is not that the Sun family's guild in Donghai City? Zhou Huai clearly remembered Mo Yu saying that after the attack, Zhou Feng suspected they were from the Sun family. And this Luo Ming is a member of the Tianyu Guild. But why? Why would the Zhou family never suspect that Luo Ming was the perpetrator of the attack? No, it is more than just not suspecting. They never took any action to find the culprit at all. It was as if they intentionally suppressed the whole matter. This is completely irrational. The Zhou family's attitude towards the attack on my mother and me has been suspicious from the very beginning. Perhaps the truth about what happened back then is far more complex than it appears on the surface. Zhou Huai shook his head, pushing these chaotic thoughts aside for now. Thinking too much is useless. Without strength, everything is just empty talk. The current priority is to improve my strength as quickly as possible. When I am strong enough to disregard any schemes, strong enough to trample both Zhou Feng and that Luo Ming under my feet, all the truth will naturally come to light. Zhou Hui's eyes turned cold and determined once again. He took a glance at the burly man who was still rambling on about the glorious deeds of those two prodigies, then turned Gandalf around to rejoin the slaughter of the beasts. At this moment the tide of the battle was clear. With one boss-level beast after another being slain, the beast tide lost its command and became completely disorganized. More and more professionals and city guards rushed down from the walls like sharp blades, thrusting into the beast swarm to begin the final harvest. The scale of victory had completely tilted in favor of humanity. Gandalf stood at the edge of the battlefield, calmly chanting his spell. Forbidden spell Meteor Shower. This was the last forbidden spell he released today. Meteorites burning with hellfire whistled as they slammed into the last group of beasts, putting up a desperate fight, turning them into ash. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Challenge quest, Beast Tide Hunter completed. Quest goal, kill 10,000 beasts completed. Quest reward, 1x class orb draw. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Avatar Gandalf has leveled up to 55. A smile appeared on Zhou Hui's face. Rich rewards obtained, and his level surged again. He glanced at the chaotic battlefield, watching the professionals cheering and hugging each other in celebration. He did not linger at all. He controlled Gandalf to turn around silently, and his figure soon vanished into the shadows in the distance. We won. Ahaha, we held the line, we saved Donghai City. On the battlefield, the survivors erupted in thunderous cheers. They threw down their weapons, slumped to the ground, gasping for air with tired but satisfied smiles on their faces. Wait, where is that white-robed mage? Where is that master? Someone shouted. The cheering came to an abrupt halt. They suddenly remembered that the hero who had saved the day was still on the battlefield. Quick, find the master. We must thank him. If it were not for him, we would all have died here today. Yes, we owe everything to his existence today. Everyone scrambled up from the ground and began to search everywhere for the tall figure in the white robe. However, they searched the entire battlefield, even turning over the piles of beast corpses. But they found nothing. The mysterious and powerful white-robed mage had long since vanished without a trace. On the city wall, a city guard squad leader hurried over to Zhang Chiming and bowed to report. Report, Commander, we could not find any trace of the white-robed mage. Zhang Chiming widened his eyes, looking at him as if asking what use he had. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. With so many people, you could not keep an eye on one single person. Keep searching, even if you have to turn the entire battlefield upside down, you must find him for me. He was anxious. If he could recruit such a powerhouse to the city guard, the force's strength would definitely jump to a new level. No need to look. Beside him, Guildmaster Sun spoke calmly. He has already left. Zhang Chiming let go of him and looked at him with dissatisfaction. You noticed he left, why did not you send someone to stop him? Guildmaster Sun's perpetually icy face rarely curled, appearing to be a smile. If he wants to leave, he has his reasons. Why would I stop him? Zhang Chiming stared at him suspiciously. Guildmaster son, you would not be trying to secretly recruit him to your Tianyu guild, would you? Your guild already has freaks like Li Qiu and Luo Ming. Are not you satisfied yet? You cannot be that unscrupulous. The smile on Guildmaster son's face deepened. He nodded openly, admitting it. It is not a matter of being unscrupulous or not. You can never have too many talented people. Would not you agree, Commander Zhang? At this moment, the hero everyone was looking for, Gandalf, was walking in the wilderness towards the Shadow Swamp Cave. There were less than 3 days left until the National College entrance exam. He had to get the last blueprint for the Star Moon set and have Aoyazi forge the entire equipment set. After all, he still had an incomplete challenge quest. Although with Gandalf's current strength, winning the exam championship should not be a problem. But with the Star Moon set, he would be foolproof. Even more stable. Meanwhile, Zhou Huai finally disconnected from his control over Gandalf. The night of fierce fighting during the Beast Tide had taken a massive toll on his mental stamina. He was absolutely exhausted. A weariness stemming from the very depths of his soul washed over him like a tidal wave. He did not even have time to check his greatest prize from the battle, that brand new job orb, before his head tilted to the side and he sank into a deep sleep. It was a truly sound, dark slumber. He slept for a full 12 hours or more. In the middle of it, Uncle Fu had come in on tiptoe to wake him up and feed him some liquid food. Zhou Huai had swallowed the meal in a semi-conscious haze before falling right back into his deep dreams. When he finally regained consciousness, the sky outside was as dark as ink, filled with twinkling stars. I actually slept for another whole day. Zhou Huai laughed at himself, feeling that his main body was becoming increasingly lethargic. Without delay, he calmed his mind and began to review the progress of his 2 clones. First was Gandalf. Under the control of the intelligent core AI, he was essentially an indefatigable grinding machine. Even without Yasuo assisting from the sidelines, with his current strength, clearing the Shadow Swamp dungeon on Calamity difficulty was a breeze. It took an average of half an hour per run, precise and highly efficient. During the 10+ hours he had been asleep, Gandalf had cleared the dungeon nearly 30 times. His level had successfully broken through to 55 from this frantic experience harvesting. Zhou Huai opened his storage space to check the loot. 3 blueprints for the Star Moon set he had been longing for had dropped. They were the Star Moon robe, the Star Moon gauntlets, and another Star Moon robe. I actually got 2 of the same. Tusk. Zhou Huai clicked his tongue. Over 10 hours of grinding and 3 blueprints to show for it. Unfortunately, they were all duplicates. At this rate, he still needed the Star Moon leggings blueprint to complete the set. Keep grinding. Zhou Huai had no choice but to helplessly issue the command. It was fortunate he was not doing this himself, otherwise he would have been sick of such dull, repetitive labor by now. After checking Gandalf's progress, Zhou Huai switched his consciousness to Aoyazi. As the epic equipment crafted by Aoyazi began to appear at the Blacksmith Association's auction house, his reputation started to soar. Initially, the major factions and professionals in Donghai City thought it was just a coincidence. After all, it had been a long time since the Blacksmith Association had produced a blacksmith capable of crafting epic-grade gear. Maybe this blacksmith named Aoyazi had just gotten lucky. However, by the second day, when epic-grade gear signed by Aoyazi kept appearing at the auctions one after another, everyone began to lose their composure. If the first piece was just blind luck, how could they explain the second and the third? So by the third day, the auction house was buzzing with unprecedented excitement. Countless people were fighting to bid on these epic quality items. Although the gear was not very high level, capped at level 20, the prices were still being bid up to over 300,000. In particular, a piece with a high-level attribute modifier was bid up to nearly 1 million. Only then did everyone realize that an extraordinary top-tier blacksmith had arrived at the Blacksmith Association. No one knew this better than Aoyazi's assistant, Lin Wei. To her, Master Aoyazi was like a tireless, clockwork forging machine. He spent at least 17 or 18 hours every day in that premium forging room. The sound of his rhythmic hammering never seemed to stop. He handcrafted at least a dozen pieces of equipment every day. And the probability of epic-grade quality coming out of that was as high as 30%. Even at 30%, it was absolutely terrifying. You have to realize that top blacksmith masters in the capital would celebrate with champagne if they managed to craft 1 or 2 epic items in a month. But Master Aoyezi, he could easily complete a month or 2 of someone else's work in a single day, sometimes even exceeding it. The gear he forged was not just high quality, the modifiers were also exceptionally good. Occasionally, a rare, high-level attribute modifier would even appear. Such exaggerated forging talent was something she had never seen in her life. If the major guilds found out about Aoyezi's potential, they would likely spare no expense to poach this legend. Gu Yan, the president of the Blacksmith Association, was also well aware of this. He had been breaking into a cold sweat over the past few days. He had expected Aoyezi's talent to be insane, but he never dreamed it would be this unfathomable. Now that Aoyezi was slowly gaining fame, Gu Yan made up his mind to promote him even more vigorously. He wanted everyone to see. Their Blacksmith Association had produced an unparalleled genius of the century. It was a slap in the face to all those who had always looked down on the Donghai City Blacksmith Association. As for other guilds coming to poach him, Gu Yan was not particularly worried. He believed Aoyezi was not the type to be swayed by mere vanity. The man was pursuing the ultimate essence of forging. He was effectively a forging maniac. His life was a strict routine. Apart from sleeping, the moment he opened his eyes, he was straight to work. That dedication alone far exceeded the ordinary, and Gu Yan could not help but feel genuine admiration. Zhou Hui was naturally more than satisfied with the progress of Aoyezi. The efficiency of the AI core had never disappointed him. At this moment, Aoyezi's forging level had already reached 55. His expectations for Aoyezi went far beyond just crafting epic-grade gear. In the future, he would be crafting legendary or even god-tier equipment. After satisfyingly checking the progress of all his clones, Zhou Hui fully returned his consciousness to his main body. He slowly closed his eyes. In his mind, that massive and familiar dial machine slowly emerged once again. It was time for the thrilling job-pulling phase. This time it was for his 4th clone. Zhou Hui's chest rose and fell slightly, calming his accelerating heartbeat. With a burst of focus, he slammed his mental intent onto the only draw button on the dial machine. The giant machine began to spin frantically. Countless job orbs turned into trails of brilliant light, dazzling and mesmerizing. Finally, amidst a sea of dazzling radiance, a striking golden orb stood out, shooting out from the machine and landing slowly in front of him. The golden light burst open. A job transfer scroll heavier than the Thunder Swordmaster's scroll but radiating an equally powerful aura floated quietly in the air. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the unique hidden job, S-Rank Extinction Bastion. Upon hearing that the class he just drew was only an S-Rank, Zhou Hui actually felt a tiny pang of disappointment in his heart. After all, he already had the SS rank Forbidden Mage Gandalf and the SS rank Master Artisan Aoyezi as benchmarks. That world-shattering power and those heaven-defying forging skills had completely spoiled his appetite. After experiencing that level of ultimate strength, looking back at an S rank just felt a little lacking. However, this bout of pretentiousness lasted for less than 3 seconds. Zhou Hui gave a self-deprecating laugh and quickly let it go. Are you kidding me? This is a unique hidden S-rank class. Across the entire Great Xia Kingdom, or even the whole world, it is the dream of countless professionals that they could not reach in a lifetime. It is the kind of top-tier talent that would make any family or faction go crazy. And here I am being picky. If outsiders knew about this, they would probably drown me in their collective spit. People really need to learn to be content. With a leveled mindset, Zhou Hui turned his gaze back to the thick golden scroll. The next moment, a brand new attribute panel unfolded before his eyes with a boom. Clone panel unnamed. Class Unique Hidden Class S-Rank Annihilation Bastion. Level 55. HP 1. Mana 1. Strength 30. Agility 28. Stamina 55. Spirit 20. Physical Defense 112. Magic Resistance 77. Passive Skill Indomitable Fighting Spirit 55. Effect: the lower the HP, the higher the physical defense and magic resistance. When HP drops below 30, it triggers the dominance state, granting immunity to all control effects. Active skill: Guardian Pledge 55. Effect: consumes 50 mana to bind to an ally, establishing a lifelink. During the link, all damage taken by the ally will be transferred to you. Current link limit: 1 person. Max link distance: 1,000 meters. Skill upgrades will increase link capacity and distance. Yes. After reading the skill description, Zhou Hui's previous hint of disappointment vanished into thin air. In its place was incomparable ecstasy. Guardian Pledge: taking damage for an ally. This is simply the ultimate bodyguard tailor-made for my own fragile original body. With him around, I no longer have to worry about my original body being ambushed and one-shotted by some random nobody. Zhou Hui's mood instantly brightened, and his eyes erupted with a scorching light. System notification: please name your S-rank clone. After a brief thought, Zhou Hui thought of an unparalleled historical figure. His strength could pull up mountains, his spirit eclipsed the world. He muttered in his heart without hesitation. Let us call him Xiang Yu. I hope this clone will be like that hegemon of Western Chu in the future. A single man standing at the pass, holding off 10,000 enemies. System notification: naming successful, clone Xiang Yu created. System notification: please customize the appearance for clone Xiang Yu. With the name set, the character customization was much simpler. Zhou Hui modeled him directly after that domineering hero from a certain game in his past life. 2 hours later. System notification: S-rank clone annihilation Bastion Xiang Yu has been generated. As soon as the voice fell, a flash of white light appeared before Zhou Hui. An incredibly tall and sturdy figure appeared in the room out of thin air. He was towering nearly 2 meters tall. His muscles looked like they were forged from steel, filled with an explosive sense of power. His face was determined, with sharp, well-defined features. In his double pupils, a peerless, arrogant dominance revealed itself effortlessly. Just standing there gave one a feeling of crushing pressure, like a mountain. It was as if he alone was an entire army. Zhou Hui nodded in satisfaction and immediately called for the old butler, Fu Bo. When Fu Bo walked in and saw another strange, tall figure in the room, there was no surprise left on his face. He just took a calm glance and bowed his head respectfully. Clearly, he was already used to his young master's endless stream of strange clones. Zhou Hui then instructed Fu Bo to prepare some fitting clothes for Xiang Yu and to also process a new ID card. Fu Bo nodded in agreement, turned, and left calmly without asking a single question. Time passed. Nothing happened throughout the night. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. Good news finally came from Gandalf's end. The Star Moon set blueprints have all been collected. Zhou Hui felt a surge of energy. Finally finished collecting them. He took a look at his storage space, which was piled high with enough materials for Aoyazi to forge dozens of times. Gandalf returned to Donghai City. He immediately issued the command. Controlled by the AI, Gandalf did not hesitate for a moment and turned to leave the Shadow Marsh dungeon. However, as soon as he stepped outside the area covered by the dungeon, he had not gone far. 2 figures stepped out from a nearby dense forest and blocked his path. Having received the system notification, Zhou Hui immediately shifted his consciousness to Gandalf. He looked up. The 2 blocking the road, one was holding a giant shield built like a bear with an honest-looking face. The other was thin, cloaked in a black robe, revealing only a pair of sinister eyes with a cold aura. Zhou Hui's gaze swept over them, and fragments of memory quickly pieced together. It is them. On the day of the Beast Tide, it was these 2 who stepped in and held off 2 level 40 bosses for him. A smile appeared on Gandalf's face, his voice gentle. It is the 2 of you. Thank you for your help during the last Beast Tide. He paused, his tone calm. Are you waiting for me here on purpose? The shield-wielding man took a step forward, cupped his hands at Gandalf, and spoke in a booming voice. Sir Mage, I am Peng Kang. And this is my companion Haiming. We are from the Heavenly Decree Guild. There was a touch of respect on Peng Kang's face. We all saw your performance in the Beast Tide. Our guild leader admires you greatly. So he specifically sent the 2 of us to invite you to the guild for tea and a chat. Zhou Hui understood. Heavenly Decree Guild. The Sun Family's guild. They want to recruit me. This was already part of his plan. He would eventually need to find a way to infiltrate the Heavenly Decree Guild to investigate that disaster mage, Luo Ming. But now is not the time. The university entrance exam is imminent, and the top scholar challenge mission must be prioritized. He controlled Gandalf and nodded slightly. Please thank Guild Leader Sun for his kind intentions. But I have some urgent matters to handle recently and really cannot get away. When I am finished, I will definitely pay a visit in person. Upon hearing this, there was no sign of displeasure on Peng Kang's face. He maintained his respectful attitude. Since you have urgent business, we naturally would not dare to force it. We hope, sir, that it is a promise. Gandalf nodded. It is a promise. With that, he bypassed the two and continued walking toward Donghai City. Peng Kang and Haiming stood in place, watching the white-robed figure gradually walk away. Until the figure completely disappeared at the end of the horizon. Haiming let out a disdainful cold snort. Humph wailed a small talk. Would not it be easier to just tie him up and drag him back? Peng Kang turned his head to look at him with a helpless expression. Haiming, do not you dare try anything reckless. Do you really think that the two of us could actually tie him up? A hint of defiance flashed through Haiming's sinister eyes. He is just a mage. His skills are powerful, but once I get close, he will not even have a chance to chant a spell. Peng Kang shook his head as if looking at an ignorant child. Did not you see clearly? That day at the Beast Tide, he took so many boss attacks and was completely unscathed. His shield was ridiculously thick. Are you sure you can break his shield? He sighed. The boss told us to be polite. If you actually dare to make a move, do you believe the boss would break your legs later? Haiming's mouth twitched. He let out a cold snort, lowered his head, and said no more. As Gandalf delivered the mountain of blueprints and materials one by one into the top-tier forge where Yezi was stationed. Yezi also began his grueling day-and-night forging project. What he was about to craft this time was an entire epic grade set. The Star Moon set. Even for a god-tier craftsman at the SS rank, this was no small challenge. Fortunately, the materials Gandalf had brought were piled up like a mountain. Enough for him to fail a dozen times or more. Zhou Huai withdrew his consciousness from Yezi, issued the command to forge with full effort, and ceased paying further attention. He trusted that the core AI would complete the mission perfectly. Once that was done, Zhou Huai settled Gandalf into one of the apartments that Uncle Fu had rented in advance. This was one of several safe houses Uncle Fu had leased beforehand. Pushing the door open, the loyal old butler had been waiting for a long time. Young master. Uncle Fu bowed respectfully. Everything has been taken care of. Per your instructions, the identity of Gandalf has been secretly registered as a graduating candidate for Donghai City No. 1 High School through special channels. Here is his admission ticket. Uncle Fu handed over a finely crafted crystal card. Zhou Huai controlled Gandalf to take it and glanced at it. Does anyone at the school know? Uncle Fu shook his head with a touch of confidence. I went through an old friend at the Education Bureau and added him to the list directly from within the system. Even the principal of Donghai No. 1 High School does not know that an extra candidate has appeared in their school out of thin air. Zhou Huai nodded in satisfaction. He had always been confident in Uncle Fu's work. Everything is ready, save for the East Wind. Next, he just needs to wait for Yezi to finish crafting that epic-grade Star Moon set. Gandalf will then be able to enter the exam venue in his most powerful form. Meanwhile, at the largest underground trading center in Donghai City, the resurrected Yasuo, dressed in an inconspicuous black trench coat with his hood pulled low, moved through the noisy, bustling crowd. The air was filled with a mixture of strange potion odors and the clanging sound of metal colliding. Come and take a look. Freshly forged level 20 refined battle axe comes with armor-piercing effects. Buying high-level beast cores, best prices for bulk. Zhou Huai, controlling Yasuo, ignored the surrounding hawking and headed straight to a stall selling skill scrolls. The vendor was a lean, middle-aged man whose small eyes darted around, revealing his shrewdness. Brother, what are you looking for? My collection of general skill scrolls is the most complete in the entire trading center, and my prices are the fairest. Awakened classes are diverse, and most exclusive skills need to be unlocked by leveling up or completing specific quests. However, some widely circulated basic skills can be learned through skill scrolls. These are called general skills. For instance, an archer can learn Eagle Eye to improve vision, or Rapid Fire to increase attack speed. A mage can learn Meditation to speed up mana recovery, or Elemental Affinity to boost skill power. And for a swordsman, general skills include basic swordsmanship, parry, and so on. Yasuo looked up, his voice hoarse and deep under the hood. Sword chi throwing. One of each. The vendor's eyes lit up, and he deftly pulled 2 scrolls from a pile. You got it. 5,000 for sword chi, 3,000 for throwing, 8,000 Daxia dollars in total. Yasuo did not haggle and paid the price straightforwardly. The 2 archaic scrolls turned into beams of light in his hands and instantly merged into his body. A surge of understanding flooded his mind. He had mastered these 2 skills. The previous battle had exposed Yasuo's greatest weakness, a lack of effective long-range attacks. By learning Sword Chi, he could launch energy slashes for ranged strikes, compensating for this flaw. Although the range of the Sword Chi was still short, it was better than having nothing. Compared to Sword Chi, the throwing skill was actually valued even more by Zhou Hui. Throwing. As the name suggests, it is to forcefully throw an item in your hand at a target. A skill that looks plain or even a bit useless. But in Zhou Hui's mind, a crazy and bold idea had already taken shape. If he could attach the Thunder Blink mark to the thrown shuriken, and then activate the mark at the exact moment the shuriken was about to hit the target to perform a teleportation. What kind of unexpected combat style would that be? Is not this the signature move of a certain yellow flash from his previous life, the Flying Raijin Jutsu? Thinking of that elusive, unrivaled figure shuttling across the battlefield in a flash of lightning, Zhou Hui's heart could not help but ignite with excitement. He went to a weapon shop, spent a few hundred, and bought a large bag of the most basic black iron shurikens. After doing all this, he controlled Yasuo to head to a deserted wasteland outside the city to begin testing. A faint flicker of lightning flashed where his finger touched the shuriken. Thundermark attachment successful. He flicked his wrist. Whoosh! The shuriken turned into a cold beam of light, whistling through the air as it headed toward the trunk of a dead tree 100 meters away. Zhou Hui's consciousness was highly focused, locked tightly onto the rapidly spinning shuriken. Now, swish! Yasuo's figure vanished from the spot, turning into a zigzagging streak of lightning. The next instant, he appeared before the dead tree, his palm pressing precisely onto the shuriken that was about to pierce into the trunk. The force of the shuriken was neutralized instantly as it rested quietly in his palm. And the spot he appeared in was exactly along the flight path of the shuriken. Zhou Hui's breath hitched. It worked. It is actually possible. I really am a genius. Suppressing his inner joy, he took out 5 more shurikens. Lightning flickered and 5 thunder marks were attached simultaneously. He lashed out and threw all 5 shurikens in 5 different directions. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 5 cold beams of light tore through the air. In the next second, Yasuo's figure turned completely into an erratic phantom. Swish, swish, swish. He darted between the 5 shurikens, appearing in unthinkable locations with every blink. 1 second he was on the boulder to the left, the next he appeared between the cliffs on the right. Elusive as a ghost, fast as lightning. Having fun, Zhou Hui attempted to throw new shurikens the moment a teleport finished, performing double or even triple consecutive blinks. The valley was filled with chaotic lightning. Yasuo's figure was impossible to capture with the naked eye, leaving behind only flickering lightning afterimages. So cool. This is off the charts. The only downside is that the mana consumption is quite shocking. Each teleport consumes 100 mana points. With Yasuo's current mana limit of nearly 3,000, he can only sustain less than 30 consecutive blinks. Still, that is enough. As for the shurikens, those things are not worth a thing. Zhou Hui went back to the trading center and bought tens of thousands of them in bulk, stuffing them into Yasuo's storage ring. Once finished, he satisfiedly had Yasuo take the newly created alt character, Xiang Yu, out of the city to level up. He must raise Xiang Yu's level and skills as soon as possible. Only then could his fragile main body have the most reliable protection. Time flew by. In a blink, 2 days passed quietly. Donghai City Blacksmith's Guild. Inside the top-floor forge, which was designated as a restricted zone. Ding! A clear, lingering hammer chime like nothing heard before echoed through the room. Yezi slowly set down his smithing hammer and let out a long, heavy breath. Before him, 5 pieces of equipment floated silently. Robe, gauntlets, boots, leggings, and circlet. Each piece shimmered with a dreamy star moon radiance engraved with arcane runes and exuded a terrifying epic-grade pressure. Ding! Epic-grade star moon set successfully forged. At the same time, Zhou Hui's main body sat up abruptly from his bed. A smile appeared on his face. Outside the window, the morning light began to glimmer. The city's slumbering bustle was slowly awakening. The annual highly anticipated National Awakened High School Entrance Exam had officially begun. Donghai City Blacksmith's Guild top-tier forging room. Yezi silently handed over the final piece, a pair of greaves shimmering with starlight. Gandalf took them and put the full set on. In an instant, the complete star moon set on him burst forth with a soft, mysterious glow, as if he had draped the entire night sky over his shoulders. With a thought, Zhou Hui pulled up Gandalf's attribute panel. Avatar panel, Gandalf. Class, Unique Hidden Class, SS Rank Forbidden Spell Mage. Level 55, 125,801/1,500,000. HP 1. MP 1. Strength 980. Agility 886. Stamina 891. Spirit 2889. Magic damage 6087. Physical defense 501. Magic resistance 1089. Zhou Hui's breath hitched for a moment. This panel was already comparable to a professional around level 40 or 50. The base attribute bonuses provided by the Star Moon set itself were not top tier. But the set bonus it came with set Zhou Hui's heart ablaze. Gandalf's passive ability, Elemental Mastery, already reduced skill cooldowns by 30%. And the effect of the Star Moon set could stack another 30 reduction on top of that. And that was not all. Over the past 2 days of forging, Yezi relied on the skill Soul Tempering Touch to force out 2 high-level gear affixes that each granted a 5 cooldown reduction. This meant the total cooldown reduction reached a truly terrifying level. Zhou Hui did some lightning-fast mental math. The cooldown for Forbidden Spell, Meteor Fire Rain, was slashed from the original 60 seconds to a staggering 13 seconds. The cooldown for Forbidden Spell, Thousand Mile Freezing, was cut from 90 seconds down to 40. The cooldown for Arcane Barrier was now only 26 seconds. Enemies would likely struggle to break his shield before a new one was already ready to be deployed. As for the 120-second cooldown on Gravity Field, it was now just 52 seconds. And that was not everything. At level 20, Gandalf had also unlocked a new skill. It is well known. Combat class professionals all unlock a finisher skill upon reaching level 20. Gandalf was no exception. Forbidden Spell, Blade Storm of Fury, consumes 10,000 MP to summon several giant wind blade storms in a designated area, sweeping across all hostile targets within a 2,000-meter radius and dealing continuous devastating damage. Duration 30 seconds. Cooldown 600 seconds. The skill description alone was worthy of the name Finisher. Among all the skills Gandalf currently mastered, this had the widest range, the longest duration, and likely the highest damage output. The only drawbacks were its high mana cost and 10-minute cooldown. But with all the various cooldown reductions, its actual cooldown had already dropped to under 5 minutes. It was absolutely monstrous. In addition to the set, Yezi had also custom-crafted a brand new staff for Gandalf. Cora Flame Burst, Epic Grade 3 stars. Requirement 55. Magic damage plus 350. Spirit plus 150. Attach skill Split Fireball 55. Effect: consumes 200 MP to fire a fireball. Upon impact, it splits into 3 smaller fireballs, dealing secondary damage to surrounding enemies. Cooldown 10 seconds. The staff's attributes seemed a bit lackluster compared to Gandalf's current panel. But what caught Zhou Hui's eye was the small skill attached to it. This was a rare skill affix Yezi managed to craft through a stroke of pure luck. It perfectly compensated for Gandalf's lack of minor skills, avoiding the awkwardness of using a cannon to kill a mosquito. Everything was ready. Without a moment's hesitation, Gandalf turned and walked out of the forging room. Lin Wei, who had been guarding outside, watched with her own eyes as this mysterious white-robed mage brazenly walked away in that priceless set of epic gear. She was completely stunned. That was an entire set of epic-quality equipment. Any single piece of it would be enough to trigger a bidding frenzy at an auction. Master Oyezi had not slept or rested for 2 whole days and nights to forge it. And he just gave it away. Without even taking a cent. Lin Wei's head was a mess of confusion. She recalled the cold, masked swordsman from a few days ago who had done the same thing. He took his gear and left as if it were only natural. He did not even say a word of thanks. Yet Master Oyezi did not show the slightest sign of displeasure. What on earth is going on? You have to realize that as Master Oyezi's reputation had grown over the past few days. The doorsteps of the Blacksmiths Guild had been nearly trampled flat by disciples from major guilds and noble families in Donghai City. Countless people waved checkbooks, offering millions or even multi-millions just to have the master custom forge a single piece of gear for them. But they were all coldly rejected by Oyezi, who claimed he was too busy forging a set. Lin Wei had originally assumed this set was prepared for the heir of some top-tier power. Who would have thought it would be so easily worn away by some unknown mage? She finally could not help it, summoned her courage and cautiously approached Oyezi. Master. Her voice was as quiet as a mosquito's hum. That person just now, who was he? Oyezi was preparing to close the door to the forging room, and his movements paused at her words. He turned his head and there was no discernible emotion on that face which had been sculpted into a stoic expression by Zhou Huai. A friend. Brief and to the point. After saying that, he ignored Lin Wei, who was frozen in place, and swung the heavy door of the forging room shut. Bang! The heavy slam of the door made Lin Wei shiver, pulling her out of her shock. A friend. She stood there in a daze, muttering to herself. Just a friend. What kind of friend would make you give away an epic set worth millions without batting an eye? In an instant, a swirl of emotions washed over Lin Wei, a bittersweet mix of sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy. There was envy, jealousy, and a trace of something indescribable, a yearning. To be honest, I want to be your friend too. If I could be your girlfriend, that would be even better. The moment that thought popped into her mind, Lin Wei's cheeks flushed red like a ripe apple. She shook her head vigorously, trying to throw those unrealistic fantasies out of her mind. But Master Oyezi's focused and handsome profile refused to leave her thoughts. Inside the forging room, the clanging of hammers rang out once more. Oyezi had already begun his next round of forging. Elsewhere. After leaving the Blacksmiths Guild, Gandalf had arrived at the front gate of Donghai No. 1 High School. It was bustling and exceptionally lively here. Several buses with matching emblems were parked neatly in the plaza. Zhou Huai controlled Gandalf as he prepared to board the school bus to travel together to the provincial capital of Dongning Province, Jiangning City. Jiangning City. The provincial capital of Dongning Province. It is located southwest of Donghai City, just over 100 kilometers away. All students participating in the grand exam will gather here to take the unified assessment. At this moment, the gate of Donghai No. 1 High School is filled with an atmosphere where youth and tension are intertwined. Hundreds of students have gathered here, waiting for their homeroom teacher to take attendance and give instructions. Zhou Huai glanced over and noticed that the number of students from No. 1 High participating in the exam this year was fewer than he had expected. It seemed to be less than 100. The threshold for the grand exam is clear: one must reach level 15. This strict standard has already ruthlessly screened out the vast majority of students. Zhou Huai controlled Gandalf to move through the crowd, approaching a middle-aged teacher in charge of registration, and handed over his admission ticket. The teacher took the crystal card and scanned his eyes over it. Gandalf. He frowned and looked up, sizing up the mysterious examinee wearing the Star and Moon mage robe. He was certain that there was no such person in his class. However, the confusion on his face was fleeting, and he did not ask further questions. He had seen plenty of such cases. Every year, as the grand exam approaches, some unfamiliar faces always seem to pop up out of nowhere. Most of them are repeaters who failed the previous exam or did not meet the standards, and have regained their eligibility through connections or money. As long as the student is under 20 years old and under level 20, the organizing committee usually turns a blind eye. This has long been an unspoken rule. After confirming the ticket was correct, the teacher habitually used an observation skill to scan Gandalf's level. The next second his pupils constricted sharply. Level 20. To think he is taking the exam at the level cap. Now he was even more convinced of his judgment. It must be a repeater, no doubt about it. After all, because of the recent beast tide, many students did not dare leave the city to level up. Reaching the level 15 threshold as a fresh graduate is already quite an achievement. The guy in front of him had obviously spent a year longer than the others. Thinking of this, the expression on the teacher's face turned a bit cold. Go sit in the last row. He pointed to the back of the bus, his tone devoid of emotion. And keep quiet. Zhou Huai controlled Gandalf to nod, walked straight onto the bus and sat in the corner of the last row. As soon as he sat down, the noisy discussions in the carriage quieted down significantly. Countless gazes of curiosity, inquiry, and even a touch of jealousy fell upon his glistening star and moon set. My god, what gear is that? It looks so powerful. A full set of mage gear, how much must that have cost? I do not recognize him, does our school have someone like this? Never mind him, by the look of it, he is probably just another rich kid who should not be trifled with. Zhou Huai turned a deaf ear to these discussions, closed his eyes and leaned back against the seat to rest. Soon the other students boarded the bus one after another. Only Lu Qi, surrounded by a crowd, boarded the luxury private car sent by the Lu family. He rolled down the window, swept his gaze over the crowded bus, and the corner of his mouth curled into unconcealed contempt. A moment later, the convoy started slowly, heading west toward Jiangning City. To ensure the safety of the examinees, the military had already dispatched troops to clear out beasts along the route. Squads of heavily armored soldiers riding war beasts patrolled both sides of the road, creating an intense atmosphere of lethality. 2 hours later, the convoy arrived safely in Jiangning City. Compared to Donghai City, this provincial capital appeared even more prosperous and majestic. The 100-meter-tall city wall, like a steel beast spanning heaven and earth, radiated a heavy and reassuring aura. The bus slowly drove into the city and finally stopped at an enormous square. Gandalf followed the crowd off the bus. Looking around, the square was already packed with school buses from every city in Dongning province. Dozens of buses and nearly 1,000 examinees gathered here, presenting a magnificent scene. Zhou Huai's gaze swept through the crowd, and he quickly spotted a familiar figure in the team from the second high school. Yi Zai was surrounded by a few friends, her small face tensed up, and her hands nervously gripping the hem of her clothes. Seeing her trying so hard to act calm made Zhou Huai want to laugh. With a thought, his consciousness returned to his main body. He took out his phone and skillfully sent a text message to Yi Zai. Good luck with the exam, just keep a calm mind. Do not be too nervous, you are so excellent that you will definitely get into a top university. On the other side, Yi Zai was taking deep breaths to calm down when the phone in her pocket suddenly vibrated. She pulled it out and seeing the message from Zhou Huai, a radiant smile bloomed on her tense face. The nervousness seemed to be smoothed away in an instant. Her fair fingers tapped quickly on the screen, but she still put on a tough act in her reply. Big brother Zhou Huai, I am not nervous at all, HMPH. Besides, I do not even want to go to some top university. Getting into Dongning University is enough. Zhou Huai felt a bit surprised looking at the reply. Why, with your talent, you could totally go to a top university in the Imperial City or Magic City. A new message popped up quickly. Because other universities are too far away from you. I will not be able to visit you often in the future. Dongning University is closer, it is right in Jiangning City. From now on, whenever there is a break, I can go back to Donghai to see you. Looking at the words on the screen, a warm current flowed through Zhou Huai's heart. This girl. He shook his head helplessly, but a smile hung on his face. Fair enough. If she gets into Dongning University, she will be in Jiangning City. In the future, if she ever runs into trouble, I can just send a clone over to look after her. Just then, the ground of the entire square suddenly lit up with glowing runic patterns. Ancient and mysterious formation lines spread rapidly across the ground, enveloping all the examinees within. A solemn and grave atmosphere instantly suppressed all the noise. Following that, a dignified and grand voice echoed through the broadcast across the entire square, ringing in everyone's ears. Attention all examinees. Remain silent. The grand exam is about to begin. The grand, cold voice continued to echo over the broadcast system. Students who are 20 years old or older below level 15 or above level 20, please leave the plaza immediately. The voice held no trace of emotion, like a mechanical judgment. I repeat, students who are 20 years old or older below level 15 or above level 20, please leave the plaza immediately. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourselves. The nearly 1,000 candidates in the plaza looked at each other, and a stifled commotion stirred within the crowd. What kind of joke is this? My brother took the exam at 20 last year, why is it suddenly not allowed this year? Over level 20 is also banned, what kind of ridiculous rule is that? They must just be trying to scare us, they say this every year. Amidst the whispers, no one made a move to leave. Everyone held onto a shred of wishful thinking, assuming this was just routine intimidation before the exam. The next instant, the ancient runes across the plaza floor suddenly erupted with a blinding, intense light. My legs, I cannot move my legs. It hurts, help me. Shrill screams rose one after another. Dozens of students collapsed to the ground without warning, convulsing violently as cold sweat instantly soaked their clothes. The light was like an invisible shackle, pinning them firmly in place and inflicting unbearable pain. The voice from the broadcast sounded again, carrying a trace of mocking coldness. Why is it that some people never listen to what I say? Do not entertain any wishful thinking here. Soon, several teams of uniformed staff rushed into the plaza, expressionlessly carrying the wailing students away one by one, their movements efficient and devoid of any sympathy. The noise in the plaza subsided instantly, and the remaining candidates were silent as cicadas, no longer daring to harbor any false hope. Not until the last rule-breaker was dragged away did the voice return to its calm tone. Now announcing the rules for the grand exam. The grand exam this year is divided into 2 rounds. The first round is the provincial exam, and the second is the national exam. Only the top 5 candidates in the provincial exam will be qualified to represent our Dongning province in the national exam and compete for the title of national champion. Therefore, the vast majority of you should focus your efforts on the provincial exam. Now announcing the rules for the provincial exam. You will soon be teleported to the assessment site, the Tower of Revelation. Each and every one of you will enter an individual trial space. The Tower of Revelation has a total of 18 floors. Only candidates who successfully step onto the 10th floor will catch the eye of the admissions officers from major universities. They will conduct a comprehensive evaluation based on your specific performance within the tower. A word of warning here. Only candidates who climb to the 13th floor will have the chance to be noticed by admissions officers from top-tier institutions like those in the Imperial Capital or Magic City. Of course, this does not mean you are guaranteed admission. The final standard for judgment remains your performance within the instance. Candidates with support-type classes need not worry. The assessment mechanism of the Tower of Revelation will customize the content according to your specific class characteristics. With his consciousness inside Gandalf, Zhou Huai listened to these words, feeling speechless. A tower again. From the trial tower to this Tower of Revelation. The assessment system of this world seems to have a perverse obsession with towers. The voice in the broadcast continued. Rule 2, after entering the instance, candidates are limited to using recovery items 5 times. Whether it is for restoring health points or mana, the total must not exceed 5 times. The use of any boosting items is strictly prohibited. Violators will have their qualification for the assessment immediately revoked. Rule 3, candidates who have reached level 20 are strictly prohibited from using ultimate skills unlocked at level 20 during the assessment. Violators will also be disqualified. Additionally, the assessment difficulty for level 20 candidates will be increased by 50%. As soon as this rule was announced, a few irrepressible wails erupted from the crowd. What, no ultimate skills? I worked so hard to reach level 20 just to make a name for myself in this exam. And the difficulty is increased by 50%. If I had known, I would have capped my level at 19. This is not fair. A burly student was so angry his face turned red, and his fists were clenched so tightly they creaked. The voice on the broadcast ignored these complaints. Rules announced. I wish all candidates a smooth exam. As soon as the words were spoken, high in the sky, a tiny, almost invisible black dot suddenly appeared. The dot expanded rapidly, visible to the naked eye like a star falling from the heavens. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a massive shadow that blocked out the sky, covering the entire plaza and even a small part of Jiangning City. The sunlight was completely swallowed. Everyone instinctively looked up, their pupils reflecting that stunning sight. A giant tower, too majestic to be described in words, hovered silently in the firmament. The tower's material was unknown, and its entire body presented a deep, ink-like black that seemed to absorb all light. Ancient and mysterious blue runes flowed slowly across the tower's surface like living creatures, tracing arcane paths and radiating a heart-palpitating pressure. It was too huge. So huge that it seemed to connect heaven and earth. The spire was already submerged deep in the clouds, its top unseen. My God, is that the Tower of Revelation? This is an illusion, right? It must be an illusion. Exclamations erupted from the crowd. Everyone was so shocked by this miraculous sight that their scalps tingled. Zhou Huai controlled Gandalf and looked up at the giant tower, unable to suppress a ripple of emotion in his heart. As expected of the grand exam. What a massive undertaking. The next moment, a huge beam of blue light suddenly ignited from the base of the tower. The beam descended from the sky, precisely enveloping all the candidates in the plaza. Zhou Huai felt his vision blur, and a gentle yet irresistible force enveloped his entire body. When he came to his senses again, he was no longer in the noisy plaza. The bustling students were also gone. He was already inside a vast and empty tower. It was dim all around, with only the flowing runes on the tower walls providing faint light to barely illuminate the surroundings. He was currently at the base of the tower. Looking up, the center of the tower was a massive circular hollow structure, where one could faintly see the primitive stone railings of the floors above. The railings were carved with twisted and eerie mysterious patterns, exuding an ominous aura. And at the very top of the tower hung a gigantic bronze bell. The bell had weathered untold ages, its surface covered in mottled green rust, and an aura of heaviness and antiquity washed over him. Zhou Huai controlled Gandalf, surveying the environment at the base of the tower. It was very spacious, as large as 2 football fields. Gandalf's solitary figure appeared exceptionally tiny here. Zhou Huai scanned the area but found no stairs leading to the floor above. Just as he was wondering how to get to the second floor, the cold broadcast voice rang out again in the empty tower. The assessment begins when the bronze bell sounds. The assessment duration is 10 hours. Anyone who sustains fatal damage during the assessment will be directly teleported out of the tower. As soon as the voice finished speaking, clang, the massive bronze bell at the top of the tower emitted a long, deep chime without warning. The sound seemed to possess a certain magic, detonating directly deep within the soul and shaking the spirit. At the same time, on the open ground a few dozen meters in front of Gandalf, beams of white light appeared out of thin air. As the light faded, dozens of savage-looking strange beasts appeared at the bottom of the tower. They were pitch black, shaped like vicious wolves, but had no solid form. Their bodies were composed of twisted masses of shadow, and their crimson eyes locked onto Gandalf in the darkness. Shadow swamp lizards. 50 of them in total. And every single one had reached level 20. Meanwhile, Dongning Province, Jiangning City. On the top floor of a heavily guarded building. This is the Chief Invigilator's office for the Grand Examination. As the Tower of Apocalypse initialized, hundreds of computer screens in the office lit up simultaneously, with streams of data cascading like waterfalls. Every line of data represented the real-time movements of a candidate. Uniformed staff sat before the computers, expressions focused, fingers flying across keyboards as they monitored for any anomalies. In the center of the office, around a massive mahogany round table, several distinguished middle-aged men were leisurely sipping tea. They are the chief examiners for this provincial test. Old Lee, do you think we have any promising talent in Dongning province this year? An examiner in a Zhongshan suit with a scholarly face put down his teacup and asked softly. The examiner, called Old Lee, is the person in charge this time. He sighed upon hearing this and shook his head. It is tough. There are a few A-tier ones with decent talent. But compared to the S-tier, they are worlds apart. He lifted his cup, blew away the floating tea leaves, his eyes filled with helplessness. I am afraid Dongning province will just be making up the numbers in the national exam again this year. Not to mention other places, the imperial capital alone produced 2 S-tier candidates this year. Shanghai had 1 too, and I heard it was an incredibly rare, unique hidden profession. Another slightly plump examiner chimed in, his tone full of bitterness. In last year's national exam, Dongning province ranked 13th, which was the best result in the last decade. This year, I just hope we can hold our position and not fall out of the top 15. A flash of regret crossed the brows of the examiner in the Zhongshan suit. Actually, we had a chance this year. I heard that Donghai City had an incredible genius recently, suspected to be S-tier. He cleared the Tower of Trials in just 19 hours. He broke our entire Dongning province record. And the result? He slammed his teacup onto the table with a dull thud. Not long after coming out of the Tower of Trials, he was targeted by that scum from the Dawn Guild. Such a good seedling just like that, gone. It is such a pity. The Dawn Guild. At the mention of this name, the examiners present all showed instinctive disgust and hatred. These people are a cancer to our great Xia kingdom. Over the years, who knows how many promising talents have been lured away or strangled in the cradle by them. If it were up to me, the military should send an army to root them out and exterminate them completely. Chief Examiner Old Lee let out a cold snort. It is not that simple. These people are elusive and as cunning as rats in a drain. The core members are all powerful and leave no traces. If they could be caught, they would have been long ago. For now, we can only provide extra protection to the promising newcomers and hope to reduce the losses. The group fell silent, the atmosphere in the office feeling somewhat oppressive. Just then, a staff member suddenly stood up from his seat, hurried over with a flustered expression. Chief Lei. He ran to the round table, bent down, and lowered his voice urgently. There is a problem with a candidate's data. You should come and take a look. Old Lee frowned. What kind of problem? How long has it been since it started? The other examiners grew interested and rose from their seats. Let us go, let us take a look. They followed the staff member to a computer flashing with abnormal red lights. On the screen, one line of data was particularly striking. Candidate name Gandalf. Candidate level 20. Profession unknown. Current floor 7th floor. Old Lee instinctively raised his wrist to check the time. The exam had only been running for 7 minutes. 7 minutes to reach the 7th floor. This is not right, is it? The plump examiner widened his eyes and was the first to express doubt. Is the data wrong? 7 minutes to the 7th floor, how is that possible? Who could be that fast? The staff member wiped cold sweat from his forehead, his voice trembling slightly. I thought it was a monitoring error at first too. But I checked repeatedly, and the system is functioning perfectly without any glitches. Old Lee's expression turned grim instantly. If the data is correct, there's only one possibility. This candidate named Gandalf is using some unknown method to cheat in plain sight. Can you bring up the live feed for this candidate? He asked in a deep voice. The staff member shook his head. Not yet. The surveillance for the Tower of Apocalypse only unlocks once the candidate reaches the 10th floor. Then we wait. The examiner in the Zhongshan suit crossed his arms, staring at the screen with interest. At this rate, he will reach the 10th floor in no time. No sooner had he finished speaking. The floor number on the screen, where Gandalf was located, jumped again. Current floor 8th floor. It had been exactly 8 minutes. The office fell into a dead silence. Everyone stared at the digits, looking as if they had seen a ghost. 1 floor per minute for real. By now their suspicion turned into certainty. This is definitely cheating. And the most arrogant, unbridled kind of cheating at that. Inconceivable. The plump examiner muttered, unable to comprehend it at all. Even if he used some shady cheating method, this speed is just too fast. The beasts on the lower floors of the Tower of Apocalypse are not strong, but there are plenty of them. Forget about a swarm of vicious, powerful beasts. Even if they were just pigs tied to the ground for him to slaughter. It would be physically impossible to clear 8 floors in 8 minutes, right? Old Lee's face had darkened to the point of being ink black. He stared fixedly at the screen, saying nothing. In his mind, he had already passed a death sentence on this candidate named Gandalf. Once he reaches the 10th floor and gets the evidence, he would make this bold fool know what regret is. It must be handled severely, an example must be made. Time passed second by second. In the office, you could hear a pin drop. Every eye was glued to that small screen. 2 minutes later, under their tense gaze, the number on the screen finally ticked into double digits. Current floor, 10th floor. He made it. Quick, bring me his live feed immediately. Old Lee practically roared the order. Yes. The staff member dared not hesitate, his hands becoming a blur as he operated the keyboard. The next second, the screen flickered and the view shifted. The scene inside the 10th floor of the Tower of Apocalypse was presented clearly to everyone. In the footage, a young man in Munan Star robes was stepping onto the final stair leading to the 10th floor, calm and unhurried. His posture was upright, his pace relaxed, with no signs of tension or fatigue. And in front of him, the wide corridor was packed with various types of beasts. Shadow swamp lizards, bloodthirsty wolves, spiked porcupines. Hundreds of them. Their crimson eyes were locked onto the intruder who had just entered their territory. Roar! Amidst deafening roars, the herd rushed toward that slender figure like a black tide. Faced with this sight that would make any candidate's scalp tingle, the man in the video calmly raised his staff. He did not even take a single step. They only saw his lips move, as if he were chanting something. The next moment, boom! The entire screen shook violently. 5 massive meteors burning with ghastly green flames tore through the dim sky of the tower and smashed down with earth-shattering power. The meteors accurately covered the entire herd. The earth cracked and rocks went flying. The ghastly green flames clung like leeches, instantly turning the 10th floor into a hell on earth of wailing. Countless beasts struggled and rolled in the flames, eventually being reduced to charred husks. The whole process took less than 5 seconds. As the flames gradually dissipated, the 10th floor, which had been packed with 100 beasts, was now in ruins. Less than a third of the beasts were left gasping for breath. In the invigilator's office, there was a deathly silence. Everyone was rooted to the spot as if frozen, their mouths agape enough to swallow an egg. Chief Examiner Old Lee nearly had his eyes pop out. He stared at the composed figure on the screen, his Adam's apple bobbing as he finally squeezed out a dry, raspy voice from between his teeth. What kind of a profession is this? For a moment in the entire proctoring office, one could have heard a pin drop. No one could answer Chief Proctor Lee's question. Those ghastly green flames, the meteors falling from the sky, and that terrifying destructive power that cleared the battlefield in an instant. Everyone present, exhausting the full extent of their experience, could not figure out what kind of class this was. Did he use a cheating item? The slightly plump Proctor's voice sounded dry, breaking the deathly silence. Can you tell? Chief Proctor Lee's gaze remained locked on the screen, fixated on that composed figure who seemed not to be taking a life-or-death examination but strolling through his own backyard. He slowly shook his head. I cannot tell. He took a deep breath, his eyes sharpening as he turned to the flustered staff member. Activate the Eye of Investigation. I want every single detail about this candidate. Yes, sir. The staff member jumped and rushed back to the console. His hands danced across the control panel, entering a series of complex commands before finally inserting his ID crystal card into the slot and pressing a bright red button firmly. A crystal ball hanging from the dome of the office suddenly lit up, projecting a beam of energy invisible to the naked eye that instantly pierced through layers of space, heading straight toward the Tower of Revelation. The Tower of Revelation, 10th floor. Joe Huey was controlling Gandalf, preparing to step onto the stairs leading to the 11th floor. He paused, slowly raising his head to look at the deep void at the top of the tower. Just a moment ago, a strong sense of being watched had swept over his entire body. The feeling vanished as quickly as it had appeared, posing no threat whatsoever. Joe Huey did not mind. It was probably just the proctors outside checking his situation. He averted his gaze and stepped onto the stairs. Inside the proctoring office. With the activation of the Eye of Investigation, the data stream on the computer screen refreshed frantically. A moment later, a brand new data panel appeared before everyone's eyes. Name Gandalf. Class Forbidden Spell Mage. Level 55. Strength 980. Agility 886. Stamina 891. Spirit 2889. Yes. This time, the sound of people gasping in shock could be heard clearly throughout the room. Forbidden Spell Mage. Just by the name, one could tell this was not a simple class. The slightly plump proctor rubbed his eyes, almost thinking he was hallucinating. Look at his stat panel, everyone. Is it really possible for a level 20 class holder to have stats like this? Spirit, nearly 3,000 points. Could he have used some special item to mask his true level? Another proctor asked with a trembling voice. Chief Proctor Lee's expression was graver than ever. He shook his head, his voice raspy. Impossible. The Eye of Investigation is the military's highest-level reconnaissance equipment linked directly to the Federation's mainframe. It has never made a mistake. If the data says he is level 20, then he is level 20. It seems the issue lies with his class grade. The proctor in the Zhongshan suit took over, his voice filled with uncontrollable excitement. To have such terrifying stats at level 20. This has to be at least S rank. No, he immediately corrected his own assessment. Even S rank is not this outrageous. I have seen the stat panels of the two S rank geniuses in the capital, and they do not even compare to this Gandalf. As he said this, he abruptly stopped, a thought that made even his own scalp tingle appearing in his mind. He glanced around at his colleagues who were equally stunned. Everyone's breathing in the entire room had become heavy. You do not think the plump proctor's voice was shaking uncontrollably? Could this person possibly be SS rank? SS rank. These two words hit everyone's heart like two heavy hammers. You have to know that the entire Daxia Kingdom has not seen a new SS rank class holder in decades. Every SS rank is a pillar of the nation, a strategic existence capable of changing the world order. If our Dongning province could actually produce an SS rank, then our Daxia Kingdom standing on the global stage might just jump up another level. Chief Proctor Lee's thoughts raced as he slammed the table, forcibly breaking free from his deep shock and making a swift decision. Listen to my command. From now on, all information regarding this candidate named Gandalf is classified as top secret. No one is to leak a single word. He scanned everyone, his tone severe. Also, contact the principal of Donghai No. 1 High School immediately. Tell him to get here to see me as fast as he can. This Gandalf appeared far too bizarrely, as if he had popped out of thin air. He had to investigate this thoroughly. Soon, Tian Wenbo, the principal of Donghai No. 1 High School, was brought into the proctoring office, sweating profusely and looking utterly bewildered. His heart was pounding with anxiety. Could it be that a student from his school was caught cheating? And it was important enough to alarm Chief Proctor Lee himself. If that were true, his old reputation would be absolutely ruined. Tian Wenbo trotted all the way to Chief Proctor Lee, squeezing out a smile that looked worse than crying. Elder Lee, you summon me. Chief Proctor Lee gestured for him to sit down before speaking slowly. Principal Tian, do not be nervous. I called you here to ask if you know a candidate named Gandalf. Gandalf. Tian Wenbo looked blank. Who is that? Chief Proctor Lee raised an eyebrow. This candidate is a student from your Donghai No. 1 High School. Are you sure you have absolutely no impression of him? The cold sweat on Tian Wenbo's forehead increased, and he hurriedly wiped it away. Elder Lee, you see, I am getting old and my memory is failing. There are so many students in the school that I really cannot remember them all. He probed cautiously. May I ask, did something happen with this student? If he cheated in the grand examination, do not worry, I will expel him the moment I go back. Our No. 1 High School will never tolerate such a black sheep. Chief Proctor Lee looked at his nervous demeanor and suddenly smiled. No, Principal Tian, you misunderstood. I am not looking to pursue any cheating issues. He paused, looking at Tian Wenbo, and said slowly, I wanted to congratulate you, Principal Tian. It seems your No. 1 High School has produced an incredible top-tier genius this year. Top-tier genius. Tian Wenbo was thoroughly confused. The only one worth mentioning in their #1 high school this year is Lu Qi from the Zhou family. But I do not know what has been up with that kid lately. He has been listless and in poor condition, only barely reaching level 15 just before the examination. Principal Tian guessed that it would not be a problem for Lu Qi to reach the 10th floor, but reaching the 13th floor would be difficult. But none of that fits the description of a top-tier genius. As for that one called Gandalf, he really had no impression at all. Chief Proctor Li looked at Tian Wenbo's still bewildered expression, and he already had some inkling in his heart. This Gandalf really is suspicious. He did not offer any more explanations, just waved his hand. Since you do not know the situation, you may return for now. You will know the specifics after the grand examination ends. Subsequently, he had someone escort the still confused Principal Tian away. He quickly returned to the computer screen. By now, Gandalf had already reached the 11th floor. There were even more monsters on this floor, and an elite-level boss had even appeared. Facing such an array, Gandalf remained completely fearless. After clearing the small fry with rounds of forbidden spells, he actually braved the boss's attacks and started a head-on collision with that elite boss. Every attack from the boss was blocked by the shield on his body, leaving him completely unharmed. Then he kept firing back with splitting fireballs from his staff. A mage who acts more like a brute in combat. The ghastly green flames, like a giant python waiting to devour its prey, tightly coiled around the boss's body. In less than 2 minutes, the elite boss, which would have been enough to give a team of level 20 class holders a headache outside, let out an unwilling whine and collapsed with a bang. The whole scene was violent and stunning. I have been a proctor for so many years, this is the first time I have seen such a fierce candidate, one proctor could not help but exclaim. Chief Proctor Li, however, had a meaningful smile on his face. Regardless of where this Gandalf actually came from. Since he is taking the grand examination in Dongning Province, he is a candidate of Dongning Province. He leaned back in his chair, his gaze distant, as if he could already see the national examination taking place not long from now. It has been so many years. It is time to bring a little shock to those self-important folks in the other provinces. Tower of Apocalypse, 12th floor. The last beast turned into ashes amidst the ghostly green flames. A faint sense of boredom welled up in his heart. That is it. The difficulty of the grand examination is way too low. Of course, Zhou Huai knew clearly. It was not that the Tower of Apocalypse was weak, but that Gandalf was simply too strong. A level 20 SS rank forbidden spell mage with a full set of epic equipment taking a freshman exam, it was truly a case of dimensionality reduction. Zhou Huai's consciousness withdrew from Gandalf's body and returned to his original form. He took a look at the time. Only a mere 15 minutes had passed since the exam began. He frowned. At this rate, he would likely clear all 18 floors of the Tower of Apocalypse in under an hour. This speed was too fast, ridiculously fast. It would inevitably attract unnecessary attention and scrutiny from the outside world. That was not the outcome he wanted. System, activate Gandalf's AI core and have him stand by in place. Zhou Huai issued the command. He pulled up the quilt, turned over, and decided to sleep for 5 or 6 hours first. Meanwhile, inside the proctor's office. On the giant screen, the light dot representing Gandalf had come to a standstill on the 12th floor. The chubby examiner was the first to notice the abnormality. Why did he stop? He is not continuing upward. The examiner in the Chinese tunic suit stroked his chin and guessed, it must be that his mana consumption was too high, so he is recovering. After all, those spells he used earlier did not look cheap. That makes sense. Another examiner nodded in agreement. Anyway, he is far in the lead with plenty of time, so there is no rush to recover slowly. Everyone felt this explanation was reasonable. However, an hour passed. 2 hours passed. 3 hours passed. The light dot on the screen remained motionless, as if it had turned into a statue. Now everyone was puzzled. What on earth is this guy doing? Recovering mana should not take this long, right? Did he fall asleep? Could it be that some accident happened? Just as everyone was discussing and unable to fathom the reason. The head examiner, Old Li, who had been silent, suddenly chuckled. He picked up his teacup, blew on the steam, and spoke leisurely. This kid is even smarter than I thought. Hearing this, everyone turned their eyes to him. Old Lee took a sip of tea, a glimmer of approval flashing in his eyes. He is intentionally stalling for time. He must know that clearing the levels too quickly would cause a sensation. So he simply stopped, wanting to wait for the main pack to catch up so he would not stand out so much. He put down his teacup, a playful arc appearing at the corner of his mouth. It is just a pity he does not know. From the moment he stepped onto the 10th floor, he has already been targeted by us. Tower of Apocalypse, 3rd floor. Huff huff. Lu Qi leaned against the wall, panting heavily, his sweat-soaked hair clinging to his forehead. He looked at the wave of beasts in front, his eyes filled with annoyance and malice. Too slow. It is way too slow. At this speed, there is no way I will make it to the 13th floor. It is all because of that damn Yasuo. Lu Qi gritted his teeth, blaming all his misfortunes on the man who had already died. If it were not for him, he would not have wasted so much precious leveling time. If his level were higher, dealing with these beasts would be much easier. No. He cannot just give up like this. Fortunately, he had prepared beforehand. Lu Qi looked around vigilantly, then quietly pulled something out from his space ring. It was a mask. The mask was carved from some unknown dark wood, its surface covered with distorted patterns that outlined a painful and hideous ghost face. Those two hollow eye sockets seemed capable of swallowing all light, exuding a chilling evil energy. This was a treasure his trusted butler had specifically found for him in the black market a few days ago, costing him quite a lot of money. It was said to be able to significantly boost the wearer's strength. A struggle flashed in Lu Qi's eyes, but it was soon replaced by intense desire. Gritting his teeth, he slowly placed the cold mask onto his face. A cold, bone-chilling power instantly surged from the mask, burrowing into every part of his body. Lu Qi's whole body shook violently, as if countless ants were gnawing at his bone marrow. Pain and power were frantically intertwined within his body. A moment later, he jerked his head up. Jai jai jai. A non-human, ghost-like cackle erupted from deep within his throat. He raised his hand and waved it casually at the herd of beasts in front of him. Dark purple fireball roared out. The size of the fireball was significantly larger than what he had released before, and in the center of the flame burned a wisp of ominous, ghostly blue fire. Boom! The fireball exploded in the middle of the herd. The few beasts caught in the blast did not even have time to scream before they were swallowed by the strange flames and instantly turned into a puddle of pus. Ahaha, great, that is so great. Feeling the unprecedented power within his body, Lu Qi sank into a state of crazed excitement. With this, the first place in this year's provincial exam will definitely be mine. He laughed wildly, failing to notice that every time he cast a skill, tiny, invisible black filaments under the mask crawled into his skin like living things, fusing with his flesh and blood. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours passed. While most candidates were still fighting hard inside the tower for higher floors. Zhou Hui stretched on his bed and gave a leisurely yawn. He reconnected his consciousness to Gandalf and issued the command to continue the challenge. Gandalf, who had been silent for hours, finally stood up from the ground. He took a step and walked unhurriedly onto the stairs leading to the 13th floor. It was still the familiar blanket bombing of forbidden spells. It was still a swift and irresistible sweeping advance. Under the precise control of the AI core, Gandalf's climb began once more. 13th floor. 14th floor. Finally, he stopped at the 15th floor. Zhou Hui felt that this floor was already enough. Enough to securely clinch a spot in the top 5 of the provincial exam. Going any higher had little meaning and would instead seem too ostentatious. Just like that, another few hours passed. Clang! The long, dull sound of a bell echoed through the Tower of Apocalypse once more. That marked the official end of the 10-hour assessment. Jiangning City Central Plaza. White light flashed. All candidates were teleported back at the same time. Suddenly, the square was buzzing with noise, filled with all sorts of complex emotions. Awesome, I made it to the 10th floor in the last minute, regular academy, here I come, a boy waved his fists in excitement. Sigh, I was careless and did not use a dodge skill. I got ambushed by a shadow leopard and was kicked out at the 7th floor, someone beat their chest in frustration. Woo woo woo, Mom, the Tower of Apocalypse is too terrifying, I want to go home. a girl squatted on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Just like now, the outskirts of the square were already crowded with people from various adventurer guilds. They waved their flyers and shouted at the top of their lungs, painting a different path for those dejected students who failed the exam. Student, it is okay to fail the exam. Our Sky Wolf Guild has generous benefits and complete perks. We are your best choice. Come to our Mad Blade Guild. As long as you are willing to work hard, you can still succeed. Amidst this cacophony, that cold and grand broadcast voice sounded once again, instantly suppressing all the noise. This year's provincial exam has officially ended. Your performance in the tower will be evaluated by the examiners from various academies. Candidates who meet the admission standards will receive their respective admission letters in 1 week. Those who do not receive one are considered to have failed. Of course, this message is only valid for candidates who successfully stepped onto the 10th floor. As for those who did not even make it to the 10th floor, the voice on the broadcast paused for a moment, carrying a hint of undisguised indifference. You can start considering which adventurer guild to join. Now, we announce the 5 candidates with the best performance in this provincial exam. As soon as the words fell, the entire square went silent. Everyone held their breath and pricked up their ears. First place, Donghai No. 1 High School Gandalf. Second place, Donghai No. 1 High School Lu Qi. Third place, Jiangning No. 1 High School Shen Fuhai. Fourth place, Jiangning No. 2 High School Yuan Kai. Fifth place, Donghai No. 2 High School Yizai. Please remain in place and do not leave. Make your final preparations for the national exam beginning tomorrow. Soon, a staff member led Gandalf down a long corridor and pushed open a heavy door. Behind the door was a spacious lounge. Lu Qi, Yizai, and 2 other boys had already arrived. The 4 of them were sitting or standing, looking different, but an unmistakable weariness permeated all of them. Their clothes were covered in dust and some parts were even torn, clearly the result of a bitter fight inside the Tower of Apocalypse. Among them, Lu Qi was surprisingly the one in the best condition. Though his face was a bit pale, his spirits were exceptionally high as he boasted to Yizai. Sister Yizai, I really did not expect you to make it into the top 5. His tone carried a hint of condescending surprise. It seems you have not been idle during this time. Yizai glanced at him, folded her arms, and rolled her eyes attractively. If you could make it, why could not I? Lu Qi, upon hearing this, was not angry, but instead laughed smugly. Well said. He stepped forward, his voice raised, and his gaze swept across Yizai and the other 2 boys. Since we are all representatives of Dongning Province, let me say this first. For the national exam tomorrow, you all must follow my command. If anyone holds me back, do not blame me for being impolite. The other 2 boys, one named Shen Fuhai, was slightly chubby, the other, Yuan Kai, was tall and thin. Upon hearing this, both of them showed expressions of defiance. Shen Fuhai frowned and said, Why? Because I am stronger than all of you. Lu Qi held his chin high, his face full of undisguised arrogance. He extended a finger and waved it in front of the 3. My provincial exam result reached the 14th floor. How about you? Which floor did you climb to? As soon as he said this, the expressions of Shen Fuhai and Yuan Kai changed instantly. Yizai also opened her little mouth in surprise. The 3 looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. The 3 of them had given their all to barely make it to the 13th floor before the exam ended. This Lu Qi had actually made it 1 floor higher than them. Seeing the shocked expressions of the 3, the smugness in Lu Qi's heart was almost overflowing. So is everything understood? He enjoyed this feeling of having everything under control. Tomorrow, just honestly listen to my orders and I promise to lead you to a good grade. Just as he was immersed in his own power, the lounge door was pushed open again. Gandalf walked in. Lu Qi's voice came to an abrupt end. Everyone's gaze was drawn over unconsciously. The person entering wore a magnificent robe embroidered with the paths of stars and crescent moons, its shimmering light restrained, mysterious, and noble. He was tall and straight, with a handsome face, deep eyes, and a calm gait. Compared to the disheveled state of the other 4 in the lounge, he was spotless, as if he had not just come out of a trial of blood and fire. He was more like a noble young master out for a stroll. Lu Qi looked Gandalf up and down, his eyes becoming wary. He narrowed his eyes and spoke first. Are you that Gandalf? Zhou Huai controlled Gandalf, his gaze sweeping over Lu Qi without stopping. He seemed to ignore Lu Qi's question, walking straight toward the other three with a gentle smile on his face. Hello everyone, I am Gandalf. This gesture left Yi Zai, Shen Fuhai, and Yuan Kai stunned for a moment. But the kindness he showed made them immediately take a liking to him. Yi Zai reacted first, a sweet smile on her face. Hello, my name is Yi Zai. Shen Fuhai, the chubby boy, smiled honestly. Yuan Kai, the tall thin boy, also nodded. Lu Qi, having been completely ignored, felt his smugness freeze and turn into a livid rage. A wave of fury rushed to his head. Hey, I am talking to you, are you fucking deaf or blind? He rushed a few steps to Gandalf, spit almost flying from his mouth. Are you also a student from Donghai No. 1 High School? Why have I never seen someone like you before? Zhou Huai only then turned his head and looked at him calmly, with the gaze one gives a clown. Where did this dog come from? His voice was not loud, but it reached clearly throughout the entire lounge. Barking here. You, Lu Qi was trembling with rage, his face under the mask turning liver-colored, and he raised his hand to conjure a fireball. Stop it, all of you. At this moment, a sharp shout came from the doorway. A teacher in uniform walked in quickly, his face somber. Want to fight, huh? Do you want me to cancel all your national exam qualifications right now? The magic fluctuation on Lu Qi dissipated instantly. Though arrogant, he knew how to read the room. He glared viciously at Gandalf, a look as if he wanted to tear him to pieces. Fine, you just wait. He squeezed a few words through his teeth. Afterward, the five of them were led by the teacher out of the lounge and into a more spacious office. In the office, the chief examiner Li and two other examiners were sitting on the sofa. The gazes of the three were like three sharp swords, scanning back and forth over the five of them. Sit down, everyone. Chief Examiner Li's voice sounded, carrying an air of inherent authority. After all five were seated, he spoke slowly. First, congratulations to you five for standing out in the provincial exam. Your performance, we all saw it, it was very good. He paused, his tone becoming serious. But the provincial exam is just an appetizer. The upcoming national exam is the real battlefield. I hope you can keep working hard and bring honor to our Dongning province. As long as you can place in the national exam, besides the rewards from the national exam, we in Dongning province will definitely not be stingy. Now we have prepared separate rooms for you, go back and have a good rest and adjust your state. Yes. The five responded in unison, then got up to leave. Student Gandalf, please stay a moment. Chief Examiner Li's voice rang out abruptly. I have some things I want to talk to you about privately. Zhou Huai felt a chill in his heart, but his expression remained calm. He controlled Gandalf, stopped calmly, and sat back down on the sofa. After Yi Zai and the other three left the office with confused looks, the heavy door was shut. The atmosphere in the room instantly became oppressive. Chief Examiner Li picked up his teacup but did not drink, just gently stirring the tea with the lid. Student Gandalf. He raised his eyes, his gaze as sharp as an eagle's. To be honest, you surprise me very much. But you also confuse me a lot. I asked the principal of Donghai No. 1 High School, and their school has never had a student named Gandalf. It is as if you just popped out of nowhere. He set the teacup down gently, making a soft click. Where on earth are you from? And what is your purpose in participating in the grand exam? Can you give me a reasonable explanation? As the chief examiner finished speaking, the other two examiners' gazes were also firmly locked on Gandalf. Invisible pressure filled the entire space. Zhou Huai sighed inwardly. It had caught the authorities' attention after all. There was no other way. He wanted to keep a low profile, but his strength would not allow it. Luckily, he was well prepared. Zhou Huai controlled Gandalf, meeting Chief Examiner Li's gaze with a composed expression. Chief Examiner, I am indeed from Donghai City. I come from a certain family, but regarding which family specifically, please forgive me for not being able to disclose that for the time being. He shrugged, his tone conveying a sense of obviousness. You should understand that it is not easy for a family to cultivate me. Before I have absolute certainty, I naturally have to maintain a low profile. If I were to die prematurely, would not all the previous effort be in vain? As for my purpose, a curve of confidence appeared on Gandalf's mouth. Naturally, to take the national exam champion title. After all, our family is counting on me to burst forth with a single sound and take the family to new heights. Chief Examiner Lee listened quietly, his expression not changing a bit. But he nodded secretly in his heart. This explanation was logical and reasonable. Coupled with that priceless epic gear on this kid, it would be impossible without a wealthy family supporting him from behind. In Donghai City, the ones with that kind of heritage are none other than the Zhou, Yi, and Sun families. The Zhou family's Lu Qi is already out in the open. The little girl from the Yi family, although talented, has always been mild in their dealings. Then it only leaves the Sun family. No wonder the Sun family has been so low-key all these years. It turns out they were secretly holding back such a trump card. Chief Examiner Lee was frantically brainstorming in his mind, having already perfected the persona for Gandalf. He looked at the confident young man before him and suddenly smiled. Want to be the national exam champion? That is quite a big mouth you have. How much certainty do you have? Zhou Hua replied without hesitation. The championship will definitely be mine. Chief Examiner Lee laughed out loud, his laughter filled with appreciation. Good, it will definitely be mine. I Li Gang like this wild spirit of yours. His laughter ceased and he leaned forward slightly, staring into Gandalf's eyes. Kid, I will give you a promise. If you can really take a national championship back for our Dongning province, I will take it upon myself to let you pick any item you want from the Dongning province military treasury. Zhou Hua's eyes brightened upon hearing this. It is a deal. He grinned. You must not go back on your word. Li Gang's smile widened. When have I, Li Gang, ever failed to keep my word? He pointed at the other two examiners beside him. Both of them can bear witness. Li Gang. Hearing this name, Zhou Hua felt a slight stir in his heart. Deep in his mind, the fragmented memories of the original owner quickly reassembled, and a legendary name surfaced. Li Gang, once the most brilliant genius in Dongning province. An S-rank class firearms master, known to all by the nickname Thousand Mile Jinghang. He could make the most ordinary firearms perform miraculous feats. His most glorious achievement was during a brutal border conflict 30 years ago, where, holding a custom-made Barrett, he sniped an enemy S-rank powerhouse from 10 kilometers away with a single shot. A feat that made him a legend. Now, the hero has aged and retreated to the second line, surprisingly becoming the general director of this year's provincial exam. No wonder he dared to make such a heavy promise. Zhou Hua understood. Do not you worry, the examiner in the Zhongshan suit patted his chest with a smile. As long as you can take the top spot, let alone the military treasury, I reckon the governor himself will step forward to award you. That sounds great. Zhou Hua, controlling Gandalf, stood up happily, then thank you, examiners. He bowed slightly to the three, then turned and left the office, following the staff member waiting outside. The heavy door closed once more. The office returned to silence. The smile on Li Gang's face slowly faded as he picked up his teacup and cast his gaze toward the slightly plump examiner beside him. How was it? How much of what he said just now was true? The plump examiner slowly opened his eyes, and a faint, imperceptible rune flashed across the center of his brow. I use the truth-seeking art. This kid is quite interesting. The first part of what he said was half true and half false. Li Gang raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? The plump examiner gathered his thoughts. He really does come from a major family in Donghai City, he did not lie about that. But he is not a genius carefully nurtured by the family, in fact, quite the opposite. Judging from the emotional fluctuations in his tone, he appears to be an abandoned child of the family. An abandoned child. Li Gang and the other examiner in the Zhongshan suit were both stunned. An SS-rank professional, and he is an abandoned child. Are you kidding me? Which family head would have such a brainless moment to make such a stupid decision? That is quite interesting indeed, Li Gang said, stroking his chin, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. He continued to press, and the rest. Was his goal in participating in the national exam really just to win? Did he have any other motives? The plump examiner nodded this time, his expression firm. That part is true. His goal is the national exam championship, and as he said, he is full of confidence without the slightest falsehood. Hearing this, Li Gang let out a long sigh, relaxing as he leaned back into the sofa. That is good, that is good. As long as he was not sent by those shadowy rats, I can rest easy. The national exam is a major event that affects the nerves of the entire Daxia kingdom. The biggest fear is the appearance of uncontrollable, unexpected variables. Now knowing that this mysterious Gandalf is just a crazy person who simply wants to win, his hanging heart finally settled. Just imagining the stunned expressions of those old guys in the Imperial capital tomorrow when they see Gandalf's heaven-defying performance. Li Gang felt like laughing already. On the other side, Gandalf was led by staff members into a spacious single suite. The room was large, clean, and tidy, with all daily necessities provided. Mr. Gandalf, please rest now. If you need anything, feel free to press the call button on the wall. We will be right outside. The staff MEMBER Chinese letter respectfully, then closed the door and turned to leave. Zhou Huai, controlling Gandalf, walked to the bed, sat down, and then issued a standby command. The Avatar's eyes instantly lost their luster, and it sat there quietly like an exquisite doll. Zhou Huai's consciousness returned to his main body. The moment he opened his eyes, the phone by his bedside began to buzz. The caller ID was Yizai. Zhou Huai answered the call, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Hey Zier. Brother Zhou Huai, I made it into the national exam, I made it. On the other end of the line came Yizai's excited scream, almost cracking the audio. Zhou Huai smiled and held the phone slightly further away. I heard you. Our Zier is so capable, is not it only natural that you would make it into the national exam? Yizai laughed like silver bells before she started complaining incessantly. You have no idea how hard that Tower of Apocalypse is. The monsters inside are so numerous and fierce. I gave it my all to climb to the 13th floor. At the very last moment, I was almost exhausted. At this point, her tone turned irritated. The most annoying part is Lu Qi. He actually made it into the national exam too, and he climbed to the 14th floor. I honestly thought with the way he is, climbing to the 13th would have been a miracle. Zhou Huai's brows furrowed imperceptibly upon hearing this. Lu Qi, the 14th floor. That was indeed a bit beyond his expectations. Given the strength Lu Qi had displayed previously, just making it to the 13th floor would have been a miracle. Did this guy hide some trump card up his sleeve? Zhou Huai sneered in his heart. Regardless of what he is hiding, tomorrow it is time to finish him off as well. He did not want to carry such dead weight on the stage of the national exam. In the unlikely event he actually wins, would not he have to share the honor? He wishes. Eliminating him at the start is the optimal strategy. By the way, brother Zhou Huai, Yizai's voice came again with a hint of curiosity. We saw another teammate today who is also from Donghai City. His name is Gandalf. But I always feel like he is a bit strange. Zhou Huai raised an eyebrow and feigned curiosity with an O. How so? Yizai thought for a moment. I do not know what is strange, but I feel like the way he looks at me is familiar. I always feel it is just like how that Yasuo looked at me before. Brother Zhou Huai, he is not one of your people, is he? Zhou Huai's heart skipped a beat. A tingling sensation raced up his scalp. No way. Does this girl's sixth sense have to be this accurate? He quickly cleared his throat and said with a tone of amused helplessness, what kind of nonsense do you have in that little head of yours? I do not have that much ability. Alright, stop overthinking and go to sleep, get some rest. You have the national exam tomorrow, perform well. Oh, Yizai replied obediently, alright then. Once the exam is over, I will come see you. Good night, brother Zhou Huai. Good night. Hanging up, Zhou Huai let out a long breath and wiped his forehead. That was close. He had deliberately controlled Gandalf today to avoid too much interaction with Yizai. Even eye contact was kept to a minimum. And she could still sense something off. This observation skill is simply ridiculous. He had already exposed one identity in front of Yizai. This persona cannot be exposed so easily. He must keep it well hidden. The next day, at the first light of dawn, Zhou Huai and his group of 5 were brought into a dimly lit room. In the center of the room, a complex runic array was emitting a faint blue glow. The light converged, slowly outlining a wavering portal at the center of the array. Li Gang stood before the 5 of them, his expression solemn. In 5 minutes, the teleportation channel will be fully opened. You will be transported to the National Exam Dungeon, the Triple Island. His gaze swept over each of their faces like lightning. From this moment on, you are no longer individual examinees fighting for yourselves. You are comrades in the same team, representing our entire Dongning province. Do you understand? We understand. The five spoke in unison, their voices echoing in the empty room. Li Gang nodded, his expression softening slightly. Very well, next I will explain the rules of the national exam. This national exam involves 48 teams from 48 provinces, with a total of 240 participants. The assessment uses a point system. The team with the highest final score wins the championship. The individual examinee with the most outstanding performance will be crowned the national exam champion. He held up 2 fingers. There are 2 ways to earn points. The first is by killing exotic beasts. Common exotic beasts are worth 1 point each. A common boss-level exotic beast is worth 20 points. A calamity-level boss is worth 100 points. As for the hell-level boss, it is worth 1,000 points. Li Gang paused, his tone becoming somewhat more stern. The second way to earn points is to wipe out other competing teams. If you wipe out an entire team, you will receive all the points they have accumulated. Remember, it must be a total wipeout. As long as any member of the opposing team remains in the dungeon, their points will not be transferred. He looked around at everyone with a sharp gaze. Furthermore, the dungeon has a protection mechanism. When your health is depleted, you will not truly die, but will be forcibly teleported out of the dungeon. Therefore, you must be decisive when you strike. Do not hesitate, even if the target is human. The national exam tests not only your strength, but also your strategy and character. Being weaker than your opponent does not mean you will lose. Never give up easily until the very last moment. Li Gang withdrew his gaze and continued. Rules aside, let us talk about the precautions. First, internal conflict within the team is strictly prohibited. Violators will be immediately disqualified. You are teammates and comrades who share honor and disgrace. I hope you always remember that. Second, the use of any recovery potions or buff potions within the dungeon is prohibited. Violators will likewise be immediately disqualified. Finally, let me add one more reminder. The national exam will be broadcast live nationwide, so please mind your words and actions. Do not embarrass our Dongning province. Do you understand? We understand. The 5 voices rang out even louder than before. Very good. Li Gang checked the time. 5 minutes are up, move out. As soon as he finished speaking, the light of the pale blue portal intensified and stabilized. Lu Qi was the first to walk in, his face filled with impatient excitement. Yi Zai, Shen Fuhai, and Yuan Kai followed close behind, their expressions tinged with nervousness and apprehension. When it was Gandalf's turn, Li Gang's voice suddenly rang out. Wait. Zhou Hui stopped, turned around and looked at him calmly. Li Gang walked up, patted him on the shoulder and lowered his voice. Do not forget our agreement. He looked into Gandalf's eyes, those eyes that had seen so much, now flashing with a complex light. Perform well. And slap the faces of those who look down on us hard. He gave a self-deprecating laugh. I was once looked down upon too. They all thought I was the weakest S-rank. After all, in that era, thermal weapons had negligible impact on exotic beasts. Firearms could barely even break their armor. But I, with this gun in my hand, made them all shut their mouths. Li Gang's eyes burned with intensity. Believe me, the feeling of slapping someone's face is addictive. Zhou Hui felt a slight stirring, wondering why Li Gang would suddenly say these things to him. He could feel the sincere expectations in the old man's words. I will. He nodded faintly, then stepped into the portal, his figure vanishing. After a brief moment of weightlessness, he felt solid ground beneath his feet. A salty sea breeze blew over his face, accompanied by the crashing sound of waves against the sand. Zhou Hui opened his eyes. Before him was a golden beach, in front of him lay a vast, dense jungle, and behind him stretched the endless blue sea, white foam rolling in. Yi Zai and the others had arrived first and were looking around with curiosity. So, the national exam has started. It seems so. Shen Fuhai beside him took a deep breath, his expression becoming serious. Since we are comrades now, before we take action, we should introduce our classes to each other so we can get a better understanding. It will be easier to coordinate once we are in battle. He took the initiative. I will go first. My name is Shen Fuhai and my class is a rank illusionist. I am a support class, capable of creating all kinds of illusions to confuse opponents. The tall, thin Yuan Kai took over. My turn, my name is Yuan Kai, A-rank class armored warrior. I can transform into an armored warrior to fight. After speaking, he seemed a bit excited and pulled a card with a metallic sheen from his pocket. He held the card high, struck a pose he thought was cool, and shouted with full force. Armor engage. The card turned into a streak of light and merged into a card slot that appeared out of thin air at his waist. A blinding white light erupted from his body. Pieces of silvery white metal armor appeared out of nowhere, accompanied by mechanical clicking sounds as they rapidly covered his body. Helmet, chestplate, gauntlets, leg guards. Within a few seconds, Yuan Kai had transformed into a sci-fi-style silver warrior over 2 meters tall. Izai's mouth hung open, her face etched with astonishment. Zhou Hua was also stunned. What was with this overwhelming cringe factor? He suppressed the urge to roast him and silently gave the armored warrior a thumbs up in his mind. Just then an untimely cold harump sounded. Lu Qi walked over with his arms crossed, his face filled with disdain. I have not even spoken, so how is it your turn to chatter away here? I said yesterday that I am in command of this team. All of you must listen to me. Zhou Hua, controlling Gandalf, glanced sideways at him as if he were looking at a cute puppy. Since when did it become your turn to be in command here? Who do you think you are? You. Lu Qi's face turned purple instantly, and the veins on his forehead bulged. I did not like you since yesterday. You have provoked me time and again. If it were not for the rule forbidding internal fighting in the national exam, do you believe I would crush you right now? Zhou Hua said a flat O. You want to crush me? He ignored the furious Lu Qi and turned to look at Yi Zai and the others. Since everyone has introduced themselves, it is my turn. My name is Gandalf and my class is Forbidden Spell Mage. As he spoke, he held the core of fire blast high. The red crystal at the top of his staff glowed intensely. Forbidden Spell Meteor Shower. He had not even chanted. The sky suddenly darkened. 5 massive meteors burning with eerie green netherfire tore through the clouds and streaked towards the dense jungle in the distance with long trails of flame. Boom, 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 boom. The earth trembled violently, and even the beach beneath their feet vibrated. A series of deafening explosions rang out. The distant jungle was instantly swallowed by a sea of fire. Countless towering ancient trees were reduced to charcoal in the flames, and thick black smoke rose into the sky. Shen Fuhai and Yuan Kai stood there, dumbstruck, their mouths open wide enough to fit a fist. Yi Zai covered her mouth with her small hand, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. The savage arrogance on Lu Qi's face froze completely. He stared blankly at the flattened sea of fire, his body shaking uncontrollably. Zhou Hua slowly lowered his staff, turned his head and looked calmly at Lu Qi. Now do you still want to crush me?